Everyone envies me for possessing the secret to unraveling the first arcane technique of the Yin-Yang, the soul painting technique. Yet, on his deathbed, my father revealed to me that the most formidable of all Taoist arts is not the soul painting technique, but rather the intricacies of the human heart. My name is Kwang Jioning, a recent graduate from high school. Beside me stand my master, Hua Changming, a masterful paper artisan skilled in Taoist practices. This photograph was taken on my 6th birthday, marking my first visit to this paper shop in the countryside. Originally, I resided in the city, but due to certain familial circumstances when I was 6, I followed my master to this workshop. I vividly recall my first entry. The shop was shrouded in darkness, emanating an eerie chill. The front room was filled with lifelike paper figures and horses, each meticulously crafted. What struck me most was that every paper figure and horse had its eyes painted on and its mane raised, creating the unsettling illusion that they were all watching me, evoking a sense of dread. My master settled me in and instructed me to kneel before my parents' spirit tablet, bowing 3 times before he said, "From this day forth, you shall learn the Taoist arts under my tutelage." I remember his first words distinctly. With the demon's tattoo, the ghost spirit is carved, the horse stands tall, yet its mane remains unraised. The paper figure's eyes may be drawn, yet they remain unawakened. The first 2 lines convey that by tattooing a demon, one can control its body and possess it. By carving a ghost spirit, one can manipulate its ethereal form for one's own ends. The latter 2 lines indicate that while a paper horse may be crafted to stand, its mane must not be raised. A paper figure may have its eyes painted, yet they must not be awakened. However, I distinctly remembered that the paper figures and horses in the shop had indeed been awakened. When I inquired about this to my master, he merely advised me to try it for myself. Thus, I touched one of the paper figure's eyes oh my astonishment, its eyes glowed red, and it slowly rose from the table, mounting a neighing paper horse, eerily fixating its gaze upon me. My master was elated, declaring me the first among all he had encountered to successfully awaken a spirit through eye painting. This act, known as eye painting to awaken the spirit, involves bestowing life upon paper figures and horses crafted with 6 Taoist symbols. If successfully animated, they become spiritual entities with the duty of protecting their master. Yet, my master cautioned that awakened paper figures must remain in the shop, never to be given away or discarded, lest dire consequences ensue. Little did I expect that the calamity my master spoke of would cost the lives of an entire village. It was the first day after my college entrance exams, and I had planned to indulge in a leisurely sleep, but early in the morning, there came a frantic knock at the door. "It's Aunt Lou," I exclaimed as I opened the door and recognized the visitor. I knew her, her husband had passed away a few days prior. Just yesterday, she and her son had purchased a multitude of paper offerings from the shop for her husband's upcoming memorial service. "Jioning, where is your master?" Aunt Lou appeared, quite anxious. "Why, master left yesterday afternoon, and he won't return for a couple of days." "Is something the matter?" "Aunt Lou, you must come to my house at once. Something has happened." Without even taking the time to wash my face, I followed Aunt Lou to her home. Upon arrival, I gasped in horror. The once orderly morning hall in the courtyard was now a chaotic mess, strewn with tattered white cloth and paper money. In the center, Aunt Liu's husband's coffin bore the marks of claws, and there were numerous bloodstains. The coffin lid lay on the ground, revealing his body exposed under the sun, his burial garments tattered and nearly in shreds. What transpired here? I have no idea. I kept vigil over the spirit last night until nearly midnight. Then your Uncle Lou took over. Exhausted from the ordeal surrounding your uncle, I fell into a deep sleep. When I awoke this morning, your Uncle Lou was missing, and the courtyard looked like this. As she spoke, she berated Lou Air for failing to guard the spirit properly, questioning why he had wandered off when their family was in mourning, thus creating this spectacle, which would surely invite ridicule from the neighbors. I offered a few words of comfort to Aunt Lou, but inwardly, I disagreed with her assessment. What kind of deep-seated grudge could possibly lead to a disturbance in a mourning hall? Such a vile act would be unbecoming of anyone. Moreover, the claw marks and bloodstains on the coffin were distinctly unusual. I inquired if Aunt Lou had searched for Lou Air, but she lamented that he was nowhere to be found. Consequently, I suggested she look around the village while I remained behind to investigate the matter further. After thoroughly examining the courtyard, I soon realized that this situation was far from simple. Initially, I suspected it was the work of wandering spirits, for the marks and blood on the coffin resembled those made by rodents. However, upon closer inspection, I discerned that the blood was not of animal origin, but rather the vivid red of human blood. Examining Aunt Liu's husband's body, aside from the disheveled clothing, he lay rigid in the coffin, and upon checking his hands, I found no signs of injury. It appeared he had not risen from the dead. Whose were the claw marks and blood? This village was not large, comprising only a few dozen households. I went from door to door, inquiring if anyone had seen Aunt Lou or Lou Air, but all claimed ignorance of their whereabouts. Thus, I implored them to assist me in the search. Initially, they were reluctant, yet for the sake of my master, a few individuals agreed to help, understanding that everyone encounters both joyous and sorrowful occasions. And my master and I specialized in the latter. Together, we scoured the village, but still found no trace of Lou Air or Aunt Lou, let alone the half-height paper figure. Where could they possibly be? Had they left the village? Surely not. They've just lost a family member, and now this chaos has ensued. How could they possibly leave? In my opinion, we should search once more. If we cannot locate them, then so be it. We've been searching for most of the day. How can we continue? The group chattered away, their opinions divided. I found it perplexing that two living individuals could simply vanish in such a small village. Unless, of course, they were deliberately hiding from us. Before we could conclude our discussion, another troubling realization struck us. Including myself, there had been 6 individuals assisting in the search for the 2 of them, and we had agreed to reconvene at Aunt Liu's doorstep regardless of our success. Yet now, only 5 had returned. This meant 1 person was missing. I called his phone, but it went unanswered. We hurried to his house, only to find it empty. Panic began to rise within me as I dashed towards Lou Air's residence. Upon pushing open the door, I was rendered utterly speechless. The coffin remained, but the occupant was gone. Chapter 2. The disappearance. The bizarre disappearance of Lou Air's family quickly spread throughout the village, causing great alarm among the residents. After all, it was already absurd for a living person to go missing. But the fact that a corpse had vanished in broad daylight was even more unsettling. Once the village had learned of the situation, he rallied everyone to search, asserting that in such a small area, there must be some trace left behind, especially with a body involved. However, his words sparked a terrifying thought in my mind. Without hesitation, I dashed back to my shop in a frenzy to retrieve the ledger and verify the quantity of paper goods. To my horror, I found a discrepancy. One paper figurine was missing, and it was the one that had been endowed with life. The cold sweat broke out over me. Could it be that yesterday, while Aunt Lou and Brother Lou were moving goods, they accidentally handed over the animated paper figurine to Lou Air's family? If that were the case, it would spell disaster. The animated paper figurine possesses self-awareness. And once it recognizes a master, it must have its owner's name and birth date inscribed upon it with a special pin. Once it acknowledges a master, the figurine will obey all commands. Even more alarming is the fact that this figurine was crafted from the unique 6-path talisman paper from my family. If such a figurine, without a recognized master, falls into the hands of a living person, it would inevitably seize that per at last. I comprehend. His implication is that within the chaotic burial ground lies a coffin crafted from paper, a coffin that beckons their demise. That as for Lou Air, he is not here to seek vengeance, but rather to deliver a message. Brother, speak candidly. Did you take the paper figurine from my shop, the one with the eyes painted on? Although this inquiry may seem trivial now, I remain unwilling to relinquish my doubts, eager to ascertain whether Lou Air truly pilfered the figurine or if I inadvertently misassigned it. Yet, upon asking, regret washed over me. What does it matter if Lou Air did take it? He is in such a state now, still intent on notifying the villagers. He did not take those words of Lou Air I heard distinctly. He did not take the paper figurine. I know not how others perceive him, but I place my faith in him. Contemplating this, I felt a pang of shame and remorse. Brother, do not fret. I possess a means to rescue you. With that declaration, I produced a talisman and affixed it to Lou Air's forehead. Instantly, the crimson glow in his eyes vanished, and his form began to wither and shrink. The paper figurine collapsed to the ground. The 2 lost souls and 7 spirits of Lou Air emerged. Entering the talisman upon the paper figure, the villagers behind me, though unable to see the spirits, witnessed Lou Air's transformation into a paper figure. Rendered speechless in astonishment, I recalled Lou Air's earlier words, that the missing individuals were within the chaotic burial ground. possibly still alive if I did not hasten there. Those souls might be claimed by whatever paper coffin lurked within. Uncle and aunt, remain here and do not wander. Await my return for an explanation. I shouted, then dashed away. At last, I arrived at the chaotic burial ground Luer had mentioned. With the missing individuals on my mind, I activated my Yin-Yang eyes and stepped inside. Amidst the disordered tombstones, a few strands of greenish ghostly light flickered, while the surrounding vegetation swayed in the night breeze, withered branches creaking and moaning like specters. The air was thick with the scent of decay and mildew, mingled with the earthy odor, forming an inexplicable chill that occasionally brushed against me. After a brief search, I finally spotted the first individual, Aunt Lou. She lay amidst the foul, muddy earth, her clothing relatively intact, and she appeared free from any apparent wounds. That I hurried over to assist her, but upon contact with her body, I sensed something amiss. The 3 souls and 7 spirits were nowhere to be found. Oh no, I had come too late. I dashed around the chaotic burial ground in a frenzy, and not long after, I located several bodies, including Luer's. However, apart from Luer, the others were similarly devoid of their 3 souls and 7 spirits. Much like Aunt Lou. I was distraught, my feet pounding the ground in frustration. It was already the witching hour. If I could not find their souls before the rooster crowed, I would have no way to restore them. Once exposed to sunlight, even the greatest healer would be powerless. Strangely, during my previous visits to practice my mystical arts, many wandering souls had drifted here. Yet now, even with my Yin-Yang eyes open, not a single ghostly figure could be seen in the chaotic burial ground. I did see numerous coffins, but none were of the paper variety. I pondered for a long while, unable to deduce the reasoning behind it, and decided to call my master. But when I checked my phone, I found it had no signal at all. This delay was intolerable. Thus, I sprinted back to the village temple, gathering a few individuals to assist in retrieving the bodies. Meanwhile, I remained in the chaotic burial ground, searching for the paper coffin Luer had mentioned. Chapter 4. Bloodstained Temple. However, after countless searches, my shoes nearly worn through, I still could not find that paper coffin. It was inconceivable. Could Luer have deceived me? I disregarded my fatigue and meticulously recalled Luer's earlier words. Paper coffin. Paper coffin. Was it possible that Luer was not referring to a paper coffin, but to some other word that sounded similar? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within me as I racked my brain for any words that might rhyme with paper. To my astonishment, I recalled one. Purple coffin. Luer's recent transformation into a paper figure had rendered his words unclear. So it was entirely plausible that I had misheard purple as paper. With renewed vigor, I carefully searched the chaotic burial ground once more. At last, through my Yin-Yang eyes, I discerned a subtle glimmer of purple light not far away. Flickering in the darkness, like a treasure unearthed, I rushed towards it, discovering a palm-sized coffin of deep purple nestled among a gnarled tree. Just as I reached out to grasp it, a sharp pain struck the back of my head, and darkness engulfed me, leaving me in oblivion. When I awoke, I found myself inexplicably lying on my bed in my own room. What transpired? Struggling to rise, I endured excruciating pain as I hurried to the temple. To my dismay, the temple's doors were tightly locked, and no matter how I knocked, no one responded. Thus, I made my way to the village chief's home. Uncle, where is everyone? What of the temple? Why are you there? This is not a time for ancestral worship, the chief replied, bewildered by my inquiry. Before I left last night, did I not instruct everyone to remain at the temple? I questioned, astonished. Who remained at the temple? No, you're not feverish, are you? Why are you speaking such nonsense this early in the morning? You should return home. I have a meeting to attend shortly, the chief said, patting my head for reassurance before shooing me away. Dumbfounded, I stood at the chief's doorstep, utterly bewildered. I distinctly recalled the chief and everyone else waiting for my return at the temple. How could everything have changed overnight, as if the chief had become an entirely different person? Unaware of what had transpired, something was amiss. I sprinted towards Luer's home, but upon arrival, an unfathomable sight greeted me. The door swung open to reveal none other than Aunt Lou, her arm wrapped in black cloth. Aunt Lou? Ninong, come to see your Uncle Lou? Come in. But, you're all right. I was left speechless. Oh, how could I not be well? This deceased Aunt Lou gazed at me quizzically. As I cast my eyes toward the yard, I could scarcely believe what I saw. The mourning altar stood intact, with Uncle Lou's photograph prominently displayed, offerings arranged before it, and a large coffin positioned in the center. Luer sat near the fire pit, tossing paper money into the flames. Most astonishingly, upon seeing me, Luer rose and approached, Bowing before me. I understood the custom of bowing, for when a family elder passes, it is customary for the descendants to show their respect to mourners. Yet, the conundrum lay in the fact that Lu Er's body had only been recovered yesterday, and his 3 souls and 7 spirits were taken by me. How could he possibly stand here bowing before me? As for Aunt Lu, I had witnessed her lifeless body in the chaotic burial ground, devoid of her souls. I had even arranged for her body to be brought back. How could she now be opening the door for me? I abruptly slapped myself across the face. Ouch, that hurt. This is no dream. Why are you hurting yourself, child? Aunt Lu exclaimed, pulling my hand and scolding me in concern. This was all too abnormal. On my way home, I stood like a fool, observing those I had witnessed as lifeless passed by, greeting me. Words failed to escape my lips, and when, clinging to the last shred of hope, I meticulously counted all the paper figurines in my shop, I collapsed to the ground in despair. Whether they were figurines with painted eyes or those without, the numbers and records matched perfectly. What in the world was happening? Could it truly have all been a dream? I placed my final hope in the telephone that I would call my master, but when I picked up the phone, I discovered that, despite having full signal, my master's number was out of service. Desperately, I shook my head, attempting to extract any hints from my memory that could shed light on this bizarre situation. Yet, no matter how I tried, I could not pinpoint any issues. The overwhelming sense of unreality suffocated me. I attempted to convince myself that all that had transpired yesterday was merely a dream, but I could not deceive myself, for the pain in my head persisted, as if it had been struck forcefully. I had collected Lu Er's spirit yesterday. Why not? I had collected the spirit. In a frenzy, I searched my body and finally discovered a 6 paths talisman, one I had removed from the paper figurine yesterday. Containing Lu Er's 2 souls and 7 spirits, I activated my Yin-Yang eyes that a horrifying revelation unfolded before me, that I could clearly see Lu Er's spirit contained within this 6 paths talisman, of the 3 talismans my master had left me. Both the 6 paths talisman and the Book of Life and Death could store spiritual entities. However, the 6 paths talisman was for collection, while the Book of Life and Death was for confinement. Typically, only the spirits of demons and ghosts were preserved within the Book of Life and Death for the deceased, while human souls were stored in the 6 paths talisman. Thus, this 6 paths talisman unequivocally revealed a truth. The events of last night were real. Not a figment of my imagination. The Lu Er and Aunt Lu I had just seen were not genuinely present. The Yin-Yang eyes, capable of discerning feng shui and revealing all illusions, led me to suspect that someone was orchestrating these events from the shadows. I had fallen victim to a human spell. What I had just witnessed, the village chief Lu Er, Aunt Lu, and indeed everything within the village was nothing more than a meticulously crafted illusion. If this were indeed real, then a horrific fate awaited me. Without uttering a word, I fled in a frenzy. As expected, upon bursting out of the shop, the once bright blue sky had morphed into a dark night. Upon reaching Lu Er's home, the sight that met my eyes was nothing short of shocking. A dilapidated mourning hall, an open coffin with lingering claw marks upon it, though the blood had long since dried. The fire pit was filled with cold ashes, devoid of any evidence of today's offerings. The very Lu aunt who had just opened the door for me, along with Lu Er who had bowed in greeting, had vanished without a trace. Chapter 5. The mass grave. As I departed from Lu Er's residence and made my way to the ancestral hall, even more terrifying events unfolded. A pungent stench of blood assaulted my senses. Bodies lay strewn across the ground in disarray, surrounded by pools of blood. Each face bore an expression of sheer terror, as though they had encountered a nightmarish apparition. Trembling, I approached, stifling the urge to vomit, checking their breaths one by one, only to be met with disappointment. None were alive, nor were any souls left behind. There were no signs of struggle, yet each chest bore a gaping wound, indicating the killer's swift and merciless strike, leaving no room for resistance. What was more disturbing was the eerie uniformity of the wounds. They did not appear to be inflicted by a blade, but rather as if someone had plunged their hand directly into their bodies. At that moment, I wished fervently that this was all a mere dream. Yet, my Yin-Yang eyes would not deceive me. This was all too real. The entire village had perished, leaving me as the sole survivor. I surveyed the scene, confirming that all the bodies were present, except for Lu Er. I reached for my phone once more, intending to call my master, but this time, there was no signal to be found. As I followed the path leading out of the village, I soon realized I had lost my way. Logically, even if someone had conjured an elaborate illusion, my Yin-Yang eyes should have been able to discern the truth. Yet, I was indeed lost, for the route to the village entrance was shrouded in an endless expanse of darkness. I attempted to veer onto a side path, but not long after, I was confronted once again by that dense black mist. Instinct warned me that this fog was not a natural phenomenon. It was man-made. Someone was intent on trapping me within this village at that moment. I recalled the purple coffin I had encountered the previous night. Luer's words suggested that someone was using that coffin to manipulate me into committing murder. Thus, the sinister black mist must be connected to the person controlling the purple coffin. I returned to the mass grave, only to discover that, while it was not located within the village, it was devoid of any black mist. The surrounding mountains loomed, and to escape, I would have to climb over this pathless peak. An endeavor that would not be easy. It seemed imperative to locate that purple coffin and the individual who had knocked me unconscious at the mass grave last night. He must be the one controlling Luer to commit these murders. Following the memories of yesterday, I found the withered tree. The palm-sized coffin still faintly glimmered with a purple light. However, I was not the only one fixated on this purple coffin. An elderly man with white hair stood nearby. "What brings you here? This place is perilous. Return to the shop," he warned. I was taken aback. I had never seen this old man before, yet he seemed to know I hailed from the Kwong family shop. Before I could inquire further, he continued, "Let me reiterate, even with your Yin-Yang eyes and those 3 artifacts in your possession, the Wanzong dead spirit coffin is not something you can casually touch." "Sir, you refer to this purple coffin as the Wanzong dead spirit coffin?" I asked. "Indeed, this object has been here for many years, resting in a dormant state. However, a few days ago, someone awakened it through sorcery." "What do you mean? Were you not the one controlling it?" I questioned, confusion clouding my mind. That I had presumed this white-haired elder was the one using the Wanzong dead spirit coffin to manipulate Luer into murder. But the grave expression on his face suggested otherwise. "You foolish child, how could I commit such heinous acts? It is those hypocritical individuals who appear righteous that are truly capable of such deeds." "So, you are aware of the events unfolding in the village?" I inquired. "I am, but I am powerless to intervene. Once the Wanzong dead spirit coffin is unleashed, the souls within a 100-mile radius are compelled to offer themselves as sacrifices. That is the price of awakening it." I refuse to believe that. "If it were as sinister as you claim, why are you and I unharmed?" I countered. "You are the last of the Kwong bloodline, naturally endowed with Yin-Yang eyes, and possess the legendary 3 artifacts, the 6 Paths Talisman, the Soul-Calling Brush, and the record of life and death. Even if the Wanzong dead spirit coffin sought to claim your soul, it would not be an easy feat. However, if someone else has seized control of it, that could change everything. Fortunately, the one controlling it is not in the village, and I have shrouded the village in mist, preventing outsiders from entering and trapping those within. It is a pity for the innocent villagers who have become pawns in this game." I listened, bewildered. How much of this elder's words held truth? So, the one controlling the Wanzong dead spirit coffin was outside the village, while the illusions I had witnessed, that was merely a trick of his. "You were far too reckless. Had I not knocked you unconscious last night, your hasty attempt to seize the Wanzong dead spirit coffin would have unleashed whatever lies within. Even with those artifacts, you would not have had the power to seal it, and you could have fallen victim to their schemes. So it was you who knocked me out last night," I realized. "Indeed, after rendering you unconscious, I returned you to the Kwong family shop and cast a spell upon you. If you survive tonight, I will seal the Wanzong dead spirit coffin once more, and your illusions will be dispelled. However, I am powerless to influence what occurs during this interval." The elder sighed, and I came to a realization. The old man had just stated that the villagers were mere substitutes, implying that the true aim of the Wanzong dead spirit coffin was not to eliminate these villagers, or perhaps the individual utilizing it had another target in mind. Furthermore, this white-haired elder had mentioned my Yin-Yang eyes and those 3 artifacts. Aside from my master, no one else knew I possessed those artifacts. Who was this man, and how could he possibly be aware of them? The elder laughed heartily, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. No one knows. Kwong Jioning, you are truly oblivious, counting coins for those who have sold you out. Each of these 4 artifacts alone possesses the power to elevate an individual to greatness, let alone the fact that they are all in your possession. Even your Yin-Yang eyes have existed since your birth. This matter has spread throughout the entire occult community, yet you remain in the dark." I was left speechless. This elder not only knew of these artifacts, but he also knew my name. "Who exactly are you?" The Yin-Yang eyes discern feng shui. The soul-calling brush conjures spells. The 6 Paths Talisman restrains malevolent spirits. The record of life and death binds life and death to the cycle. Chapter 6. The blood moon. Once the elder finished speaking, his eyes gleamed with intrigue as he watched me, leaving me utterly dumbfounded. Those 4 phrases were the incantations to activate my Yin-Yang eyes and the 3 artifacts, knowledge I had kept to myself, known only to my master. Yet, my master had claimed that these artifacts were bound to me. No one else could wield them. This was absurd. The Yin-Yang eyes are innate to you from birth. While those 3 artifacts have long been tainted with your blood, there is no one else in this world who can touch them. The elder scoffed, continuing, however, if someone were to seize your soul using the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, they could control your body, thereby indirectly gaining the ability to wield those 4 artifacts and unravel their mysteries. Without needing the elder to elaborate, I had already surmised that the ultimate goal of the individual controlling the Wanzong dead spirit coffin was me, yet I remained unaware of the greater secrets behind these 4 artifacts. But before he could continue, the elder's expression shifted dramatically at that moment. The moon hanging in the sky turned a blood-red hue. Trouble! It's a blood moon, the elder exclaimed in alarm, as the coffin within the withered tree began to tremble, emitting an eerily potent purple light, a brightness far surpassing what I had witnessed the day before. Kuang Juning, listen closely. Whether you believe my words or not, we must ensure that the Wanzong dead spirit coffin remains sealed until the first crow of a rooster. Otherwise, once it goes berserk, no living soul will survive in the surrounding villages. As soon as the elder's words fell, the Wanzong dead spirit coffin suddenly soared into the air, rapidly darting toward the village's outskirts. What are you waiting for? Chase it. Do you intend to watch this thing wreak havoc on every living being within 100 miles? The elder shouted urgently as he began to run. And I did not dare hesitate, urging myself to pursue the Wanzong dead spirit coffin with all my might. However, its speed increased exponentially. Despite my utmost efforts, I could barely keep pace as it neared the threshold of that ominous black mist. Fueled by a surge of adrenaline, I leaped forward, throwing myself onto the coffin, clutching it tightly to my chest. In an instant, I felt as if the coffin cradled in my arms was possessed by a frenzy. Desperately attempting to break free from my grasp, I exerted every ounce of strength to restrain the coffin, consumed by a singular thought. I must not allow this coffin to escape and endanger more lives. When the elderly man caught up with me and beheld my struggle with the coffin on the ground, he wasted no time in joining the fray. To my astonishment, despite his frail appearance, the old man possessed an extraordinary strength. Having already expended much of my energy, I found myself caught between the old man and the coffin, nearly gasping for breath. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, just as my last vestiges of strength were on the verge of depletion, a rooster crowed in the distance. With that crow, the coffin in my arms gradually ceased its resistance, ultimately becoming completely still. Old sir, you can get off now. I feel as though I might be crushed, I managed to croak out with great effort. Once the old man dismounted, I realized I lacked the strength to stand. Lying on the ground like a turtle, face down with my back exposed, while the turtle lies the other way around. At last, I had endured. The old man, panting, regarded me with a smile, saying, "You truly are impressive. You have not brought shame to the Kuang family." At that moment, I was filled with a myriad of questions for this old man, yet I was so utterly exhausted that I could not muster a single word, let alone the strength to rise from the ground, as if my entire body were no longer my own. After what seemed like an eternity, I finally felt a flicker of energy return. Slowly managing to sit up, albeit still firmly pressing down on the coffin, fearful that if I relaxed my grip, it would escape once more. Old sir, what was that all about? The Wanzong dead spirit coffin is among the most sinister of entities in existence. Yesterday, it absorbed numerous souls, and with today being a full moon, it is the prime moment to exert control over it. However, all things adhere to the principles of creation and destruction. That rooster's crow signified the retreat of the Yin energy and the gathering of Yang energy. Thus, the Wanzong dead spirit coffin was suppressed by the Yang, rendering it unable to unleash any mischief. The old man regarded me with a look of satisfaction and continued, "Regardless, everyone within 100 miles surrounding this village owes you a tremendous debt of gratitude." I felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing that I had merely acted on instinct, driven by a desire to capture the flying coffin, and I hesitated to accept the old man's assertion that I had done them a great service. "Old sir, how did you discover this entity in the graveyard? This tale is long and intricate, but in truth, before the old man could continue, A familiar voice suddenly echoed in my ears. Is that Juning? Is that you, Juning? As the voice drew nearer, I distinctly recognized it as my master S, though it halted not far from me, as if he were ensnared in a thick fog, lost and disoriented. Master! Is that you, Master? I was filled with both surprise and joy, springing to my feet. But before I could finish my sentence, the old man clamped his hand over my mouth. Have you lost your mind? Do not move. That is not your master. The old man glared at me in fury, while I remained oblivious to the situation, struggling to break free, yet the old man's grip on my mouth was unyielding, urging me to refrain from shouting. Perhaps due to my earlier response, the voice beyond the black mist began to resound once more, growing ever closer, until a familiar figure emerged from the fog. Is that not my master? Juning. At last, I have found you. Seeing my master filled me with both joy and a sense of grievance, and I broke free from the old man's hold, rushing forward. Master, I don't no need to say anything. Your master is already aware. You have performed admirably. Had I not been ensnared by this black mist upon my return yesterday afternoon, the two of us together might have saved the villagers from this fate. Yesterday afternoon, I suddenly came to a realization, casting a helpless glance at the white-haired elder Titi that time. I had been in the village searching for the missing villagers, completely unaware of any black mist at the village entrance. Yet, if the black mist had indeed appeared yesterday afternoon, it was entirely possible that my master had been trapped outside and unable to enter. Could this old man be hiding something? Chapter 7. A great change indeed. The black mist was my doing. But first, you should inquire with Hua Changming as to why Lu Er in this village possesses a paper figure with eyes. How could I know? I sealed that shop with 6 talismans. And the paper figures of that mother and son were moved by my apprentice and me, so there should be no mistake. What a remarkable claim, the old man scoffed. Lu Er, though of mediocre character, has resided in this village for long enough to know the peril of such an awakened paper figure. And although Lu Da's wife is a woman, she is virtuous and responsible, far too dignified to engage in petty theft. But you, on the other hand, took advantage of Juning's inattention to secretly release a paper figure you had personally awakened, then departed the village on some pretext. You were aware that once you distanced yourself from the paper figure, it would lose your essence and gradually fall out of control. At that moment, both Lu Da's wife and Lu Er would succumb to its influence. Subsequently, you manipulated Lu Er to stealthily remove the 6 talismans I had affixed to the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, replacing them with this black talisman, causing the coffin spirit to spiral out of control and claim the lives of the villagers, all to await this special day to exploit the Wanzong dead spirit coffin and absorb Juning's soul, thereby achieving eternal control over him. You speak nonsense. My master shouted in outrage that it was Juning who personally escorted me out of the village, and I have not returned since. When the incident occurred with Lu Er, I was in Chongbei City, far beyond the range needed to control the paper figure. So how could I have influenced Lu Er to remove any talismans, while Juning did escort you from the village? Who can prove that you truly went to Chongbei City and did not linger nearby? With your skills, even if you were a distance away, controlling that paper figure would not pose a significant challenge. The old man countered that of course there is evidence. I stayed at a hotel in Chongbei City the night before last, and only checked out yesterday afternoon. You can review the surveillance footage. My master asserted vehemently. That is unnecessary. Let me ask you, when is the opening time of the Wanzong dead spirit coffin? How would I know anything about the Wanzong dead spirit coffin? My master firmly denied. Then Juning, you should know, whether it was last night or today, when you encountered the Wanzong dead spirit coffin. Was its lid open or closed? I remember distinctly. Both times I saw the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, the lid was closed. Upon hearing my words, the old man smiled slightly and continued. The opening time of the Wanzong dead spirit coffin occurs at the stroke of midnight on the blood moon day, which is at 12 tonight. Until then, neither you nor I can open it. And so, my master huffed. The old man shook his head, saying, only when the Wanzong dead spirit coffin is truly open will the Yin energy it releases envelop a radius of 100 miles. Before that, its influence can only extend to a single village. The graveyard is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with only this village and a few others stretching beyond it. The best way to mitigate losses is not to search for the missing, but to evacuate all villagers from these areas as swiftly as possible. Thus, if I intended to save lives, I could not possibly seal the village in black mist to prevent everyone from leaving. Rather, I should be facilitating their escape. The old man was indeed correct. If that were the case, sealing the village would undoubtedly be a poor strategy. The only viable choice to minimize losses would be to evacuate all within 100 miles. I could not accept the old man's assertion that he was responsible for the tragedy in the village, as I had personally witnessed my master leaving the village just as I had seen him off. Yet the white-haired elder had clearly stated that the black mist was his doing, and now he seemed to suggest that it had no relation to him. Was there some underlying truth to this? You claim you returned to the village yesterday afternoon, yet were unable to enter due to the thick mist. I find that curious, for this mist is the manifestation of the Yin energy produced by the Wanzong dead spirit coffin during the blood moon. In other words, if the moon had not risen, this black mist would not exist. Likewise, once dawn breaks and sunlight appears, this Yin energy will wane and dissipate. Just look, does the black mist still obstruct your path? The old man's words rang true. Although the black mist still lingered, it had thinned significantly. With a little effort, I could even see the glow of the streetlights illuminating the road outside the village. At this point, the old man suddenly pointed at my master, his voice sharp and commanding. In other words, you are lying. What nonsense! You accuse me of lying. Yet I ask you, Juning has been my disciple since he was 6 years old. Following me without hesitation, why would I wish to control him? Quite simply, because Juning possesses a natural Yin-Yang eye, and although the ink brush and book of life and death are gifts from you, you are incapable of wielding them. The elder's words left the master momentarily stunned, and I was filled with confusion. Indeed, the master had mentioned that, while he was aware of how to wield these two magical artifacts, it was only I who could unlock their true potential. The master appeared flustered. His face flushed as he argued that it was because he had sustained injuries while saving me 12 years ago that he could not utilize these artifacts. However, the elder asserted that the master's inability stemmed from the fact that, upon my birth, both my father and mother had each dripped a drop of my blood into the soul painting brush and the book of life and death. These artifacts possessed their own spiritual essence, naturally recognizing me as their master. Without my consent, even members of the Kuang family would be unable to wield their true powers. You are merely a guest in the Kuang family. Had I not taught you the 6 paths talismans back then, you would still be limited to using ordinary paper effigies, wouldn't you? Alas, I was blind and unwittingly invited a wolf into the house, allowing you into the Kuang family, and you became the master of Jiuning, ultimately bringing ruin to the Kuang family and stirring up so much trouble. Now, I found myself utterly at a loss as to whom I should believe. Not to mention, the master had only used the soul painting brush on rare occasions to the eyes of paper effigies, and each time, it was only after I was present and had lent it to him. When I was absent, he had indeed never used the soul painting brush. Yet, this elder repeatedly mentioned my family and even spoke of the master's origins, claiming that he had taught the master the 6 paths talismans, and astonishingly asserted that the reason those 2 artifacts could only be used by me was undeniable. This could only mean one thing. The elder was a member of the Kuang family, and our connection was extraordinary. Chapter 8. The common foe of all mystics, however. The master had clearly stated that on that fateful night 12 years ago, my parents and other relatives had fallen victim to a group of mysterious assailants, and the entire Kuang family had perished, save for me. So, who was this elder? I gazed at the master, my heart full of anticipation for an explanation, but all I received was a cold command. Juning, if you still recognize me as your master, then kill this madman spewing nonsense. I was taken aback. This was the first time in many years that the master had ordered me to take a life, and it was potentially that of someone with whom I shared a special bond. Juning, what are you waiting for? Are you ignoring your master's words? Master, do you want me to kill him? Very well. Since you disregard my command, then today, you need not call me master any longer. After speaking, the master produced a 6 paths talisman and, in a fit of rage, hurled it towards the coffin in my grasp. The elder swiftly stepped forward, pulling me aside, his gaze fixed icy cold on the black talisman in the master's hand. It's too late. The hour of the pig has passed, and dawn is approaching. Even if you wish to use that to control the 10,000 burials ghostly coffin, it will be of no avail. Hua Changming, you have committed sins that cannot be forgiven. 12 years ago, you owed a debt to the Kuang family. Let us settle it in front of this child. Jiuning, As soon as the elder finished speaking, a golden talisman appeared in his hand, which he hurled towards the master. The Six Paths Talisman, a technique of the Kuang family. The master's face paled instantly, and he produced a dagger shrouded in black mist from who knows where, striking at the talisman with all his might. The talisman torn in two fell to the ground. The elder was astonished at a ghostly artifact capable of breaking the Six Paths Talisman. Who exactly is behind you, willing to expend such resources? Kuang, you were fortunate to escape the Kuang family 12 years ago. But your repeated interference in the master's affairs has left him no choice but to eliminate you. Today, I shall use the treasure granted by the master to kill you first, and then take Kuang Jiuning back for retribution. Suddenly, the master threw a black Six Paths Talisman at me that I hurriedly dodged to the side, only for him to hurl the black dagger in my direction. But that wasn't the end. With a ferocious expression, he lunged at me, his fist the size of a sandbag swinging towards me. I never anticipated the master could move so swiftly, too fast for me to react. In a panic, I grabbed the soul painting brush and managed to block the black dagger, leaving my chest exposed. Jiuning, be careful. At that moment, the elder tackled me to the ground, using his back to absorb the force of the punch meant for me. I watched in horror as the elder coughed up blood, staining my clothes. You despicable, how could you strike at a child, and no matter how you slice it? He is your disciple. Disciple. The master let out a strange laugh. I have no disobedient disciples. With a sneer, the master stepped on my hand and taunted, Kuang Zhongxing, how foolish of you to be honored as a grandmaster of the mystic arts, only to have your own child acknowledge the killer of his entire family as his master and honor him for 12 years. What a monumental joke it is. Now, your time is nearly up, and Kuang Jiuning is in my grasp. If you have any final words, speak them quickly, lest you regret it in the afterlife. Kuang Zi, since my father mentioned that the art of painting souls has the power to reverse the realms of Yin and Yang, governing life and death, it follows that if I were to acquire this technique, I could resurrect him and even all the deceased members of the Kuang family. I shook my head and first sealed my father's spirit and body within the book of life and death. Then, accompanied by a group of paper figures, I transported the corpses to the potter's field and buried them, erecting tombstones as well. The spirit guide remarked that my father had lived a virtuous life, and if reincarnation were to occur, he would surely be reborn into a good family. My actions, therefore, might hinder his next life. That I bitterly laughed and countered. If my father was indeed virtuous throughout his life, why then did he meet a tragic end in his son's arms? Conversely, why does Hua Changming, who nearly exterminated my entire family, still roam this world? The spirit guide did not engage in debate, but rather advised me to leave the village promptly. Suggesting that someone might already be aware of the events that transpired here, I was skeptical that news could spread so quickly, yet reality proved me wrong. No sooner had the spirit guide departed than 4 figures obstructed my path. No, they were not human. Clad in black with green eyes, they introduced themselves as the new heads of the Kuang family, seeking to invite me to their residence. What do you call me? I asked. We have just witnessed the spirit guide from the city goddess domain visiting this village, likely to collect the souls of its inhabitants. Presumably, the former family head is among them, correct? Then how do you know who I am? We are the household deities of Lu Ant's family, residing long-term in this village. Household deities. Lu Ant's family has never worshipped household deities. Do not deceive me. The leader among them, cloaked in black, hastily clarified, we willingly serve as the household deities for Aunt Lu. Thus, even without her formal worship, we strive to ensure her family's safety. Very well. Then let me inquire. Among the 5 household deities associated with who? Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui. Which family do you belong to? You misunderstand. We are not part of the 5 households. We are from the He family. I comprehended. The household deities spoken of by the villagers refer to the fox spirit, Hu, the yellow weasel, Huang, the hedgehog, Bai, the snake, Lu, and the rat, Hui. Entities that possess both demonic and divine qualities. Numerous ancestral halls and many villagers' homes have constructed spirit pavilions to honor their idols or tablets. To avoid taboo and express respect, particularly the character for fox was replaced with a homophonic term Hu, hence the appellation Hu, Huang, Bai, Lu, and Hui's for the 4 who declared themselves from the He family. They were not among the legitimate 5, but rather the dark spirits, akin to black cats that have gained sentience. All right, since you claim to be the household deities of Lu Ant's family. You must be aware of the events that unfolded in this village. Thus, I must ask why you did not come to Lu Er's aid on the night he was guarding the spirit? You misunderstand, esteemed family head. We did not refrain from intervening, but rather we were simply no match for that entity. The leading dark spirit revealed his hand, displaying 5 fingers adorned with knife-like claws, stained with blood. According to him, Lu Er's mother was exceptionally kind-hearted, often feeding stray cats and dogs, and some young dark spirits would occasionally benefit from her generosity, receiving morsels of fish. Consequently, the Hay household spirits discreetly stationed themselves near Lu Ant's home to provide assistance should any trouble arise. On the night of the spirit guarding, Lu Er, while burning paper offerings, dozed off, unaware that the paper figure secretly slipped into his possession had come to life, seizing his soul and transforming into the visage I had encountered last night. The first to attack Lu Er was none other than his father, who had succumbed to a heart attack while scolding him. It was no wonder his father was enraged. That day, Lu Er, driven by greed, had stolen a chicken from a neighbor, only to be caught red-handed. Lu Er's father questioned why, when they had chickens of their own, he felt compelled to pilfer from others. Lu Er, displaying his rebellious nature, argued that their chickens were not as plump as the neighbors. This incited a furious response from his father, leading to a heart attack that resulted in his immediate demise. Lu Er, terrified and distraught, rushed to find a doctor, but by the time the physician arrived, it was too late. That I asked for the state of Lu Er's father's clothing. It was torn in the struggle to reclaim his body after Lu Er's spirit was taken. That night, the dark household spirits had fought against the paper figure, resulting in the damage that I felt a pang of emotion. Even the sentient black cat exhibited such gratitude, while those who sought to annihilate my entire family for the sake of a mere technique. Could they still be considered human? Devoid of humanity? I apologize, my spirits are exceedingly low. Should the opportunity arise, I shall certainly visit your home. Since it is inconvenient for you now, we shall not press further. It is merely unfortunate that we lack the fortune to establish a connection with you. However, we wish to caution you, esteemed family head, that your adversary made a phone call before departing, revealing in that conversation that you have inherited the late family head's techniques, the first technique of the Yin-Men. The art of painting souls has undoubtedly attracted the attention of many, and one cannot ascertain how many harbor ill intentions toward you. Thus, please remain vigilant. Upon finishing their warnings, the dark spirits revealed their true forms, for green-eyed black cats. The one who had spoken to me earlier possessed 3 tails. That I performed a respectful gesture, expressed my gratitude for their counsel, and promised to return should the opportunity present itself. They then departed with heartfelt thanks. I told myself it was time to leave this place. Chapter 10, Bonds of Life and Death. A day later, I departed from the village, following my father's memories to Chongbei City, where I sought out a close friend of his from life and death. Gao Feng. I affectionately referred to him as Pangu. Upon learning everything, he embraced me and wept profusely. After his tears subsided, he took my hand and led me to what was said to be the most luxurious restaurant in Chongbei City. He ordered a lavish spread of dishes and set out 3 sets of chopsticks and wine vessels. Once everything was prepared, he filled our cups to the brim. For the first toast, may Master Kuang embark on a safe journey, he declared, downing half his drink before spilling the remainder onto the ground. That a wave of sorrow washed over me, and I mimicked his actions. For the second toast, rest assured, Master Kuang, as long as I have meat to share, Brother Jiuning shall never go thirsty. We clinked glasses and drank heartily. As Gao Feng raised his 3rd cup, he paused, gazing earnestly at me. For the 3rd toast, I hope my brother finds peace of mind. There is no mountain too high to traverse, and moving forward, let us face any challenges together. With that, he downed his drink in one go, and I followed suit. Thus, we drank and laughed, we drank and cried. Losing ourselves in the haze of intoxication, I could hardly recall how I eventually departed, only to awaken later on a soft, grand bed. Gao Feng informed me that it was an apartment my father had rented for the 2 of us. But now it was inhabited solely by me. From that day forth, he and I became inseparable brothers, sharing our thoughts and secrets, and forming a bond that transcended life and death, concerned that I might fall into despair. Gao Feng insisted on taking me on adventures through the mountains and waters. It was only when a courier contacted me regarding the address for my admission notice that I remembered I was still a student. The courier inquired whether I had mistakenly provided the wrong address, claiming that it led to a desolate wilderness with no sign of the mountain village I described. I was taken aback. I had resided there for over a decade. How could it be said to not exist? Gao Feng's response shocked me further. It was possible that someone had tampered with the information, seeking to uncover my current residence. He urged me not to concern myself with it, assuring me he would obtain the admission notice for me at that moment. My singular focus was on unraveling the mystery my father had spoken of, leaving little room for thoughts of academia. Yet Gao Feng reminded me that some matters require patience, and my adversaries were not merely the ones who had slaughtered my family but the entire Xianmen sect, who were likely monitoring my every move. He advised me to remain patient, as certain matters would reveal themselves in due course. I found wisdom in his words and chose to heed his advice. I touched the small cloth pouch I carried, containing 3 magical artifacts, along with the black 6-path talisman left behind, which was my only clue to finding the murderer. Additionally, there was the enigmatic coffin of the 10,000 graves, which my father indicated would open on the next blood moon. Yet when would that be? In less than a week, Gao Feng returned with my university admission notice. Chongbei Normal University, Department of Literature. Our immediate goal was to return to my father's apartment in Chongbei City, the safest haven available. Thus, we purchased tickets for our return journey. Upon arriving at the waiting hall, Gao Feng noticed my demeanor was still off and offered to buy me something to eat while I waited on a bench. Just then, I observed 2 young women approaching me, one after the other, pointing to the space beside me. "Excuse me, is this backpack yours? Would you mind moving it so we can sit together?" "Oh, my apologies. Please feel free to sit." I shifted my bag aside. The 2 girls thanked me, and I nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to say more. However, as they settled down, I sensed a peculiar chill in the air. Instantly on guard, I slightly turned my head to observe them. One was quite tall, dressed in a light-colored long gown that obscured her lower body, giving the impression of not wearing pants at all. She dragged a suitcase behind her and sported an adorable little bag adorned with a doll charm. The other girl had her hair tied in a long ponytail, clad in sporty attire, carrying a backpack that radiated youthful energy. Neither of the 2 individuals exuded any aura of mysticism or sorcery. Where did that chilling presence come from? It is not my heightened sensitivity that is at play here. Rather, ever since the incident at the graveyard, I have been haunted by my father's last words to me. Both overtly and covertly, countless eyes are fixated upon me, compelling me to remain vigilant. At this moment, someone nudged my shoulder, and upon turning, I found it was the stout fellow who had returned with water. He sat down, tossed a bottle of water my way, and leaned in with a lewd grin, signaling with his eyes, "Brother, that ponytailed girl is rather appealing, isn't she?" I genuinely wished to ask for her contact information. I was somewhat speechless, although my interaction with this stout fellow had been brief. I had discerned several of his characteristics. He was chivalrous, kind-hearted, possessed a strong curiosity, and had a penchant for beautiful women, particularly those with high ponytails. He simply could not resist. While I was not particularly fond of his demeanor, he was nonetheless someone my father had deemed trustworthy. Otherwise, he would not have confided in him so readily, nor would he have placed his trust in him so easily. However, had it been someone else, the outcome might have differed. Thus, I knew I must maintain a state of heightened alertness. That I harbored no ulterior motives, yet I found myself stealing glances at the girls, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Observing my actions, the stout fellow assumed I shared his sentiments but was merely shy to voice them, and he discreetly inquired if I wanted him to procure a contact for me. I subtly shook my head. Seeing this, he relented, twisting open the bottle cap and taking a sip. Meanwhile, the 2 girls nearby were engaged in lively conversation, especially the taller one, who occasionally caressed the doll hanging from her back, clearly enamored with it. Just then, I felt a subtle vibration emanating from the bag resting on my lap. It wasn't my phone. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket, but what could it be? I grew wary, probing into the bag, yet found nothing amiss. Was it merely an illusion? Just as I was about to withdraw my hand, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the doll once more. This time, I noticed something troubling. When she stroked the doll's head, I distinctly observed a faint trace of yang energy flowing from her fingertips into the doll's body. As this yang energy entered, a subtle layer of dark mist began to emerge from the doll's hair. Ghostly energy? Naturally, a typical girl like her would be oblivious to such phenomena. At that moment, the sensation of vibration returned. The small cloth bag, my hand reached for it. The lifeless coffin of the 10,000 graves was vibrating. As if issuing a warning, my instinct screamed that this doll was not right. Chapter 11. The hair of the dead. I suddenly recalled the dark mist that had appeared on the doll's hair. It felt eerily familiar that it resembled the faint dark mist I had seen when I first encountered the Black Six, but my heart tightened. Could this doll be connected to the Black Six? I discreetly turned my head and smiled at the girl. Hello, this doll is quite lovely. May I take a closer look? The tall girl turned her head, saw me, and nodded. Removing the doll from her bag, I received the doll with both hands, concealing my fingers behind it, and gently touched its hair, instantly gaining clarity at that moment. An announcement echoed through the hall regarding ticket checking. Thank you. I'll return the doll to you. I handed the doll back to the tall girl. My hand casually brushed against her. She seemed like an ordinary girl, without any peculiarities. It appeared that our encounter was merely coincidental, not orchestrated by anyone. I breathed a quiet sigh of relief and stood to join the queue. The stout fellow followed suit, positioning himself behind me. Who would have thought? You've got some skills. Come on. You know my situation, that I'm hardly in the mood for flirting with girls. I'll explain later. Oh right. I forgot that you're not one to pursue women. The stout fellow chuckled, realizing his mistake. I ignored him, my mind still preoccupied with the matter of the hair, and I glanced once more at the two girls. To my surprise, they were also observing me. Particularly, the ponytailed girl leaned in to whisper something into the ear of the other girl upon noticing my gaze. Hey, look, they are checking you out. You've got a chance. The stout fellow's voice, though quiet, was brimming with excitement. However, I paid little heed to his reaction, lost in contemplation about whether to share my thoughts with the two girls. After much deliberation, I ultimately decided against it. Once we boarded the vehicle and found our seats, the stout fellow leaned in to ask, by the way, what was that explanation you mentioned earlier? I knew his curiosity would be piqued, so I replied. That doll ornament on the tall girl's bag is suspicious. The stout fellow clearly doubted my assertion. What could possibly be wrong with an ornament? I think you're just suffering from occupational hazard. You can't go a day without seeing those things. I saw it with my own eyes. I even touched it. The hair on that doll isn't artificial. It's real human hair. The stout fellow rolled his eyes at me, running his hand over his balding head. What's the big deal? There are plenty of dolls made with real hair nowadays. I might as well try it on my own head. These two are different. I warned the stout fellow seriously. Hair extensions are fine, but if you're using someone else's hair, it's best to avoid real hair altogether. Consequently, the stout fellow grew even more intrigued, pressing for an explanation. All right, I underestimated your curiosity. I began. The head is the pinnacle of the 6 yang energies, where the 3 yang energies from the hands and feet converge, gathering the body's yang energy. Hair, which grows in this region, is naturally influenced as well. A person's fortune is not static. It can be swayed by various factors, flowing along the body's meridians. When someone's fortune is particularly poor, everything about them is affected, including their hair. If one were to use such hair, it could adversely impact their own fortune. The stout fellow nodded thoughtfully as he processed my words. He twisted open the bottle, raising it to his lips, only to suddenly freeze, his eyes widening. Brother, are you implying that the tall girl with the doll has used hair from someone with bad luck? It's not that simple. I replied decisively. I am certain that it is hair from a corpse. What the hell? The stout fellow jumped, spilling water all over himself and splattering me as well. Thankfully, it didn't reach any vital areas, but it was still quite embarrassing. We both scrambled to wipe off our pants. That moment, a voice spoke up beside us. Oh, it's you. I looked up to see the two girls from earlier, witnessing our clumsy attempt to clean ourselves. It's nothing. I accidentally spilled some water. Heh. The stout fellow's smile was forced and awkward. To mitigate the embarrassment, I quickly changed the subject. Where are you two sitting? Do you need help with your luggage? Right here. We're getting off at Chambay. How about you? The ponytailed girl pointed to the seats next to us. Upon hearing this, the stout fellow grew so excited that he abandoned his efforts to wipe off the water. Eagerly standing to as his fate would have it, Towsy returned just in time to overhear my words. She chuckled softly a couple of times and said to me, if you graciously admit it, I will give you my best friend's contact information. She just asked me about you for quite a while, and I told her to ask you herself, but she was too shy. I made it clear to them that I was not attempting to flirt with Xu Yuan. Towsy, evidently unconvinced, continued to press for more details, while Xu Yuan wore a pensive expression. I had no desire to elaborate on the matter, yet after pondering for a considerable time, I failed to devise a reasonable excuse. So I had no choice but to directly inquire about the origin of Xu Yuan's doll. I bought it. She replied, I think it looks quite lovely, albeit a bit pricey. The customer service claimed it is made from real human hair. Hence the cost. At this juncture, I felt compelled to speak the truth. I advise you to visit a temple soon and find a place to bury it. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan appeared frightened and asked, "Why? Don't scare me. I am quite timid." Taozi, seemingly bolder, seized the opportunity to question me further. "Why do you want her to bury the doll, and especially in a temple?" I explained, "There seems to be something amiss with this doll. While it may appear harmless now, we cannot be certain about the future. How do you know there is an issue with the doll? You aren't trying to deceive us, are you?" I admitted that my previous statement carried a hint of consolation, for I had just witnessed the dark energy entering Xu Yuan's body. If they did not sever the connection between her and the doll soon, trouble was inevitable. That I intended to help, but when Taozi made her remark, her gaze towards me was peculiar, leaving me uncomfortable. That a good deed met with ingratitude. If you don't believe me, so be it. That I found it tedious to explain further, rose to leave, only to be seized by Taozi's grasp on my clothing. "Hey, don't go. Clarify your words." That I felt a surge of irritation and retorted, "What is there to clarify? You won't believe me anyway. That if you don't explain, how will we know whether we believe you?" Taozi persisted, unyielding. "Fine, since you insist, I shall elucidate." That I released her grip, simmering in frustration as I settled back down, casting a cold glare at both of them. Taozi swiftly snatched Xu Yuan's bag, extracting the doll and placing it before me. I mean this doll. That I knew that even if I spoke, they might not believe me, so I simply retrieved a talisman from my pocket, folded it into a star of wishes, and placed it in my palm. "What does this mean?" Taozi gazed at me with intrigue. "Look closely." After speaking, I blew gently onto my palm. In an instant, the star of wishes soared into the air. Their eyes widened in astonishment. That I smirked, discreetly controlling the star, making it flutter between Taozi and Xu Yuan twice before it gracefully returned to my hand. "Are you performing magic?" Taozi asked incredulously. "You may interpret it as you please. I merely wish to convey that many matters are not as they seem, and one should refrain from hastily labeling others, lest they offend." That I was reluctant to elaborate further, using this statement to silence them. That I asked, "That a deity?" Taozi inquired, half believing. "Not quite. I have merely learned a few ancestral techniques. But believe what you will. In any case, I am not a fraud. That it isn't some kind of trickery, is it?" Taozi and Xu Yuan exchanged glances, whispering to one another. Xu Yuan shook her head, yet Taozi insisted, turning to me and asking, "All right, since you possess such abilities, why not read my fortune? Tell me about my character and who I am, without discussing the future, just the present. If you are correct, I concede. If incorrect, you shall apologize to Xu Yuan, and we will let it go." That I found her aggressive demeanor unpleasant and contemplated leaving, unwilling to engage in further conversation. However, seeing the determination in her expression, I felt compelled to continue. "Very well. You have asked for it." I replied with a cold laugh. I decided to employ physiognomy to discern Taozi's character. Ordinarily, it would not require such effort. Had I opened my third eye, all would have been revealed without difficulty. Yet, to avoid trouble, I resolved to rely on physiognomy instead. This knowledge was not imparted to me by the Hu family. Rather, I had perused numerous tomes in the collection of the Kuang family over the past 12 years. Whenever I grew weary of my studies, I would revisit these texts for mental stimulation, including titles like A Detailed Explanation of Ziwei Do Shu and the Book of Lu Ban. Whenever I encountered something I could not comprehend, I would consult him, and he would patiently elucidate. Thus, aside from the Taoist practices of the Kuang family, I had also acquired a smattering of other knowledge. I had not anticipated that he would turn out to be my sworn enemy. I scrutinized Taozi's features carefully and gleaned a general understanding, proceeding to explain, "You were characterized by a warm and cheerful disposition. Yet you possess a certain arrogance, with a strong sense of pride that prevents you from easily admitting fault. You tend to be rather materialistic and crave power, driven by an underlying insecurity that compels you to seek validation, affection, and even admiration from others." This revelation, not only did Taozi seem stunned, but Xin, too, gazed at me in astonishment. "How did you deduce that? Do you possess mind-reading abilities?" "It is not mind-reading, but rather physiognomy. I have merely scratched the surface of this knowledge." The two of them fell silent, clearly recognizing the truth in my words. Am I still a fraud? I rose, gesturing toward the doll on the table with a cold laugh before turning to leave. At this point, it was unnecessary to dwell on any further disputes. Heed the advice you receive. Taozi's disregard for counsel would surely lead to her downfall. Of course, whether she faced consequences was no longer my concern. Upon returning to the carriage, I discovered the stout man had already awakened. Noticing my return, He curiously glanced at the empty seat beside me and inquired, "What happened? Did all three of you leave for a date? When out and about, it is best to refrain from meddling in others' affairs, lest you invite trouble upon yourself," I muttered, plopping down in my seat and taking a sip of water. "So, did you have a quarrel?" The stout man questioned. "It's nothing. We probably won't see each other again anyway," I replied, choosing to rest my eyes. Shortly thereafter, I faintly heard the sound of footsteps, likely indicating their return. I couldn't be bothered to care. So I kept my eyes closed until the announcement of our impending arrival echoed through the train. Chapter 13. Two senior sisters wake up. "We're just about to arrive. Let's head over to my place first. And then I'll help you transport your belongings to the school." The stout man assumed I had been asleep. I wasn't asleep. "Thank you, Brother Fat. Let us proceed." "Nonsense. Don't be so polite with me." The stout man hefted my luggage and exchanged greetings with the two girls. Asking why they weren't disembarking, I wished to avoid any further interaction with them. So I took my luggage from the stout man's hands and made my way to the exit. Before long, the stout man followed suit, and shortly after, the two girls joined us. Perhaps sensing the awkward atmosphere, the stout man took the initiative to greet them with a wave. The two girls responded with a brief greeting. But the conversation fizzled out. I remained silent, and as the train came to a stop and the doors opened, I stepped off with my luggage. Just as I reached the underground passage, I heard Xu calling out to me from behind. "Kwang Jiuning, wait a moment." I turned to see Xu pulling along a wheeled suitcase, jogging to catch up. Upon reaching me, she bowed and said, "I apologize for what transpired earlier. You were absolutely correct. Taozi can be quite impulsive and prideful." She realized her mistake but found it difficult to apologize to you directly. "This matter also concerns me, so I extend my apologies on her behalf. Regarding the doll, I will visit the temple tomorrow and bury it as you suggested. Thank you for your sage advice. I truly appreciate it." After saying this, Xu bowed once more. I was taken aback. Throughout our time together in the waiting area, most of the dialogue had been between Taozi and myself, while Xu had rarely participated. Yet now, she had suddenly poured forth an extensive apology, catching me off guard. "Forget it. It's in the past," I replied. I was merely a bit unsettled by her comments earlier. "But it's all good now." Observing the sincere remorse on Xu face, I couldn't help but add, "As for you, managing to befriend her is quite an achievement. She can be rather abrasive, but at heart, she is a decent person without any ill intentions." Upon hearing this, Xu hastily defended Taozi. I smiled back at her, not overly concerned. "However, one must also practice forgiveness. Let's be friends." Xu smiled in return and extended her hand once more. Given the circumstances, I saw no reason to be coy, so I shook her hand. Just then, the stout man approached, pulling along Taozi's suitcase. "What are you two up to? Why are you shaking hands again?" "It's nothing. I was just getting to know Jiuning again and making a new friend," Xu explained with a smile. The stout man glanced between us, a knowing smile crossing his face before he turned to me with a serious expression. "Hey, Jiuning, with such a challenging set of stairs, why are you still letting the girls carry their own luggage? Take a page from my book and be more proactive." With that, he looked at Taozi beside him and shook the suitcase in his hand. "Oh, right. It dawned on me, and I grasped the handle of Xu suitcase. "Give it to me. It's fine. I can manage on my own," Xu replied, slightly embarrassed. "Look at him. With all those muscles, it's clear he has strength." The chubby guy teased from the side. "Where are you two headed?" "I've called the driver to pick you up along the way." "Not far. We're going to Chongbei Normal University. We can just take a taxi." Xu replied with a smile. "Huh. No way. Are both of you also going to Chongbei Normal University?" the chubby guy exclaimed in surprise, pointing at me. "You can't be alumni, can you? You study there too?" Xu asked me with curiosity. "Yes, I'm a freshman in the literature department." Upon hearing this, Xu face lit up with joy. "Then you have to call me senior. I'm in the same year as Taozi." "A junior this year, majoring in fine arts, while she specializes in music." The chubby guy quickly chimed in. "What a coincidence. There's no stopping fate. From now on, I'll count on you two to take good care of my brother. Tonight, I'll treat you to a nice meal as a token of gratitude." I understood the chubby guy's good intentions. Although two students might not be able to help me much, they had spent 2 years at Chongbei Normal University. So at least I could consult them if I had any questions at school. Moreover, having more friends while out in the world creates more opportunities. This principle was something he understood far better than I did. Reflecting on it now, I felt my earlier attitude might have been excessive, and I felt a bit embarrassed. "All right then. We won't be polite." Xu said excitedly. Puli, he spoke the truth. This lightning-struck Juju wood bracelet is indeed a rare treasure. I stumbled upon a genuine lightning-struck jujube cord during my time in the village and painstakingly carved it out. The carving technique resembles the paper-weaving art of the Kwang family, which imbues this bracelet with a certain spirit. However, I did not mention this to the hefty fellow. When he donned the bracelet, it piqued his interest for only a moment before his eyes began to wander again. Wow, these are all so vibrant. This guy has such long legs. Hey, fat brother, could you perhaps tone it down a bit? I attempted to reason with him. Appreciate it? Do you understand? I am admiring the beauty of youth. The ocean. Oh dear. The more fat brother gazed, the more animated he became, and in a moment of distraction, he stumbled. I quickly reached out to steady him. Fat brother awkwardly regained his balance, glancing around, and thankfully, no one paid him any mind, allowing him to compose himself somewhat. I was left speechless. Chapter 15. The driving school where death occurred. Yin-Yang, brother Gaofeng, you've arrived. This way, this way. I heard someone calling my name. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Taozi. Hello, senior. What brings you here? I'm helping our club recruit new members. Take a look. Taozi pointed at the promotional board and handed me a flyer, glancing at the club's name. I found it peculiar and inquired, Department of Mysterious Affairs. Who came up with such a strange name? Fool. Think about it. Everyone calls their clubs the same thing. How unoriginal. Our name stands out at first glance. Taozi proudly explained, thrusting a registration form and pen into my hands. Come on. Hurry up and sign. I know your skills. You can't escape this time. I was reluctant to join this club, especially since the president's name was Taozi. It was that I held any bias against her. I just had a gut feeling that whenever I encountered her, misfortune seemed to follow. Oh, Senior Taozi, why haven't I seen Su-Yuan around? I tried to divert the topic and find a way to extricate myself. Oh, they're both quite something. She's busy preparing for the Welcome Art exhibition. Let me tell you, Su-Yuan is an exceptional artist. You'll see for yourself in a few days. For now, just sign this. What to do now? I can only muster the courage to push back a little. It's just a signature. It won't cost you anything. We can discuss participation later, as Taozi urged me on. She also handed a registration form to Fat Brother. Can I sign too? Fat Brother asked, somewhat confused. Aren't student clubs only for your school's students? Others can't, but you have no problem. Your business is thriving. You could sponsor us. When we organize events, we'll use your company's name for publicity. Taozi said earnestly. Is it really that simple? Fat Brother seemed enlightened. Does your school have a dance club or a gymnastics club? I'm more interested in that. Sign first, and I'll introduce you later, Taozi coaxed. All right, I'll sign. Fat Brother's face lit up with a grin as he wrote his name under the special sponsor section. I couldn't help but admire Taozi's prowess. She truly had a way with words. Quickly sign, big guy. Don't act like a girl. Taozi urged again. Sign. What a great opportunity, Fat Brother encouraged me. Unable to resist their enthusiasm, I finally signed my name. Thus, without completing the registration formalities, I found myself inexplicably bound to a commitment. Taozi took our registration forms with a satisfied expression. From today onward, you two are under my protection. Let us go. I'll help you with the paperwork. Aren't you going to keep an eye on things? I asked. Now that you're here, how can I just stand by? I must help you with your formalities first. Let us go. Indeed, knowing someone made things easier. With Taozi's assistance, my new student paperwork went remarkably smoothly. It didn't take long to complete all the formalities. And I even received my dormitory key. However, I had arrived early, and the other 3 beds in the dormitory remained empty, indicating that no one else had checked in yet. Taozi volunteered to help me unpack, while I took out a talisman and affixed it above my bed. This was a tradition of the Kwang family. Jiuning, what is that? Taozi asked curiously upon seeing me put up the talisman. It's a family custom. It must be done wherever one goes. Though Taozi was rather carefree, being a girl, she had her delicate thoughts. Coupled with our previous interactions, she had gained a general understanding of my actions. So she pulled out her phone and made a call. Before long, Su-Yuan rushed in, sweating profusely, carrying a bag. I'm so sorry. I've been busy with the Welcome Art exhibition and couldn't come to meet you. She handed me the bag. Please take this with you. I opened the bag to find a curtain inside. A curtain? Do I need to hang this? I understood Su-Yuan's intention, but I recalled that only female dormitories typically had such things. Of course, but I couldn't buy one in time. So this is one I had prepared before. You can use it for now to cover your treasures. It was thoughtful of her, something I, as a man, had overlooked. Fat Brother chuckled heartily. All right. I thanked Su-Yuan and hung the curtain up. What are you doing in this building? Su-Yuan suddenly asked. What's wrong with this building? ISNT at the driving school, where someone died. Jiuning obviously understood the implications. Was he afraid? Taozi casually remarked. Someone died at the driving school? What happened? Fat Brother's curiosity was piqued. Taozi seized the opportunity to showcase her knowledge, pointing outside as she spoke. Behind this building is a driving school where many students learn to drive. Last semester, a girl went out to practice driving at night, but didn't return at the appointed time. When the school conducted a check, they found her unreachable, so they called the police. Uncle Mao was impressive. They found her that very night. That all. This ISNT exactly groundbreaking news. You can easily find stories online about haunted universities or buildings built over graves. It's all nonsense. Fat Brother dismissed it. Besides, even if there was something sinister, it would only be afraid of my brother. Then what do you mean by someone dying? I inquired. Alas, when they found that girl. She was already gone, Taozi lamented. And the murderer? I pressed further. I heard it was some guy from a nearby factory. He was drunk, and, upon seeing the girl walking alone at night, he had ill intentions. Committing unspeakable acts, truly despicable. Such scum should be paraded through the streets before being executed and tossed into the sea to feed the sharks. Fat Brother slammed his hand against the bed in indignation. Calm down, Taozi replied. Don't think I don't know what your big head is preoccupied with daily. You better not do anything illegal, or I will have to uphold justice even against my own. Me? Commit a crime. Let us not even mention Uncle Mao. If Jiuning found out, he'd probably kill me, Fat Brother replied. Just knowing is enough. I glanced at Fat Brother. Su Yuan seemed a bit frightened and quickly tugged at Taozi's sleeve, urging her to stop, but instead, Taozi wore a mischievous smile, teasing Su Yuan. What are you afraid of? Let you and Su Yuan, the senior, are both quite amiable, enthusiastic and kind-hearted. However, that is not what I was inquiring about. Taozi gave me a light tap. I meant to ask if you have any thoughts on the matter. Well, being direct isn't necessarily a bad thing. I shook my head earnestly. Taozi gazed at me in disbelief. Reminiscent of that day at the dining car, Su Yuan is exceptionally beautiful. She possesses both looks and figure, coupled with a delightful personality. She is indeed a popular figure on the confession wall. Haven't you felt even a flicker of attraction? Truly, I have no thoughts on that. My mind is elsewhere. You don't have a girlfriend, do you? Before I could respond, I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. So I picked it up and glanced at the name displayed, wrinkling my brow involuntarily. Senior, what's wrong? On the other end, Su Yuan's voice trembled, laced with a sob. Jiuning, I'm sending you a location. Please come over. A wave of goosebumps cascaded over me. What's wrong, Senior? Your voice doesn't sound right. What has happened? She has come back to life, and my mind buzzed with confusion. Who? Who has come back? Don't rush. Take your time and clarify. A barrage of questions escaped my lips, startling Taozi, who stood up, repeatedly asking what was wrong. Su Yuan cried out. It's the doll. The doll's eyes moved. This is bad. I slapped my head a few times, desperately trying to regain my composure. Senior, listen closely. Do not hang up. First, send me your location. I'm heading over right now. What is going on? Did something happen to them? Taozi asked, her face etched with concern. They are fine. It's the doll that is the issue. I must go. After relaying this to Taozi, I dashed out, scarcely paying heed to her shouts from behind. While running, I inquired about the specifics of Su Yuan's situation. Just now, when the car turned, I suddenly felt the doll move. Initially, I thought it was just the jolt of the vehicle, so I paid it no mind. But when I reached for my bag, I noticed the doll's eyes were fixed on me. And no matter how I shifted my position, its gaze would follow mine. What should I do? Su Yuan's voice was filled with tears as she spoke. While I tried to comfort her, racing toward the school gate, a taxi happened to be parked at the entrance, and I hurriedly opened the door and jumped in. Thankfully, the distance wasn't too far. I estimated I could arrive within 10 minutes. Senior, I'm in the car now, and will be there shortly. Is Fat Brother with you? Ask him if he's wearing the bracelet I gifted him. I was anxious about the bracelet for Gao Fatsi. As long as he had it on him, then they would be safe. Yes, Gao Feng is right here beside me. He says he is wearing the bracelet. A wave of relief washed over me. As long as the bracelet was with him, they were currently safe. Senior, listen well. So long as you do not leave Fat Brother's side, nothing will happen. Rest assured, with me around, no harm shall come to either of you. Jiuning, I'm scared. Hurry. Okay, don't worry. Brother, stay safe. I'm right beside Su Yuan, so don't worry. I have the bracelet on me. Gao Fatsi's voice boomed through the phone. I nodded, closed my eyes, and endeavored to calm my emotions. Finally, The car arrived. Where's the doll? I jumped out without even thinking of paying the fare. Rushing to Su Yuan. Hey, 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 you haven't paid yet, the driver shouted, chasing after me. Gao Fatsi quickly walked over and settled the payment. Upon seeing me, Su Yuan seemed to have found her savior, rushing towards me with a cry. I steadied Su Yuan and asked Gao Fatsi for the doll, but Su Yuan kept crying, so I could only comfort her while inspecting the doll. However, given the circumstances, I found it impossible to maintain my composure. Observing my dilemma, Gao Fatsi approached and gently patted Su Yuan's arm, softly reassuring her. Su Yuan, listen to your brother. Let Jiaoning take a look and see what's going on. After a prolonged moment of comfort, Su Yuan finally shuddered and slowly released her grip on me. Though her face bore a rosy hue, I paid little mind to anything else as I took the doll and activated my Yin-Yang eye. There were no abnormalities, not even a hint of ghostly energy. I inspected it thoroughly but found nothing unusual. This left me perplexed. According to Su Yuan, the doll should have manifested a corporeal spirit, meaning the entity that had been within its hair could now physically control the doll's actions. This was the only possibility. Yet, why could I not detect even a trace of ghostly energy? What could this mean? Could it be that the spirit was not actually within the doll? I abruptly turned my gaze towards Su Yuan. Indeed, it appeared Su Yuan had caught sight of my yin-yang eye. She let out a piercing scream, pointing at my face and retreating in terror. This is bad. Chapter 17. The possessed doll. I hastily deactivated my yin-yang eye, about to explain when Gao Fatsi spoke to Su Yuan. Don't worry. My brother here has a yin-yang eye and can see what we cannot. It suddenly dawned on me that when I activated my yin-yang eye, my pupils took on a black and white appearance. Although Gao Fatsi had never seen it, he was aware of my ability. However, it was Su Yuan's first encounter with it, which explained her fright. Yes, don't be afraid. I was just too anxious earlier and didn't consider the implications. Su Yuan regarded me with skepticism, but her expression gradually softened. Brother, what should we do now? Burying it was certainly not an option. This doll. Sigh. Let us find a secluded place. I have a method to deal with it. Given Su Yuan's evident fear, I certainly couldn't disclose that the spirit was currently within her. How about my place? It's usually quite empty. Gao Fatsi suggested. Let us go. We have no other choice. I nodded and climbed into Gao Fatsi's car with Su Yuan. We arrived at Gao Fatsi's company, and in just a day, I noticed the nameplate at the entrance had been changed to one I had modified. Quite the swift action. Once inside Gao Fatsi's office, I urged Su Yuan to sit on the sofa, then borrowed the Thunderstruck Jujube bracelet from Gao Fatsi and placed it on the doll's head. Fat brother, you need to step outside for a moment. Can I watch? I shook my head resolutely. Gao Fatsi's curiosity was piqued, but upon my insistence, he wore a dejected expression, taking several steps toward the door before finally exiting. Just as he closed the door, he poked his head back in, muttering, Jiaoning, I'll be right outside. Call me if you need anything. Please shut the door. With that, Gao Fatsi had no choice but to close the door. Thus, it was just Su Yuan and me left in the room. I surveyed my surroundings, as usual, affixing 6 talismans to the door, placing another on the inside of the floor-to-ceiling window, and finally lowering the blinds to block out as much sunlight as possible. With the sunlight cut off, the office dimmed significantly, causing Su Yuan to shiver slightly. She awkwardly glanced at me and asked, Jiaoning, do we really need to be this thorough? I nodded, earnestly explaining to Su Yuan. Senior, please don't be anxious. I'm doing this merely as a precaution. Is it that serious? Although she spoke the words, Su Yuan's face paled once more. I understood that further explanations would only complicate matters. So I took a deep breath and decided to be straightforward. Senior Su, the entity within the doll has now entered your body. While I do possess a method to extract it, the process may be somewhat intrusive. If I offend you, please forgive me. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression fluctuated between red and pale. After a moment of hesitation, she stammered, Are you saying that you need to touch my body? It is necessary. And I may need to remove some of your clothing to accurately locate the spirit. I spoke with utmost seriousness, akin to that of a physician. Su Yuan's face flushed intensely, and she fell silent for a lengthy moment. Reluctantly, I realized I had to elaborate further. I explained that I had roughly pinpointed the spirit's location while we were outside. The Yin-Yang point, a vital point. The human body has 9 critical points. Yin-Xiang, Shin-Ting, K-Pen, Ganyu, Yin-Ling, Di-Tsong, Hui-Yin, Pai-Yu, along with the central Zhiyang point on the chest. Regardless of the malevolent entity, once it enters these 9 vital points, handling it becomes exceedingly troublesome. The optimal approach would be for me to swiftly place the 6 talismans on Su Yuan's back, extracting the spirit in the shortest time possible. However, the human soul is also a spirit. If I attempted this through her clothing, it could inadvertently harm Su Yuan's soul, resulting in a disastrous outcome for both. Fortunately, after some deliberation, Su Yuan ultimately consented with a nod. What should I do? Turn around and remove your top. I'll approach from behind. Oh, I need to take it all off. Su Yuan's face was as red as an apple as she posed the question. I nodded. Given the sensitive nature of the position, it was imperative to succeed on the first attempt. All right, then Su Yuan nodded, turning her back to me and removing her shirt, revealing an expanse of fair skin before my eyes. I adjusted the 6 talismans to gauge their placement. The faint black mist was precisely located at the clasp of Su Yuan's undergarment. Senior sister, the clasp of your lingerie also needs to be undone. Please do it. I trust you. I sighed, studied it for quite a while before finally managing to unfasten the clasp. At last, that massive black mist appeared in its entirety, though it was merely the size of a bottle cap. I could distinctly sense its chilling aura, an aura of malevolence. Stealthily, I conjured a 6 paths talisman, lowering my voice as I addressed Su Yuan, saying, Senior sister, I've located the object. Do not move. I will count to 3 before taking action. Su Yuan responded with a faint hum. However, I did not count at all. Seizing the moment when she hummed, I swiftly placed the talisman over the shadow. In an instant, the golden light of the talisman flickered, and a layer of dark mist formed between the talisman and her skin. Even with my adeptness, ensuring the talisman was as close to Su Yuan's back as possible without actually touching it. She still felt a sudden sting from the unexpected contact. It's so hot. I feared Su Yuan might fidget. So in a moment of urgency, I pressed down on her shoulder. Stay still. It will be over soon. Under the suppression of the 6 paths talisman, the shadow within Su Yuan gradually shrank until it vanished completely. At that precise moment, I swiftly withdrew my hand, witnessing a black shadow being drawn into the talisman paper. All done. I exhaled in relief, suddenly aware of my dry throat, beads of sweat nearly dripping from my forehead. Yet, seeing Su Yuan's back remain as pale and flawless as ever, I couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Thankfully, I had those few magical items on hand. Otherwise, with just my limited abilities, I doubt it would have gone so smoothly. I folded the talisman that had captured the spirit into a paper figure and moved to the window, turning my back. Senior sister, please dress yourself. I have turned away. I said over so soon. Su Yuan seemed taken aback. Rest assured, everything is fine. The air conditioning is on in the room. Hurry and get dressed before you catch a chill. Just don't peek. I remained silent, letting the autumn sunlight filter through the slats of the blinds onto my face. For some reason, a piano piece came to mind, the title forgotten, only the melody lingering. It seemed to depict sunlight streaming through the gaps in leaves, casting patterns on the ground. Those blinds could be likened to leaves that I found myself humming involuntarily. Chapter 18. Composure. Upon completing the tune, Su Yuan still remained silent, concerned about her well-being, yet unable to turn around. I asked, Senior sister, are you dressed yet? Almost done. Then came the sound of rustling fabric. All right, you can turn around now. Yes, I turned. I noticed Su Yuan's face was flushed, and I felt a sudden wave of awkwardness, quickly waving the paper figure in my hand. Senior sister, I've taken care of that thing. I'm stepping out to dispose of it. Please wait for me. Thank you. Su Yuan nodded quietly. Hurry along, I urged myself, then pulled open the office door, only to find the stout man leaning against it. What are you doing here, fatty? Nothing. Ha ha. Ha ha. The stout man peeked into the office, a sheepish grin plastered on his face that I knew precisely what he had been up to, so I quickly ushered him outside. Let us go handle this. As we stepped out, he called back. Hey beautiful, wait for us. We'll be right back. Hurry up, don't dawdle, I urged, and as soon as we exited the building, the stout man began to chuckle lewdly. Fatty, you're supposed to be a big brother. Can't you at least act like one and set an example? Why are you eavesdropping? I was worried you might take advantage of the situation. I half-jokingly, half-seriously chided the stout man. But bro, I'm baffled. With such a beautiful college girl half-naked in front of you, you didn't have any impure thoughts? The stout man looked at me incredulously. I am human, after all. It was my first time in such a situation with a girl. If I said I felt nothing, that would be a lie, but it was only for a fleeting moment. I admitted candidly. The stout man gave me a thumbs up. Honest and professional. Those are my 2 evaluations. If you claimed you felt nothing, I'd say you're not human. I'm not a sage. Nor am I made of stone. How could I remain unperturbed? However, I realized that my composure could indeed use some improvement and resolved to practice more in the future. Upon hearing this, the stout man began again. Practice composure. How do you do that? Are you supposed to gather a bunch of fit girls to perform a striptease for you like in the movies? You really can spin a tale. I have my own methods, that I retorted, somewhat exasperated. The stout man merely acknowledged my response without pestering me further. We descended the elevator, and as he lit a cigarette, it was evident he had been cooped up too long. Meanwhile, I took out the paper figure, attentively sensing the spirit within, searching for similarities with the essence contained in the black Six Paths talisman. After pondering for a considerable time, I found no definitive clues. Was I overthinking? Shaking my head, I temporarily stored away the paper figure. That spirit with the dead man's hair contained within this paper figure. Once it's burned, it will be fine. She can keep that doll afterward without issue. What about the doll? Doesn't it need to be buried? No need. That doll is no different from an ordinary one now. I came down to avoid any awkwardness, especially considering how embarrassed I felt in that situation. Not to mention how a girl would feel, very gentlemanly. After joking with the stout man, we returned to the office, where Su Yuan was staring blankly at the blinds. It took the stout man calling her name twice before she turned back. Seemingly lost in thought. What are you thinking so deeply about, sister? I was thinking about anything. The view outside your office is quite lovely, just casually looking around. Su Yuan, caught off guard by the stout man's inquiry, appeared flustered and awkwardly pointed towards the blinds. The blinds had just been drawn down and hadn't been raised since, so it was impossible to see outside. Thus, Su Yuan's response likely masked her true thoughts. The stout man instinctively glanced at the blinds, then turned to me with a peculiar smile. I didn't grasp his meaning but didn't dwell on it either. I simply informed Su Yuan that everything had been resolved, and she could keep the doll without needing to bury it. It was then that Su Yuan remembered the doll was still attached to her bag, and she grew a bit frightened, hesitant to touch it, and asked me what to do. I figured the item was likely valuable, and since the malevolent spirit was no longer a concern, I suggested she keep it. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan's expression shifted, and in a huff, she yanked the doll off and tossed it into the trash bin. The stout man, witnessing this, nudged me and reminded me that tomorrow was the last day for check-ins, suggesting Su Yuan call Taozi to see if she was done, so they could go out for a meal together. Su Yuan nodded, picking up her phone to make the call, while the stout man dragged me outside, giving me a lecture. It seemed he was saying that I spoke without thinking and was too dull. I didn't quite understand. Regardless, that lecture left me feeling rather perplexed. During dinner that evening, Su Yuan seemed to still be miffed about earlier, deliberately sitting between the stout man and Taozi, ignoring my attempts to speak with her. I felt a little uncomfortable. I hadn't said anything wrong, and I couldn't fathom why she wouldn't just express her feelings directly. Thankfully, the stout man's ability to steer the conversation was exceptional, and before long, we all seemed to forget the events of the afternoon and began to laugh and chat again. However, after that incident, Su Yuan's gaze towards me always felt somewhat strange. After dinner, the stout man dropped the three of us off at school, and upon returning to my dorm, I found the door wide open, revealing three boys around my age gathered in a circle, a heap of snacks spread out as they chattered away. I pulled up a chair and joined them. These three were my roommates. The one facing me was named Zhang Wei, a history major, with both his parents working in archaeology. The one who had just greeted me was Wang Daming, an art major, and the last was Eugene, who was in the same department as me but a different class. With all four of us present, it was only natural to establish a hierarchy among us, resulting in me being given the nickname Teacher Kwang. Though we were all of the same year, I was the youngest by birth month, placing me fourth. While chatting, I didn't participate much in their discussions, which led them to say I was playing the suspense card, akin to a teacher lecturing. Thus, no one called me the fourth, but rather Teacher Kwang. It was just a name, harmless enough, so I went along with it. After a bit more chatter, we all retired to our respective beds. Chapter 19. Nightmare. I had never gone to bed this early before, and as I tossed and turned in bed unable to sleep, I discreetly activated my Yin-Yang eye and began reading. Before long, my phone on the bedside vibrated. I checked it, and it was a message from Su Yuan. I'm not sure if you're asleep yet. About this afternoon, I haven't had a chance to thank you yet. Smiley face. I replied with a casual "you're welcome," then reconsidered, thinking it somewhat impolite, and added, "Why are you still awake?" Su Yuan replied instantly, "I can't sleep. Just thought I'd send you a message." "What about you? Why are you still awake?" "I can't sleep either. I usually don't go to bed this early in the countryside, so I'm reading in bed after sending this message. Half a day passed without a response from Su Yuan. Consequently, I set my phone aside and delved into a book, eventually drifting into slumber without realizing it. That night, I had a dream that I found myself back in the paper shop of yesteryears. However, this time, every paper figure within the shop glimmered with an eerie red light, fixating their gaze upon me as if they were intent on tearing me apart. In a state of panic, I stumbled backward, inadvertently colliding with a soft figure. When I turned around, I discovered that it was my former master. He held a black six-path talisman in his hand, his face twisted with malice as he forcefully struck it against my head. I jolted awake, drenched in sweat. Sleep eluded me henceforth, prompting me to rise again and peruse my book with the aid of my Yin-Yang eyes. When the day of military training arrived, the collective suffering was palpable. Yet I found myself chuckling for a spell. Due to my studies in Taoist arts, my physique had been honed over the past 12 years, rendering this level of military training no different than a mere tickling sensation for me. Alas, my 3 delicate dorm mates bore the brunt of it. Upon returning to the dormitory, they were a chorus of sighs. Wang Daming sat on his bed, gripping his sore legs, casting envious glances at me as if I were unaffected. Huang Laosher is impressive, finishing first in the 5-kilometer run without breaking a sweat, that if he participated in the sports meet, the gold medal would undoubtedly be his. Yujin chimed in, rubbing his legs and joining the discussion. If I sign up for running, he'll cheer for me, only to be met with Zhang Wei's retort that cheerleaders are all beautiful girls and no one wants a boy. Observing their lamentations, I fetched a large basin of hot water and distributed it among them. When it reached Yujin, he suddenly inquired about the 2 girls who sat beside me during lunch. That I explained that they were both seniors, one from the fine arts department and the other from the music department, whom I met during registration. This revelation ignited a frenzy in the dorm, with everyone chattering about the artistic flair of the fine arts student and the refined aura of the music student. Drooling over the prospects, once the chatter subsided, several of them turned to me with grave expressions. Unsettled by their intense stares, I asked what they were up to. Quan Jioning, I warn you, you cannot monopolize. One of them declared. When will you introduce us? In truth, Su Yuan was manageable, but given Taozi's personality, I doubted any of them could withstand her, fearing they might be dragged into some club. Upon this thought, I realized it might not be such a bad idea after all, and so I mentioned to them that I would ask if we could have dinner together in the evening. The trio erupted in cheers, repeatedly affirming my thoughtfulness. That I picked up my phone and messaged Taozi, sharing the situation and my proposal. Before long, I received her reply. You're on, Huang Jioning. See you at the cafeteria tonight. I'll treat you to a feast. That I smiled. Yes, I set my phone down. My roommates abandoned their feet soaking and gathered around me. So? Is it all set? I confirmed that I would introduce them to each other during dinner, which prompted another round of cheers in the dorm. Subsequently, my bed became a mountain of snacks that I had previously thought only girls loved munchies. Yet these 3 boys proved to be even more voracious. Soon, dinner time arrived, and they followed me to the cafeteria, where we spotted Taozi waving enthusiastically from a distance. That I returned her greeting, and the overly excited trio and I took our seats across from her. Is it just you? Su Yuan didn't come? I casually inquired, as they typically dined together. Taozi grinned and quipped, what is up with you? We just saw each other at noon. How come you're already missing her? What am I missing? I merely asked a question. Your reaction is excessive, I replied, dismissing her teasing. Taozi, realizing I was ignoring her, ceased her banter. The next afternoon featured an art exhibition, followed by a welcome party the following week. She was swamped as a student council officer. These are my roommates. I wanted them to meet you, she introduced, gesturing towards Wang Daming, Yujin, and Zhang Wei. I introduced them to Taozi, then excused myself to grab food, only to be stealthily pulled back by Wang Daming, who exchanged glances, seemingly wanting me to stay. Thus, I settled back down, quietly observing Taozi's performance. As expected, Taozi introduced herself first, then cheerfully produced 3 forms from her bag, handing them to my roommates. They appeared bewildered, and when they saw the content of the forms, their faces fell. Mystical Affairs Department. What's the issue? Taozi glared at them. I'm off to get food. I'll miss out if I wait, I interjected. Wang Daming, the quickest thinker among them, pointed to the clock on the wall with a smile and turned to leave. However, Taozi calmly remarked, if you want to meet beautiful ladies, sit down and listen to me. Wang Daming obediently retook his seat. I stifled a laugh at his expression, which was utterly hopeless. That's right. Do you think I would lead you astray, seniors? Taozi smiled slightly, and continued. Consider this. What does our occult society do? We venture into places others fear to tread. If you join, you'll each have a girl to protect. How could you not meet beautiful ladies? Wang Daming exchanged glances with the other two, nodding in vague understanding. That settles it. Sign here, she said, producing a pen and placing it before Wang Daming. I feel like I've fallen for Kwang Laosher's trick. He muttered as he signed. Kwang Laosher. You mean Kwang Jioning? Taozi looked at me, and I could only sigh. Oh, Kwang Laosher, do be human. Eugen quipped as he signed his name. You all call him teacher. Taozi burst into laughter. Sign, the senior isn't wrong. Zhang Wei took the pen and signed as well. Taozi collected the 3 forms, plopped her meal card on the table with flair, and declared, all right, we're family now. My contact information is on there. Reach out anytime you need something. Tonight, I'm treating you all. Eat to your heart's content. Be a human. Wang Daming sighed in resignation, taking the meal card to fetch food, grumbling about me along the way. Unable to hold back any longer, I laughed. People die for wealth. Birds perish for food. Those who are lustful meet unfortunate ends. Upon hearing this, Taozi shot back. What kind of talk is that? Not everyone is like you. A straight man. Only Su Yuan would have an eye for you, and you don't even appreciate her. Be careful. You might spend 4 years in college as a bachelor. I ignored Taozi and joined them to use her meal card for food, which resulted in predictable fare, a serving of tofu, a portion of greens, a bowl of rice, and a soup. Dubbed the clean and pure life set, the military training finally concluded, and the collective suffering came to a temporary halt. That afternoon, Gao Peng called me, insisting I attend the company's renaming ceremony the next day, claiming there was something crucial to discuss in person. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had also invited me to see the Welcome Art exhibition the next afternoon, showcasing her work. I was particularly keen to go, believing that since I had no romantic intentions, it was best to minimize contact. As I composed a message to her, Gao Peng called again. Some friends are coming tomorrow morning. I might need you to showcase your skills live. That they're all acquaintances, and you'll benefit from it later. I didn't say anything reckless. I merely told them you're young, but an absolute master. Don't let me down. I understood. Many business people are quite concerned with appearances. Moreover, I had mentally acknowledged Gao Peng's status. Given our relationship, I certainly didn't want to undermine his face. Of course, despite his youth, I could discern the underlying message. I needed to demonstrate my true abilities, or they would look down on me. Thus, I diligently folded numerous paper figures to present as gifts. Naturally, when they first saw me, they didn't regard me with much seriousness, merely being polite due to Gao Peng's reputation. However, when I presented the paper figures to them, bowing in acknowledgement, their expressions shifted dramatically, as if they were beholding an entirely different person. It was astonishing. When Gao Peng replaced the plaque bearing the new company name, an unexpected guest arrived, bringing along a partnership proposal from his master, who specifically requested collaboration with Gao Peng. Someone joked that it was scripted, but when he glimpsed the business card attached to the agreement, he nearly fainted from shock. That was the first time I heard the name of the company, MOS Holdings. Consequently, everyone attributed the sudden interest in Gao Peng's newly named company to my involvement. In no time, I was surrounded by admirers, respectfully addressing me as master, each extending olive branches, inviting me to feng shui their companies or assist with new names. Some even presented their bank cards on the spot, seeking my guidance on how to avert misfortune and attract good luck. Through it all, Gao Peng watched with gratitude, offering no objections, merely gazing at me with appreciation. At that time, I was oblivious to why that business card and a letter of intent for collaboration elicited such a strong reaction from everyone. That it was only after they departed that the plump man informed me. Even the combined strength of all present could not compare to 1% of this company's prowess. For someone to approach it, seeking collaboration, was a notion beyond imagination. It was then that I realized the gravity of the situation. Yet, I never anticipated that in the days to come, my fate would become intertwined with this publicly listed conglomerate, renowned throughout the nation, and that certain individuals and events would even connect to a little-known secret from the previous generation of the Kwang family. The plump man had no intention of arranging a luncheon that day. After all, these individuals had already reaped their benefits and were unlikely to be concerned about dining. After seeing them off, I inquired about the important matter he wished to discuss. The plump man, slightly embarrassed, remarked that I was being bothersome and that he would find me work. I insisted that his matters did not constitute work. He should speak plainly. There were 2 points. First, it would be wise to avoid making your presence known too readily. I contemplated that the events of that night must have spread throughout the village. The reason they had not approached me was likely due to their fear of provoking me, after all. Who would wish to court disaster? Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility that they were scheming against me behind the scenes. The name First of the Xianmen sounds impressive, but in reality, it merely makes one a target. With countless eyes set upon you, I was well aware of the plump man's warnings, yet given the assistance he had provided me, how could I refrain from lending a hand when he needed it? Since I was already involved, I would accept the situation. I would heed this advice in the future. What was the second matter? Ultimately, the plump man refrained from speaking directly, instead offering an excuse that the place was too messy and needed cleaning, asking if I would be amenable to going to the apartment. Naturally, I would not refuse, so I accompanied him to the apartment. Upon entering, the plump man noticed the myriad of small paper figures adorning my desk and immediately became intrigued. So many paper figures. Did you fold them all? They were brought from the shop and placed here casually. They are folded using 6 paths of talismans, and when I am away, they can help keep an eye on things here. Just as I concluded my explanation, I recalled the small fabric pouch. Although the paper figures stood watch in the apartment, I still felt a twinge of unease and thought it best to keep it with me. As I retrieved the pouch, I felt a slight tremor emanating from it. The Wanzong death spirit coffin had issued a warning. A wave of apprehension washed over me, and my expression grew grave. This room was filled with the restrictions set by my father and me, not to mention the paper figures keeping watch. Why would the Wanzong death spirit coffin sound an alarm? What could be amiss? The plump man, noticing my serious demeanor, inquired. I remained silent. Activating my Yin-Yang, I scrutinized the room carefully. There were no signs of anyone having visited. However, the Wanzong death spirit coffin had indeed emitted a warning signal. After my inspection, I shook my head at the plump man. In response, he pointed at my eyes, wearing a look of reproach. Brother, could you give me a heads up when you activate your Yin-Yang eye? You startled me. Chapter 21. The paper figures opened their eyes. Evil spirits will manifest. Though it was the second time he had witnessed my Yin-Yang eye, he was clearly taken aback at that moment. The plump man, filled with terror, pointed towards the table, his words stumbling over one another. I turned to look at the table and saw that the eyes of the paper figures had suddenly glowed with an eerie red light. Fixating intently on the plump man, the paper figures had opened their eyes. Evil spirits would undoubtedly manifest. Don't move, I shouted, seizing the plump man's arm. Startled by my shout, he froze in place, while the paper figures, as if animated, wobbled down to the floor, encircling him. The plump man glanced left and right, his legs trembling, and with a face full of dread, he stuttered, Gio Ning, what's happening with the paper figures? Rest assured, these paper figures only harm evil spirits and will not harm you. Their awakening and surrounding you signify that there is something on you. Glancing at the plump man, I noticed he stood there, encircled by the paper figures, each one's eyes shimmering like red jewels. Strangely, the figures did not advance further. They simply stood still, seemingly observing the plump man. I had never encountered such a bizarre scene before. I promptly closed the apartment door and affixed a talisman to each door and window. This way, if there truly were any unclean entities on the plump man, they would be trapped and unable to escape. I waved my hand, and the paper figures gradually dispersed, returning to their original positions, their red glow fading. The plump man shivered slightly, evidently unnerved by the paper figure's behavior. I scrutinized him closely, particularly the 3 flames of Yang energy hovering above his head and shoulders. All appeared well. The Yang flames burned brightly. However, a faint cloud of dark energy around his chest caught my attention. Plump brother, would you mind removing your shirt? The plump man regarded me with an odd expression. Don't overthink it. I believe I may have identified the issue. As soon as I said this, the plump man's face turned ashen, and he hurriedly shed his suit, yanking off his tie, and then tremulously began unbuttoning his shirt. Just as he unfastened the button at his chest, I halted him, pointing at his torso. All right, that's enough. What's around your neck? On my neck. The plump man instinctively reached for it. Don't move. Let me handle it. I carefully removed the pendant from around his neck, placing it in my palm. This is what I mentioned earlier. It's called the Mother Buddha, said to attract wealth and fortune. I wanted you to help me ascertain its authenticity. The Mother Buddha. I scrutinized the pendant once more and began to grasp the situation. You should refrain from wearing this for now. It carries some malevolence. What? The plump man shivered and stammered. Are you suggesting there's something dirty here? What you refer to as the Great Black Mother Buddha? also known as the Great Black Sky, is a legendary protective deity. Upon hearing this, the plump man ceased trembling but looked at me with confusion, awaiting my explanation. The Great Black Mother Buddha is indeed a protective deity, yet what you possess is not the Great Black Mother Buddha. It resembles more the Great Black which mother worshipped by the unorthodox sects in the Wanhai region. Others also refer to her as the Great Black Lady, an unequivocal malevolent spirit. The plump man's complexion turned pale once more. Are you implying that I've adorned myself with a malevolent deity? Not necessarily. Had it been the deity's true form, you would have encountered trouble long ago. This object is evidently still in its infancy. The paper figures I sent you earlier likely inflicted some damage, making it unable to control its malevolent energy. Otherwise, my Yin-Yang, I would have detected it long ago. Goodness, I don't want this thing. The plump man, hearing this, began to panic, quickly scooting his chair back. Indeed, this item is akin to the malevolent talismans from certain South Island nations, crafted by unscrupulous black sorcerers through unethical means. While it may yield some effects in the short term, it carries significant risks, and a moment's negligence could lead to backlash. I've heard of such things. The plump man nodded vigorously. In our line of work, we have some belief in this. Some even specifically seek out such talismans to wear, but I dare not. I nodded. The plump man displayed a degree of reverence and would not recklessly tamper with such things, likely making this a mere accident. What should we do now? The plump man looked troubled. I pondered for a moment, taking a talisman and wrapping it around the pendant, placing it before me. Mr. Kwong, why are you keeping it instead of discarding it? Not yet. If I'm not mistaken, this is its hiding place. As soon as I finished speaking, a piercing scream erupted, and a disheveled female ghost burst forth from the pendant, hovering in midair above the study. Glaring fiercely at us. I see her, the plump man, so frightened he neglected to put on his clothes, ducked behind me. I can't believe I'm seeing this. The plump man clutched my shirt tightly, trembling as he inquired from behind me. Normal. If a ghost wishes to reveal itself to you, it will naturally do so. If it does not wish to be seen, you will not perceive it. After my explanation, the plump man seemed even more terrified, stumbling over his words. What the hell? Is she unwell? Why is she scaring me? I haven't provoked her. Don't worry. She was injured by the talisman. And with me here, you can rest assured that I smiled reassuringly at the plump man, hoping to ease his fears. With my Yin-Yang eye and the 3 talismans, I was more than capable of handling a mere female ghost who had been harmed by the talisman. To put it bluntly, even if I couldn't overpower her, she would be unable to harm me. Shall we have a chat? I lit some incense, placing it in the incense burner as I addressed the female ghost. With this confidence, I decided to attempt a dialogue before resorting to force. After all, while this ghost was concealed within the pendant, she had not harmed the plump man, and I could not simply resort to violence. However, the female ghost completely disregarded my goodwill, snarling in response. What is there to discuss for this ungrateful wretch? Her words filled me with concern. What did she mean? What grave offense has this esteemed boss Gao committed against you? Chapter 22. The transaction with the female ghost. A sense of unease began to settle within me. If the corpulent Gao truly did something reprehensible to this female specter, it could lead to dire consequences. Thus, without waiting for her to speak, I swiftly pulled Gao from his hiding place and inquired sternly, Brother, speak the truth. Do you know her? Gao, upon my questioning, nearly burst into tears. Brother, I swear on my household registration and identity card that I do not know her. Nor have I ever wronged anyone. His fervent protestations seemed sincere, instilling a sense of confidence in me. All right then, since you claim she is ungrateful, elucidate how she has shown such ingratitude. The ghost let out a disdainful huff. Her blood-red eyes fixed intently upon Gao. As she opened her mouth, a serpentine tongue slithered forth. Fearing she might frighten Gao further, I quickly interjected, Do not terrify me. Speak plainly. The ghost's gaze shifted to the talisman I had unconsciously clenched in my hand. And her malevolence slightly diminished. I ensured his prosperity, yet he had the audacity to hire someone to harm me. Is that not the epitome of ingratitude? Her words left me momentarily stunned. What do you mean you ensured his prosperity? Ask him, she retorted. Ever since he took me in, has his garment factory not frequently received inexplicable orders, and for considerable sums? I turned my attention to Gao, who appeared contemplative. Well, yes, it has been happening for about half a month now, with orders arriving unbidden, and the amounts have been decent. However, I thought it was due to the name change of my company. I had no inkling it was because of you. Gao conceded. A realization dawned upon me. It was highly likely that this female ghost had exploited Gao's fortune. This notion is often spoken of by the elderly. A person's lifetime earnings are finite, as are their expenditures, should one exhaust their earnings prematurely. Future financial gains become unattainable. Similarly, if one overspends, their available resources diminish, ultimately leading to a state of destitution. When one reaches such a point, what has been overspent is their very life, a notion encapsulated by the saying, having wealth but no life to enjoy it is the essence of the matter. As I attempted to articulate my thoughts, the ghost acquiesced. I shot her a cold smirk. You truly are audacious, are you not? To exploit someone's fortune yet claim to be aiding him. The ghost seemed to realize her fault. Remaining silent, I too felt a pang of guilt towards Gao. Had I not borrowed his thunderous jujube wood bracelet and forgotten to return it, this ghost would never have latched onto him. Nevertheless, it was too late for regrets. I needed to address the immediate situation. How did you come to inhabit this pendant? The ghost spoke again, her expression one of smugness. You little Yin-Yang, unable to recognize greatness. This is no mere pendant. It is the talisman of my great Black Mother of Bay Island. The great Black Mother decreed that as long as we willingly offer our lives in devotion, remaining within this talisman, when she unifies the realm, we shall be her founding heroes. Her proclamation ignited my fury. A vile sorceress presuming to be a deity, Bay Island is part of the Great Xia's territory. Under the protection of its divine spirits, instead of venerating them, you choose to worship the Great Black Witch. Have you ever encountered a righteous deity requiring their followers to sacrifice their lives in such a manner? You dare to insult the divine? I shall not let this go. Upon hearing my words, the ghost flew into a rage, her hair, resembling steel wires, lunging toward me. I had anticipated this moment, amidst a cacophony. Her hair struck me, igniting instantly, releasing a foul odor. Gao, standing close by, recoiled from the stench, coughing incessantly. How is this possible? The ghost's face twisted in fear as she swiftly drifted toward the window. Ha ha. I chuckled, watching as the ghost crashed into the window, rebuffed by a golden light, only to fall to the ground, groaning in agony. I had foreseen her attempt to flee, thus I had set a binding spell here. If you acknowledge your wrongs, I am willing to summon the Lord of the Shadows to grant you a chance at reincarnation. However, should you continue to harbor ill intentions, I can offer you no assistance. This statement was sincere. To harbor goodwill is to uphold reason, whether towards humans or spirits. If she genuinely repents, offering her a chance for redemption serves to accumulate merit and blessings. Yet, the ghost appeared ungrateful, twisting her neck to glare at me with disdain. Consequently, I drew forth the Book of Life and Death, intending to intimidate her. To my astonishment, upon seeing the book, her countenance shifted dramatically. I found it peculiar. Given your age, how could you possess such a talisman and level of cultivation? So, you are from the Kwong family. In an instant, a chill crept up my spine. You recognize me? Upon my inquiry, the ghost stood, scrutinizing me for a moment before breaking into laughter. Did I recall a tale? 12 years ago, the Kwong family underwent a cataclysm, with only a young boy saved by his master, while the rest perished overnight. It seems that boy was none other than you. A powerful wave of dizziness surged through my head, my legs buckling as I clutched the table for support. The ghost's laughter grew more fervent. Little one, it seems you concede. Now, tell me, how many men have perished at my hands? At least 3 or 4, perhaps even 5 or 6. When encountering a ghost like me, do you choose to kill or spare? I understood there was more to her words, thus I remained silent, awaiting her continuation. The ghost extended her claw-like hands, long, sharp black nails glinting. Very well, you are perceptive. I propose a transaction. What transaction? I can reveal to you that your so-called master from 12 years ago was merely a spy placed within the Kwong family. As for who orchestrated it, you wish to learn their true identity? I trembled with fury, my entire body shaking, as if my head might explode, a pressure building within my chest that I could not release. Shameless, I ground my teeth and shouted. The ghost, seeing my reaction, erupted into laughter, her cackles grating like nails on a chalkboard. What? Unable to make a decision, it is said that Kwong Zhongxing lived a life of integrity. Yet here you are, the son of such a man, hesitating to confront a murderous ghost. Ha ha ha. Or do you plan to let me go, and in return, I shall reveal who arranged for Hua Changming to infiltrate the Kwong family. Chapter 23. The Black Talisman reappears. Do not force my hand. I was truly incensed, the 6-path talisman in my grip threatening to be crushed. Hey, you crooked-necked specter, have you no shame? I was taken aback when Gao who had been trembling in fear moments ago, suddenly found his voice. The ghost seemed equally astonished by Gao's unexpected boldness, her disheveled hair swirling in agitation. Who do you think you are to insult me? What of it? How can you be so cruel? Gao stepped forward. As the saying goes, do not strike a man in the face nor expose his shortcomings. You are well aware of my brother's principles. Yet you insist on tormenting him. Is that not a disgrace? The ghost paused, seemingly taken aback by Gao's defense of me, and let out a cold laugh. Oh, so you are emboldened by that little one's support? Your vile deeds are no different from those of the loathsome men. Her words elicited a shared glance of confusion between Gao and me. What vile deeds have I committed? How dare you ask? She spat, her neck twisted grotesquely. Last week, at that restaurant, you ogled the attractive woman at the next table, deliberately dropping something to catch a glimpse of her skirt. Just recalling your lecherous face makes me sick. Gao's face flushed crimson, rendering him speechless. Out of words now, the ghost, reveling in Gao's embarrassment, continued, and then there was that time on the plane when you stretched your leg out to brush against the flight attendant. You looked so satisfied that I was embarrassed for you. I thought that was unintentional. Gao's voice dwindled, his earlier bravado dissipating. Men are indeed lustful, especially someone like you. Pretending to be a paragon, the more Gao retreated, the more the ghost relished in her taunts. And then there was that time that I could no longer endure her tirade, and slammed my palm onto the table. Will you ever cease? Oh, is this thrilling for you now? The ghost mocked me further. If you possess the courage, eliminate me. Do so, and it will all be over. But the question remains, who was it that slaughtered your entire Kwong family 12 years ago? Heh. With that, she began to dance before me, occasionally extending her long, bony fingers towards me. At that moment, a cool yet melodious voice resonated through the room. Humph, who dares to threaten my family's young master? Instantly, a violet light shot forth from the cloth bundle, and before the ghost could react, she was enveloped in a cloud of black mist, emitting wails of torment. I watched in astonishment as her figure dissipated, leaving behind only a foul puddle of black water on the floor. Is this power emanating from the Wanzong dead spirit coffin? I gasped in shock. And that voice I just heard, it seemed to have come from the Wanzong dead spirit coffin as well. The stout man rushed to my side, concern etched on his face. Brother, are you all right? I waved my hand dismissively, signaling that I was fine. Did you hear that strange sound just now? The stout man nodded, pointing towards the cloth bundle. It seems to have originated from that direction. Indeed, it appeared to be emanating from the Wanzong dead spirit coffin. However, I thought I heard her say something. Little husband, brother, come take a look. There seems to be something in this foul water. I heard the stout man calling me and turned to look. There he was, cautiously crouching in front of the murky black water, pinching his nose in disgust while repeatedly waving his hand in front of his face. What is it? Ignoring the noxious stench rising from the black water, I crouched beside him. Instantly, I was taken aback. Floating within the murky liquid was a piece of talisman paper, on which was drawn a bizarre pattern. I jumped to my feet, extracting the black six-path talisman from the cloth bundle and comparing it with the talisman in the water. It was identical. Fat bro, where did you get this? Tell me quickly. I grasped the stout man's shoulders, shaking him like a treasure I had just unearthed, causing the flesh on his face to jiggle. Stop shaking, stop shaking. I'm going to faint. Where did you get such strength? The stout man finally managed to restrain my arms, but I could hardly wait. Having finally discovered a lead on the black talisman, how could I contain my excitement? Tell me quickly, where did this come from? I thought I asked for it. You need to tell me everything in detail. When you asked for it, where you asked, who you asked, what that person looked like, and do they have any contact information? I bombarded him with a rapid-fire series of questions, and he reluctantly pulled out his phone, tapping a few times before handing it to me with a wry smile. Here, take a look for yourself. What is this? The screen displayed a chat window with a green bubble. I clicked on the profile picture, which was gray, and the username was blank. The chat history was still there, but contained no useful information. The only thing I could confirm was that the stout man had been added by the other party, who, under the guise of a follower of the Great Black Buddha Mother, requested the stout man's address to send him this item. I attempted to message the user, but the system notified me that the user no longer existed. It seemed I could only glean information from the delivery details. So, I asked the stout man if he recalled which courier service delivered the pendant, as having the tracking number would provide some insight into the sender. However, he replied that it wasn't a courier service at all. Someone had directly delivered the item to the company, which was received by the front desk. Can we check the surveillance footage now? I distinctly remembered that the front desk at the stout man's company had a camera aimed directly at the entrance. This meant that if the footage was still available, we could clearly see the person's features. If we were lucky, we might even glimpse their face. The stout man nodded repeatedly, quickly opening his computer and connecting to the surveillance. Before long, we found footage from that day. A person wearing a baseball cap and mask first rang the doorbell, then placed the item on the front desk and quickly left. It was evident that this individual had come prepared, deliberately concealing their identity. Given the angle and disguise, they likely possess some martial skills, and it was highly probable that they were male. I mentally compared this with my recollections. It wasn't that person surnamed Huas. Oh, who could it be? Chapter 24. The coffin spirit. It had been over half a month since the stout man first contacted the other party, and the address he provided was that very night, while the item was delivered the next day. By my calculations, the person who delivered this item was likely in Changbei City, since I had only been at school for a brief month and a half. If their target was me, it meant they might already be aware of my relationship with the stout man, or even my whereabouts. However, another possibility could not be ruled out. Someone familiar to the stout man had set him up. I shared my analysis with the stout man, eager to hear his thoughts. After some contemplation, he agreed that both possibilities were feasible, but like me, he leaned towards the first, that the other party was targeting me. It seemed he was correct. Some matters would indeed seek me out. But what was the deal with the Wanzong dead spirit coffin? I distinctly heard voices coming from within it. After some deliberation, I placed the Wanzong dead spirit coffin on the table and respectfully bowed. If possible, could we have a conversation? The stout man chuckled softly, but I ignored him and continued to gaze at the coffin, awaiting a response. Though it sounded peculiar, my gratitude was sincere. Yet, after I spoke, the Wanzong dead spirit coffin remained silent. I did not lose heart and asked again. I had a premonition that it would surely respond. Indeed, this time the coffin swayed gently, a faint purple light emanating from the once tightly sealed seams, accompanied by a peculiar fragrance that permeated my being. I was momentarily astonished, instantly recalling the mysterious purple light from the graveyard. It was that light that had harmed the one surnamed Hua, allowing me to escape. So fragrant. But why does it seem a bit odd? The stout man inhaled deeply. His observation heightened my vigilance, and I cautiously lifted the coffin, slowly opening the lid. However, upon seeing what lay within, I was instantly dumbfounded. Inside lay a stunningly beautiful girl, completely unclad. What the hell? This girl isn't wearing any clothes. At that moment, the girl smiled and spoke. Chinya has met the esteemed little husband. After she finished speaking, the girl shot a glare at the stout man. He shivered, quickly covering his eyes with one hand and his mouth with the other, hurriedly fleeing the office, not forgetting to close the door behind him. I didn't see anything. You two carry on. I was momentarily taken aback. This girl named Chinya, lying in the coffin, actually knew my name. My instincts told me that this girl was not ordinary. Regardless of who she was, I couldn't keep staring at a naked girl before me. That would be incredibly rude. So I turned my head away. If the little husband is concerned, just use the six-path talisman to craft me a paper dress. I'll wear it. Otherwise, if you keep turning your head like that, it would be quite awkward to converse. I was taken aback. Crafting a paper dress was not a difficult task for me, but paper clothes were traditionally intended for the deceased. The way she spoke indicated that she could also don such garments. Was she a spirit? No. If she were truly a spirit, my Yin-Yang, I would not perceive her in this manner. Moreover, whether it was Hua Changming or that female ghost earlier, a mere flick of their hand resulted in injury or death. And I was well aware of Hua Changming's capabilities. Hesitating for a moment, I decided to fashion a paper dress. According to tradition, I need to inscribe your name and birth date on this paper attire. There's no need for such trouble, just place it on the table. Although I was unsure why she insisted it was necessary, I complied and set the paper dress on the table. Before long, I felt something shifting on my shoulder, and when I turned to look, there was Chinya, dressed in a long skirt, quietly seated on my shoulder. I was startled. Thank you, little husband. I was rendered speechless in astonishment. Little Chinya leaped from my shoulder, and as I hurriedly reached out to catch her, I felt a slight chill pass through my arm, coursing through my entire body, making me shiver involuntarily. You said your name is Chinya. Right. I want to know what this Wanzong dead spirit coffin is, and why you're in it. Also, from the graveyard incident until now, you've saved me several times. You know me, and furthermore, your manner of speaking is a bit strange, reminiscent of ancient times. Can you be a bit more relatable? Chinya smiled sweetly, settling onto my palm and blinking playfully. All right. Regarding the Wanzong dead spirit coffin. It was originally the coffin of an emperor from countless years ago. Many years ago, an ambitious individual led a group of tomb raiders to steal it. For reasons unknown, when the coffin was unearthed. A dark cloud enveloped the sky, and blood rained down, causing all living beings within 100 miles to perish in horrific ways, save for the thief himself. It was later said that this was due to a disruption of the heavenly mandate, prompting divine retribution. The true reason remains unknown. However, one thing is certain. Every time the Wanzhong dead spirit coffin appears, a dynasty changes. The process of this transition is marked by untold suffering and rivers of blood. Thus, its emergence is seen as an ominous sign, earning it this name. After each dynasty's transition, the Wanzhong dead spirit coffin vanishes without a trace. Yet, 12 years ago, a group discovered the Wanzhong dead spirit coffin and, through secret arts, claimed it for themselves. What they didn't anticipate was that after this manifestation, the coffin would give birth to a coffin spirit, namely me. As for the incident at the mass grave, he certainly overestimated his own importance. The coffin of the 10,000 buried spirits is most adept at devouring souls. How dare he wield a ghostly artifact in front of me? It is sheer arrogance. Indeed, it was her as I listened to Yin-Yang's words. Cold sweat trickled down my back, and my heart trembled. Regardless of the era, the new sovereign is always a person ordained by the Ziwei Emperor Star, blessed with great fortune. The coffins that house their remains, in terms of material, structure, and decoration, are bound by stringent rules. How could such a malevolent occurrence transpire? What perplexed me further was how a spirit born from such a sinister source could manifest as a seemingly powerless little girl. Moreover, my father mentioned that the coffin of the 10,000 buried spirits could only be opened on the next blood moon, yet today is clearly not a full moon. How could the coffin open itself? Chapter 25. This is awkward. Do not underestimate me. As the spirit of the coffin of the 10,000 buried spirits, my powers are beyond your imagination. However, I possess my own thoughts and will. If I choose not to, no one can compel me. As for the blood moon, it is merely a condition for outsiders to open the coffin. I have merely decided to take a breath of fresh air. After finishing her words, Yin-Yang lazily stretched, exhibiting a nonchalant demeanor. What are your intentions? Do you truly intend to assist that group? I inquired. And who exactly are you referring to in your mention of sacrifice? This world is so splendid. Why seek a change of dynasty? Yin-Yang replied with disdain. Besides, why should I do what they want me to do? I refused. I sighed in relief, thinking that this coffin spirit's perspective might be a blessing for everyone. Yet, gazing at this unmanageable little coffin spirit, an unsettling feeling crept into my heart. She was undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. With her capabilities, it would be fine if she was pleased, but if she were to become displeased, the realms of Yin and Yang would surely be turned upside down. However, Yin-Yang did not respond to my words but continued speaking to herself. Of course, I am not without my fears. Take that vengeful spirit talisman. For instance, though it cannot harm me, it can control my mind for a time. Thus, I escaped while they were careless and ended up as your neighbor in this mass grave. Alas, I owe you for that. What vengeful spirit talisman? I asked, perplexed. The black six-path talisman, which infuses ghostly spirits capable of controlling minds into it, is what constitutes the vengeful spirit talisman. They sought to use you as a pawn to influence my mind, thereby controlling the coffin of the 10,000 buried spirits. For instance, in the village last time, I was under the control of Hua Changming's vengeful spirit talisman, which led me to do all those things. So it was Hua Changming, that heartless wretch. By the way, I must confess something to you. 12 years ago, at the Kuang family, I was the one who harmed your parents. Yin-Yang stated this matter-of-factly, as if it were nothing. Yet her words struck my ears like thunder. Fury surged within me as I glared at Yin-Yang. Wait, don't be hasty. Let me finish. I mentioned earlier that if my will is controlled, I may be aware of my actions but cannot control my behavior. In my rage, I was unable to hear her words, but regardless of how agitated I became, Yin-Yang continued to speak unhurried. As soon as I brought the phone to my ear, I was met with a furious outburst from her on the other end. Kuang Jioning. Where on earth have you been? Hurry up and get back here. Tao Dao's scolding left me bewildered, yet I patiently responded, Why are you so upset, senior sister? What's going on? Well, today is the welcome art exhibition, and it was agreed that you and that chubby guy would come together. Where are you two? Upon hearing this, I quickly grasped the situation and began to explain that I'm in trouble. I've had a car accident. There was a brief pause on Tao Dao's end, and her tone softened. Have you finished what you were doing? Once you're done, come back to school. I'll be waiting for you downstairs at your dorm. What's going on? Why are you only giving me half the story? Upon seeing me hang up, the chubby guy ceased his teasing and inquired if I was talking to Shiyuan or Tao Dao. I explained that it was Tao Tao and mentioned the car accident. which I didn't fully comprehend as she had hung up and asked me to find her. The chubby guy slapped his forehead in realization and awkwardly admitted, "Oh no, Tao Tao mentioned that today is Xu Yuan's welcome art exhibition that I completely forgot in the midst of my busyness. Let's go. I'll drive you there." That we hurried back to the school, and while the chubby guy went to park, I dashed ahead. Upon reaching the dormitory, I saw Tao Tao standing at the entrance and greeted her. She frowned and said, "Don't tell me you forgot. Brother Gao Feng invited me to his company's renaming ceremony. And I forgot about that too. Now we both look like fools. I asked about Xu Yuan's art exhibition. Yes, that welcome exhibition where 2 of her works are displayed. This silly girl was eagerly waiting for you to come see them. But now that it's over, she's sulking in the dorm. I mentioned that I had tried calling Xu Yuan at noon, but she didn't answer, likely busy. However, I forgot to call you." Tao Tao shot me a glance. "Whether you called or not?" She's angry now. "What are we going to do about it? Is it too late for me to call her and apologize? Help me out here. Brother Gao Feng notified me days ago." And in my eagerness to assist Xu Yuan, I completely overlooked that. Knowing Gao Feng well, I doubted he would hold Tao Tao's absence against her. However, since Tao Tao asked for help, I agreed to speak favorably of her once Gao Feng arrived. Tao Tao, seeing my willingness, brightened up and thanked me. Just then, Gao Feng hurried over, and upon spotting Tao Tao, his eyes lit up. "Ah, Tao Tao, long time no see. You look even more beautiful." I anticipated that Gao Feng would not hold a grudge, but I was taken aback by how smitten he appeared upon seeing her. Brother Gao Feng knows how to flatter. "I'll treat you to something delicious later." Tao Tao, quick to react, smiled sweetly in response, causing Gao Feng to grow even more excited as he repeatedly insisted on treating us and dashed off toward a shop. Tao Tao rolled her eyes at me, shrugging with an expression of helplessness. He's genuinely a good person, but sometimes I find it difficult to deal with him. After I finished speaking, I asked Tao Tao what we should do about Xu Yuan. "Let me handle it. Hand over your meal card. I'll buy some snacks and say they're from you, and then let her use your card to treat herself. Afterward, you can apologize, and that should suffice." Just as Tao Tao finished speaking, Gao Feng returned with 2 large bags of snacks, handing them to Tao Tao. "This one is yours, and that one is for Xu Yuan. Don't mix them up." "Mix them up? Aren't the 2 bags different?" Tao Tao took the bags, looking bewildered at Gao Feng. The contents of her bag were things she loved, while Xu Yuan's bag contained her favorites, so they must differ. Gao Feng, beaming with pride, declared, "They're not the same." Tao Tao opened the bag, her eyes widening in shock. "Brother Gao Feng, you're something else. How come everything here is what I love?" Following this, Tao Tao rummaged through Xu Yuan's bag, exclaiming in astonishment, "Oh my goodness, you've really outdone yourself. That you are the type who lacks charm but compensates with effort. And when that's not enough, you resort to money. All right, since there are so many delicious snacks, I'll take care of it. Leave it to me, senior." With that, Tao Tao skipped away with her 2 bags of treats, leaving me feeling as if I had stumbled upon a new discovery. Chapter 27. Under a spell, Gao Feng and I both knew Xu Yuan and Tao Tao, and since we attended the same school, I found myself wondering how he was so aware of their preferences. After much inquiry, all I received was a playful wink from Gao Feng. "Heh, this is my specialty, my friend. Are you impressed? All right, I'll admit it. You've got a knack for this." That it was true. Gao Feng always managed to amaze me with his insights whenever it came to matters concerning girls. Perhaps this was a testament to his attentiveness. Sensing that Gao Feng was in good spirits, I took the opportunity to ask how we might resolve the situation with Qian, yet he casually replied, "It's not a big deal. Just take some time to cheer her up." That was hardly informative. If I knew how to cheer her up, why would I be asking you? At that moment, I spotted Eugen exiting the dormitory, so I greeted him. Third brother, heading out. Eugen, seemingly oblivious, was lost in excitement, his phone in hand, tapping away as he walked briskly. "Be careful, third brother. Don't look at your phone while walking." I reminded him, but he was already too far away to hear me, likely wearing headphones. He's a grown man. He'll be fine. Perhaps I didn't dwell on it too much. After all, many adults were glued to their phones these days. After a bit of casual conversation, I returned to my dorm. Just as I stepped inside, Wang Daming and Zhang Wei rushed over, surrounding me with an air of mystery. "We have something to tell you that lies between super impressive and super ridiculous." Wang Daming pointed at Eugen's bunk, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "What is it?" Someone confessed to third brother on the confession wall. Third brother. No wonder I saw him downstairs earlier. I called out to him several times, but he didn't respond, probably busy chatting. Zhang Wei looked displeased, clearing his throat theatrically as he began to complain. "Listen, this is serious. As the top dog of the dorm, I'm still single, and he's already ahead of me. No way. Tonight, none of you are sleeping. We'll have a thorough interrogation. You all have fun. I need to think about something, not wanting to get involved. I retreated to my bed, drawing the curtains as I pondered other matters. Forget it. Do you even know Teacher Kwong? He wouldn't care for this kind of drama. Let us take turns interrogating him later. We must get some real answers, Wang Daming concluded. And I heard the sound of chairs scraping as the two of them began pestering Eugen. I ignored them and continued my thoughts. As the time approached for the dormitory door to close, I stood up to wash up and prepare for bed, only to see Eugen walking in. Looking utterly exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed without even changing his clothes and immediately fell asleep. Wang Daming and Zhang Wei exchanged incredulous glances. What is going on? He is already asleep. Forget it. We'll interrogate him tomorrow. Damn. I'm going to have to turn off the lights again. We'll talk later. The following morning, I was the first to rise. According to our usual routine, whoever woke up first had to wake the others. I had a habit of jogging in the morning, so I was up quite early, while the others typically remained asleep, making this rule essentially mine. Wang Daming and Zhang Wei got up, but Eugen continued to snore away. After calling his name several times, he reluctantly replied, "Let me sleep for another half hour." I didn't push further, but reminded the other two to keep an eye on the time to avoid being late. Then headed out for my run. When I returned, Wang Daming and Zhang Wei had vanished, leaving only Eugen still in bed, deep in slumber. Third brother, wake up. If you don't, you'll be late. Let me sleep a bit longer. I am so tired. Eugen mumbled, his back to me. No way. If you don't get up now, you'll really be late, and the teacher will dock you points. I persisted in shaking him awake. 10 more minutes, just 10 more minutes. Eugen groaned, clearly unwilling to rise. This was working, so I decided to turn him over and prepare to give his face a gentle slap. As I did, I was startled by what I saw. Eugen lay there with his eyes closed, dark circles under his eyes resembling those of a panda, exuding an ominous aura. Something's not right. This kid looks possessed. I hurriedly opened my cabinet and retrieved a talisman from my bag, placing it gently over Eugen's dark circles. Instantly, the golden talisman began to darken, and soon it resembled ink-stained rice paper, revealing 2 dark patches. Glancing back at Eugen's eyes, the once dark circles had vanished, leaving them looking as normal as anyone else's. I put away the talisman and attempted to shake Eugen awake again, but he remained unresponsive. This is becoming a problem. At that moment, Wang Daming and Zhang Wei pushed open the dormitory door, and, upon seeing me still standing beside Eugene, casually inquired, "Still not up?" I gestured for silence with my hand at my mouth and whispered, "He mentioned feeling a bit unwell earlier, so I'm taking care of him. I'll ask the teacher for leave later. You two should head to class. If it gets worse, just go to the infirmary. Don't force yourself," they advised. It's all right, you go ahead. I'll keep an eye on him. The two grabbed their books and left the dormitory, while I closed the door, moved a stool, and sat beside Eugene. Pulling out a talisman inscribed with the 6 paths, my expression grave as I began to observe it closely. To be precise, it was infused with a potent aura of resentment. Why Eugene hadn't overslept. Rather, he was ensnared by this oppressive energy. I discreetly activated my Yin-Yang vision. I beheld 3 flames of Yang hovering above Eugene's head and shoulders, flickering like the last embers of a dying candle, ready to extinguish at any moment. This simply would not do. Something terrible would happen if it continued. Without making a fuss, I pinched the talisman between my fingers and flicked it gently, causing the paper to ignite spontaneously, leaving no trace of ash behind. Yet, that was insufficient. I took another talisman and affixed it to Eugene's forehead. However, unlike the previous occasion with Su Yuan, this time I directly infused the Yang energy from the talisman into Eugene's body. 1, 2, 3, 7 talismans in total, and only then did the dark mist enveloping Eugene's face dissipate completely. I sighed in relief and gathered the used talismans. Within a minute, Eugene awakened. "What time is it?" He appeared unfazed, rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. It's fine. Go ahead and sleep a bit longer. I'll handle the leave for you. Why Eugene glanced at his wristwatch and realized it was nearly 8 o'clock. Hastily attempting to get up, only to collapse back onto the bed. After 7 talismans worth of Yang energy had been infused, his body was still so weak. It seemed Eugene had encountered something troublesome. Chapter 28. The impossible task. After a prolonged struggle, Eugene finally sat up. Hurriedly dressing himself, I retrieved some bread and milk from the cupboard and tossed them to Eugene. There's no time for breakfast. Just make do with this. Thanks. Why Eugene, acting as if everything were normal, finished dressing and dashed into the bathroom. Seizing the opportunity while Eugene was occupied, I swiftly approached his bed and lifted the covers. Something was amiss. Aside from the usual body odor, there was an unfamiliar scent I had never encountered before. I needed to invest some time to thoroughly inspect this bed. Thus, I feigned leaving and called out casually. "I'll head out first, third brother. Take care on your way and don't wear your headphones, or you might trip. Oh, all right. In reality, I did not leave. Instead, I concealed myself in the hallway, quietly observing the door to our dormitory. After a while, Eugene exited, and I stealthily slipped back into the dormitory, locking the door behind me. I approached Eugene's bed and fully pulled back the covers. A faint layer of dark energy clung to Eugene's pillow and mattress, resembling shadows. An ominous premonition flashed through my mind as I crouched down and waved my hand over the pillow, a peculiar scent invading my nostrils. Death energy. The term death energy is often used to describe a person's state of being. Yet few realize that it indeed exists. Individuals nearing death exhibit not only signs of confusion, unconsciousness, and cold extremities, but often display other distinctive indicators. For instance, they may emanate a peculiar odor, or their personal effects may take on unusual hues. Should a person become entangled with malevolent spirits, over time, their three flames of yang will inevitably weaken. If not addressed, the individual's yang may extinguish entirely, manifesting similar odors and discolorations. Yet, Eugene had seemed perfectly fine just yesterday. How could such a severe condition arise a mere hours after going out? I concocted an excuse and sent a message to the teacher requesting a day's leave, then collapsed onto my bed. My mind a blank slate. This was the first time I felt utterly helpless. The several talismans resting on the bedside now appeared particularly glaring. If faced with demonic or ghostly energies, the Six Paths talisman among the four treasures is indeed powerful. However, today he was contending with death energy. Moreover, given Eugene's condition and the severity of this death energy, it appeared that within no more than 7 days, Eugene would be summoned to the underworld. How could this happen? Just last night, when I saw him with Galpongzi downstairs, everything seemed perfectly normal. How could he awaken to such a heavy aura of death? I picked up my phone and messaged Tauzi, inviting her to lunch together. My true aim was to glean some information from her, perhaps about any peculiar places nearby the school or unusual occurrences. Even hearsay would suffice, although not always accurate. Such matters rarely arise from nowhere. However, after waiting a long while, I received no response from Tauzi. I then clicked on Galpongzi's profile, about to call, but hesitated. The reasoning was simple. Although Galpongzi resided in Chongbei City, he might not be well acquainted with matters near the school. If all else failed, I could ask Eugene directly at noon. Just as this thought crossed my mind, my phone vibrated, expecting it to be Tauzi. I opened it to find a message from Su Yuan. If I hadn't messaged you, would you have planned to ignore me? I had assumed that after Tauzi took back what Galpongzi had bought yesterday, the matter was resolved, hence my lack of attention. However, Su Yuan's message made me realize I ought to apologize. Just as I finished composing my response, Tauzi's message arrived. She informed me that she had made plans for lunch and couldn't join, suggesting that if I was alone, I should find Su Yuan instead. Her message concluded with a series of mischievous emojis that I certainly understood her implication. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence, since Tauzi was unavailable. I would simply invite Su Yuan instead. Apologizing in person, treating her to a meal, and then inquiring about certain matters seemed like a fine approach. I deleted my previous message and sent a new one. Quan Jioning, my apologies, senior sister. I was preoccupied yesterday. Are you free to meet at noon? Su Yuan replied almost instantaneously. Su Yuan, you're quite busy, aren't you? So busy that you couldn't even send a message. If I hadn't reached out, I'd have thought you were some big shot president. It's only when I take the initiative to contact you that you respond. Besides, you just say let us meet like that? Feeling somewhat awkward, I had no choice but to muster the courage to reply. Quan Jioning, senior sister, please grant me this opportunity to apologize in person. I'd like to treat you to lunch at the cafeteria, plus a cup of milk tea. After all, I was in the wrong, and now that I'm under your roof, I must bow my head. I sent the message, and Su Yuan paused for a moment before responding. Caramel pudding milk tea with extra pearls, and no I see. It seems promising. Not rushing to reply, I first called Galpongzi. You better spill the beans. Are you genuinely apologizing or using this opportunity to confess your feelings? Galpongzi remained his usual self. Big brother paying. I'm truly just apologizing. I also have a few questions for her. Just tell me, do I need to buy a bouquet or something for the apology? Don't buy flowers unless you want to make headlines at your school or genuinely have feelings for her. Girls are sensitive and easily overthink. Galpongzi flatly refused. If that's the case, just follow this plan. I guarantee you'll achieve your goal without causing misunderstandings. I must admit, the advice Gao Pengzi offered was surprisingly astute. Thus, I prepared accordingly and, as the time drew near, bought a cup of milk tea to await her arrival at the cafeteria. After quite some time, Su Yuan finally approached, carrying a stationary bag. I stood up and greeted her. Senior sister, just finished class. Are you hungry? Still alive? Aren't I? Speak. Su Yuan as I sparkled. Yet her expression remained displeased as she stared at me. Therefore, I employed the words Gao Pengzi had taught me. Actually, I should have gone to see your painting that day. After saying this, I closely observed Su Yuan's reaction. Sure enough, her demeanor softened considerably at those words. Internally, I praised Gao Pengzi, but I maintained my composure and continued. Later, I had Taozi send me a photo, especially of that pair of koi. You truly brought them to life. You like that piece? Su Yuan inquired curiously. I nodded and offered her the milk tea. In truth, I had never seen that painting. I said so only because of Gao Pengzi's suggestion. Though somewhat underhanded, I proceeded nonetheless. Chapter 29. No direction as anticipated. Su Yuan smiled at my comment and nodded in satisfaction, sipping her milk tea. You do have a conscience. There are plenty of pearls. Actually, I excel more in realistic portraiture. I could draw one for you if the opportunity arises. I nodded, refraining from rushing to speak. This was precisely what Gao Pengzi had emphasized, playing hard to get. After several sips of milk tea, Su Yuan, seemingly struck by a thought, abruptly asked, Did you seek me out just to discuss this? Just this matter. I adamantly refused to admit it. This was another tactic Gao Pengzi had taught me. Su Yuan scrutinized my eyes for a prolonged moment before slowly saying, This doesn't seem like you. Honestly, did you consult with a strategist, Gao Feng, perhaps? Yes. Ultimately, I was not skilled in pretense. Having been exposed, I could only admit it openly, yet my attitude remained correct. I knew you weren't so scheming. Speak. What else on your mind? As Su Yuan spoke, a subtle expression of joy mingled with disappointment flickered across her face. Such a gaze unsettled me, leading me to ponder whether I ought to refrain from conversing too extensively with her. This sentiment was particularly pronounced after that incident in Gao Pengzi's office, where I aided Su Yuan in dispelling the malevolent spirit. Following that event, both Gao Pengzi and Taozi had alluded, both explicitly and implicitly, to matters concerning Su Yuan and myself. Taozi, in particular, had insinuated on several occasions whether I harbored any romantic intentions towards Su Yuan. Despite my resolute refusals each time, Taozi remained undeterred. Gao Pengzi, half joking yet half serious, cautioned me that while banter was permissible, I should avoid actions that might lead to future regrets if I truly held no such intentions. To put it plainly, he advised me against becoming a cad. I scoffed at the notion and would never entertain such behavior. Moreover, I had more pressing matters to attend to, and my current circumstances were perilous, should I fail to extricate myself from this predicament. Anyone associated with me could find themselves in jeopardy. The mere presence of Gao Pengzi was enough to instill a sense of unease within me, let alone the fact that both Taozi and Su Yuan were merely two defenseless university students. In any case, it was best to avoid any such misunderstandings. Don't worry, Senior. I just wasn't sure how to apologize to you, so I consulted with Pengzi. I admitted, what I just said was indeed suggested by him. But the intention behind my apology is entirely my own. I genuinely regret that I did not consider the situation thoroughly that day. I am sorry. Su Yuan's gaze turned peculiar as she regarded me. Her lips moved, yet she did not respond. Anticipating this awkwardness, I swiftly changed the subject, saying, Senior, are you hungry? Would you like something to eat? Today, it's on me. Su Yuan remained silent, her expression shifting in a manner that grew increasingly inscrutable until she finally stood up. I am full from the milk tea. I don't have much of an appetite now. Would you accompany me for a walk by the artificial lake? Today is not convenient. My roommate has some matters to attend to, and I must assist him. Must you go now? Can it wait a bit longer? Su Yuan's voice was frigid. I responded with unwavering determination, leaving no room for compromise. I'm sorry, Senior, but it must be now. Can you at least provide me with an explanation? I found myself unable to explain. Su Yuan ceased her conversation and departed alone. The bustling cafeteria, filled with a myriad of voices, contrasted sharply with the profound tranquility I felt within. Perhaps it was for the best. If our paths were to diverge henceforth, it would undoubtedly serve both our interests well. At that moment, my phone rang. Neen, what are you up to? Something has changed on my end. I am heading back to school now. Have you eaten? If not, let us dine together. Taozi's call dispelled my earlier emotions, invigorating my spirit. Just as I was dozing off, A pillow had been graciously provided. I promptly informed Towsy that I was in the cafeteria and invited her to join me, adding, "If there is something to discuss, it's best if no one else is present. Please come alone." Towsy seemed momentarily taken aback but ultimately agreed. As I awaited her arrival, I endeavored to calm my mind, retracing the complexities that swirled within. The matter concerning Eugene was still shrouded in uncertainty. Yet the gravity of the situation weighed heavily. If the issue of the stagnant energy was not resolved within 7 days, dire consequences would ensue. If push came to shove, I would need to confront him directly. There was little time for hesitation. Then there was the matter of the 1,000 leaves within the cursed coffin. Ever since I had offended that little lady, she had chosen to ignore me. Galpongzi had advised me to appease her, but how was I to do so? Whenever I had the chance, I would retrieve the coffin and offer apologies, confessing my mistakes. Yet, she remained unresponsive, leaving me in despair. I had even attempted to pry open the coffin lid, but to no avail. It seemed she was genuinely upset with me. I closed my eyes and pressed my fingers against my temples, hoping to alleviate the throbbing headache. Just as I was finding some relief, Towsy's voice roused me. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm grappling with some unresolved matters. It's giving me a headache." "Let us eat first." Towsy and I fetched our meals, chatting as we dined. She appeared famished, shoveling food into her mouth without a care for her image as a demure lady, while I merely picked at my meal. My appetite dulled by the weight of my thoughts. Towsy noticed my lack of enthusiasm and set down her chopsticks. "By the way, you mentioned wanting to eat with me, yet you insisted I come alone. Is there something you find difficult to discuss?" "Indeed, there is a matter at hand, but please eat first. It's not urgent. I can wait a few minutes." "Speak up." "I can't eat if you're like this." "All right, I wanted to inquire about something." Just as I was about to speak, I recalled Wang Daming's mention of a gathering to discuss someone confessing to Eugene that evening, the confession wall. I smacked my forehead, realizing how I had overlooked such a crucial detail. If there was a source of resentment, the confession wall would undoubtedly be one of the most significant. Although the confession wall was a virtual platform, it was rife with the collective emotions of individuals, hopes, desires, discontent, and more, serving as a concentrated hub of human feelings. The essence of resentment arises when one's desires remain unfulfilled, igniting a flicker of discontent. I had focused my attention on the grievances of a single individual, yet if numerous grievances converged, they would form an invisible field of resentment, akin to a mass grave, easily attracting unsavory entities, particularly vengeful spirits. Could Eugene's peculiar behavior be linked to this confession wall? How utterly absurd. Chapter 30. The clue of the confession wall. I had perused the school's confession wall, which resembled a microblog. In addition to posting and replying, users could follow one another and send private messages. If this were the case, then Eugene's account should contain clues. Senior, I wish to know if there is a way to discreetly locate someone's confession wall account. Towsy paused, asking whom I sought. Why Eugene, who resides in our dormitory. I wish to verify a few thoughts. I spoke these words with utmost seriousness. Consequently, Towsy regarded me with a peculiar expression. "Are you looking for a male? I thought you had your sights set on some girl." "Senior, I'm not joking with you. Just tell me whether it's possible to find it." Towsy contemplated for a moment, then retrieved her phone and tapped a few times, presenting the screen to me. "This interface looks different. It's not what I saw on the confession wall. This is an older version, rife with bugs and poor privacy. But if you're looking for someone, it's quite useful. Returning students are familiar with this entry point, while newcomers seldom know about it." After explaining, she tapped again. I then beheld Eugene's nickname, accompanied by a phrase below. "She is followed by one person." I noted Eugene's account in silence and inquired, "Could you assist me in checking who it is?" This name that seems somewhat familiar. Upon seeing the avatar and nickname, Towsy's complexion suddenly drained of color. "Isn't this the girl from last semester who had an accident at the driving school?" "The one from the driving school, senior. Are you referring to the student who had the incident at the driving school?" The names match, and the avatar appears to be her photo. Towsy, who had initially appeared frightened, suddenly laughed to herself. "I'm being ridiculous. Who uses their own photo for the confession wall? There's no beautification. It must be a prank." I nodded, took out my phone, and, using the account I had noted, searched for Eugene's name in the new version of the confession wall. "She is followed by 0 people." I asked, "Is it possible that someone's avatar and followers could be visible in the old version but not in the new one?" "Highly unlikely, as the accounts are the same unless there's a bug." I had an inkling of what was happening. "Thank you, senior. Let us eat first." "Why the sudden inquiry? Is something amiss?" Towsy inquired, her curiosity piqued. "It's nothing. I was merely curious. Now, let us go grab some food." After dining with Tauzi, I slipped away to the sports field, seeking a spot under the glaring sun to ponder these matters. According to her explanation, if A follows B, then whether in the new or old confession wall, B should have an A among their followers. Oh, why did Eugene have a following her in the old version, but not in the new? Was this a software bug or something else? I opened the confession wall and searched for information regarding the girl involved in the driving school incident. Unfortunately, I could find no relevant content. Perhaps the school had suppressed such discussions to prevent panic. I needed to delve into Eugene's situation. Thus, I returned to the dormitory, taking advantage of the absence of others to meticulously inspect Eugene's bed once more. This time, I discovered some subtle traces of dirt on the sheets. Clearly, this soil did not belong to the dormitory. It must have come from Eugene getting into bed without changing after last night. The origin of this dirt posed a crucial question. I recalled the scene from that night when Gao Pengzi and I had spotted Eugene, her head bowed over her phone, briskly exiting the dormitory building that I had made a couple of attempts to alert her. Yet it seemed she hadn't heard me. Gao Pengzi had assumed it was because she was wearing headphones, but now I was so sure. At that time, did Eugene really wear headphones? As evening descended, the bell for the end of class rang. Shortly after, the door to the dormitory swung open, and Wang Daming and Zhang Wei returned first. Why is teacher Kuang back so early? Just a little matter, didn't attend today, replied Wang Daming, tossing his books onto the desk with an eager expression. The school has issued a notice. Next weekend, we'll have a welcome party, and we can indulge our eyes. I understood Wang Daming's implication. His notion of indulging one's eyes merely meant the opportunity to gaze upon beautiful young ladies that, of course, we must attend, but that's not the main focus. Is it? What is then? Don't tell me you've taken a liking to some teacher or counselor. Come on now, Wang Daming retorted mysteriously. I'm talking about someone who could potentially dethrone our university's flower. Here we go again, I thought. This guy, much like Gao the chubby one, simply could not move when confronted with a beauty that I had no desire to engage with him, nor did I care about the matter of who reigned as the campus beauty. Yet Wang Daming chattered incessantly by my side, with Zhang Wei joining in, and the two began their lively discussion. What about that newcomer, Mo Zitan, from our year? She is incredibly stunning, and her family is quite wealthy. If I could marry her, I could save myself at least 30 years of hard work. Zhang Wei nearly drooled at the thought. Get real, do you think she'd even look at you? Wang Daming scoffed. Why not? Besides, she has an older sister studying abroad, and she's back this year too. If the younger sister isn't interested, I'll pursue the older one. As long as I can win one of them over. I can take it easy. Zhang Wei's eyes were closed as he spoke, lost in a daydream that I felt no interest in their talk of wealthy beauties, but my curiosity was piqued regarding the source of their information. Where did you get this inside scoop? It sounds so authentic. Haha, special channels, safe and reliable. Besides, we traded 3 days' worth of meals for this first-hand information, Wang Daming declared confidently. Then do me a favor and investigate someone. The more information, the better. As long as it's real. I'll pay a month's worth of meals for it. A sudden idea struck me, and I said to Wang Daming, wow, such bravado. You're not some tycoon. Are you? I replied firmly. This person is very important to me. All right, who do you want to investigate? I'll ask around, and we can take a cut in the middle. I knew Wang Daming was joking with me. At that moment, Zhang Wei teased Wang Daming before suggesting I consult Tauzi, claiming she could assist me. Why her? I asked, surprised. Not her personally, but she has connections that it's obvious you don't keep up with her. She became president in her sophomore year. If she didn't have some skills, how could she hold that position? Chapter 31. Stagnation. Only when they mentioned Tauzi did I recall that during lunch with her. I had been too engrossed in checking the confession wall that I had forgotten to ask her about anything else. That I need to find Tauzi quickly. I dashed to the base of Tauzi's dormitory. But before I could enter, the dormitory supervisor stopped me. Hey, this is a girls' dorm. No boys allowed. Ma'am. I have an urgent matter. Could you help me check if Tauzi from the music department is in? Which Tauzi? Which dorm are you looking for her in? As the supervisor queried, I realized I didn't even know Tauzi's dorm number. Had I not called her multiple times without an answer? I wouldn't barged into the girls' dormitory. Kuang Jioning, what are you doing here? Just as I was pondering how to respond to the supervisor, I spotted Tauzi standing beside me. Yes, I'm looking for her. I exclaimed, feeling as though I had found a savior, and quickly explained to the dorm supervisor. You're looking for me. Why didn't you call? Tauzi removed her sunglasses and asked. I called several times. But you didn't answer. Just check your phone. The dance studio was on silent. I forgot to turn it off. Tauzi replied with an apologetic smile. Pulling me away, we sat on a long bench. And then she asked, is it still about lunchtime? Sort of, but not quite. Who is it, male or female? Before Taozi could finish her question, she saw Kwang Jioning's serious expression and refrained from asking further. I need you to check the old confession wall and find out who follows this account. That I want all the information. That I handed the account to Taozi. So mysterious. And you want to check the old confession wall? Taozi said, her face filled with curiosity as she picked up her phone and began tapping the screen. Wow. ISNT, this the one from lunch. Exactly. That I've noticed something peculiar. Eugene account ISNT followed on the new confession wall. But it is on the old one. Is this a bug? Taozi shook her head, indicating it was unlikely, and proceeded to explain a plethora of concepts regarding databases and retrieval issues, leaving me utterly bewildered. In essence, it was possible, but the likelihood was slim. She even demonstrated it. First, she used her account to follow me on the old confession wall, and when I checked my phone, I saw Taozi added to my follower list. This confirmed it was not a bug. I then inquired about the timing of the driving school incident and the launch of the new confession wall. Taozi assured me that the new confession wall went live well after the incident at the driving school. For reasons unknown, a bold thought began to form in my mind. This matter seemed vaguely connected to the deceased girl from the driving school. Of course, I hoped I was mistaken when I shared my speculation with Taozi. Rather than appearing anxious or frightened, her expression turned to one of excitement. That I knew it. Bringing you into the Department of Mysterious Affairs was my best decision of the year, she declared, giving me a hearty pat. What does that mean? Taozi asked mysteriously. Are you looking to investigate the details of Eugene's follower? I can take care of this, but on one condition. I want to be involved throughout. I nearly thought I had misheard her. You want to participate? Stop joking. If it's truly as I suspect, this is no laughing matter. Taozi showed no signs of fear. In fact, she spoke with confidence. Don't rush to refuse. With my experience, I won't slow you down. I can even offer strategic advice. That I firmly disagreed. That if it's real, this situation is dangerous. They would avoid confrontation. So why would you want to provoke it? Quit your fussing. Let us be serious. Better to believe in its existence than dismiss it, Taozi said, typing a message on her phone. All right, we'll wait here for news. What news? Didn't you ask me to check that follower's details? I am reaching out for help right now. After waiting for a while without receiving any news, we spotted Eugene approaching from a distance. Just like the previous night, he walked briskly, engrossed in his phone. I stood to call out to him, only to be pulled back by Taozi. Don't shout. Let us see where he is headed. I understood Taozi's intent and crouched behind the bench with her. Eugene hurried past us, his head down and eyes glued to his phone, completely oblivious to our presence. Let us follow him, Taozi urged, tugging at my arm as we trailed him until he entered the boys' dormitory. You wait here. I'll go take a look. All right, be careful. I replied. I followed Eugene upstairs, where I saw him merely open the door, toss something inside, and turn to leave, nearly colliding with me. This time, I clearly saw that Eugene had nothing in his ears, yet it was merely a fleeting encounter, as Eugene appeared not to notice me, his eyes fixed on his phone screen as he walked past. Such peculiar behavior instantly raised my alertness. Senior, don't hang up. Keep an eye out. If Eugene comes out, note where he goes. I promptly dialed Taozi as I rushed into the dormitory, questioning Wang Daming and Zhang Wei. What did Eugene just throw into the dorm? Looks like a book. On his bed. Zhang Wei pointed. I hurried over to Eugene's bed and picked up the book. It was yet another lifeless item. Damn. My heart raced as I grabbed the small cloth bag from the cabinet and dashed outside. Taozi, has Eugene come out yet? He is out, heading toward the school gate. I'm following him. I could distinctly hear Taozi's breathlessness through the phone. Don't follow. Stay put and wait for me. I'll be there shortly. It's fine. I'm keeping my distance. He can't see me. This Taozi was truly something. I sprinted and finally spotted her at the school gate. Why don't you listen? This is serious, I shouted at Taozi in frustration. However, to my surprise, she bore no resentment from my outburst. All right, I know you're concerned about me. I'm aware of what I'm doing. Taozi's cheerful demeanor momentarily quelled my anger. Where's Eugene? He went that way. He walks incredibly fast. I lost sight of him for just a moment. Taozi pointed to the left side outside the school gate. I'll say this one last time. This matter is significant. Listen to me and go back. Chapter 32. Pursuit. I genuinely have Peach's best interests at heart. Rest assured, I will heed your advice this time. Moreover, if I accompany you, I will be the first to know should there be any updates regarding what you want me to investigate. Peach gestured towards her phone to AT this juncture. I had no choice but to allow her to follow me. There were no alternative options that we agreed that if anything were to go awry, she should hide behind me. and whatever tasks I assign you, you must comply without bargaining. Peach, noticing the seriousness etched on my face, nodded in silence, refraining from further dialogue. We jogged along the direction she indicated and soon arrived at an intersection. With 3 avenues before us, even if we split up to search, we would inevitably overlook one route. Peach seemed troubled. Indeed, even with professional tracking training, navigating such a complex environment could easily lead to losing sight of our target. Yet, this would not pose a challenge for me. The ominous aura emanating from Eugene would become visible to me once I activated my Yin-Yang EYE.AT. That moment, I caught sight of Peach's sunglasses hanging from her neck. A splendid tool. With these, I need not worry about others noticing the peculiarity in my gaze. May I borrow your sunglasses? What do you need them for? Peach questioned, somewhat perplexed, yet handed them to me nonetheless. I'll return them after use. I hastily donned the sunglasses, disregarding my appearance, and scanned the 3 directions. Sure enough, I discerned a clue. The path Eugene traversed was marked by a trail of dark energy, which began at the school and vanished to the left after reaching this intersection. Stay close to me, and tread carefully, I instructed confidently, pointing towards the left side for Peach to follow. Before long, the dark energy re-emerged. It appeared that the recent throngs of people at the intersection had dispersed the energy due to the overwhelming yang energy. Now, on a less populated road, the yang energy was somewhat weaker, allowing the dark energy to linger a bit longer. With Peach in tow, we navigated through several intersections as dusk began to settle. Following the dark energy, we arrived at a rather secluded area. On the right, there seemed to be a factory, while on the left, behind a fence, lay a vast expanse of empty land. This isn't that a driving school? Peach gasped, slightly out of breath. A jolt of realization struck me. Could it be mere coincidence? Kwang Juning, look over there. Peach nudged me, speaking in hushed tones. I glanced over and spotted Eugene standing not far from the entrance of the driving school, scanning the surroundings as if awaiting someone. Keep your voice down. We'll approach slowly. Just then, Peach's phone rang, shattering the quiet. Startled, she quickly silenced it, only to see it was a call from Su Yuan. What should I do? She whispered anxiously. Answer quietly. Keep it brief, I reminded her, my gaze still fixed on Eugene. Peach nodded and answered the call. Hello, what's up? I'm outside. Just some matters. I didn't hear the phone in my bag. I was running just now. Why would I lie? I truly was running. No. What are you talking about? You're overthinking it. I'll let Kwang Juning talk to you. Hello. Why did they hang up? Peach expressed her frustration. I paid her little mind. Instead, pulling out my phone to examine the photo of the girl I had saved earlier, the truth was unveiled. The individual standing beside Eugene bore an uncanny resemblance to the girl in the photograph. I furrowed my brow. The situation remained unclear. According to Peach, although the girl had died unjustly, the case had been resolved, and by rights, she should have already reincarnated. Why then did she linger here, harboring such intense resentment? Was there a hidden truth yet to be uncovered? Forget that for now. Look at that person. I pointed towards Eugene's direction. Which person? It's just him standing there like a fool. Peach replied, puzzled. Right? You can't see without the yin-yang eye. I suddenly remembered my earlier decision to borrow her sunglasses to avoid revealing my own abilities. Don't be afraid. Even if you are, try not to scream. With that, I took hold of Peach's hand and covered her mouth before removing the sunglasses. Her eyes widened in shock at the sight of my black and white pupils, shimmering with a faint golden light. She stifled a whimper. Thankfully, I had anticipated this reaction. Otherwise, her outburst might have startled Eugene. Don't be frightened. This is my yin-yang eye. At my reassurance, Peach began to calm down, nodding slowly before gesturing for me to release her mouth. I complied, cautioning her to keep her voice down, watching her take several deep breaths. She gradually regained her composure. That was terrifying. No wonder you needed my sunglasses. By the way, what did you say? Someone's there. Yes, close your eyes. I have a way for you to see, but you must remain silent. Peach nodded eagerly, her excitement palpable, as if the earlier incident had been forgotten. All right. The transition of your emotions is quite swift. For ordinary individuals, there exist numerous methods to perceive malevolent spirits, though many are fraught with stringent conditions except for cow tears. Speaking of cow tears, let me interject a word of caution. Do not be deceived by television dramas into believing that merely applying cow tears to your eyes will allow you to see ghosts. Trust me, the result will likely lead you to a pharmacy for eye drops due to bacterial infection. True cow tears, which can purportedly reveal spirits, are indeed based on the tears of cows, mixed with several common ingredients such as cow bile, licorice, mint, and others. However, unless you are a professional, refrain from experimenting haphazardly as it could lead to unfortunate consequences. I possess the Yin-Yang eye, thus do not require cow tears. Moreover, given the unexpected nature of the situation, I had no time to prepare such concoctions. Nevertheless, I have my own method. The 6 paths talismans imbued with my essence. As for my essence, it might be challenging for Peach to accept, as the method I intend to employ involves saliva. Saliva, also known as bodily fluid, is one of the fundamental substances constituting the human body and sustaining life activities, possessing various health benefits. Saliva is derived from the consumption of food and water, generated through the physiological functions of the spleen and stomach, and is primarily dependent on the coordinated efforts of the spleen, lungs, kidneys, liver, and triple warmer. Thus, in Taoist practices, saliva is revered as a vital elixir, capable of nourishing the internal organs, hydrating the body, and prolonging life. Peach, unfamiliar with these concepts, could not comprehend my actions. When she saw me produce the 6 paths talismans and spit onto one, her expression morphed into one of disgust. "That's so gross. You plan to use that on me. Would you like to see or not?" I retorted, not in the mood for her complaints. Peach hesitated for a moment before ultimately closing her eyes. "Fine, just wash my face a few more times if necessary." Chapter 33. Unflinching in Adversity. "All right, I'll let you open your eyes when I say so." Without further ado, I pressed the talisman against Peach's eyes and tapped it lightly. The design on the talisman flickered briefly before vanishing. Done that, I removed the talisman, instructing Peach to open her eyes while reminding her not to make any noise, prepared to cover her mouth once more if necessary. As Peach opened her eyes, she beheld the same scene I did. Standing beside Eugene was a girl clad in a shirt and shorts. The two engaged in cheerful conversation. However, the girl's feet hovered above the ground, and she emanated a thick, dark aura. Ugh! I swiftly covered Peach's mouth. "Stay quiet." I gently released my hold, and she nodded, still shaken. I asked that girl the thing. "Indeed, but now we face a dilemma. If I act, will it put Eugene in danger? What should we do now?" Peach asked, her voice trembling with anxiety. "I need to devise a plan to separate them before I can take action. Stay behind me. Let's get closer and listen to what they are saying." After uttering these words, I stealthily grasped the 6 paths talisman and led Peach forward. To my surprise, the female specter suddenly took Eugene's hand and led him further away. To be cautious. Let us follow them and see where they are headed. I whispered a warning to Peach as we trailed the pair for a while, eventually arriving at a desolate little bridge where they halted. Are they on a date? Or is she going to push Eugene off? Peach's voice quivered with fear. "I have no idea. I should have acted decisively earlier. This place feels more perilous now." Regret washed over me as I pondered whether to ask Peach if she could swim. But the words caught in my throat. The bridge appeared modest in height. If one were to step carefully over the gap, crossing might be feasible. More importantly, my skills encompassed many areas, yet swimming was not among them. Should I act and Eugene accidentally fall, I would be left with nothing but anxiety. If this were indeed a date, it was rather romantic, wasn't it? A little bridge with flowing water, how quaint. Peach murmured, "What are you thinking at a time like this?" I chided her. "Hey, look, what is she doing?" Peach's eyes widened as she struggled to keep her voice down. I too was watching intently. The female specter appeared to be unbuttoning her blouse with one hand while using the other to guide Eugene's hand to her chest. "It is over. It is over. I can no longer bear to watch in broad daylight. This young man is doomed." Although Tao Tao claims to be unable to continue watching, her eyes have never strayed. It seems otherwise. Observing Eugene's reaction, I shook my head. How can it not be? That is, Tao Tao shot me a glance, and when she looked back, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Eugen had turned and walked away, leaving only the female ghost half-naked, standing alone by the bridge, seemingly startled by Eugene's reaction. What kind of plot is this? Maintaining composure, Tao Tao was taken aback. It is for the best that she has left. "You stay here and do not move. Once Eugen is a bit farther away, I will take action." I focused intently on the female ghost while keeping an eye on the distance between her and Eugen. However, before Eugen had taken more than a few steps, the female ghost suddenly vanished into thin air. Gone. Where did she run off to? Tao Tao expressed her astonishment. I was infuriated, unable to suppress my irritation, and stomped my foot, directing my frustration at Tao Tao. "You certainly talk a lot," Tao Tao replied somewhat awkwardly. "It's my first time encountering such a thing. Of course, I am curious. Truly remarkable. Sigh, let us follow along." There was no choice but to keep up with Eugen. Yet, Eugen didn't go anywhere. He returned directly to the school. I breathed a sigh of relief only after he ascended the stairs, retracting my Yin-Yang eyes. Turning to Tao Tao, I issued my final ultimatum. You have been incessantly chattering this entire way. You must not involve yourself in such matters again. Tao Tao, looking embarrassed, replied, I'm sorry. After all, it was my first time, and I really couldn't help myself. Now that I think about it, it was quite thrilling. You should definitely bring me along next time you encounter such occurrences. Bring you along? When I heard Tao Tao say she wanted to accompany me again, I nearly lost my mind. Go find someone else if you wish. In my opinion, you should obediently stay in the dormitory and go nowhere. That my words had barely left my mouth when Tao Tao's expression suddenly changed that I forgot. She just called me and misunderstood something. I must quickly go explain it to her. Misunderstood what? Tao Tao replied irritably. It's because I followed you earlier and my voice was raised a bit. That girl didn't know if she was teasing me or being serious. She thought I was doing something. I explained, but she didn't believe me. And then she said she was with you and wanted you to vouch for me, and she just hung up on me. What does that have to do with me? Besides, we have nothing going on. I dismissed it. You blockhead. Fine, fine. I will head back first and I will notify you when I have news. Tao Tao dashed off, disappearing in no time. And I returned to the dormitory to check on Eugen's situation. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I saw Wang Daming and Zhang Wei flanking Eugen, bombarding him with questions. What are you doing? I feigned nonchalance, all the while secretly observing Eugen. This time, however, upon his return, Eugen appeared not fatigued as he had been before, and there were no other abnormalities that I couldn't even sense a trace of death energy. What is going on here? We are interrogating a suspect, and this fellow is keeping silent about his girlfriend. How inconsiderate. Wang Daming complained as soon as he saw me. Enough. I'm quite annoyed. Just leave me alone. Eugen replied, visibly irritated. Seeing his expression, I stepped between the three of them and called for Wang Daming and Zhang Wei to cease their banter. Let us not make a fuss. I have something serious to discuss with Eugen. You come with me for a moment. I have something to say to you. Looking for me? What is it? Eugen asked impatiently. Don't worry, it's not gossip about you. I pulled Eugen aside to the lower level of the dormitory and said seriously, Eugen, what I am about to tell you may be hard for you to accept, but I swear that every word I say is the truth. What is it that warrants such seriousness? Eugen looked at me with a puzzled expression. You must tell me the truth. Do you know this person? I pulled out my phone and showed him the picture of the female ghost. Eugen's face instantly transformed with surprise. How do you have a photo of Zhuofeng on your phone? Chapter 30, For the Unseen Truth. Zhuofeng. Is that the name of the female ghost? I glanced at Eugen. My thoughts forming that it seems he does know her. Then I will show you something else. Do not be afraid. I realized that rather than arguing, it would be more effective to make Eugen believe me immediately. So after confirming his attitude, I activated my Yin-Yang eyes. As expected, even though I had warned him beforehand, Eugen was still startled upon seeing my eyes. What on earth happened to your eyes, to tell you the truth? I have lived in a paper-making workshop in the countryside since I was 6 until entering university, studying Taoism for 12 years. This pair of eyes is called Yin-Yang eyes. They allow me to see many things that ordinary people cannot. Merely stating that was insufficient to convince Eugen, but what followed would leave him no choice but to believe he witnessed as I pulled a piece of paper from my pocket and folded it into a bowing figure. When Eugen saw this, he was momentarily dumbfounded. I observed his expression gradually soften, realizing that after this display, he would at least believe half of what I said. Sure enough, after a long pause, Eugen's gaze towards me relaxed. I never expected you to be a Taoist. That I did not elaborate on my identity, instead steering the conversation towards Zhuofeng. The reason you asked why I have her photo is that I want to tell you she is not human. Not human? What do you mean? Eugen's emotions began to escalate. Do not be anxious. I will bring someone over to explain, and you will understand. Just then, Tao Tao called. Asking where I was. I replied that I was downstairs in the dormitory with Eugen. And Tao Tao instructed me not to go anywhere, as she was coming right over. How coincidental. The witness I sought was Tao Tao. Everything that transpired between Eugen and the female ghost named Zhuofeng was witnessed by Tao Tao as well. Even if he did not believe my words, having another person would lend additional credence. Before long, Tao Tao rushed over. I instructed her to relay everything we had seen to Eugen, but she waved her hand, saying that could wait. First, she wanted to show me the materials she had just obtained. This matter is not that simple. Take a close look. The girl who was murdered is named Zhuofeng. Since her death 6 months ago, there have been several drowning cases in the vicinity, all involving males, and the specific cause of drowning has yet to be determined. However, surveillance footage recorded their final locations before drowning, all near where Zhuofeng's body was discovered. Precisely around the small bridge we had just seen Yujin by. Someone went missing. I became serious in an instant. Absolutely true, Cao Dao affirmed. Moreover, there are similar dark shadows on the beds, just as you previously mentioned. Death energy. After I spoke those words, I glanced at Yujin. Oddly, Yujin showed no signs of death energy this time. Furthermore, there were no unusual changes in the yang fire above his head and shoulders. Could it be that the death energy on Yujin has no relation to the female ghost Zhuofeng? No, I am certain that the aura of the female ghost is identical to the energy I detected on Yujin's bed. What death energy? You are making things up. I'm leaving. Yujin's expression grew anxious as he turned to leave, only to be stopped by me. Here, take a look for yourself. Cao Dao handed her phone to Yujin. As he looked, his hands began to tremble. Cao Dao turned to me and voiced her assessment. Considering what we saw earlier today, I believe all these incidents may be related to Zhuofeng. Look at the cause of her death. Drowning. I examined it carefully and replied, that is correct. The murderer first assaulted Zhuofeng. Fearing she would report him, he strangled her and disposed of her body in the river, creating the illusion of drowning. However, employing such methods in this day and age, I can only say this murderer is truly foolish. I found some logic in Cao Dao's words. However, I did not expect that after she finished speaking, Yujin would proactively ask, is what you're saying true? Is Zhuofeng truly behind the missing drownings you mentioned? I only have suspicions but no concrete evidence, Cao Dao stated. Yujin, tell us the truth. How did you encounter? No Zhuofeng. Yujin did not respond, but his expression betrayed him fear and hesitation. We are helping you, not harming you. What more do you need? Cao Dao urged, anxious. Yujin, we are classmates and your companions. Though this matter may seem unbelievable, it has undeniably happened to you. Cao Dao was right. We were helping him, and it was best for him to share everything he knew so that I could understand how to assist him. Finally, through my and Cao Dao's persuasion, Yujin divulged everything. It turned out that a few days prior, Yujin had heard about Zhuofeng's situation. Unlike most who were aware, Yujin did not gossip or express curiosity. Instead, he fell into deep despair. He could not comprehend how such a wonderful girl as Zhuofeng could encounter such a cruel person who would do such things to her. Thus, he secretly purchased some incense and paper money and went alone to the small bridge where Zhuofeng had met her demise to pay his respects. After the memorial, Eugene did not encounter any extraordinary events until the day I noticed his peculiar behavior. On that day, he inadvertently opened the confession wall and unexpectedly discovered that someone had been following him. However, this attention was only visible to him. The individual had also sent him a private message. Thank you. You are different from them. You are a good person. While Eugene did not comprehend the meaning of this statement and merely inquired about her identity, to which the other party revealed herself. Initially, he was skeptical, but as she recounted many unknown details, he gradually began to believe in her identity. Ultimately, what convinced him was the encounter that night when Gao Pengzi and I met Eugene. He had gone to meet Zhuofeng's spirit. After their meeting, Zhuofeng informed Eugene that since the murderer had not yet been executed, her resentment could not dissipate, causing her to wander near that bridge. Those who drowned shared an unknown commonality. On the day of the incident, they had all witnessed the perpetrator assaulting Zhuofeng, and one even saw the murderer throw her into the river. However, none of them disclosed the truth to anyone, thus becoming the objects of Zhuofeng's animosity. Chapter 35, The Return of the Ghosts. Therefore, Zhuofeng's spirit first ensnared them with illusions, gradually luring them to the edge of the small bridge, ultimately leading them to leap into the river themselves. Under the spell of the illusions, these individuals were utterly oblivious to their fate and drowned. No wonder they could not ascertain the cause of death. There was, after all, such a hidden truth behind it. After hearing this, Taozi sighed, expressing that even if one had the gravest of reasons, it should not justify such actions. I disagreed with Taozi's assertion and countered, stating that I had conveyed the same sentiment in a message to her, but it was already too late. Why Eugene lamented, so that night, you went to that small bridge and were with Zhuofeng's vengeful spirit? I asked Eugene. Yes, she shared many stories from her life with me, and we were quite happy. However, she ultimately told me not to meet her again, for her sins were too heavy. If we met once more, it would affect me. After uttering this, Eugene suddenly asked me if the Taoist practices I had learned were genuine and if they could help liberate souls. I informed him that while I could not do so, the ghostly guides could. But before I could finish, Eugene abruptly knelt before me, startling me greatly. Please, Quan Jioning, save her. She is so pitiful. I could not fathom why Eugene reacted so intensely towards her. Was there some undisclosed matter? Do not do this, I exclaimed, pulling Eugene up. This is school, calm down. As Taozi comforted the weeping Eugene, she urged me to find a solution. Quan Jioning, considering she was your senior, Please think of a way to help her. Observing their distress, I too felt troubled. I was not a heartless person, having just reviewed the information Tauzi provided, coupled with everything Eugene had said. I felt a pang of compassion. Indeed, this senior named Zhuofeng was truly unfortunate. First being brutally assaulted and then discarded in the river. More importantly, those who passed by witnessed the event and not only failed to extend a helping hand but pretended not to see it. Could such actions truly be attributed to humanity? Were they even less humane than beasts? Yet, I was genuinely at a loss. If she had not taken any lives, I could think of a way to dispel her resentment and request the ghostly guide to assist her in reincarnation. However, based on the information I currently possessed, Zhuofeng had taken so many lives that even if I alleviated her resentment, the ghostly guides could not lead her to reincarnation. It is known that in the underworld's rules, once a ghost harms a person, regardless of the reasons, they cannot reincarnate, but must endure suffering in the 18 layers of hell for eternity, even if I summoned the local ghostly guide using the Six Paths talisman. It would not alter this outcome. After hearing my explanation, Eugene cried, even harder, can't you think of a way? Isn't there any backdoor you could use? You claim to come from a 1,000-year-old family. How could you be so powerless today? To be honest, I understood Tauzi's frustration towards me. Yet, at the same time, I felt utterly helpless. It was not that I did not wish to help, but rather that they did not comprehend the intricacies involved. The realm of the living has its laws, while the realm of the dead follows its own rules. And no matter who I am, I cannot contravene the laws of Yin and Yang in this world. For instance, if someone commits a crime and breaches the law, can they still find a way to circumvent it? Upon hearing this, Tauzi fell silent. Naturally, I believed her earlier remark about finding a backdoor was merely a moment of desperation. The truth remains that regardless of who it is or the circumstances, anyone who transgresses the law will face the appropriate consequences. However, she was still a girl, and after hearing Eugene's account of Zhuofeng's plight, it was natural for her to empathize, leading to her earlier outburst. Thus, I could understand her impulsiveness. Yet, there truly seemed to be no viable solution. What should we do then? We cannot simply allow Zhuofeng to suffer below. Tauzi was at a loss. Let me think. I scratched my head and pondered deeply. However, after much contemplation, I could devise no solution. Must I truly follow Tauzi's suggestion and seek a backdoor from the ghostly guides? What am I? Even if I were willing to plead with them, why would they grant me such a favor? After grappling with my thoughts, I ultimately resolved to give it a try, even if it was akin to treating a dead horse as a live one. It was better than doing nothing at all. However, where could I summon the ghostly guides? It certainly would not work within the school, given the constant flow of people, and the dormitory was inconvenient with Wang Daming and Zhang Wei present. Thus, the only options left were my apartment or Gao Pengzi's office. Not wishing to trouble Gao Pengzi for every little thing, I brought Tauzi and Eugene to my apartment. The moment Tauzi stepped through the door, she began to tease me. Wow, I didn't expect you, Quan Jioning, to have such a nice place. So, are you planning to enjoy a sweet life here with some girl? I ignored her, retrieving the spirit drawing brush and the Six Paths talisman. Preparing to summon the ghostly guides. As I completed the incantation, an eerie wind blew into the apartment from an unknown source. It really worked. I felt a surge of joy, but then remembered that Tauzi and the others had yet to see the ghostly guides. If they reacted too dramatically, it might spoil everything. I quickly turned serious and warned them, show respect, do not speak, and especially do not ask any questions. All right. Tauzi and Eugene responded in unison upon seeing my demeanor. Indeed, after the eerie wind dissipated, a figure clad in black, holding a lantern, appeared before me. However, this figure did not wear a black veil, and their attire and appearance differed slightly from the ghostly guides I had encountered before. I approached respectfully and bowed to the figure. Yao Xiaiqing, Gui Keling, descendant of the Kuang family, Kuang Juning. May I inquire if you are the esteemed ghostly guide of this land? This is a customary code. Simply put, a traditional password. Yao Xiaiqing, Gui Keling refers to the characters I inscribed on the Six Paths talisman using the spirit drawing brush that I intended to inform the ghostly guide of my identity in this manner. After all, the Kuang family had existed for a millennium in the Great Xia Kingdom. Although it had been annihilated, its influence should still linger. However, this method was indeed risky, as it would directly expose my identity in this apartment. This was another reason I was reluctant to summon the ghostly guides. Yet, aside from this, there truly was no alternative. Well, I would leave it to fate. Upon hearing the code, the ghostly guide's previously somber face displayed a hint of surprise. The new head of the Kuang family, Kuang Jianing? What brings you here? Chapter 36. The conscience's rebuke, all right. Another person who knows me. I replied. You need not go through all this trouble to find me. Given your capabilities, you realize the magnitude of what you're doing. The events in the small mountain village have already caused quite a stir in the entire Xianmen sect, yet they all seem somewhat wary of you, refraining from acting rashly. Upon hearing this, I felt a mix of joy and concern. For one reason or another, I understood the ghostly guide's implication. He was not my enemy, but rather warning me not to reveal my identity carelessly. Yet, I also grasped another layer of meaning. The happenings in the small mountain village had spread throughout the Xianmen sect. Otherwise, the ghostly guide would not have employed such a method to caution me. Thank you for your concern, esteemed Sir. If it were not absolutely necessary, I would not dare take such a significant risk to summon you here. The situation is indeed urgent, and there are no other options. Do not worry. While some matters may cause a stir in the Xianmen sect, I have my own sense of judgment. The ghostly guide nodded slightly. Although I was unaware of who had committed the heinous act, I was certain that those who sacrificed countless lives for a mere technique would ultimately face retribution. Upon hearing the ghostly guide's words, I felt a pang of sorrow, nearly brought to tears. I had heard similar sentiments from Gao Pengzi. Enough of the sentimentality. Take care of yourself. Not everyone shares my perspective. Let us cut to the chase. You risked so much to seek me. What is it that you desire? Thus, I recounted the entire situation to the ghostly guide, politely inquiring if he had any solutions. So, this is that unfortunate lad. The ghostly guide pointed at Eugene after listening attentively. Yes, I nodded in agreement. This lad possesses considerable fortune and carries an aura of authority. The vengeful spirit might only drain him of a bit of his vitality, but it cannot truly harm him. The practitioner of the Shadow Realm cast a glance at Eugene before speaking. Upon hearing this, I recalled that Eugene had once casually mentioned that his father was a leader in Changbai City, though he had not elaborated further. Yet, I had personally assisted him in dispelling the deathly energy from his bed. How could I explain that? Confounded, I inquired further of the shadow practitioner. Such a degree of deathly energy would be fatal to others, but for him, at worst, he would sleep for 3 days, and then it would dissipate, having no effect on him. Official aura, TSK. Who would have thought that such official aura held such considerable power? It appears that Eugene is destined to be an upright official. Otherwise, he would not have such fortune. After the shadow practitioner finished speaking, he glanced at Tao Zi. Who is this girl? She is my senior, and it was she who helped me investigate Zhuo Feng's background, proving invaluable. You two should promptly pay your respects to the Lord of Shadows. I hastily introduced why Eugene and Tao Zi, having been cautioned by me not to speak carelessly, immediately clasped their hands together in a respectful bow upon hearing me speak. I felt a bit awkward. Regardless of the bowing, it matters little. However, your fate is quite promising, young lady. Should you marry this lad, it would be akin to a dragon and phoenix among men. Yet, this lad's fate, alas, all in all, a life of wealth and honor is undoubtedly in your future. The shadow practitioner chuckled softly. Tao Zi's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond, prompting me to hastily alleviate the tension by saying, Lord of Shadows, please do not jest with us. These are merely my classmates. And my relationship with Senior Tao Zi is that of close friends, not as you suggested. Enough of that. Let's discuss your matters. The shadow practitioner ceased his laughter, adopting a serious demeanor as he regarded Eugene. This situation is challenging. But if this lad is willing to nod in agreement, it may not be impossible. Me. Both Eugene and I, along with Tao Zi, were taken aback. According to the young man from the Kuang family, you are the only individual the vengeful female ghost can trust, hence only you can save her. Are you willing to try? The shadow practitioner inquired. I am willing. Eugene responded without hesitation. As long as it spares Zhuo Feng from suffering. I am willing. Do not reply so swiftly. To save her, there is but one method. You must suffer in her stead, said the shadow practitioner with a grave expression. You are a being of the Yang realm. While she is a ghost of the Yin realm, if you are willing to use your blessings to offset her punishment in the underworld, perhaps she shall not need to endure suffering. Eugene, no, I interjected urgently, halting and do not forget, she has taken several lives. Even if it were just one, such karmic retribution is beyond what you can bear. Indeed, Eugene, while she is pitiful, you have no familial ties to her. Do not jeopardize your own life for her. Tao Zi concurred. I want to help her. Even if it is merely to alleviate some of her sins, Eugene stated calmly while looking at the shadow practitioner. Are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses? Tao Z and I shouted at Eugene in unison. Even if you feel she has been wronged, you cannot endanger your own life due to empathy. Can you? Tao Z was genuinely perplexed that it is not a matter of losing one's life. At worst, this unfortunate lad will merely forfeit his fortune and official prospects. The shadow practitioner interjected. Originally, this lad could have governed a region, benefiting the people, but with such turmoil, he is likely to be relegated to a remote village, serving as a mere village official for the rest of his life. That I am willing, she has erred. But her methods were flawed. She should not bear such severe punishment. If I can assist her, I am willing, Eugene earnestly declared. Huang Jiuning is right. You truly are insane. Tao Zi was infuriated. Very well, if you are truly willing, then meet me at the bridgehead. This matter, well, it could be said that the young man from the Huang family owes me a favor. The shadow practitioner nodded and vanished as a gust of wind. After the shadow practitioner departed, Tao Zi and I surrounded Eugene once more, attempting various appeals, all of which Eugene resolutely declined. Senior, Jiuning, I understand you mean well, but you do not comprehend the pain I harbor within. Eugene shook his head, his eyes brimming with tears. My father served as a judge for many years, passing sentence on numerous individuals. Among them were indeed many wrongdoers, yet there were also many who broke the law out of desperation. My father once said, wrong is wrong, and one must bear the consequences. However, our legal system is designed to prevent future transgressions, allowing for opportunities for repentance. Why are they denied even a chance to defend Zhuofeng? Condemned to suffer eternally in the underworld, why is there no opportunity for rebirth? Is this fair? Indeed, Zhuofeng has taken lives, but do those who wronged her not deserve condemnation? They stood by, watching a young girl being humiliated and cast into the river. Had even one of them offered assistance or called for help, perhaps Zhuofeng would not have perished. Yet what of them? Must they only face the judgment of their conscience without any punishment? Chapter 37. In the face of life and death. Why Eugene shouted hoarsely at us, and Tao Zi and I stood there, dumbfounded and silent. Indeed, as Eugene stated, in such circumstances, those few individuals might not necessarily face legal retribution for their knowledge and inaction. Thank you, both of you. Why Eugene's emotions gradually calmed, and he smiled before stepping outside. Huang Jiuning, are we to merely watch Eugene act recklessly, unable to do anything? Tao Zi asked me with a look of helplessness. He is an adult. He has his own choices. What can we do? Shall we truly bind him and prevent him from going anywhere? Or inform his parents and teachers that Eugene intends to sacrifice his fortune and prospects for a ghost? Do you think anyone would believe that? Witnessing Eugene's stubbornness made me uneasy, and I snapped at Tao Zi. Tao Zi, feeling the sting of my words, softened her tone. I was just saying that. Why are you so angry? I chose not to respond, walking out and leaving Tao Zi alone in the apartment. You should return to school. I will check on Eugene. Please close the door upon leaving. Ugh, this infuriates me. Wait for me, I will join you. Tao Zi followed me out. We arrived once more at the secluded little bridge, where we found Eugene standing with the shadow practitioner, with Zhuofeng's ghost at their side. Eugene, wait. I grasped Eugene's arm. Jiuning, I have made my decision. As a brother, do not impede me. Why Eugene looked at me with determination. After much hesitation, I released my grip. Why Eugene, please reconsider. Even if not for yourself. Think of your parents. They have supported your education to provide you with a promising future. If they were to learn of your reckless actions, how heartbroken would they be? Tao Zi implored. Why Eugene? It is my fault. Do not jeopardize your bright future for me. I am merely a ghost, and can offer you nothing. If it were not for your considerable blessings, merely being near me would harm your well-being. Zhuofeng's ghost looked at Eugene with despair. So, are you planning to sacrifice yourself to repay me for the incense I lit for you? I understood everything, though Tao Zi still wore a confused expression. Who is Eugene speaking to? It is Zhuofeng. She stands before you. I exclaimed, shocked. I cannot see her. Hurry, help me out. Tao Zi urged anxiously. I nodded, retrieving a talisman and, having moistened it with my saliva, pressed it onto Tao Zi's face. Tao Zi, in her various states of helplessness, endured it in order to glimpse Zhuofeng's ghost. You unfortunate lad, think clearly. Once this begins, there is no turning back. At that point, no one will provide you with a remedy for regret. Warn the shadow practitioner that I have made my decision, and I shall not regret it. Please, tell me what I must do. Eugene affirmed, resolutely. The shadow practitioner nodded, lifting his soul-calling lantern. In a moment, I will capture this vengeful ghost within the lantern. At that time, you need only place your hand inside. Why Eugene? I implore you, do not do anything foolish. Why Eugene smiled. In truth, I am a particularly timid person that I remember when I was very young. Once, while crossing the street, I saw an elderly man fall, yet no one came to help that I wanted to approach, but fear held me back. So I stood at a distance watching. Eventually, someone called for emergency assistance, and the elderly man was taken to the hospital. What happened afterward, I do not know. Now that I have grown, every time I recall that incident, I feel immense sadness that I do not know what became of that elderly man. But had I possessed the courage to help back then, at least I would find solace in my heart now. I made one mistake. I shall not make a second. Upon hearing Eugene's words, the atmosphere grew heavy with emotion, and no wonder Eugene reacted so strongly to Zhuo Feng's situation. It turns out he harbors a story of his own. That childhood memory, like a thorn, has embedded itself in Eugene's heart, becoming a past he cannot face. Thus, in saving Zhuo Feng, Eugene is also, in a sense, saving himself. That haha. Very well. You are indeed a compassionate lad. The shadow practitioner regarded Eugene with evident satisfaction. Some individuals err their entire lives, never recognizing their mistakes. Others make a single mistake and never err again. Thank you. Eugene bowed respectfully to the shadow practitioner. Just then, a pair of arms embraced Eugene from behind. At this moment, Zhuo Feng's ghost no longer bore the intense dark energy that Kuang Jiaoning first witnessed. Only a sprinkle of white light danced around her, reminiscent of countless white fireflies, radiating an exquisite beauty. In the next life, should there be one, I wish to marry you. Two streams of tears, resembling pearls, slipped from Zhuo Feng's ghostly eyes. The soul guide raised the lantern, and in an instant, Zhuo Feng's spirit was drawn into it. Kid, I will ask you one last time. Do you regret it? Eugene smiled resolutely, extending his right hand into the soul-drawing lamp. In a flash, two beams of light surged from Eugene's body, flowing like water into the lamp. What is this? Taozi gazed blankly at the two streams of light. The golden one represents fortune, while the yellow one signifies blessings. I could no longer bear to watch and closed my eyes. Taozi, however, continued to observe as the two streams of light poured into the lamp without any sign of stopping, driving her to a frenzy. How much fortune and blessings are needed? The soul guide explained that Zhuo Feng's ghost had taken several lives, and perhaps Eugene alone was barely sufficient. To my astonishment, upon hearing the soul guide's words, Taozi suddenly thrust her hand into the soul-drawing lamp. What about the two of us? Taozi, what are you doing? I exclaimed in surprise. Did that old man not say it was barely enough for one? Adding my contribution will help. Have you lost your mind? He is my classmate and a member of my club. Now that he is in trouble, I cannot just stand by and do nothing. What difference would that make from those beasts? Taozi's words struck me deeply. In an instant, I felt as though I was witnessing two individuals I had never encountered before. Eugene and Taozi appeared so foreign. Indeed, was not Zhuo Feng's emotional turmoil rooted in this very essence? In that moment, my blood surged, my eyes widened, and I charged toward the soul-drawing lamp. This was the first time I unleashed the three magical artifacts while simultaneously activating my Yin-Yang eyes. All right, if two are still not enough, count me in. As soon as the words left my lips, my hand also plunged into the soul-drawing lamp. Chapter 38, Redemption. Instantly, a powerful force surged into my body, and countless specks of light erupted from me, flying into the soul-drawing lamp. At that moment, the soul guide's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at me, ultimately nodding with a sense of amazement. Kuang Jiaoning, with your reckless spirit, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth. Just then, a frantic voice echoed in my mind. Kuang Jiaoning, are you tired of living? It was Chenye's voice. Yet, at this moment, I was entirely consumed by my own fervor, casting aside all else. My heart boiled like a cauldron, and a singular thought resonated within me. Redemption, to redeem Zhuo Feng. And to redeem myself. No one shall stop me. I bellowed. Taozi was right. I could not stand idly by. I had erred, but I would not err again. At that instant, a purple light shot forth, hovering above everyone. The soul-drawing lamp radiated a brilliant white glow. The 10,000 burial coffin of the dead. The soul guide gazed at the suspended coffin, momentarily astonished. Simultaneously, I felt a deafening roar in my mind, and I was jolted back several steps alongside them as the 10,000 burial coffin landed in my hands. The soul guide's expression transformed repeatedly, finally settling into a smile that I never expected you three youngsters to possess such resolve. I shall regard you with newfound respect, especially you, the new head of the Kuang family. Perhaps it would be wiser for those from the Xianmen to befriend you. With that, I shall report to Lord Qing Wang and explain everything. I trust he will do his utmost to secure a favorable outcome for this female ghost, considering the three of you. The soul guide concluded, casting one last glance at the coffin in my grasp before departing. I wasted no time in helping Eugene and Towsy, who had fallen to the ground. Are you both all right? We're fine, just a bit startled. Great. I just changed my clothes this morning, and now I'll have to wash them again tonight. Towsy brushed the dirt off her skirt with an air of disdain. Noticing Eugene standing dazed, I gently patted his back in a comforting manner. All right, stop staring. Did you not hear what the soul guide said? Senior Joafone will have a good outcome. Thank you. Juning that Eugene turned to me with a face full of gratitude. Oh, don't mention it. I feel rather useless, thinking I possess great abilities that I fear nothing. Never believing I could lose. Now, I see myself as a mere jester. Compared to you, I am far inferior. These words echoed my innermost thoughts. Joafeng's resentment stemmed from those who turned a blind eye to suffering. My own guilt derived from this very notion. Towsy and Eugene shared no deeper connection, merely classmates and club members, yet Towsy, as a girl, would risk everything to aid Eugene, whereas I stood by with various excuses and dogmas. More importantly, Towsy's words had awakened me that I expressed my gratitude to her, and she beamed with joy that moment. Eugene chuckled and pointed at my eyes. Could you please revert your eyes back to normal? They were still a bit frightening. Oh, I forgot. Haha. I awkwardly replied, retracting my Yin-Yang eyes. You two big lummoxes, what are you getting all sentimental about? Towsy approach point one is impulsive to a fault, and the other is stubborn as a log. I don't even know how to describe you both. You're not much better. You just jumped in without a word. I retorted without hesitation. Of course. Eugene is a member of our mystical affairs division, and I am his big sister, so naturally, I must protect him. Thank you both. Truly I feel much better now, Eugene earnestly said while grasping both Towsies in my hands. Regardless, I did my part, and I hope Joafone can have a good outcome. Rest assured, I believe the soul guide wouldn't have said that lightly. I nodded firmly. Trusting in the efforts of the three of us, I was convinced that Joafone would indeed have a favorable result. Let us go. We have less than an hour before the dormitory closes. If we don't return on time, we'll be in trouble, Eugene remarked, glancing at his watch. If all goes well, we should make it, Towsy replied nonchalantly. In the end, Eugene enveloped us both in a big hug before turning to head towards the school. Towsy stood frozen for a moment before shaking herself back to reality. Kwang Jioning, did that little brat just hug me? Yes, what of it? He hugged me too. I responded, somewhat perplexed. What the heck? How dare he take liberties with me? I'll have to settle the score. Towsy's face flushed as she angrily chased after Eugene. Watching their figures, my heart swelled with gratitude and appreciation. Thank you, Eugene. Thank you, Senior Towsy. And thank you, Joafone. If all goes as expected, surprises will undoubtedly ensue. This sentiment was thoroughly validated in the experiences of the three of us. Eugene and I found ourselves halted at the entrance of the dormitory by the matron, and upon hearing the commotion, our life instructor rushed over, separating us and inquiring about the situation. I felt quite anxious, merely stating that I had gone out with Eugene, omitting any further details. After all, who would believe me? I was curious about what Eugene had said. Ultimately, we both received a scolding and were prohibited from leaving the school without valid reasons for the next 3 months. Should we violate this, a report would be made to the department, and a public reprimand would be issued. Why Eugene seemed rather embarrassed by the outcome, repeatedly apologizing, but I paid it no mind. After all, I had gained something invaluable from this ordeal. Even if it meant a formal reprimand from my department, I felt it was worth it. Back in the dormitory, sleep eluded me as the events played out in my mind like a film. I felt genuinely happy. Eugene's predicament was resolved, and Shinya had spoken to me that I realized I needed to find another opportunity to inquire about more information from her. That moment, my phone vibrated inopportunely. Su Yuan, regarding today's events, shouldn't you offer me an explanation? Kwang Jioning. What explanation? Su Yuan. Why is it that I always hear about your affairs from others? Kwang Jioning. Did Towsy tell you? I didn't want her involved. The key was I needed her assistance with something. Su Yuan, do you have any idea how worried I am about you? Before I could fully read the last message, it was retracted. Chapter 39, truly capable of causing trouble, I sighed, rising from my bed and sneaking to the stairwell of the dormitory to call Gao Pang. What do you think, after listening to my account? Gao Pang asked. I believe my stance has been made quite clear, yet it seems to hold little weight. It's hard for a fair judge to resolve domestic disputes. My good brother, Gao Pang resumed his playful banter. I was growing increasingly anxious. The situation with Su Yuan needed resolution. We could not allow misunderstandings to persist. Agreed. When it's time to cut ties, one must do so decisively. It's better to clarify things now than to maintain ongoing misconceptions. I found myself at a loss for how to proceed. Should I confront her directly? What would that entail? It would leave her no face at all. Moreover, the individual in question has never expressed any sentiments towards me. What would it signify if I were to rashly approach them and engage in trivial conversation? There are two methods. Firstly, you could seek a girlfriend, and she would naturally withdraw. Secondly, you could directly convey to her that your only desire is to remain classmates. With no ulterior motives, the stout fellow spoke earnestly. Isn't there a third option? I inquired that my friend. It is not my intention to criticize you, but in matters like these, options are rather limited. Trust me. Simply send her a message. There's no need for a face-to-face meeting. Very well, I shall ponder on it. You should return and rest early. Do not spend your nights out until the wee hours. I made this suggestion upon hearing the raucous noise from the direction of the stout fellow, accompanied by singing that he chuckled a couple of times, and ended the call. Upon returning to my dormitory, I tossed and turned on my bed for a while before ultimately picking up my phone. Thank you, Senior Su Yuan, for your concern. Both you and Taozi are my dear friends. After much internal conflict, I finally sent the message, quietly awaiting Su Yuan's response. An hour passed without a single reply on my phone. In fact, for the entire following week, I received no messages from Su Yuan whatsoever. It was not just Su Yuan. Even Taozi's messages were absent. I had intended to reach out to Taozi to inquire about the situation, but when he conferred with the stout fellow, he was outright refused. The stout fellow's precise words were, "Since it has ended, let it be. Whether or not we can remain friends is left to fate." He added, "She is truly not suitable for you." So be it, I silently told myself. Finally, the much-anticipated welcome party, awaited for nearly 2 months, arrived at last. From the moment lunch concluded, Wang Daming and Zhang Wei chattered incessantly, their focus remaining on the rumored new girl, Mo Zitan. The crux of the discussion was whether Mo Zitan could overshadow the current campus belle, Mei Xiaoxiao. Eugene did not partake in the conversation. Ever since the incident involving Zhuo Feng concluded, he had adopted a more mature and composed demeanor, dedicating his days solely to study. Concerned for Eugene, I suggested we take a stroll under the pretext of clearing our minds. Rest assured, Zhuo Feng will be fine. I reassured Eugene, who remained silent. I believed. Eugene smiled faintly. I found myself at a loss for words, pondering what topic might distract Eugene. Every club must have a performance. Taozi had mentioned earlier that I was to present a program for the Mysterious Affairs Department, for which she had already signed me up to perform magic tricks. The event was to commence that evening. Yet I had not yet decided what trick to perform. Could you offer me a suggestion? This inquiry was merely an attempt to strike up a conversation, setting aside everything else, as long as I employed the paper folding technique as I had during my time at the stout fellow's company. I would surely captivate the audience. Moreover, Taozi and I had prepared the act well in advance. However, Eugene's response left me momentarily speechless. You decide. Anything you perform will be fine. I trust your abilities. Finding myself devoid of any further topics, we exchanged vague remarks on our way back to the dormitory. Shortly after, Taozi called, her tone remarkably calm, as if nothing had transpired. Quang Jioning. The organizing committee has stated that the evening's event requires a rehearsal. I informed them that your magic must remain a secret, yet they insist on your presence. What shall we do? Upon hearing this, I leaped from my bed and stepped outside the corridor, whispering, "Senior, you know the underlying principles of my magic. The fewer who know, the better I understand." But the committee members are adamant, and I am at a loss. That Taozi's voice was tinged with frustration. If all else fails, let us scrap this performance. After all, it is you who has coerced me into this. To be honest, I had never intended to perform in front of so many people. The simple paper folding technique holds no significance, but the paper figures created using the Quang family's 6-path talismans are different. They possess a certain spirit and can perform various actions according to the creator's intent. Thus, they are exceedingly conspicuous. Besides the university students, there would likely be many outsiders at the event if news were to spread. It could spell trouble for me. Therefore, Taozi's remark inadvertently presented me with an opportunity. However, I miscalculated. You troublesome rascal, you drive me to distraction. Very well, I shall handle it. See you in the auditorium in half an hour. And bring the USB drive. Do not be late that I hung up, bemusedly contemplating the meaning behind troublesome rascal. Before I could gather my thoughts, the stout fellow's call came through. My good brother, I have arrived at your university. Right outside your dormitory. Hurry down to welcome me. What brings you here? I am a special sponsor for the Mysterious Affairs Department. This is my first appearance, and I must give a speech. The stout fellow's voice radiated pride. A speech? Do you think I am unaware of your motives? You are likely here to see the female students, aren't you? Just wait. I will be right down. I hung up and descended the stairs, only to find the stout fellow, brimming with anticipation, accompanied by the previous driver. Upon seeing me, he greeted me, and I courteously returned the greeting before inquiring why he had come so suddenly, as he had not mentioned it before. The stout fellow merely smiled mysteriously and refused to divulge. I felt a twinge of worry. This is a university, and I hoped the stout fellow wouldn't cause any trouble that would be difficult to resolve. Rest assured, I am your club sponsor. After all, I will simply give a speech and must maintain a certain presence, the stout fellow declared excitedly. You cannot rely solely on your appearance. Wait for me. I need to change into my performance attire. I returned to my dormitory, changed my outfit, and made my way back down. Wow, your attire is quite impressive, the stout fellow remarked with interest upon seeing my white trench coat. This coat appears simple, yet it has quite a story. It is the family heirloom of the Quang family, known as the Four Spirits paper garment. The reason it is called a paper garment is that its weaving incorporates the Quang family's paper folding techniques, and each thread is wrapped in countless six-path talismans using secret methods. As for the Four Spirits, they refer to the embroidered six-path talismans on the hem, the Yin-Yang eyes on the collar, the soul-drawing brush at the cuffs, and the life and death ledger on the back. The embroidery technique is derived from the Bien embroidery of 1,000 years ago, but the head of the Quang family has made improvements. When not enchanted, it is invisible. However, if one wears it and opens the Yin-Yang eyes while simultaneously wielding the three magical tools, the embroidery will become visible, greatly enhancing the power of the talismans. I secretly shared these secrets with the stout fellow, who looked on in astonishment. You are quite skilled to use such a valuable item as a performance costume. Indeed, I possess no other clothing. This will suffice as my performance attire. I was coerced into this by Tauzi, so every bit saved counts. Let us go. The performance I am to present involves the art of paper figures. According to Tauzi's design, I must fold 9 six-path talismans into wishing stars, one by one, within 4 minutes of musical accompaniment, and cast them into the air. Each wishing star must transform into a paper crane, fluttering throughout the venue, culminating in the climax of the piece where 9 paper cranes merge into a large paper crane and return to my hand. A waste of resources. This was my response after hearing Tauzi's design concept. Follow my instructions. This was Tauzi's reply. You deserve it. This was the stout fellow's sole remark after hearing my complaints. In any case, ever since I signed that servitude contract, I have been subjected to her relentless pressure. There has not been a moment of peace, and I wonder who could possibly endure her temperament in the future. I muttered irritably. You are unaware of the fortune you possess. The stout fellow either envied or mocked me. We arrived at the auditorium and located Tauzi. Wow, your attire is so cool, Tauzi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of my outfit. It is merely a trench coat. There is no need for such astonishment. I must tell you, this is a one-time affair. Do not put me in such a predicament again. Reluctantly, I handed the USB drive to Tauzi. Next year, let your junior and junior sisters bear the brunt. After Tauzi said this, she happily took the USB drive to test the music. With nothing to do, the stout fellow and I sat idly chatting. A while later, Tauzi rushed over, her face flushed with urgency, gasping. This is bad, Quang Jioning. There is a problem with the music. It cannot be played. ISNT that just perfect. I 1T have to perform. I was amused by the news. What a delightful thought. Do you intend to humiliate me before so many teachers? Will I still have my position as president? Tauzi retorted angrily. I am at a loss. The USB drive malfunctioning is beyond my control, and it is surely too late to find a suitable track. I felt equally helpless. What about using a phone? The stout fellow inquired. Be quiet. Let me think. After some contemplation, a spark of inspiration lit up Tauzi's eyes. I have it. I will change the program. I 1T have to take the stage. What a fanciful dream. I will find a backing track for you. Do not leave. I will make a call first. After saying this, Tauzi hurried to one side to make a phone call, gesturing animatedly. Before long, she returned, beaming. It's settled. Listen to me. Tauzi explained the new plan. And I found myself utterly bewildered. So complicated. A piano accompaniment. I do not understand the piano. How will I control the rhythm and steps? With me here, what do you have to fear? Just wear this earpiece. I will give you early warnings. Tauzi was brimming with confidence. Very well, this is a one-time deal. Do not put me through this again. At this point, there seemed to be no other recourse but to don the earpiece. Rest assured, rest assured. Peach excitedly patted my chest, wearing an expression of unwavering confidence in me. Alas, soon, under the announcer's opening remarks, the gala commenced, the same old routine, a dance to kick things off, speeches from the leaders. A look back at the past, a glimpse into the future, followed by a few special sponsors taking the stage to speak, with the portly gentleman being among them. The last speaker, the rather stout fellow, appeared spirited and radiant, clearly speaking extemporaneously, embodying the demeanor of a boss. After a lengthy oration, he notably included phrases such as gratitude towards the school for this opportunity and hopes for future collaborations, eliciting scattered applause from the audience. The formal program had begun. As the performances unfolded, one could not help but acknowledge that as one of the top 3 universities in the city, Chambay Normal University certainly showcased considerable talent. The quality of the acts and the stage lighting were on par with a star-studded concert. However, from my perspective, it felt like a waste. I thought it would be more practical to save some funds to enhance the variety and quality of the cafeteria offerings. Finally, as the host introduced the next segment, the freshly drawn curtain slowly parted. On a vast LED screen, large letters appeared. Magic Performance. On the flower petal-laden streets performer, Kwang Jioning, Department of Literature. Musical accompaniment, Mei Xiaoxiao Piano Department. I recognized this piece. It was the theme song from an anime. It depicted the male and female leads encountering each other amidst the falling cherry blossoms, expressing regret over missed love and yearning for future romance. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the necessity of ensuring the performance's impact. I took a deep breath, awaiting the commencement. A gigantic piano ascended from the stage lift. The melodious prelude echoed throughout the auditorium, igniting a chorus of cheers from countless boys. Although I could not see her, the fervor of the boys below allowed me to surmise the beauty of the girl hailed as the campus flower. As the music swelled, I stepped into the center of the stage, conjuring a series of 6 talismans that appeared in quick succession from my hands. Upon coming to a standstill, I flicked my wrists, sending 9 talismans soaring into the air. Miraculously, instead of falling to the ground, the talisman papers began to whirl around my body. Wow! The audience erupted in cheers. Calmly, I plucked the talisman from the air and swiftly fashioned it into a wishing star. Tossing it skyward, that paper star, glimmering with a flash of white light, transformed in midair into a paper crane that flapped its wings and began to soar. This display left everyone utterly astonished. 1, 2, 3. My hands, seemingly endowed with extraordinary skill, sent talisman after talisman soaring, accompanied by flashes of white light, with 9 paper cranes dancing in unison, illuminated by the stage lights, creating a romantic tableau. Instantly, thunderous applause filled the hall. Chapter 41. Inexplicable words. Mei Xiaoxiao's piano accompaniment was equally remarkable. Her fingers danced swiftly and accurately over the keys, each movement so fluid and natural, the melody resonating through the auditorium like a narrative of a couple's encounters, separations, and reunions amidst the bustling city. Just as the audience was entranced by their synergy, Peach's voice chimed in through my earpiece. Thus, I immediately reversed my hands, forming a seal. As the music reached its climactic interlude, all the cranes in the air converged at my gesture, coalescing into a magnificent paper crane that glided gracefully above the auditorium, in sync with the piano's accompaniment. Gasps of amazement erupted once more, even from the seated dignitaries, their eyes widening as they followed the crane's flight above their heads, before it ultimately hovered above the audience, seemingly awaiting something. At that moment, Peach's voice rang out in my earpiece. Climax preparation. 3, 2, 1. Begin. Almost simultaneously, I snapped my fingers, and the colossal paper crane emitted a resounding cry before vanishing, showering the audience with a flurry of cherry blossom petals amidst a cacophony of astonished gasps. Wow! The enchanting notes melded with countless cherry blossom petals, swirling throughout every corner of the auditorium, while the thunderous cheers and applause from the audience persisted long after the performance concluded. Finally, it was over. I exhaled deeply, returning backstage, where I greeted Peach. Upon seeing me, she enthusiastically punched my chest. I exclaimed in delight. That performance was explosive. Kwang Jioning, you were absolutely incredible. Regardless of the circumstances, the task was accomplished, and I bid farewell. I rubbed my chest and attempted to leave, only to be stopped by Peach, who kindly linked arms with a girl. Come, let me introduce you to someone. This is Xiao Tu. Like me, everyone calls her that. Peach introduced warmly. This is Kwang Jioning, who performed with you just now, my junior. Hello, Mei Xiao Xiao. They usually call me Xiao Tu. The girl extended her right hand. Mei Xiao Xiao. So she was the piano accompanist from earlier. I instinctively glanced at her again. Long, jet black hair cascading casually, partially obscuring her left eye. Clear eyes peering through her hair, exuding a friendly gaze. Her lips curled into a perfectly measured smile, even in the dim backstage lighting. Her flawless skin glowed like fresh snow. Hello, I'm Kwang Jioning, a freshman. I've heard your name. Your piano playing is truly impressive. I offered a simple greeting. Thank you. Your magic was also remarkable. That final shower of petals was very fitting. Mei Xiao Xiao replied with a smile before bidding farewell to Peach. I'll take my leave now. We can chat later. Oh, you're leaving already? Peach murmured, watching Mei Xiao Xiao depart. But I'm leaving too, I informed Peach. Why are you leaving as well? Peach queried in confusion. Such an impressive performance. The leaders and teachers will surely seek you out to participate in some competition or another. That's absolutely out of the question. It would be too conspicuous. Those in the know would easily discern the underlying mechanics. I outright refused. Well, there's no helping it. Many must have recorded it, and you'll undoubtedly become a hot topic. Peach pouted. You're the one who forced me. Had it not been for your prompting, I wouldn't have stepped on that stage even if you killed me. Handle any follow-up matters on your own. I must make my exit, or things will get messy. With that, I dashed out of the backstage area. After just a few steps, a voice called out to me. Jioning, wait a moment. This marked the first time in a long while that I had seen Su Yuyin again. However, just as I was about to greet her, I suddenly found myself frozen. In the brief time apart. She had lost considerable weight. Her face, already petite, now bore an air of delicacy tinged with fatigue. Particularly striking was the pair of once clear eyes, now lacking their usual brightness and bearing the redness of fatigue. Yet, her long hair, cascading down like a waterfall to her waist, remained as light and flowing as ever. Suddenly, a pang of guilt washed over me, as I felt I might have been a bit excessive during our last encounter. What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? Su Yiyin's words, though laced with laughter, carried an inexplicable sadness that I watched as she approached me, words lingering on my lips, unspoken. So, now that you see me, you have nothing to say? No, Senior. I wanted to clarify, but Su Yuyin waved her hand. Before we parted last time, I wanted you to accompany me for a walk by the lake, but you said you had urgent matters to attend to. Are you still busy? This time, I found no reason to refuse. Thus, we strolled together to the nearby artificial lake that I was only familiar with the place by name, having never visited, so I was unaware of its appearance. Although it was nighttime, the moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon the lake's surface, sparkling with myriad lights, the roadside lights and moonlight intertwined, resembling stars that had fallen into the water from the distance. The gala continued, with strains of delightful music wafting through the air, accompanied by a gentle breeze that stirred the surface into delicate ripples. Occasionally, a few cherry blossom petals could be seen drifting on the water, creating a captivating scene. Isn't it beautiful? Su Yuyin remarked after a brief pause. Yes, it's my first time here as well. I used to come often, but I've been busy lately and haven't visited in ages. I replied with a simple acknowledgement, unsure of how to continue the conversation. There's something I've always wanted to ask you, but I never found the opportunity. Today, whether you wish to hear it or not, I must ask, because I know if I don't ask today, I might never have the chance again. For some reason, I blurted out a rather foolish remark that I now reflect upon. I don't think I'm that short-lived, right? Looking back, that statement was indeed rather silly, as if the water from the artificial lake had muddled my thoughts. Su Yin glanced at me, unable to suppress a chuckle as she said, Indeed, both Peach and Gao Fengge have mentioned a common sentiment about you that I suspected it was the word dullard, as they had said it more than once. However, Su Yuyin refrained from voicing that conclusion, leaving me uncertain. Yet, her subsequent words left me utterly baffled. That I can wait. Chapter 42. Cherry Blossom Petals. When Su Yuyin uttered this phrase, her gaze was not upon me, but rather fixed on the artificial lake. From Taozi and brother Gaofeng, I had gleaned certain details about you, regarding your family. At this moment, the meaning of Su Yuin's words became clear to me. She perceived my indifference towards her as stemming from my familial background. Though Tauzi knew only a few things about me, she was well aware of my heritage. Thus, despite her frequent teasing, I understood that her intentions were more to see me smile, at the very least to avoid my daily sullen demeanor. As for Galfeng, he would never directly convey such sentiments to Shiyuan. However, it ultimately led to a misunderstanding on her part that I yearned to dispel this misconception, so I took a deep breath and calmly gazed at the lake's surface as I spoke. Senior, since entering university and experiencing various events, I suddenly feel as though I am merely a child yet to mature. My demeanor is stiff, and I am naive to the ways of the world. Aside from the skills I have learned, I possess little else. I can sense your affection for me, and I am truly grateful for it. Nonetheless, certain matters that perhaps I am still clinging to some semblance of hope. What hope? Shiyuan retorted. Both you and Tauzi are dear friends of mine, and I fear losing you. Thus, I often feel that if certain things are articulated too bluntly, it could harm our relationship. In retrospect, I see now that I was immature and overly presumptuous. But why do you dare to speak now? Simplicity is preferable. I asserted firmly. Yet, Shiyuan's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. Joy, sorrow, and predominantly, sadness. Do you still remember it? Shiyuan retrieved a doll from her bag and waved it before me. Naturally, I recalled it. It was the very doll that had been attached to her bag when I first met her. Yet, I distinctly remembered her discarding it into the trash can in Galfeng's office. How had she come to retrieve it? After that incident, I developed a profound fear of this doll. However, do you know that after discarding it, I felt immense regret and subsequently picked it up again. Shiyuan tenderly caressed the doll's hair as she spoke, showing no signs of fear. If you are afraid, then throwing it away is of no consequence. But you mentioned that the doll was quite expensive. It would be a pity to discard it. I had not anticipated that Shiyuan had reclaimed the doll due to my comment, nor did I foresee her enduring fear of it while still keeping it close. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, scattering several pink cherry blossom petals. These were the props I had conjured during my performance moments ago. Utilizing 6 talismans, Shiyuan reached out to catch one. Smiling as she remarked, "Initially, I believed I had moved on, but upon witnessing your performance in the auditorium accompanied by that piece, I realized I had not truly let go. Perhaps the heavens, unwilling to allow me to deceive myself, have granted me another chance. That is why I said, if I do not inquire now, there may be no opportunity left." I could sense the profound sorrow within Xin, so I refrained from responding, quietly listening to her confessions and awaiting her question. Eventually, Shiyuan turned to me and softly asked, "So can I wait for you?" I cannot recall what I said in response, only that after I spoke, the flicker of hope in Shiyuan's eyes extinguished once more. That I found myself at a loss for how to comfort her. In my heart, she and Tauzi were alike, both my seniors, and I harbored no romantic feelings for either of them. To be precise, until I resolved my own issues, I could not permit anyone to become too involved in my life. Naturally, Galfeng was an exception, as he had been entwined in this turmoil from the beginning. You have grown. This was the last statement Shiyuan made to me. That I distinctly observed 2 crystalline tears cascading onto the doll's hair. Then, she extended her hand, releasing her grasp on the doll she had held so tightly. Watching it float and gently sway on the water's surface before turning away and waving goodbye I beheld the cherry blossom petal clutched in Shiyuan's hand. I suddenly felt a wave of cruelty wash over me. I had experienced a similar pain when my father departed. Yet, I bore no regrets. I could afford to err once, perhaps twice, but I could not allow myself to falter repeatedly. From that day forth, I never saw Shiyuan again. Even Tauzi remarked that Shiyuan had become reclusive, isolating herself in the art studio daily, seemingly lost in her own world. Meanwhile, my fame skyrocketed following that welcoming gala, rendering me a notable figure on campus, with people pointing and murmuring praise wherever I went. Not to mention, my name consistently topped the confession wall. However, overnight, a more sensational piece of news circulated throughout Chongbei Normal University. Shiyuan, a third-year student in the Fine Arts Department, has recently won first prize at the International Art Competition and has received an offer from a prestigious art academy that I could not recall the lengthy name of that institution, but I found the relevant information on my phone. That academy ranked among the top 10 globally in the field of art. Moreover, Shiyuan became the first student in the history of Chongbei Normal University to be directly recommended for admission. In an instant, Shiyuan became the most talked-about individual at our university, and the administration spared no effort in promoting her achievements. with rumors that the principal had vowed to retain her artwork at all costs. Yet, upon learning of this, Shiyuan merely signed her name on the painting and left it at the school without any compensation. Logically, as a mutual friend of Shiyuan and Taozi, I should have extended my congratulations, particularly since Shiyuan was soon to embark on her journey abroad. However, at the celebratory banquet preceding her departure, only Taozi and Gaofeng attended. Thus, I simply sent a congratulatory message but did not partake in the festivities. Whether Shiyuan had extended an invitation remained a mystery, and it held little significance. After all, I had always believed that such an outcome was the best for both her and myself. Taozi and Gaofeng were well aware of the entire situation and understood, which is why they never mentioned my name throughout. That night, Shiyuan and Taozi drank excessively, ultimately bringing closure to this chapter of our story. Years later, after becoming a wife, Taozi once inquired if I had ever felt even the slightest affection for Shiyuan. She always believed that the story between Shiyuan and me mirrored the lyrics of that song. Amidst the cherry blossoms falling on the streets, where we met, encountered one another, yet continuously missed our chances. Chapter 43. I merely told Taozi that I was grateful for all the individuals I had met after leaving the shop, especially Yujin and Shiyuan. Yujin taught me to bravely be myself, while Shiyuan illuminated the essence of sincerity and authenticity. These lessons were invaluable to me at that time, and would continue to be throughout my life. Taozi chuckled. She mysteriously suggested that I should return to Chongbei Normal University sometime, for there was something in the storage room that might pique my interest. Thus, I found myself gazing upon a particular painting. A young man stood, absorbed in thought before the window blinds. The soft sunlight outlined his entire form, casting a silhouette that appeared both tall and robust. The tips of his slender fingers floated a beautiful wishing star, shimmering like tears in the light. What I did not realize was that on the reverse side of that wishing star within the painting, a pink cherry blossom petal was affixed, one that had never withered. From that moment on, I did not allow myself a moment's respite. Aside from attending classes, I ran daily on the track, honing my physical abilities. Alternatively, I would seclude myself within my dormitory, diligently studying various forms of Taoist arts, for only through my continuous growth could I muster the strength to confront the unknown. Of course, the spirit named Yin-Yang, my peculiar mentor, remained aloof towards me, though she did not completely ignore my presence. On one occasion, she unexpectedly emerged, tossing books I had never encountered before and compelling me to study. I was astonished. How could such a tiny coffin contain so many items? Yet, Yin-Yang's retort was, if I tell you to practice, then practice. Stop your incessant chatter. Others yearn for what you possess, yet you still complain. Goodness, this little girl had quite the foul mouth. With no other options, I complied. However, to be frank, I was rather reluctant to delve into those teachings, as they appeared rather sinister and seemed to be associated with some rather peculiar form of Taoism. In essence, it allowed one to inscribe their mark upon the spirits of captured demons and ghosts using a soul-painting brush, subsequently binding them to a ledger of life and death for my manipulation. Deep down, I felt quite uneasy. After all, even the most fearsome ghosts were birthed from humanity. Each ghost we dread may be an unforgettable relative to someone else, unable to reincarnate for a multitude of reasons, thereby lingering in the mortal realm, especially for resentful spirits like Shuofeng, who had endured immense humiliation in life and could not reincarnate after death. Had it not been for our desperate attempts to redeem her, who knows how many more lives she would have claimed. However, Yin-Yang held a different perspective. According to her, all forms of Taoist arts were devoid of good or evil. The crux lay in who wielded them and for what purpose. Much like weapons, in the hands of the righteous, they served as blades of justice, while in the hands of the wicked, they became instruments of malevolence. I had no counter-argument, so under her coercion, I reluctantly proceeded with my studies. From time to time, she would concoct various excuses to lure me into desolate wilderness, where I was compelled to cast out some specters from their coffins for practice, the moment I showed any reluctance. She would resort to all manner of torment until I begged for mercy and acted as she wished, which would finally satisfy her. Thus, the days passed until the holiday arrived. The few comrades in the dormitory had all returned home, and I too packed my belongings, preparing to return to the apartment the next day. As for the Kwong family shop, it was best to avoid it for now, as it was undoubtedly perilous. Early the next morning, I stepped out. Upon arriving at the apartment and dropping off my things, I received a call from an unfamiliar number. The caller was quite polite, stating that someone was looking for me and hoped I could come downstairs. When I inquired about their identity, they remained vague, merely indicating they were waiting at the entrance of my apartment building and that I would know once I came down. A sense of wariness enveloped me. This place was scarcely populated, and I had certainly not mentioned anything to anyone. The portly man likely knew, but he would never send a stranger to find me without prior notice. As for Eugene and Tao Zi, they were even less likely to be involved. Apologies, but you must have dialed the wrong number. I fabricated an excuse and hung up. For safety's sake, I affixed several talismans to the door and windows. Additionally, with the paper effigy on the table, even the most formidable adversary would find it challenging to breach my defenses. Moreover, I had the Wanzhong Death Spirit coffin in my possession, should any trouble arise. My aunt would certainly not sit idly by. Before long, the doorbell rang. Kwang Jioning, I know you're inside. Rest assured, I am not a villain, came a woman's voice. I remained silent, discreetly clutching the talismans in my hand. In this day and age, who would openly declare themselves a villain? Why are you acting like a turtle? Open the door quickly, or I shall break it down. I felt a surge of irritation. Who did she think she was? Frowning, I opened the door. A girl clad in casual attire and wearing sunglasses stood before me, flanked by two men in suits who held bags containing who knows what. Coward, afraid to open the door in broad daylight, the girl remarked, removing her sunglasses to scrutinize me with an expression of displeasure. Who are you? I asked curtly, my mind racing to recall if I had encountered her before. Yet, despite my efforts, I could not place her. You may not recognize me, but I know you. It is quite impressive to conjure such magic in such a vast venue, she seemingly complimented, though a hint of arrogance tinged her tone. I felt a moment of unease. This girl appeared to be around my age. Could she be a student from Chongbei Normal University? However, the two men in suits beside her stood tall and imposing. Their hands calloused, unmistakably seasoned fighters. They were likely bodyguards. I asked this how one receives guests. Not even allowing entry, the girl shot a glance at me. For goodness sake, I haven't even said anything, yet you've already formed a judgment. Is this how one visits? I suppressed my annoyance and questioned. Are you a student from Chongbei Normal University? How did you find me here? Let's discuss inside. These two gentlemen have brought gifts for you, she insisted, pushing her way past me. The two suited men remained stationed at the door, not budging an inch. I considered it for a moment, but ultimately invited them in. They were quite courteous, thanking me before standing behind the girl. The girl casually took a seat at the chair before my desk, glancing at the paper effigy. She then picked up a cigarette, and one of the suited men promptly produced a lighter to ignite it before returning to his position. I am Mo Zeton. You should have heard of my name, she declared. Chapter 44. The Fool. Suddenly, I recalled who she was. Zhang Wei and Wang Daming had mentioned her. It was said she could potentially dethrone the campus beauty of Chongbei Normal University as a freshman. And her family was quite affluent. She was indeed beautiful, yet her tone and demeanor left me feeling quite uncomfortable, especially as she lit a cigarette without even asking. It wasn't that I disapproved of girls smoking. I simply found her behavior rather uncouth. Though my discomfort lingered, she was still a guest, and I could not simply eject her, especially as a fellow student. Smoking is detrimental to your health, if possible. Keep your distance from it, I remarked, pointing to the cigarette in her hand. Mo Zeton paused, then inexplicably smiled, handing the cigarette to one of the suited men, who accepted it respectfully and stepped outside to extinguish it before returning. Mo classmate, what brings you here? I queried. Kwang Jioning, I have perused your background. From your birth until now, I find it rather curious that it took nearly 3 months to investigate the details of a university student from the countryside. Might you satisfy my curiosity? I was taken aback. We had never met, and even if she had seen me at the welcome party, what reason could she have to investigate my background? Your magic at the welcome party piqued my interest. Though I am not fond of that old man, he is my biological father. His 55th birthday is in half a month, and I ought to show my appreciation. Mo Zeton spoke nonchalantly, waving her hand. One of the suited men produced a sheet of paper and a bank card from his pocket, placing them before her. Sign here. 500,000 for teaching me magic. 2 million if you succeed. Mo Zeton smiled cunningly. I remained silent, merely casting a glance at her. Not enough? I think you should temper your greed. After all, this amount is nearly enough to buy a house in Chongbei City. I ignored her, opening the door instead and gesturing for her to leave. Kwang Jioning. Mo Zeton stood up. Considering our shared status as classmates, I advise you to reconsider. Many desire to know me, yet few have the opportunity. Today, I personally come to find you. Do not be ungrateful if you are here as a classmate to celebrate your uncle's birthday. I would gladly teach you without charging a penny. I scoffed in response. However, since you have displayed such a lack of basic courtesy since entering, is this the so-called upbringing of wealthy young ladies? With that, I took the sheet of paper from the table, waved it at her, and tore it in half. Furthermore, inquire with your family regarding the proper attitude one should possess when seeking a mentor. Ms. Eaton's face flushed with a mix of red and white, clearly taken aback by my attitude. Just you wait, she exclaimed, stomping her foot before turning to leave with the suited MENS. They departed. I casually grabbed the bank card from the table and stepped in front of them. The moment they saw me, they instinctively positioned themselves protectively in front of MOZ. Do not worry. You forgot something, miss, I said, raising the bank card before her. When giving something to someone, it is customary to use both hands. Especially when soliciting favors. Consider this a free lesson. Leave. Eaton stomped her foot again, exiting in a huff. I scoffed, tossing the bank card aside and picking up my phone. Hello, what is it? Hua Juning. It's so early in the morning. Taozi finally answered, her voice laced with languor. Still not up? It's nearly noon. I felt exasperated that I had to rise early for school. Even at home, it's the same. Speak quickly. What is it? Do you know Eaton? She just came to my place looking for me. If my guess was correct, Taozi would undoubtedly recognize her. Sure enough, upon mentioning Eaton's name, Taozi's voice instantly brightened. I know her. Isn't she the one? Wait, what? She came to your house looking for you? Yes, she did. That wealthy young lady went to investigate my background after I performed a magic trick at the welcome party, claiming it took several months. Now she has come to my apartment wanting to learn magic and left a bank card. I briefly explained the situation to Taozi. Wow, her father is quite the tycoon, so her generosity must be substantial. How much did she offer you? Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Taozi began to gossip. She offered 500,000 for the contract and 2 million if I learned it, but I kicked her out. I snorted 0.2 million. Huh, that suits you perfectly. Both dull and imposing, huh? Taozi's laughter echoed through the phone. What do you mean by that? My mood is already foul, and your laughter only adds to my irritation. Just joking. With that much money offered, why turn it down? Taozi inquired. I cannot stand her arrogant demeanor. Just because she has money does not give her the right to act superior. All right, not a handout. You have your pride. By the way, you mentioned you are at the apartment, right? I will come visit. Taozi seemed eager. Don't bother. I want to entertain you. Just now, you called me dull. Now you want to visit me? Please, I misspoke. Let me bring Gao Feng along. I can hitch a ride with him. Wait for me. We'll discuss it when we meet. Taozi chuckled a few times before hanging up. This girl. She certainly knows how to read the room. By noon, Gao Feng and Taozi arrived. As soon as they stepped inside, Gao Feng gazed at me with admiration and said, Brother, you're truly impressive. Not to mention Chongbei. Even in the entire province, I doubt there are more than 3 people who could have driven out the second young lady of the Mo family, and you are one of them. How can she possibly carry such an air of arrogance, being merely a student? Besides, this is my home. I owe her nothing, so why should I cater to her whims? After all, the unpleasantness of the situation still lingers, which is why my tone was rather ungracious. However, the rather portly fellow seemed unfazed, merely offering me a gentle reminder, she's already been sent away, so it hardly matters. I just need to be cautious if I encounter her at school in the future. Just a moment ago, Taozi remarked in the car that this young lady is quite capricious and not easily dealt with. I attend my classes, she attends hers. Our paths need not cross. What could she possibly do to me? I harbor a sense of indignation. All right, I'm feeling rather peckish. Is there anything delectable to eat? Taozi interjected. I haven't purchased anything. The fridge is bare. Let's eat out instead. What is there to eat outside? Taozi's eyes sparkled with mischief as she leaned in conspiratorially. How about we visit that paper-cutting shop in your countryside? I heard from Brother Gao Feng that it's quite enjoyable there. Chapter 45. An unexpected visitor. Why the sudden desire to go to the countryside? Gao Feng inquired. The countryside is splendid, with its clear mountains and pristine waters, abundant with natural produce. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Unlike the big city, where everything is artificially engineered, natural produce is undoubtedly superior. With a distinct flavor. As Taozi spoke, she began to drool. Natural produce. Isn't that just stuff fertilized with manure? Fine. Gao Feng's bluntness left me speechless. Yet, he wasn't entirely wrong. Indeed, the countryside's offerings are typically cultivated with artificial fertilizers. albeit limited to homegrown crops. Never mind, let us skip it. I haven't returned in ages and have little to offer you. I can treat you all to lunch instead. Why so stingy? Towsy complained. It's not about being stingy. It's simply that I truly have nothing worthwhile to serve you. I explained. Natural produce. How splendid it is. Why not indulge? Just as Towsy finished speaking, a realization struck her. And she countered, if that second young lady wishes to go, what will you do? What can be done? I must entertain her properly. I huffed on. I'll serve her those manure-fertilized delights. Our countryside is full of such fare. If she desires anything else, she'll have to make do, and I won't even wash it. Just a quick rinse under the tap, and it's ready to serve. Upon hearing this, Gaofeng and Towsy burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves. Of course, I was merely speaking in jest. If she truly were to visit the countryside, and I had to host her, I would never stoop to such depths. If she finds it unappetizing, I would be the one feeling repulsed. Once they had finished laughing, Gaofeng remarked, Brother, I'm not trying to criticize you, but you truly are rather naive. It seems Towsy was correct. UV indeed offended her this time. Well, it is what it is. Let us not dwell on that. I'll treat you to lunch. Speaking of which, I do know a place that serves those manure-fertilized delights. Gaofeng led us to a small restaurant on the outskirts of the city. Once inside the private room, he casually ordered a few dishes. You'll have to try this. I frequent this place. And the food is all grown by the owner's family. If it weren't for my acquaintance with him, we wouldn't be able to sample these dishes. I was already accustomed to Gaofeng's manner of speaking. So I didn't react, but Towsy's expression turned slightly uncomfortable upon hearing his words. Brother Gaofeng, please refrain from speaking. I have no appetite now. Oh, why fret so? Once the dishes arrive, you'll see. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. So soon? Gaofeng muttered as he rose to open it. However, standing at the door was not a server bringing our food, but a middle-aged man clad in a traditional long robe. Have you entered the wrong place? The man smiled and gestured towards me. Come in quickly. Is this your friend, Juning? Gaofeng hastily stepped aside. Thank you, Mr. Gaofeng. Miss Towsy, greetings. At this, the three of us exchanged glances, bewildered. Excuse me, sir, but we do not know each other. Do we? How do you know my name? The middle-aged man did not answer Towsy's inquiry, but turned to face me, his expression serene. However, the moment our eyes met, an unsettling premonition washed over me. If my life had been calm before, the instant he appeared marked the beginning of a turbulent chapter. At that moment, I could not foresee that his arrival signified the onset of someone genuinely intending to take action against me. I regarded the middle-aged man warily and stood up. May I ask who you are? Are we acquainted? There are no outsiders here, so I shan't refer to you as the head of the Kwong family, as it seems too formal. However, given your age, you may call me Uncle Mo, though I wouldn't take offense if you chose not to. The middle-aged man smiled. Your surname is Mo. I hesitated. He had mentioned the head of the Kwong family, then claimed to be Mo. What connection did he have to Mo Zeton? Gaofeng also sensed something amiss and swiftly positioned himself beside me, extending his hand with a smile. My apologies, good sir. If we have offended you in any way, please overlook our youthful indiscretions. Mr. Gao, your kindness is appreciated. I have come today to apologize on behalf of my young lady to Brother Kwong. The middle-aged man shook hands with Gaofeng. Gaofeng hesitated, exchanging a glance with me, his eyes clearly asking, whom did you offend? Uncle Mo, the young lady you just mentioned. Is it Mo Zeton? Indeed, she is my family's second young lady. After stating this, the middle-aged man bowed slightly. I apologize for intruding on your meal. I am here to extend my apologies on behalf of my young lady. I sensed that he had not finished speaking, so I maintained my composure and continued to observe him. To put it plainly, there was no significant issue between Mo Zeton and me. Had it not been for her haughty demeanor, I would not have engaged in any quarrel with her. At this moment, Gaofeng seemed to grasp the situation and smiled, saying, You're being overly formal, brother. We are merely youngsters navigating the world, exchanging playful banter. I'll have a word with him later. Mr. Gao, your generosity is commendable. Uncle Mo expressed his gratitude. The middle-aged man then turned to Towsy, offering her a smile before inquiring, May I ask Brother Kwong for a moment of your time? I was about to agree when I noticed Gaofeng shaking his head and giving me a subtle warning glance. I understood that he was concerned for my safety. Therefore, I did not insist on my own wishes. If you have something to discuss, please do so here. They are not outsiders. I clearly observed the slight shift in the middle-aged man's eyes as he caught the exchange between Gaofeng and me. Yet, he maintained a calm demeanor, and despite his efforts to conceal his aura, my instincts told me he was no ordinary individual. If the two suited men who had followed Zetan were indeed bodyguards, then even 10 such guards would not be able to approach this man. The middle-aged man then spoke that I only recently learned that the second young lady's impulsive visit to Brother Kwang's home was quite inappropriate. However, considering she was fulfilling her filial duty to my family's elder, I have come to apologize on her behalf. After all, the second young lady is still quite young and has spent much time at the elder's side. I hope Brother Kwang will look after her in school in the future. If it were merely an apology, it would truly be unnecessary, as I had no intention of holding a grudge. However, his use of the term impulsive unsettled me. If Zetan's abrupt entrance into my apartment was deemed impulsive, then how did he come to know where we were dining? Chapter 46. An invitation from the Mo family. Uncle Mo, are you jesting with me? I, a mere country lad, how could I possibly look after the second young lady of the Mo family? Rather, it should be she who refrains from bullying me. Furthermore, I am curious how Miss Mo managed to find me, especially since she is not present. However, I would like to ask how you, Uncle Mo, came to know I was here today. As soon as I spoke these words, both Gao Feng and Taozi nodded in agreement, evidently realizing the implications. The middle-aged man wore a calm expression, seemingly unfazed by my inquiry, and continued to speak as if to himself. A few months ago, Brother Kwang displayed a remarkable skill in the school auditorium that I suspect it was not mere sleight of hand, that I felt a jolt of surprise and couldn't help but glance at Taozi, who instantly understood my concern and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Please don't misunderstand, Brother Kwang. I was present at that time as well, brought there by the second young lady. No one had informed me about your abilities. I did not absorb the middle-aged man's explanation, but instead countered, what are you implying? In response, the middle-aged man calmly bowed his head. The 6 paths of Yin and Yang, one brushstroke rolls through the world. As those 14 words escaped his lips, I felt a wave of tension wash over me. My initial judgment was correct. Anyone capable of uttering such phrases was certainly no ordinary individual, especially since he had identified me as the head of the Kwang family from the outset. How do you know those 2 phrases? There is no need for Brother Kwang to be anxious. As I mentioned earlier, I am here today solely to apologize on behalf of my young lady. I kindly ask for your understanding that I ask for my identity. There is nothing to conceal. I am the steward of the Mo family, typically attending to various matters alongside the elder Mo. The elder Mo is the father of my family's second young lady. Gao Pongzi was taken aback. You are the guest elder of the Mo family, Mo Ran? The middle-aged man nodded. Upon hearing this, Gao Pongzi's expression immediately shifted to one of tension, and he subtly gestured for me to remain calm. Although I was uncertain as to why Gao Pongzi was so anxious, I understood that he was cautioning me against any conflict with this Mo Ran. Thus, I nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. Please rest assured. I am not that kind of person. Mo Ran, seeing my compliance, beamed and produced a golden card from his pocket, placing it on the table. Young Brother Kwang, you are magnanimous. Here is my contact information. If you require any assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to let me know. In a couple of days, there will be a banquet at my home, and if you 3 are free, I believe the elder would be delighted to see you. With that, Mo Ran slightly nodded to us and exited the private room. After he left, I picked up the golden card and examined it closely. It appeared to be made of pure gold, exquisitely crafted, with intricate hollow patterns surrounding a prominent character Mo in the center. At that moment, Gao Pongzi leaned over to glance at the card in my hand and gasped. Wow, this is the guest elder card of the Mo family. What does that mean? What is a guest elder card? Before Gao Pongzi could explain, the waiter arrived with the dishes that we returned to our seats. The food looked delectable and was fragrant, yet I found myself lacking any appetite, my mind preoccupied with the guest elder card Gao Pongzi had mentioned. Taozi also seemed uninterested in the meal. Turning to Gao Pongzi to inquire, guest elder, what era are we in? How can there still be guest elders? Are you making this up? This is not a fabrication. Many genuine big shots have individuals of unique status by their side, akin to ancient guest elders, though they are now referred to as advisors. As for this guest elder card, I have seen it once before. In essence, it is akin to a business card. However, such a card is rarely displayed, as only those with special status among the upper echelons of society possess it. Its rarity is comparable to that of an airline ST card. Gao Pongzi elaborated. What is a T card? I asked, growing increasingly confused. The T card is the top-tier membership card of an airline, even more prestigious than a lifetime platinum card. You can look it up online, Gao Pongzi explained. they are not members of the family. Yet they possess certain distinguishing characteristics. For instance, this advisor named Mo Ran belongs to this category of individuals and is quite formidable. Could he possibly harbor ill intentions toward us? Tauzi expressed her concern. It shouldn't be that serious, Galpongzi pondered. Regardless of his true intentions, his demeanor towards Juning was quite polite. From his words, it seems he is aware of something and is somewhat cautious, perhaps fearing that Juning might play tricks on his family's second young lady at school. Perhaps you were right. My brain is a bit overwhelmed, I admitted gratefully. However, exposing your identity in front of us while presenting you with this card is likely a form of subtle hint. In any case, do not easily offend such individuals. A true gentleman knows when to yield, so it would be wise to avoid drawing too much attention to yourself at school. Heeding Galpongzi's advice, I replied helplessly, I do not wish to attract attention either. If it weren't for Tauzi forcing me with that contract, I would prefer to keep a low profile. Brother Gao, is it really that serious? Tauzi asked, noticing our serious expressions. Do not worry. They are influential figures and wouldn't conspire against a mere country bumpkin like me, I reassured her. That said, I suppose I should ask around later. I'm hungry. Let us eat. These culinary delights are not something one encounters in the big city, so let us enjoy them while they are hot and not waste any. Although Galpongzi said this, it was evident that I had little appetite. The two of them seemed equally unsettled by the earlier encounter, and after a few bites, they set down their chopsticks. Juning, it seems that Mo Ran mentioned a banquet at the Mo family in a few days. And it sounded like he was inviting us. What do you think? I have no interest, I replied. Regardless of whether Mo Ran's invitation was genuine, I had no desire to participate in their social gathering. This was my first meeting with Mo Zeton, and my impression of her was not particularly favorable. Why would I want to attend a banquet organized by her family? Besides, I had a multitude of matters to attend to and lacked the leisure for such frivolities. However, observing Galpongzi's tone, it seemed he was somewhat inclined to you wish to go? A bit. Generally, at such banquets, attendees are prominent figures from the business world, either wealthy or influential. As someone involved in business, such an event presents an opportunity to meet more people. In that case, shall the three of us attend? Chapter 47. Acting as a boyfriend on the way home, I glanced at Tauzi. Seeking her opinion, Tauzi had no objections, merely questioning whether it was appropriate. I assured her that there was nothing inappropriate about it. At worst, we would enjoy a free meal. Afterward, we could simply leave without needing to bring any gifts. Moreover, the Mo family is quite affluent, so there would undoubtedly be a variety of delicious dishes at the banquet. You always get distracted by food, so why waste this opportunity? I teased Tauzi, knowing that had she not insisted I perform at the gathering, I would not have attracted Mo Zeton's attention, nor would we have encountered today's predicament. Tauzi caught my implication and stuck out her tongue at me. Since that's the case, let us go together. Just as I finished speaking, I suddenly felt something was amiss. Galpongzi, be honest with me. Why do you want to attend this banquet? Galpongzi's face flushed, and he cast a shy glance my way. I sensed that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Throughout our earlier conversation, Galpongzi had been exchanging knowing glances, seemingly quite concerned about Mo Ran. Spill it. Do you have ulterior motives? It's not so much ulterior motives. It simply wouldn't be appropriate for me not to attend this banquet. Why wouldn't it be appropriate? Do you know Mo Ran? Not exactly. Mo Ran is clearly someone significant in the Mo family. Had it not been for today's incident, I would have had no chance to meet him. I only knew of his existence. Quit beating around the bush. Just tell me why it wouldn't be appropriate not to go. All right, Eddie, though you remember the contract I signed at my company's renaming ceremony? I pondered for a moment and recalled such an event. Galpongzi's friends had mentioned that it was due to my assistance in renaming his company that they secured a significant collaboration. That company happens to be Mo Corporation. I then understood why Galpongzi had reacted the way he did earlier, feeling both grateful and helpless. Brother Gao, aren't you overthinking this, since that company is your client? Even if they don't invite you, you should visit them occasionally, right? Besides, they've extended an invitation, so you certainly must attend. What is there to feel awkward about? I just figured you weren't fond of the Mo family. Is that what you think? My feelings towards them shouldn't hinder your business dealings, I replied helplessly. Galpongzi, however, looked at me seriously and said, that one dude we are brothers, bound by our lives. What kind of person am I? Money can be overlooked, but your feelings cannot be disregarded. I was left speechless by Galpongzi's words. If the roles were reversed, I would likely make the same decision. At that moment, Tauzi chimed in with a mischievous smile. Can you two men stop being so sentimental? I, as a woman, cannot bear to watch this any longer. It's just a banquet. In my capacity as the director of the Department of Mysterious Affairs, I command you both to accompany me. You command us to go? I was taken aback by her audacity. Just tell me if you will obey the order that I will comply, as long as you can excuse me from those tasks in the club group. I will unconditionally obey. That has two different matters. Don't bargain. You should really learn from Brother Gal. Look at him. He is so manly. Towsy shot me a glance. Manly? I haven't noticed that I can clearly see the assertiveness when a girl walks by. I retorted. Indeed, as soon as Towsy praised him, Galpongzi's face brightened, his eyes narrowing with glee. See, I told you. Our president has an eye for talent. You should learn from me. It's director. Towsy corrected him. Right, director. Hello. Director, Galpongzi said, saluting with exaggerated formality. Flatterer. I silently cursed Galpongzi. I then took out my phone and began searching for information on MO Corporation. Over 60 billion in total revenue. I was taken aback by this figure. No wonder MO Zeton had been so aggressive. It was clear why Galpongzi had reacted the way he did earlier. 0.6 billion, a figure so astronomical that it is beyond the wildest dreams of many across several lifetimes. However, on a different note, that MO Ran merely mentioned inviting us to a soiree, without disclosing the time or the venue. Even if we were inclined to attend, we would be at a loss as to how to get there. Just as I uttered these words, Towsy began to hurl barbs at me again, saying I should take a cue from Brother Galphone. Yet I remained unconvinced. If he could find your home, surely he could locate this place as well, and would not hesitate to deliver the invitation to you. I truly cannot fathom what occupies your mind day in and day out. Oh, I said, you insufferable Towsy, have you ingested gunpowder today, to be so incessantly combative? Have you never read a book? This is what they call an infringement of civil privacy rights. I could sue you for that, I asserted defiantly. Go ahead, sue me, just let me know when, and I'll attend as an observer to witness your defeat. Towsy replied dismissively, enough already, you two, stop bickering. Anyone unaware of your antics might assume you are a pair of star-crossed lovers. Galphone interjected to defuse the tension. Come now, even if every man on earth were to perish, I would never marry him, not a chance. You dream on. I wouldn't marry you either. I shot back at Towsy. Fine, don't marry her. I'll take her instead, Galphone chimed in, attempting to stir the pot. All right, let us see if you dare to introduce me to your family during the new year. I wonder if they would throw you out. Towsy provocatively challenged. I'll go. What is the big deal? When your parents inquire, let us see how you will explain yourself, Galphone retorted, equally spirited. How would I explain? I'll say whatever needs to be said. This way, when I return home and my parents ask about my boyfriend, you can conveniently take the heat for me. Let us agree that if your parents give me a meeting gift, we will split it evenly. Dream on. You won't see a single cent. The two exchanged barbs, neither yielding ground, leaving me dizzy from their quarrel. Finally, they reached a truce. Galphone would masquerade as Towsy's boyfriend for the New Year visit, and should Towsy change her mind, she would be obliged to wash Galphone's clothes for a month. That if Galphone were to backtrack, he would henceforth address Towsy as Your Majesty whenever they ensure fairness. They appointed me as the witness. Whoever reneged would be dishonored. Typically, I detest involving myself in such matters and intended to decline, yet the two unexpectedly united against me, launching a barrage of reproaches, and I reluctantly accepted the role. Is this what they call renting a girlfriend for the holidays? Chapter 48. Quite bold, indeed. However, amidst their ruckus, I found myself contemplating how to discreetly honor my father during the new year. They advised me that while paying respects was permissible, returning to the Kwong family shop was fraught with peril. Who knows if someone might seize that opportunity to ensnare me? I understood their intentions were well-meaning, yet I felt a twinge of discomfort. Towsy then suggested that one should not be overly rigid about formalities. What truly matters is the sentiment behind the act. Given my current situation, my father would surely understand. I could simply set up an altar, bow a few times, and light some incense. Galphone concurred with Towsy, adding that my father would be at peace below as long as I remained safe, which would be his greatest wish. Hearing this warmed my heart. After dinner, Galphone first escorted Towsy home, then parked the car by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and after a moment of contemplation, suddenly asked me, "What are your plans moving forward?" I knew what he was getting at. Upon leaving the Kwong family shop for university, I had anticipated that those individuals might take action against me, and the tension in my mind had been taut, fearing that any lapse could lead to trouble. Yet, Apart from the ghost Gaofeng conjured, these past months had been remarkably tranquil, as though no one was paying me any heed. The only progression was unraveling the truth behind the bloodshed 12 years prior, and the addition of a little ant who occasionally made her presence known to disturb me. Whenever I mention that little coffin girl, I sense there's more to her than meets the eye. Gaofeng exhaled a cloud of smoke. To think that a coffin could bring about a regime change seems implausible to me. However, based on your assertions, she appears to possess considerable knowledge, albeit intentionally withholding it from you. I nodded as I shared that sentiment. Qinya had mentioned more than once that some matters were not yet meant for my awareness. According to her, even if I were to merge the remaining 3 artifacts, I would still be woefully weak. Should I encounter real trouble, I would likely need her assistance. Each time we broached this topic, she would lament, "This is all your fault if we follow your reasoning." It seems prudent to keep that little coffin girl close. With her by your side, those individuals would likely think twice before daring to take action against you. Gaofeng's concern for me was truly commendable. Moreover, you must be wary of anyone plotting against the little coffin girl. After all, there have been precedents. Rest assured, I am vigilant, I indicated, gesturing towards my arm. What I intended to convey was that I had long since utilized the tattooing technique taught by Qinya to inscribe the Wanzhong deathly coffin upon my arm. Prior to meeting Qinya, I had wondered why those artifacts could merge within my being. It was only after her explanation that I comprehended the true significance of those 4 phrases, the spirit drawing brush's command over life and death, along with the death ledger's cycle of existence, referred to the ability to record the spirits of the deceased within the death ledger and to harness their power through the spirit drawing brush. The esoteric arts that Qinya imparted to me involved inscribing the spiritual power of these artifacts upon my skin through tattooing. Consequently, even when those artifacts were not physically with me, I could still wield their power at will. As long as I remained alive, they would endure eternally and resonate with my thoughts. This encapsulates the purpose of the tattooing technique. However, in the process, I had also inscribed the Wanzhong deathly coffin upon my own being. When all was concluded, Qinya only then realized, yet it was too late. Although she was reluctant, the die was cast, and she had lost her temper. All she could do was warn me not to misuse the power of the Wanzhong deathly coffin without her consent, lest I live to regret it. Upon hearing my explanation, Gaofeng's eyes widened in astonishment, and with a rather mischievous expression, he proposed, "Good brother, let us start a company." I was taken aback that I have no business acumen, and starting a company requires significant investment. Where would I procure such funds? As long as you agree, you needn't do anything. I will handle everything, and we'll split the profits 50-50. I guarantee you'll be raking in riches within a year. I was utterly bemused. What sort of business would require no effort or investment on my part, yet promise me half the profits? What scheme was Gaofeng concocting? Did you not just say that your techniques could tattoo various spirits onto your body, allowing them to be aware of your every action? Let me tell you, you possess the potential to become the most popular figure in the ghost realm. Before long, regardless of the spirit or demon, they would kneel before you, begging for permission to reside within you. Why would that be? I was perplexed. You truly are dense, Gaofeng chided me, then continued, shrouded in mystery. Didn't I just mention? Whatever you do, the spirits within you can see. Once there are more and more spirits, wouldn't you become the most renowned figure in the ghost realm? Just imagine, a 24-hour live broadcast showcasing various real-life scenarios. The gifts would pour in endlessly. A shiver ran down my spine as I began to grasp the implications. The more Gaofeng elaborated, the more animated he became, nearly drooling with excitement. Take that little coffin girl, for instance. She currently resides within you, and as long as you wish, she is privy to everything you do. If you were to find a girlfriend in the future, and when you two were to shed your clothing and grow intimate, wouldn't that be akin to giving her a live broadcast? My goodness, are you out of your mind? How could you even conceive such a thing? I nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What else could it be? Never forget, I am a businessman, Gaofeng replied with unabashed pride. How do you intend to charge for this? My expression soured. That phrase hadn't originated from me, but from Qinya. When had she perched herself upon my shoulder? Clearly, Gaofeng was lost in his daydreams, oblivious to the fact that the tone of that last statement was all wrong, still nodding along enthusiastically. Then I must calculate carefully. Daytime attire will be one price, nighttime nudity another, a solo performance at one rate, and if you have a girlfriend, that will be a different charge altogether. Before getting intimate, the price is one thing, and post-intimacy, another. Wait a moment, Why does your voice sound my goodness, a ghost? Gaofeng evidently caught sight of Qianye, and with a start, he bumped his head against the car roof, the still-burning cigarette tumbling onto his pants, scorching him and prompting a cacophony of yelps. Quite bold, indeed, conducting business atop the little ant's head. Qianye regarded Gaofeng with a frosty stare. No, you must have misheard. I was merely jesting with Brother Jianing. I would never dare. Gaofeng, clearly terrified by Qianye's previous fright, hurriedly bowed and apologized, and had he not been confined in the car, I suspect he would have knelt to offer his respects to Qianye. And what did you call me? Little Coffin Girl. Chapter 49. The fat man's proposal that I called you Auntie. Gaofeng's voice trembled in fear. Serves you right, you rotund scoundrel. I trust you will be more subdued now. I cast a grateful glance at Qianye. Do not speak. When it comes to Qianye, she truly can discern the intricacies of relationships. The rotund man possesses quite the audacity, daring to conduct business right under my nose. I am inclined to weigh your worth. Should all your bones vanish, how much flesh would remain? In an instant, Qianye's expression shifted dramatically, an icy chill pervading the carriage, as countless ghostly hands erupted from her being, clawing menacingly at the corpulent man. His face turned ashen, trembling uncontrollably, tears welling in his eyes. How could I, a mere mortal, dare to engage in business with you? I shall offer you a discount. No, it's on the house. I concede. Dear lady, please spare me. Observing his pitiable state, I felt a twinge of compassion and was about to intercede on his behalf when Qianye waved her hand, retracting the chilling aura. It seems you possess some sense. Yet, just as Qianye uttered these words, an enigmatic expression crossed her face, her tone softening slightly. If you wish for me to spare you, it is not an impossibility, but I do have a condition. What condition? Please, do not put me in a difficult position, dear lady. The rotund man, evidently still shaken from his previous terror, spoke with a quiver in his voice. That I heard you intend to have me broadcast a live stream. Accepting gifts? If I assist you, how shall we divide the profits? Upon hearing this, the rotund man transformed entirely, his demeanor shifting to one of obsequiousness, nearly bursting into laughter. Dare I? I merely wish to collaborate with Brother Jianing. But should you wish to invest, that would be most welcome. His sycophantic grin sent chills down my spine. And what of Qianye, who only moments ago seemed to advocate for me, now negotiating with the rotund man? Dividing profits? What is happening here? Let us be serious. Can you both act like decent human beings? I could no longer contain myself. As a result, the rotund man turned to me, unabashedly proclaiming, I am indeed a person. No sooner had he finished speaking than Qianye shot back at me, saying, being a ghost is far better. Why aspire to be human? Very well, this dagger strikes true. I cannot provoke you. I shall take my leave. I flung open the carriage door and leaped out, relieved that the vehicle was stationary. Wait, slow down. The rotund man pursued me, grabbing my arm. Brother, I was merely jesting. How could you take flight so suddenly? I was fully aware that the rotund man was jesting, yet I maintained a stern demeanor and reprimanded him. Get lost. Stay away from me. How can I contend with you two? I cannot even retreat. Yet, the rotund man clung tightly to my arm, terrified I might flee. Apologies, dear brother. My previous words regarding the reality show were merely in jest, but my proposal for the company is entirely serious. I was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you genuinely considering selling me? I have come to realize that you and Taozi are indeed a match made in heaven, always finding a way to ensnare me. Hold on, let me finish. The company I propose is not the frivolous one we were just discussing, but a legitimate enterprise focused on charitable endeavors. Charity? My interest was piqued if it pertains to charitable work. I would be most eager to assist. Observing the rotund man's earnest expression, it was evident he was not jesting. Are you serious? Charitable endeavors? Indeed, a charitable endeavor, the rotund man affirmed, thumping his chest with conviction. Consequently, I posed a serious inquiry, stating that if it is indeed a legitimate charitable venture, I would certainly lend my support. The rotund man, elated, ushered me back into the carriage, driving us to his company. He brewed tea and presented a proposal. Jiofeng Consulting Limited? What a peculiar name. Indeed, it derives from the characters of our names, Jianing and Feng. I merely pinned it this way for now. If it does not suit you, we can amend it later. After reviewing the proposal, I grasped his intentions. The rotund man's idea had been conceived during my attendance at the renaming ceremony of his company. He believed that someone of my caliber possesses the capability to establish a consulting firm. assisting wealthy individuals with matters such as feng shui and spiritual guidance, resolving various peculiar issues. Even if we accomplish nothing, simply crafting paper talismans to sell could yield substantial profits. The funds garnered would be accumulated to establish a foundation dedicated to building schools for impoverished rural children. Providing them with food and lodging, that I inquired why he was so keen on establishing schools, to which he replied that while other endeavors were acceptable, the creation of schools was imperative, as it fundamentally alters a person's destiny. I concurred with the rotund man's perspective. As long as the endeavor is virtuous, I am willing to contribute my efforts. Noticing my lack of opposition, the rotund man elaborated on how the company would operate and manage itself. I struggled to comprehend the intricacies, but assured him I would fulfill any role he required of me. The only point of contention lay in the profit-sharing arrangement. The rotund man suggested a 37 to 63 split, with him receiving the lesser share, that I could not acquiesce. Firstly, I had no source of income, as he was solely covering my tuition and living expenses. Moreover, he would be solely responsible for the initial capital, management, and operations. There was no justification for such a disproportionate share. However, the rotund man insisted that I must claim the larger portion, as I would be the core competitive force behind the company. Without me, it could not sustain itself. After much deliberation, we ultimately settled on a 60 to 40 division that I refrained from further contesting, knowing that once profits were realized, I would first repay the rotund man for his assistance before retaining a portion for my living expenses, with the remainder allocated to the charitable foundation. Thus, Jufeng Cultural Consulting was established. True to his word, the rotund man opened a separate account specifically for the foundation and even reserved a venue at a hotel in Chongbei, inviting many guests to celebrate. Lacking an extensive friend circle, I discreetly informed Taozi and 3 dormitory mates, inquiring if they wished to attend. To my delight, they unanimously affirmed their presence and asked if they could bring others. I consulted the rotund man, who encouraged me, stating the more, the merrier. Consequently, on the day of the company's inauguration, a multitude of guests arrived. Aside from the rotund man's invited friends, Taozi and Eugene brought along a considerable crowd. Not including Eugene and Zhang Wei's fathers, I was aware that Eugene's father was a judge and recalled Zhang Wei's parents worked in an archaeological institute. Yet I was surprised to learn that his father held a prominent position at the Provincial Archaeological Research Institute. When he introduced his father to me, others approached to greet him as Director Zhang. Goodness, a director! I had never encountered someone of such high standing. Chapter 50. A foreboding, since both elders were remarkably amiable. Acknowledging that the rotund man and I were embarking on this venture not solely for profit, but also to establish a dedicated charitable foundation, they expressed their agreement with my ideals and kindly provided their contact information, assuring me that should I require assistance in the future, I could reach out, leaving me feeling rather bashful. That I must admit, while the rotund man may appear lackadaisical, his actions command my deep respect. True to his nature as a businessman, the rotund man even enlisted a notary to certify the account holder and the stipulations regarding the utilization of funds, promising to disclose the accounts and fund allocations periodically. Whether anyone believes this, I cannot say, but at least it is conducted in a compliant manner. Of course, neither of us would engage in any morally dubious activities. As for Taozi, I witnessed her remarkable influence firsthand. The entirety of the Mysterious Affairs Department attended, and they even gathered numerous classmates to perform a choreographed opening dance. How to describe it? I had never seen such brightness in the rotund man's eyes before. As Taozi remarked, he had never seen the world and was utterly shameless. What surprised me even more was the unexpected arrival of Mo Ran and Mo Zieten. However, they did not participate in the opening ceremony. Rather, they approached us after the event, offering their congratulations and presenting 2 items: invitations to the reception, one for me, the rotund man, and Taozi each, and a donation agreement. The document clearly stated that in the name of Mo Zieten, a sum of 3 million would be donated to the charitable foundation, earmarked for specific use. That I was at a loss as to how to respond, but the rotund man insisted we should accept without hesitation. Thus, the foundation received its inaugural donation. As Mo Ran departed, he specifically reminded me that old Master Mo wished to meet with me, suggesting I arrive early if convenient. As for Mo Zieten, she maintained her haughty demeanor, which I found unappealing. Yet, considering her substantial donation, I resolved to be polite and assured her I would make an effort to arrive promptly. However, Mo Ran left behind a note for me, and upon reading its contents, I gasped. The note bore a single phrase. Be wary of those around you. I showed the note to the rotund man and Towsy. What does this mean? Who should I be cautious of? Towsy inquired, perplexed. Rest assured, it is not either of you. I replied to Towsy. Of course, it is not me. Although Towsy feigned bravado, I could sense her emotional response upon seeing the note I presented to her. I pondered whether this warning pertained to anyone present today. It is certainly plausible. My interactions have been confined to the school and my apartment, devoid of any external connections, if not someone from school. Then it must be one or more individuals present at the venue today. I analyzed the situation. Your analysis is as good as saying nothing at all. Towsy shook her head, counting on her fingers. You, me, Su Yuan. Enough, enough. The rotund man interrupted Towsy, turning to me. Who have you interacted with today? Or have you noticed anything or anyone that seems amiss? As you mentioned last time, what is it about the aura surrounding Moran? I suddenly rose to my feet, startling the two of them in a way. Is it really true? Towsy's eyes widened in disbelief that I wasn't entirely certain. After all, there were many people present at the time, and I hadn't paid much attention. Yet, for a brief moment, I felt an ominous chill, akin to wandering through a hospital basement in the dead of night, suddenly hit by a gust of frigid air that sent shivers down my spine. It reminded me of the way Qianya looked at you that day. I pointed at the tall, stout man, and he instantly tensed up, letting out a small gasp. Could it possibly be those leaders? I've heard that when leaders assess people, their gaze can be quite unsettling. Towsy inquired. It didn't seem likely. If they truly posed a threat, I would have sensed it, especially since we had been in close proximity for some time. I was referring to when I shook hands with those leaders. Never mind. Let's not speculate aimlessly here. Didn't Moran say for us to arrive early at the banquet, since that note was from him? I'll confront him directly on that day and see what he has to say. That is indeed a feasible plan, but you should still be cautious in the coming days. This time, it's my fault. In the future, you should try to avoid such occasions. I'll handle it myself. The stout man expressed some regret. It's all right. Don't feel pressured. I can't just stay cooped up in the apartment like a turtle. I reassured him. Besides, this is our company. I can't leave everything to you. I must take some responsibility, right? Did you not notice how your friends surrounded me today, asking incessantly? They are all our benefactors, after all. My jest lightened the stout man's mood considerably, and he nodded along. Exactly. In this day and age, whoever gives us money is our benefactor. Towsy could no longer contain herself and leaped from her chair. You two are truly disgusting. How did I not notice your greed before? A gentleman loves wealth, but acquires it through righteous means. Moreover, we're not merely in it for the money. We want to do some good and accumulate virtue. What's wrong with that? The stout man defended himself earnestly. Fine, you're right. However, I must tell you, keep that lecherous demeanor of yours in check in front of my parents, or I will make you regret it. Towsy huffed. Am I lecherous? Ask anyone here, whether they know me or not, who would say I'm lecherous. The stout man rolled his eyes. Oh my goodness, have you looked in the mirror? Who would consider you a good person? Towsy remarked with a look of disgust. I could no longer tolerate their banter, suggesting we head back to the apartment, allowing the stout man to retrieve today's surveillance footage. I plan to come back for it tomorrow, hoping to uncover some clues. That night, as I lay in bed, my mind was consumed with the events of the day, particularly those eerie eyes that sent chills down my spine. I climbed out of bed and opened the window. Gazing at the deserted street below, everything in the night seemed to transform into countless ghostly shadows under the dim streetlights, coldly staring at me, and an overwhelming sense of unease surged within my heart. It wasn't until the dawn began to break that this disquiet gradually dissipated, and I felt a wave of drowsiness wash over me, leading me to lie back down and drift into a half-sleep. I lost track of time, but a sudden, urgent vibration jolted me awake. The sight of Gao Feng's name on the screen startled me. He had never called me this early before. Ning, come to the company. My heart sank. Could it be that something had happened at the company? Chapter 51. Suspicion without even asking. I hung up the phone, neglecting to wash up, and rushed to the company. Something wrong? Was the first thing I said upon seeing the stout man. He hesitated for a moment before nodding. Last night, we were robbed, and my heart sank further, and I quickly asked, how do you know? He pulled me into the office, and upon entering, I was met with a scene of utter chaos. Items strewn about, drawers and cabinets pried open, Even the safe's door was ajar. Strangely, though, all the valuable items like the company's seal and cash remained untouched. Have you called the police? Not yet. Should we do it now? Yes. We need to review the surveillance footage. Speaking of which, did you manage to retrieve the footage yesterday? The stout man exclaimed. I did, but it's saved on a USB drive. And I forgot to remove it from the computer. That I cursed under my breath and glanced at the office computer, noting that both USB ports were empty. The stout man seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and asked me in confusion. They stole the surveillance footage. It seems it was more than just that. It appeared they were searching for something, but didn't find it for the footage, if I'm not mistaken. It should have been erased starting yesterday. I sighed, regretting not coming to check on the company last night when I had a premonition. The stout man asked if we should contact the police, and I affirmed that we should, then instructed him to inquire with the property management about retrieving the surveillance footage from last night until now. After he left, I surveyed the disarray of the office, my mind racing with thoughts. When we discussed the surveillance footage yesterday, there were only the three of us present, myself, Towsy, and the stout man. There was no fourth person around us who could possibly have known about this and taken advantage of the quiet night to break into the company and steal the USB drive. Furthermore, the intruder rummaged through the office but didn't take the cash or the seal. What exactly were they looking for? Soon after, the police arrived. After understanding the situations, they first asked me what was missing before stating they would need to review the surveillance footage. While we were speaking, the stout man and the property manager arrived, and the answer left me baffled. According to the stout man, he had left with Towsy around 10 p.m., and the surveillance footage could confirm this. However, during the time between their departure and the stout man's arrival, there was only outgoing traffic on our floor. No one had entered. Moreover, the main entrance of our company faced a camera, and both the stout man and the property manager reviewed the footage from that camera, confirming that no one had entered or exited. The police were skeptical of the stout man and the property manager's statements. So we rechecked the surveillance footage but found no new leads. They had us sign a police report and told us to wait for updates. They would inform us if there were any developments. For the time being, that was all we could do. After seeing off the police, I noticed the stout man was in a foul mood, so I offered some words of encouragement. Such incidents couldn't be blamed on him. After all, no one could have anticipated that someone would break into the company in the middle of the night. I simply couldn't fathom how, with only the three of us in the company, anyone could know about my request to check the surveillance footage. Surely it wasn't like in the movies, where someone had planted a listening device in my phone. The stout man's complaint sparked an idea in me. Nowadays, phones are non-removable. Unless an app has listening capabilities, it would be impossible. That I immediately pulled out my phone, and together with the stout man, we meticulously checked every app, finding nothing suspicious. What if Towsy's phone is infected? The stout man suddenly suggested, but immediately after, he shook his head, not believing that Towsy would do such a thing. However, we couldn't rule out the possibility that someone with ulterior motives had secretly installed monitoring software on Towsy's phone. Thus, the stout man and I split our efforts. I informed Towsy to come over while he went to purchase anti-surveillance equipment. There was also the possibility that someone had installed a listening device in the office beforehand. If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. When Towsy arrived at the company and witnessed the chaotic scene, she was taken aback and quickly asked what had happened. Upon explaining the situation to her, I noticed her countenance darkening. Naturally, I could understand her feelings. Such matters could easily lead to misunderstandings if left unclarified. Fortunately, after I clarified my intentions, Towsy was resolute in stating that her phone had never been linked to anyone, and it was impossible for any foreign software to be installed. That I had a general idea. Her phone could only download items from the App Store and could not have anything externally installed. However, to clear her name, she willingly unlocked her phone for me to inspect. Without even glancing at it, I returned the phone to her. To be honest, I didn't believe either the stout man or Towsy would engage in such actions. Just then, the stout man returned, panting heavily, holding what looked like a broomstick, claiming he had borrowed it from someone. It would alert us if any signal-emitting devices were within a 1-meter radius. The moment he switched it on, a rapid alarm blared. We were all startled and immediately began to search the office. Strangely, after inspecting every corner, including behind furniture and the crevices of drawers and cabinets, we found nothing suspicious. The stout man activated the detector once more, and the alarm persisted. I devised a plan, suggesting he take the detector outside to see if it would still sound. Sure enough, once the detector left the office, the alarm ceased abruptly. This was peculiar. Could it be that this device was somehow on one of us? The stout man suddenly remarked that I recalled a movie where an undercover agent had hidden a listening device in a woman's bag. And the police overheard the criminals' conversations using this method. What do you mean, you fatso? Towsy said, a bit annoyed, as she tossed her bag onto the table. I merely thought of it innocently. Please do not take it personally. All right, Galponzi was also in a foul mood. Well then, let us all speak a bit less. Fat Brother's point is not without merit. Nowadays, everyone is carrying detection devices to take a stroll and see if the alarms will sound. I'll go first. With that, I took the detector in hand, switched it on, and stepped outside. Indeed, as soon as I stepped out, the alarm that had been blaring just moments before ceased its clamor. Yet, this does not necessarily indicate a larger issue. For Galponzi had just been outside as well, encountering the same situation that he tried it too, and there were no problems. Surely, you do not genuinely suspect me? Towsy exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she looked at us both. Chapter 52. The painful decision. I trust that the three of us could never commit such an act, but it cannot be ruled out that someone has manipulated us into doing it. This is the consensus between Galponzi and myself. Let us give it a try. After all, I have not engaged in any wrongdoing, Towsy mumbled, picking up the detector, just as she was about to head to the door. She dashed back to grab her bag and exited to our astonishment. The alarm blared once more. Towsy gasped in shock. Galponzi and I rushed outside, and upon seeing Towsy with tears welling in her eyes, we were momentarily at a loss for words, offering only consolation. Kwang Jioning, I swear, I truly have not done anything to betray you. I simply do not understand what is happening, Towsy lamented, tears streaming down her face. Do not worry. We all believe you are innocent. The pressing matter now is to uncover the truth, I reassured her. Suppressing her tears, Towsy defiantly dumped the contents of her bag onto the table. Rifling through them one by one suddenly, she picked up a keychain, examining it closely before letting out a shriek. This is not mine. Are you certain? Then may I borrow it? After receiving Towsy's confirmation, I took the keychain and the detector once more. Stepping outside again, sure enough, the alarm rang out, indicating that the issue lay with this keychain. That do not fret, Towsy. I believe this does not belong to you. That if you truly intended to harm me, I would have long since met my demise. I assured her before she could respond. Galponzi echoed my sentiments, vowing that he could never believe Towsy would do such a thing. It must be some scoundrel attempting to deceive us. Meanwhile, Towsy muttered angrily to herself. The source of the problem had been identified, yet a new dilemma arose. Whose keychain was it, and when had it ended up in Towsy's bag? According to her, only she and I had carried this bag yesterday and today, coupled with the incident of the stolen surveillance footage, leading the three of us to believe that these two events must be connected. Galponzi stated that as long as the listening device was operational, a signal would be transmitted, and by tracing the source of that signal, we could discover who was orchestrating this scheme from behind the scenes. While his reasoning was sound, if the listening device was indeed functioning, the perpetrators would surely be aware of everything we had just discussed. By the time we found them, the evidence would have been destroyed. Yet, we had no other choice. We could only proceed with blind hope. Thus, we contacted the police, delivering the device and explaining the situation. After taking it from us, the officers instructed us to wait for further information. Upon exiting the police station, I inquired of Galponzi whether he had any acquaintances in this line of work, as having connections would be advantageous. What about your roommate's father from yesterday? The judge, he should be within the same system as the police, right? Should we ask him? Galponzi suggested that I smack my forehead. Realizing I had forgotten this detail, that I promptly retrieved my phone and dialed Eugene's father's number. Fortunately, he answered swiftly. I succinctly recounted the situation, and after a moment of silence, he requested the report number for the incident and asked me to await his response. Is there truly no other course of action but to wait? Towsy muttered. I fear that there genuinely is no other option, I replied. Feeling equally helpless, as the three of us were preparing to return to the company, I received an unusual phone call. The number displayed as unknown. Assuming it to be a scam or nuisance call, I hung up, only for it to ring again almost immediately. I pressed the button to decline 3 times, yet the caller persisted. This time, I answered but remained silent. After a brief pause, a hoarse voice came through. I never imagined that such a short time after you left the shop, your mind would become so sharp. I truly regret not having gouged out your eyes back then. It would have spared me this considerable trouble. A blaze of anger ignited within me. Hua, if you have the guts, tell me where you are. Ha ha ha. You think you can flatter yourself? So quickly. You reveal your weakness? If I dare to call you, you can be certain that I will never disclose my whereabouts. I advise you not to waste your time. You will not uncover who is pulling the strings. So it was you behind this mischief. How shameless of you. I warn you, if you possess any courage, direct your malice toward me, not my friends. I seethed, gritting my teeth. Are you referring to your two incompetent allies? One forgot to remove the USB drive after saving data, while the other could not even zip up their backpack. That I foresee you meeting your end at their hands sooner or later. I could only glance at them in disbelief. These two were indeed rather careless. They are my friends. It is not for you to criticize them. Moreover, if you are so capable, why did you not notice the USB drive plugged into the computer? Instead of rummaging through the office in disarray, do you truly think I would leave anything of value in there? Hua was momentarily at a loss for words, but eventually retorted, engaging in a battle of wits with you is futile. We shall see. With that, he hung up. You too. You truly are careless, I exclaimed in exasperation, pointing a finger at Gao Pengzi and Taozi. From now on, remove the USB drive immediately after use. Do not leave it plugged into the computer. And before you leave, check your backpack zipper. You are a young lady. For goodness sake, how can you be so negligent? Seeing my genuine frustration, Gao Pengzi and Taozi exchanged glances, awkwardly falling silent. I cursed Hua under my breath. He was indeed devious, targeting the two of them that if they were not more careful, there could be real trouble next time. Hence, I created paper effigies for both of them and used a spirit pen to dip their eyes, instructing them to carry these effigies with them at all times and to ensure they did not lose them. Is it truly that serious? Taozi asked, examining the effigy with a hint of discomfort. Meanwhile, Gao Pengzi cautiously tucked his effigy away, reminding Taozi to take care of hers. If I am telling you to take it, then just take it. It is a valuable item. Noticing the thunderstruck jujube wood bracelet on Gao Pengzi's wrist, I recalled that there was some leftover jujube wood after crafting the bracelet. I led the two of them back to the apartment, retrieved the wood, and carved a talisman for Taozi. I instructed her to wear it around her neck, advising her to keep it dry and to avoid removing it unnecessarily. After giving Taozi these instructions, I felt a lingering agitation, so I asked Gao Pengzi for a cigarette. After lighting it, I took a puff and was immediately sent into a fit of coughing, tears streaming down my face. Gao Pengzi, aware of my distress, did not stop me but offered a few words of comfort. Oh, there is no need to worry. In broad daylight, they would not dare to act out in public. Yet, I did not share his optimism. Based on what had transpired just yesterday, they indeed did not have the audacity to act openly, but it was entirely possible for them to resort to underhanded tactics. If they chose to tread down a dark path, the thunderstruck jujube would, and the paper talisman from the Kwong family would surely protect them. But what if they did not take that path? How could I ensure their safety then? Chapter 53. Am I really that notorious? I resolved to limit my interactions with Gao Pengzi and Taozi. After all, they were not the targets. I was, upon voicing this thought. Both of them erupted in protest. Kwong Jioning, has water seeped into your brain? How can you utter such nonsense? Those people placed the listening device in my bag, almost causing you to misunderstand me. How could I possibly let them off the hook? I see you are truly asking for a beating, Taozi scolded, delivering a light slap on my back. Of course, it was not a genuine hit, merely a symbolic expression of her displeasure. However, Gao Pengzi was different. He silently picked up his phone, seemingly typing something. Before long, he looked up and declared, if you wish to leave, you must repay your debts first. He insisted that it was only right to repay what was owed, and as long as I returned the money I owed him, he would allow me to go immediately. Upon hearing this, Taozi exploded in anger, chastising Gao Pengzi for his lack of gratitude. After a lengthy tirade, she began recounting all the good qualities I possessed, such as being loyal and kind, making me question whether I was truly as virtuous as she claimed. By the end, she even brought up my timely submission of club assignments, leaving me feeling quite embarrassed. In short, her words served to dissuade me from my intentions. Yet, Gao Pengzi remained unmoved, adamantly clinging to his demand for repayment. Moreover, he insisted it be done immediately. I could not elaborate too much, as I had left the shop without a penny to my name. Had it not been for Gao Pengzi's assistance, I would have struggled to pay my university tuition, let alone afford living expenses. Thus, I asked Gao Pengzi to state a figure. I recalled that we had made some money from selling paper effigies, though we had not yet divided the profits. So I suggested taking it from there. However, Gao Pengzi's expression soured as he declared that those funds were trivial. What I owed was the company's money. Confused, I asked when I had accrued any debt to the company. Gao Pengzi then opened his phone and showed me the details. According to the agreement, if a shareholder withdrew their investment for personal reasons within 3 years, they would need to compensate 5 million yuan. I gasped in disbelief. There lies another clause in this accursed agreement that I failed to notice at the time. You are indeed quite cunning, having set such a trap for me. It is inscribed in black and white, with your grand signature upon it. Surely you cannot deny it. When the rotund man uttered these words, his expression was both lewd and triumphant, while I felt as though I had swallowed a fly. Good heavens, not only had I earned not a single penny, but I was also in debt to the tune of 5 million. It was then that a laugh from Tauzi jolted me back to reality. Brother Fat, you did this on purpose, didn't you? Brother Fat chuckled mischievously and draped an arm over my shoulder. You see, everything about you is commendable, except for the weight of your thoughts in this day and age. Solitary endeavors are long out of fashion. It is all about camaraderie. So, why not obediently toil for me for 3 years? Speaking of work, I must prepare for my internship once school starts. Perhaps I could work for you. Would you be interested? Tauzi interjected at an inopportune moment. Instantly, Brother Fat's eyes widened in astonishment, and he exclaimed in agreement, stating that as long as I, the artistic soul, was present, coupled with his unparalleled management, we would inevitably go public. If she joined now, she would be the #1 employee, akin to something extraordinary, and within a few short years, she could purchase a house and a car. Even acquiring original shares. I could hardly bear to listen any longer and was about to leave when I overheard Tauzi inquiring about the 5 million breach of contract fee. Brother Fat glanced at me and whispered to Tauzi, you thought I was using my phone for what? There's no 5 million. That was just a fabrication of mine. You scoundrel. I was infuriated and kicked at Brother Fat's rear. But he had anticipated my move and dodged with ease, arms flailing, singing in a bizarre tone. The azure sky is soaring. Oh, how perplexing. Finally, the day of the banquet hosted by the Mo family arrived. The 3 of us stood at the entrance of the Mo estate, observing a continuous stream of guests presenting their invitations for security checks. However, the expressions on the faces of those being scrutinized were far from cheerful. Damn it, I am the deputy leader of the Tai Chi sect, yet I have to endure such indignity to attend this banquet. Were it not for the leader's absence, I would not subject myself to such humiliation. Look at that pompous gatekeeper. If it were not for the restrictions against practitioners of the Xianmen interacting with ordinary folk, I would have long since shown them my displeasure. I heard that Miss Mo is quite the beauty. And I am still in need of female disciples. It all depends on whether there is a mutual affinity. I scoffed quietly. Observing the few individuals who had just entered, they seemed to be key figures from various sects within the Xianmen of Chongbei City. Some even holding the rank of deputy leader. Yet, regardless of their skills, they appeared rather unremarkable. But why had the Mo family invited so many from the Xianmen to this banquet at that moment? Mo Ran approached, respectfully bowing his head slightly towards me. Mo Ran, a guest of the Mo family, pays his respects to the head of the Lu Dao family, Kuang Jiuning. Kuang Jiuning? You are the esteemed head of the Kuang family, trusted by the Lu Dao family? I am honored. Ah, you are the son of Kuang Zhongxing. I never imagined I would encounter you here. What a fortuitous encounter. I must certainly raise a glass to you later. No wonder I sensed an overwhelming aura earlier. It turns out to be the esteemed head of the Kuang family. What an honor. I cannot believe I am attending this banquet alongside you. Head Kuang, I hope you will look kindly upon this young lady. Given the serendipity of today, in an instant, I found myself surrounded by a throng of individuals, each eagerly greeting me with expressions of astonishment, intrigue, envy, and flattery. Some women cast looks filled with flirtation and innuendo. It suddenly dawned on me what my father had once said, and how Qinya and the Yin Walker had repeatedly mentioned that the entire Xianmen was keeping a watchful eye on my existence. This sensation was quite unsettling, and I was relieved when Mo Ran proactively interjected. Esteemed guests, the head of the Kuang family is a distinguished guest invited by my master, and must not be neglected. Whether reminiscing or engaging in idle chatter, I suggest we postpone such discussions until the banquet commences. I smiled gratefully at him, recognizing that he was merely trying to mediate on my behalf. If I failed to respond, it would indeed be a slight against the Kuang family. Welcome, Head Kuang, Mr. Gao Feng, and Miss Tauzi. Mo has instructed that Mr. Gao and Miss Tauzi may take a moment to rest in the lounge. While I escort Head Kwong to meet him, Mo wishes to see me privately? I inquired in surprise. Rest assured, Mr. Mo harbors no ill will towards Head Kwong. He merely has matters that are not suitable for public discussion. And I must ask you to bear with this inconvenience that in that case. Please allow my elder brother and senior sister Taozi to wait for me. I shall join you after meeting Mr. Mo. I exchanged glances with Brother Fat, who understood, and he accompanied Taozi into the lounge while I followed another gentleman in an electric cart to a secluded villa. Upon arrival, Mo greeted me with a slight smile. Young Brother Kwong, I presume you have been startled? It seems he was already aware of the events at the company. Regardless, I should express my gratitude. However, my greater concern was how he knew of the impending threats to those around me. My master awaits you inside. Should he grant his approval, you will learn all you wish to know. Of course, this is contingent upon your ability to resolve his dilemma. What dilemma? Mo did not respond, merely leading me into the villa, which, though lacking the ostentation of modern mansions, exuded an air of ancient charm and elegance, adorned with golden silk Nanmu furniture, vibrant greenery, and a subtle floral fragrance that instantly calmed my spirit. Following Mo, I arrived at a study on the first floor. He respectfully knocked on the door, and a deep voice called from within, "Come in." At last, I stood before the legendary Mr. Mo, although he was entirely different from what I had envisioned. Given Mo Zeton's age, I had expected him to be in his 40s, and I wondered why he was referred to as old gentleman. To my astonishment, the man before me appeared quite aged, at least in his 60s or 70s. No wonder he was called Mr. Mo. He truly lived up to his name. Upon seeing me, Mr. Mo greeted me warmly, motioning for me to take a seat opposite him at the tea table. He personally poured me a cup of tea, then asked Mo to step out, as he wished to speak with me privately. Once Mo left, I cut straight to the point, inquiring about the purpose of our meeting. He remained silent, instead lifting a cup of tea to his nose, inhaling its fragrance before discarding it. I was puzzled. Why waste such fine tea? But upon reflection, perhaps such prominent figures possess peculiar tastes. Some drink tea, while others merely savor its aroma. Regardless, it was his tea, and he could do as he pleased. Yet, Mr. Mo was the first to break the silence. Head Kwong, do you find this situation rather perplexing? I felt somewhat embarrassed, but nodded nonetheless. Mo sighed, picked up a fresh cup from the tea tray, poured more tea, and placed it before me to sniff. I first inhaled the aroma of the initial cup he poured, finding it fragrant and unremarkable. However, when I smelled the second cup, I detected something odd. The two cups had been poured just a minute apart, yet my cup was rich with fragrance, while the later cup bore no scent whatsoever. Not only did I find this peculiar, but I also had no idea what was happening. This phenomenon had persisted for several months. Mo regarded me with a troubled expression, yet I hesitated to speak. Merely observing his demeanor, his eyes sparkled with vitality, his complexion rosy, and his lips full, there were no signs of distress, save for his breath. I realized he was not breathing at all. To confirm my suspicion, I asked Mo to extend his hand, and when I tested his pulse, I found it non-existent. Not only was there no breath, but his wrist felt as icy as death itself. No breath, no pulse, not even a hint of body heat. I was taken aback. Mr. Mo smiled wryly. It appears Head Kwong has also detected something amiss with my condition. In this state, I possess no body temperature, no breath, and no pulse. When night falls, I am overwhelmed with drowsiness but cannot sleep. Whether it be exquisite delicacies or fine wines, I can only savor their aroma. Never taste. To say I am alive is to draw little distinction from being dead. More importantly, despite being merely in my 40s, one glance at me would suggest I am in my 60s or 70s. Indeed, his appearance bore the mark of a septuagenarian, entirely concealing his true age. This did not seem like an ailment, but rather something akin to a curse or dark sorcery. Yet the question remained: what curse or sorcery could render one incapable of eating, drinking, or sleeping, yet allow one to persist? No, more accurately, his current condition resembled that of a living corpse. I was utterly confounded. Regardless of the circumstances, one must acknowledge that only extraordinary individuals possess the capability to confront a person of his caliber. However, Mr. Mo's subsequent words nearly caused me to overturn the table. I am well aware of the prowess of the head of the Kwong family. To elaborate, I share a certain connection with your esteemed family, and I earnestly hope that you might extend your assistance to me. Considering the bond one once had with your parents, no matter the conditions, as long as you articulate them. My family, the MO family, is more than capable of fulfilling them. I was momentarily taken aback, rising abruptly to my feet. You know my parents? It is not merely acquaintance. As I mentioned earlier, I have some ties with your family, albeit from a bygone era. Regardless of past events, they remain in the past. You need only understand that I harbor no enmity towards your family, but rather owe your parents a debt of gratitude. As Mr.Mo uttered these words, his gaze remained fixed upon my face, and I distinctly noticed his hand rise slightly before being lowered again. In that fleeting moment, I was reminded of that fateful night in the graveyard when my father's hand first caressed my cheek. Mirroring the same expression, a voice within me whispered that Mr.Mo recognized me, yet all of it eluded my memory. After much inner turmoil, I finally resolved to speak to him slowly. Very well, I accept your proposition. But I require time as well as comprehensive information, be it about yourself, the Mo family, or your acquaintances and adversaries. I wish to know everything. Furthermore, should it be deemed necessary, I request unrestricted access to every room within the Mo residence. I must thoroughly examine the quarters of bodyguards, family members, servants, and even your daughter's chamber. Fearing a potential misunderstanding, I hastily added, of course, you may have anyone accompany me to prevent any unfounded gossip. Chapter 55. A Grand Gift. The head of the Kwong family is no ordinary individual. You may proceed as you wished. I shall instruct Mo Ran to disseminate this information throughout the Mo family's conglomerate, from the highest echelons to every enterprise. Whatever it is you wish to investigate, no one will dare to oppose you. This includes my daughter as well. A sudden glint of brilliance flashed in Mr. Mo's eyes. A mere glance exchanged between us imparted an unfamiliar sensation, one imbued with unbounded confidence and the weight of authority. Thank you for your trust, dear sir. I shall devise a way to assist you. However, prior to that, I hope you take care of your health and maintain a positive disposition. I sense that this matter is anything but simple. If possible, I would like to keep you updated with the outcomes as we contemplate our next steps. Mr. Mo narrowed his eyes. Are you suggesting that there may be certain aspects of this situation that I would prefer not to witness or know? I do harbor such a feeling. Excellent. Excellent. Extend your hand. Mr. Mo rose, removing a ring from his finger and personally placing it upon my left index finger. This serves as the insignia of the head of the Mo family. As long as I wear it, every member of the Mo family shall act according to my wishes. More importantly, it conceals a special device. By pressing the sapphire on the ring with my finger, it will connect to my private communication apparatus, a channel secured by satellite, impervious to monitoring. I admire your approach to matters. It reminds me of the youthful Kwang Zhongxing. You and he were practically identical. Thank you for your generous praise, Mr. Mo. I do not yet dare to compare myself to my father, but I am confident that I will surpass him in the future. Indeed, confidence and determination, yet tempered with a greater sense of composure. Your path shall undoubtedly be more arduous than his, but you shall also travel further. Now, I believe the gathering is nearly complete. Shall we proceed to meet everyone together? I was taken aback, uncertain of Mr. Mo's intentions. Yes, for today, I have specifically invited several individuals as a form of introduction for you, and you will soon understand. Mo patted my shoulder and led me to the venue of the gathering. As we entered, the previously boisterous event fell into an immediate hush, and whispers began to circulate. This is Mo Wanli, the chairman of the Mo group. How could he be so intimately acquainted with Kwang Juning? I just heard that Kwang Juning had not yet arrived at the venue, only to be taken aside for a private meeting with Chairman Mo. Could they have known each other prior? I understand that this Kwang Juning has only recently succeeded as the head of the Kwang family. It seems unlikely he would have become acquainted with the foremost prodigy of the business world so swiftly. Perhaps, as Kwang Juning is a veritable phenomenon, possessing innate abilities such as the ability to see spirits, combined with the mystical artifacts of the drawing soul brush and the book of life and death. Along with the 6 talismans employed in the Kwang family's ancestral paper crafting, he indeed meets all 4 conditions to unravel the mysteries of the drawing soul technique. It is plausible that Mr. Mo sought him out of his own volition, suggesting that this matter is far from simple. At that moment, Mo Ran approached, first greeting me before bowing deeply to Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, you may now address the audience. Additionally, many are aware of the arrival of the head of the Kwang family. Yes, I am aware. Mo lightly cleared his throat and led me to the podium of the gathering, where all eyes turned towards us. Esteemed guests, I am delighted that you could honor the MO family with your presence at this gathering that I wish to take a few moments of your valuable time to share some matters. First and foremost, the individual standing beside me requires no introduction. I believe you have all heard his name to some extent, Kwang Juning, the newly appointed head of the Six Paths clan, several months ago. The former head, Kwang Zhongxing, met with a tragic fate, and compounded by the events of 12 years ago, the Kwang family is now left with Juning as the sole remaining heir. That it grieves me deeply. Those familiar with me know that I do not relish being indebted to others, nor do I appreciate others owing me. However, over a decade ago, I incurred a debt to the former head of the Kwang family. And today I find myself indebted to Juning. These two debts combined render it impossible for me to repay them within this lifetime. Thus, I wish to ask all present to bear witness. And I hope that all friends from the mystical community in attendance convey this message from Mo Wanli. From this moment forth, Juning's affairs shall be my Mo family's affairs, and we shall exert every effort to fulfill his wishes. Conversely, those who oppose Juning shall be my adversaries as well. Upon utterance of this declaration, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd, myself included, left momentarily speechless. The weight of Mr. Mo's words was palpable. It signified that, from that moment onward, the Mo family would stand as my greatest ally, providing me with resources and wealth without hesitation. Furthermore, his message was unequivocal, reaching out through the mystics present to convey an essential message to all within the realm. If you are a friend of Kwang Juning, then you are a valued guest of the Mo family. Conversely, if you are his opponent, you shall be deemed a sworn enemy of the Mo family. Everyone is aware that I meet all 4 conditions necessary to unravel the drawing soul technique, and the number of individuals within the mystical community coveting this knowledge remains uncertain. Prior to Mr. Mo's proclamation, they might have pursued me relentlessly, yet now, with Mr. Mo's backing, they would likely tread with greater caution in their schemes against me. Mr. Mo, there is no need for such grand gestures. I whispered a gentle reminder. Juning, do not be hasty. This is a matter I shall inevitably address. Rather than notifying individuals one by one, it is more efficient to clarify it all in one go today. I am a businessman with no vested interest in the mystical matters. My sole aim is to repay the debt I owe to the Kwang family to the best of my ability. Do you understand? Furthermore, do you recall when I mentioned that I had prepared a gift for you? I certainly remember, but the weight of it feels overwhelming. My predicament has already entangled Gao Pongzi and a Peach, and now the Mo family is involved as well. I feel quite guilty about it. You misunderstand. The gift I referred to has yet to be presented to you. Upon finishing his sentence, Mo Wanli signaled to Mo Ran, who soon brought a bound figure to the center of the gathering. Juning, do you recognize who this is? Chapter 56. Try letting one rip. Hua Changming. I gasped, my fists clenching tightly, my teeth grinding audibly. Head of the Kwang family, Mo Ran is aired. I implore you to hold him accountable. At that moment, Mo Ran stepped forward and bowed deeply to both Mo and myself. Mr. Mo, what is the meaning of this? I am at a loss. In truth, I had already discovered his whereabouts previously, but I had unfortunately lost track of him. Mo was quite displeased upon learning this and insisted that I retrieve him before the gathering commenced. Fortunately, Mo Ran did not betray Mr. Mo's trust and successfully captured him yesterday. Although his abilities are formidable, the bindings restraining him are forged from extraterrestrial mysterious iron, infused with my own techniques. Even if he wished to break free, it would be utterly impossible at this moment. Mo Wanli turned to me and said, Juning, do not hold a grudge against Mo, and at the time of your new company's inauguration, he disguised himself and infiltrated your venue. However, our people discovered him. Yet, he was remarkably swift. He managed to snatch a glance into Miss Tauzi's bag before vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Mo Ran attempted to pursue him but was unable to catch up. Fearing miscommunication, he could only give you a brief heads-up, resulting in an unexpected incident. Although he has now returned Hua Changming, how you choose to deal with him in front of me and our other friends from the Xianmen is entirely your prerogative. As for Mo Ran, it is the same. Despite having followed me for many years, the Mo family is known for its clarity in rewarding and punishing. He has his merits, but he has also erred. You may handle it as you see fit. I stifled my anger as I descended the platform, gazing at Hua Changming's nonchalant expression, which only fueled my fury. Hua Changming, regarding your involvement in my father's death, we shall settle this matter today. However, Before you meet your demise, you would do well to divulge the identity of the true murderer who annihilated my family. I recall the days when I followed Kwang Zhongxing. How formidable the Six Paths family was. Anyone in the Blue Stars Xianmen spoke of the Six Paths papercraft with both respect and fear. Now, having succeeded your father as the new head of the family, your skills have hardly improved, yet your ability to wield authority has grown immensely. If you wish to take action, then do so. If I, Hua Changming, so much as blink, I am unworthy of having been your master for 12 years. Bah! How dare you claim to have been my master for 12 years? Did you consider me merely a 6-year-old child? Indeed, the art I possess was imparted by you, but it was learned from my father. The reason you taught me the Kwang family's techniques was that only they could activate the Six Paths talismans. Yet, you dare not even touch my soul painting brush or the Book of Life and Death. And now you attempt to obfuscate the truth? As for the Yin-Yang eye, my parents established a seal to protect me. Why, then, did you go to such lengths to break its seal? Was it not to plot once more, enabling me to control all magical instruments and unravel the mysteries of the soul painting technique? My words instantly ignited a fervor among those present, and the crowd began to murmur, "It seems the rumors are indeed true. Kwang Zhongxing has just acknowledged the existence of his Yin-Yang eye, and the other magical instruments are genuinely in his possession. Alas, I never anticipated that this man was both his master and the murderer of his father. He is now in grave peril. Humph. One glance at him reveals he is no formidable individual. Look at his current state. He resembles a stray dog." At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, and soon everyone was raising their arms in fervor. Such a treacherous character is unworthy of the Kwang family's intervention. I could easily dispatch him myself. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of this scum. He is nothing but a disgrace to our Xianmen. To execute him would be a mercy. In my view, he should be handed over to the Xianmen Association for the president to deal with. The president is known for his clarity in rewards and punishments, ensuring that this serves as retribution for the Kwang family while demonstrating their profound righteousness to all. In response, Hua Changming erupted into laughter upon hearing their words. Truly, he is a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by dogs. You fickle-minded individuals harbor so many ill intentions. Do you think only you are aware? The Mo family is merely a commercial group with some reputation. Aside from a few individuals like Mo Ran, they have never involved themselves in Xianmen affairs. Why now, with such fanfare, do you rally to Kwang Zhongxing's aid? Your disdain for me is but a ploy to climb the Mo family's branches, using Kwang Zhongxing's situation to make a statement. Humph. And what of the Xianmen Association? It is nothing but a farce. While the president may possess some skill, do you truly believe you have no inkling of the behind-the-scenes dealings? They raise the tiger's skin as a banner, presenting one facade while concealing another. If it truly came to confronting the master, they would scarcely dare to utter a sound. And you, Kwang Zhongxing, I must inquire. The Six Paths talisman undeniably belongs to your family. But when did your soul painting brush and Book of Life and Death become your family's property? I found myself momentarily speechless, at a loss for words, when the stout individual approached and began reprimanding Hua Changming. I may not know whose painting brush or recording it is, but I do understand one thing. As long as these items are not your original creations, they rightfully belong to others. If they have not been designated for inheritance, they are ownerless, and whoever possesses them becomes their rightful owner. Why can't my brother claim them as his? Do you dare assert that everything on you and your master's person is produced by your family? Furthermore, you remarked on others raising the tiger's skin as a banner, yet did you not just say that the president would not dare to utter a sound before your master? Why not let one rip before my brother? Let us see if I don't block your exit. Puffed. Some in attendance could not contain their laughter. Kwang Zhongxing, spare us the idle chatter. If you wish to pry secrets from me regarding my master, you are merely dreaming. If you seek my life, you must first determine whether you possess the capability to do so. As soon as Hua Changming finished speaking, his previously disdainful expression twisted grotesquely. With a few eerie laughs, his eyes suddenly turned a strange shade of red, and as the crowd gasped in shock, his entire body began to shrink, his clothes gradually disintegrating, ultimately vanishing before everyone's eyes. This was not Hua Changming. This was merely a paper doll substitute. No wonder Hua Changming was so audacious. The entity trapped was not his true self, but a paper doll created using the Six Paths papercraft. Cursed be it. How could I have overlooked this detail? Chapter 57. The atmosphere in the hall instantly grew peculiar, with whispers echoing among the crowd, our expressions, including that of Mr. Mo, growing increasingly grim. Mo Rant's face was particularly awkward. He hurried to pry apart the loose chains and move the garments piled on the ground aside, staring blankly at the black paper figure, momentarily speechless. Mo ran. What on earth is happening? Mr. Mo's expression was so dark it seemed he could wring water from it. Mo Ran gingerly picked up the paper figure, examined it closely, shook his head, and replied to Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, this appears to be the Kwong family's Six Paths papercraft. The one earlier was not the original. It was merely a paper doll substitute. However, what puzzles me is that this doll, although crafted from Six Paths talismans, is black in color. This is not a Six Paths talisman. It is a grievance spirit talisman, a type of spell that can manipulate the mind. I had seen him use this back in the small mountain village. I responded to Mo Ran, my mood exceptionally foul. I had believed Mo Ran had captured Hua Changming and was contemplating how we would finally uncover the truth about him and those behind him. I never expected Hua Changming to be so cunning, employing a paper doll as a substitute to deceive Mo Ran and everyone else. The entire banquet fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Mo Rant's expression was far from pleasant. Although the unfolding events were not of his making, his carelessness had caused the Mo family to lose face before all. Mr. Mo, I was too careless. I truly did not anticipate that Hua Changming would be so devious, using a paper doll substitute to deceive me. I implore you to punish me. Mr. Mo, please do not be angry. This incident cannot be solely blamed on Mo Ran. He is not very familiar with the Six Paths papercraft, which led him to fall into Hua Changming's trap. Not only he, but even I failed to discern that this Hua Changming was a fake. Now is not the time to assign blame. Since Hua Changming has utilized the Six Paths papercraft to control the paper doll, his current hiding place must not be far from here, likely within a 2-kilometer radius. It would be prudent for Mr. Mo to arrange for his subordinates to meticulously search this area for any clues. Upon hearing my words, Mo Ran quickly responded, Mr. Mo, the head of the Kwong family is correct. Our utmost priority is to locate Hua Changming's whereabouts immediately. Mo Ran is willing to bear the blame and will promptly lead a search for Hua Changming. Once we capture him, Mo Ran will certainly not shirk responsibility for this incident. Very well. Since Juning has interceded on your behalf, I shall temporarily set your account aside. Now go at once and find Hua Changming. Even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth, bring him back to face me. Yes, I shall go at once. After Mo Ran left, Mo Qianli's expression remained grim. Concerned for his health, I offered him a few words of comfort, which he managed to accept, albeit with difficulty. In truth, I knew that Mo Ran's search would likely yield no results, for I was well aware of Hua Changming's cunning. The method he employed with the paper doll substitute was likely a part of his scheme, yet what his true intentions were remained a matter of speculation. However, one thing was irrefutable. His target was me. I signaled to the stout individual to escort Taozi home. Given the circumstances, it was clear the banquet would conclude in disarray, rather than linger until then. It would be wiser to depart now. Thus, the stout individual and Mo Wanli concocted an excuse, and Mo Wanli, fully aware of their intentions, refrained from pressing them further, merely expressing a desire for future visits. As friends should maintain close ties. As others witnessed this scene, they hastily sought to resign from their positions under Mo Wanli. He, in turn, offered only a perfunctory courtesy before allowing them to be escorted out of the Mo residence one by one. Once this was accomplished, a troubled expression returned to Mo Wanli's face. Seizing the opportunity, I casually concocted an excuse, stating that since we were waiting anyway, it would be better to invite Mo to brew another cup of tea for me. Mo Wanli nodded and led me back to the small villa. After sipping 2 cups of tea, he directly inquired whether it was nearly impossible to locate Hua Changming. I was taken aback by how quickly Mo Wanli had discerned my thoughts, and I chose not to feign further denials. Instead, I explained that the paper doll was controlled by its creator, allowing them to perceive everything happening around it through the doll's eyes and ears. It was evident that Hua Changming had understood the implications of Mo Wanli's words and demeanor at the recent banquet. If Hua Changming was aware, then his master behind the scenes surely was too. Mr. Mo, I said, I appreciate your recent actions, and rest assured, unless absolutely necessary, I shall refrain from disturbing you. After all, many matters in this world are so intricate that even my father struggles to elucidate them, let alone myself. Naturally, I understood that such declarations might bear little weight, but I felt it imperative to assert my stance. Noticing Mo Wanli's silence, I realized he was unlikely to heed my previous remarks. So I shifted the conversation to inquire about Mo Ran. I was acutely aware that if Hua Changming had not deliberately allowed Mo Ran to prevail, then Mo Ran's skills in the mystical arts were likely formidable. However, Mo Wanli did not delve into extensive details, merely stating that he had been associated with the Mo family since his father's generation, a span of over 20 years. In his eyes, Mo Ran was experienced, broad-minded, loyal, and possessed a composed and reserved demeanor, making him an invaluable assistant. After discussing Mo Ran, Mo Wanli, noticing my silence, began to share about his two daughters. He had two daughters. The elder, named Mo Xian, left for overseas at the age of 16 to study fashion design and has recently graduated. Now returning to the Mo family. As for the younger daughter, there was no need for further introduction. She had recently come to my home, brimming with bravado. Mo Wanli recounted that during the tragic car accident which claimed his wife's life, both daughters were present. Had it not been for his wife's final efforts to rescue them, they might have perished alongside her. Due to an important meeting that day, he had instructed the driver to take them to the airport, resulting in a fatal collision on the highway, with 2 dead and 2 injured. This tragedy led his daughters to believe that had they been driving, the accident could have been avoided. At this juncture, Mo Wanli sighed, his expression turning somber. That year, Xian was only 14, and Zitan a mere 10. Such a grave misfortune at such tender ages was a burden they would likely carry for a lifetime. As Mo Wanli spoke, his already frail visage grew more troubled, and his tone became laden with regret. I had conducted numerous inquiries into the accident, which indeed was an unfortunate occurrence, yet I felt a share of responsibility. After all, had I been behind the wheel, perhaps such a calamity could have been averted. Even if it had occurred, perhaps their mother would have remained unharmed. Thus, for all these years, both daughters harbored this unhealed wound, resenting me in their hearts. I accepted that if such resentment brought them solace, then so be it. After divulging these sentiments, Mo Wanli's gaze suddenly turned resolute as he addressed me. Juning, I understand your inquiries about Mo Ran stem from a desire to uncover the cause of my condition through those close to me. Yet, I firmly believe that neither Mo Ran nor my daughters would engage in such actions. He continued, Xian is abroad, and even if she were here, as her biological father, I cannot fathom that she would resort to such underhanded tactics against me. As for Zitan, while she may possess a rebellious streak, her heart is fundamentally kind. Take, for instance, the incident at your company. Believe it or not, it was Zitan who discovered Hua Changming's whereabouts and informed Mo Ran. This revelation caught me off guard. The information I had received had indeed come from Mo Ran, yet I had not anticipated that Zitan was the one who had uncovered Hua Changming's movements. However, I was still puzzled about how she had identified him. It is no mystery, he continued, for she spent months privately instructing Mo Ran to investigate your background thoroughly. Once Mo Ran received her directive, he relayed the information to me, thus keeping the entire situation within my control. Does this mean you are aware of Zitan's interest in learning magic from me? I queried, feeling a twinge of unease. Upon learning this, I promptly instructed Mo Ran to apologize to you. And what about today's banquet? These matters are somewhat interconnected. After I became aware of the events in the small mountain village, I was compelled to act. I have mentioned before, I owe a debt to your parents. I racked my brain, trying to recall the debt that Mo Wanli frequently referred to, but regardless of my efforts, I could not discern its nature. The reasons could only be twofold. Either my father's memories were incomplete, or perhaps he had deliberately withheld this part of his recollections. If it were the latter, it would suggest that my father did not wish for me to uncover such information. Though my curiosity was piqued, I chose not to press further. In pondering this, if we excluded Mo Wanli's daughters and Mo Ran, who else could operate in such secrecy? At that moment, a seemingly innocuous action by Mo Wanli caught my attention. Mr. Mo, the scent of your cigarette appears distinct from others. Might I trouble you for a stick? I inquired, observing the cigarette he had just lit. Though I do not smoke, I have encountered many who do, and the typical scent is rather pungent. However, the aroma he exhaled had an unusual quality, instilling a sense of calm within me, almost as if my heartbeat had slowed. Mo Wanli, upon hearing my request, casually retrieved a box from beneath the tea table. This cigarette is readily available, but the aroma you detect is likely the result of the filter. If you find it to your liking, consider this box a gift. I expressed my gratitude and took a stick from the box, bringing it to my nose. The scent was indeed as I had perceived. Typically, filters serve to eliminate harmful substances from smoke. Could it be that flavoring agents had been added for taste? Thus, I discreetly employed my mystical arts, crushing the filter, revealing small grains resembling millet scattered about. This confirmed my suspicions. Just as I was examining these soft granules, Emma Wanley's eyes flickered with surprise. "May I inquire how this young lady entered? You ask me?" Naturally, I followed him in. The voice belonged to none other than Yin-Yang. The spirit of the Wanzhong coffin. My focus had been entirely on the granules. Had Emma Wanley not posed his question, I would have remained oblivious to Yin-Yang's emergence. Yet, Yin-Yang disregarded Emma Wanley's inquiry, instead gazing curiously at the granules in my hand. "Yin-Yang, when did you come out?" I asked. "Just now. The scent lured me out. It's rather intriguing, though it seems familiar. Show me." Yin-Yang requested to see, and before I could respond, her small hand reached out and pinched a few grains from my palm, glancing at them briefly before recognizing their origin. I thought so. This scent is quite peculiar. Old man Mo, you're quite adventurous. Even daring to ingest puppet insect eggs. Little girl, what precisely are these? Emma Wanley inquired, astonished. "Isn't it obvious?" Yin-Yang retorted. "I extracted several more filters from the box, crushing them, and indeed, each contained identical grains in substantial quantity. There was no need for further inspection. It was evident that every filter held such contents." "Yin-Yang, are you familiar with the origin of these?" I asked. "Young sir, these are rare in Chongbei, but many sorcerers in the Wunan region possess them. Adult puppet insects serve only one purpose: to control corpses. However, the eggs of the puppet insect are different. They can imbue living beings with characteristics akin to the dead. In other words, a person remains alive but lacks body temperature, breath, and so forth, just like this little old man before you." Yin-Yang pointed at Emma Wanley. I was taken aback, as was Emma Wanley. "Miss Yin-Yang, are you suggesting that I do not be alarmed? I have examined the puppet insect eggs you possess. All the larvae are male. There are no females. Among the puppet insect eggs, those with white specks on their shells belong to male insects, while those devoid of such markings are female," Yin-Yang explained. Unhurried, male insect eggs prefer warmth and hatch upon exposure to heat. However, the larvae are particularly sensitive to heat. Once absorbed by a host, they will halt the host's breathing and pulse, numb their sense of taste and hunger, ensuring their survival. While using this filter tip to smoke, the heat is sufficient to incubate a tube full of insect eggs, and it is likely that you inhaled them into your body while smoking. Emma Wanley felt a wave of nausea. Chapter 59. 12 years ago, according to Yin-Yang, since Emma Wanley inhaled the puppet insect eggs using this filter tip, a question arises. This filter tip must be something only Emma Wanley possesses. Otherwise, chaos would ensue. However, do not worry, old man Mo. Although the puppet insect is a form of sorcery, as long as the ingestion time is not prolonged and the filter tip is ceased, it can still be salvaged. Yet, if too much time passes, even a great immortal would helplessly watch as he breathes his last. Yin-Yang shot me a glance, and her voice echoed in my mind. "Little gentleman, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I do not intervene, you are the only one capable of saving him. Why not take the chance to negotiate some terms?" Negotiate terms? I nearly fainted, thinking to myself that this little coffin girl truly knows how to take advantage of a crisis. Does she not realize what Emma Wanley had just said at the banquet? As a result, Yin-Yang seemed to hear my thoughts, her voice ringing out once more. "Of course, I know that money may be significant to others, but to you, it is the least of your concerns. If you desire, I can make you billions in an instant. Besides the resources of the Mo family, you should also have her agree to a condition." "What condition should I have old Mo agree to?" I blurted out, suddenly realizing and hastily covering my mouth. "Little gentleman, you are so foolish." I awkwardly looked at Emma Wanley, uncertain how to explain. However, to my surprise, Emma Wanley merely smiled and picked up another cigarette, inserting it into the filter tip and lighting it. Now, both Yin-Yang and I were left dumbfounded. What does Emma Wanley mean by this? Not long ago, he had asked me to find a way to help him with his ailments. Yet when Yin-Yang just pointed out that the problem lay with that very filter tip, he not only did not hastily discard it, but instead picked it up to smoke again. Is he addicted to the puppet insect eggs? I silently questioned Yin-Yang. She, too, looked bewildered. I've never heard of this thing being addictive. Emma Wanley observed our perplexed expressions and chuckled to himself. It doesn't matter. Whether it is money or something else, as long as you ask, I will provide it. That is my promise to you. However, let us put this matter to rest. There is no need to investigate further. What is wrong with old Mr. Mo? Even if you choose not to investigate, at the very least, you should consider your health, right? Yin-Yang just mentioned that as long as the time is not prolonged, it can still be salvaged. I found myself unable to see through Emma Wanley. His every action was peculiar. First, he spoke of owing a debt to the Kwong family, which seemingly fell upon me. Then asked me to help him ascertain the cause of his condition. Yet after the investigation, he appeared indifferent. Mo Wanli did not continue along my line of questioning that it seemed that Mo Rant's information was still insufficient. That little girl from earlier was likely not an ordinary person. My apologies. Old Mr. Mo. Her name is Chinya. How should I put this? She is indeed not an ordinary person. She is a spiritual entity. But not a ghost, in no matter. I have no interest in matters of the Xianmen. Mo Wanli replied nonchalantly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Old Mr. Mo, to be frank, I do not quite understand. You mentioned owing a debt to the Kwong family that falls upon me. Yet you do not reveal what that debt entails. If it concerns my father, although it is customary for a son to bear his father's debts, I truly do not require it. Furthermore, you have already identified the issue with your health. Yet you appear disinterested. Could you perhaps provide me with an explanation? It is only natural that you do not trust me. Mo Wanli said blandly. True, but it is not that I do not trust you. Rather, I have very little trust in anyone. I corrected him. You must be wondering why. If I do not trust you, I would give you that ring, correct? Mo Wanli smiled, since you have seen through it. I shall no longer conceal it, he nodded, removing the ring that symbolized the power of the Mo family and placing it on the table. Mo Wanli's expression shifted, displaying some confusion. You must understand what this ring signifies. With it, from my two daughters to all the industries and affiliates of the Mo family, seeing it is akin to seeing meat. I have not even suggested reclaiming it. Why are you so eager to return it to me? You gave me the ring to facilitate my investigation into who harmed you. Now that you are aware, regardless of whether you wish to disclose it, I must naturally return this ring to you. As for everything you just mentioned, perhaps it holds a lure for others. However, I find myself lacking in interest, so you do possess some interest after all. Pray tell, is there anything I can assist you with? Mo Wanli smiled with a hint of amusement. Though I am not well acquainted with the Mo family, your ability to oversee such a vast conglomerate at your age is something many would scarcely dare to dream of across multiple lifetimes. Therefore, my interest pertains to the resources of the Mo family. I gestured toward the ring on the table. You wish to leverage the Mo family's network to uncover the true mastermind behind the deaths of the Kwong family 12 years ago. Indeed, if there is any interest at all, that is my sole focus. As for the relationship between you and my father's generation and the debt you owe them, that is a matter of the previous generation. You may choose to share it, and I will listen attentively. Should you prefer to remain silent, I will not press you. As long as you are not my enemy, these matters hold little weight. I have underestimated you. A freshman, yet you possess such composure. It is said that a tiger begets no dog. It seems my defeat to Kwong Zhongxing was not in vain. He chuckled. Very well, you may keep the ring for now. I shall honor my promise and leverage all my connections to investigate the truth behind that incident from 12 years ago. Once I have results, I will inform you. Mo Wanli nodded. Although I cannot disclose these two matters to you, I can share something else. Upon finishing, Mo Wanli rose and retrieved a framed picture from the adjacent desk, handing it to me. The elderly man in the frame appeared to be nearing 70 but was vibrant and full of life. Strangely, his features bore an uncanny resemblance to Mo Wanli before me. This is my father, the true Mo Wanli. Mo Wanli. He is the real Mo Wanli. Then who are you? I am his son, Mo Shawan. After revealing this, Mo Wanli removed the human skin mask from his face, revealing a spirited middle-aged man that I was somewhat bewildered and no need to be surprised. For many years, I have been impersonating my father's identity to manage the Mo family conglomerate. And the real old Mr. Mo? I inquired. Missing? Missing? Since when? 12 years ago. 12 years ago. Again with the 12 years ago. At that moment, a knock sounded at the study door. Chapter 60. The invitation from the Xianmen Association upon entering. Mo Ran's gaze shifted slightly at the sight of Mo Shawan's face, but he quickly regained his composure. How is the investigation progressing? Mo Shawan asked. The brothers are still looking into it. However, on my way back, I encountered individuals from the Xianmen Association who came to deliver an invitation to the head of the Kwong family. They are currently waiting in the living room. Speaking of which, someone mentioned the Xianmen Association at the banquet earlier. May I ask, Mr. Mo, what kind of organization is the Xianmen Association? Previously, when Mo Shawan had not revealed his identity, I could refer to him as Old Mr. Mo. Now that he had disclosed his identity, it was more appropriate to address him as Mo Shawan glanced at Mo Ran, who promptly approached me to explain. The Xianmen Association is the governing body for all Xianmen in the Summer Kingdom. Overseen by the National Religious Management Department. In simple terms, as long as you are registered as a member of the Xianmen within the association, you possess an official identity. Conversely, if not, you are deemed an unrecognized religious organization by the state. My knowledge of the organization was entirely blank. Evidently, my father had not included this information in his memories, and the Kwong family. I could only inquire of Mo Ran. Currently, the Kwong family is not part of the association. But it is said that they were once members, though not during the tenure of the current family head, but rather during the generation of the Kwong family's grandfather. That makes sense. Ning, do you wish to represent the Kwong family in joining? It's your decision. Regardless of what you choose, they should not give you any trouble. Mo Shaoan donned his mask once more. I had no desire to join this association. The previous school club had already added considerable responsibilities to my plate, and another association would only compound the matters. However, since Mo Ran had mentioned that my grandfather's generation had once been part of this association, it stood to reason that there would be ample resources about the Kwong family within it, which would be beneficial to me. Thus, I resolved to meet with them. Mo Shaoan also rose and accompanied me to the living room, where a young man dressed in a Zhongshan suit stood as we approached. Immediately rising to greet us with a respectful gesture. I am Mali, liaison officer of the northern branch of the Xianmen Association, and I greet old Mo and the head of the 6 families of the Kwong family. Thank you for your hard work. Mr. Mo, you are too kind. Mr. Ma, please, have a seat. Once seated at the head of the table, Molly produced an invitation. This is the invitation to the northern branch of the Xianmen Association, scheduled for the Spring Festival in Chambay City. On behalf of the branch head, I am here to invite the head of the Kwong family to attend. Just to attend, before I could even speak. Mo Shaoan inquired. Not daring to lie in front of the old gentleman, it was indeed true that the Chambay branch had contemplated inviting the head of the Kwong family to join the Xianmen Association. Molly spoke with great politeness. I had heard that the Kwong family had previously been a member of the Xianmen Association, but they were not under the jurisdiction of the Chambay branch. Rather, they were directly governed by the Xianmen Association of Shagua, independent of any branches, although I was unaware of the reasons behind the Kwong family's departure from the Xianmen Association. I couldn't help but wonder if this meager offering of sincerity was sufficient to entice them back. Mo Shaoan's tone was neither warm nor cold, yet it was imbued with a palpable sense of pressure. I too was curious about this matter. Thus I turned my gaze towards Ma Li. The old gentleman might have misunderstood. According to the regulations set forth by the management of Shagua, all Xianmen sects wishing to join the association must submit their applications through the local branch. The relationship is subordinate to the branch, and the higher-level management is not necessarily from the branch but is determined by the president of the association based on the actual circumstances. Molly elucidated. You should know that I have just released the news. Henceforth, any matters concerning the Kwong family will pertain to my Mo family. I kindly request that you relay my intentions to the president of the Chambay branch. Mo Shaoan let out a soft huff. Ali was taken aback, and seeing my silence, he merely nodded and stepped outside to make a phone call. I understood Mo Shaoan's intention. He was advocating for the benefits I deserved. After all, the direct superior was the Chambay branch, as opposed to the Xiagua headquarters, which represented 2 entirely different starting points. His words were also aimed at helping the Kwong family find a new point of departure in their future development within the sect association. Shortly after, Molly returned, but his complexion was far from pleasant. Mr. Mo, may I request a moment for a private conversation with the head of the Kwong family? Speak your mind in front of me. I am no outsider, I interjected. Ali hesitated for a moment before saying, I have conveyed Mr. Mo's intentions, yet the branch president finds himself in a difficult position. After all, this is a regulation of the entire association, and the Chambay Xianmen Association cannot alter it at will. In that case, please leave the invitation with me. Should circumstances allow, I will attend. Ali, seeing the situation, did not elaborate further, bidding farewell to both me and Mo Shaoan before departing. His response was within my expectations. Regardless of how powerful the Mo family might be, it was unlikely they could sway the regulations of the Xianmen Association's governing body. Juning, what are your thoughts on this matter? Mo Shaoan asked me. I will wait and see. I have not yet made up my mind. Mr. Mo, if there are no further matters, I would like to take my leave. I rose to depart. In no hurry. Moran, please invite the second young lady to come here. Inform her that I have something to discuss. Moran nodded, and I found myself puzzled as to why Mo Shaoan wished to summon Mo Zitan. A short while later, I saw Moran enter with Mo Zitan in tow. What do you want from me? Mo Zeton asked coolly. Your classmate is here. It would be somewhat impolite not to greet him. What's impolite about it? I am not in the same department as him, and besides, he followed closely behind you as soon as he arrived. With so many people around, if I were to approach him proactively, I fear the headlines tomorrow would proclaim that you are seeking a son-in-law. I frowned. Disregarding the first half of her statement, her latter words did hold some merit. However, her tone once again left me feeling quite uncomfortable. Indeed, I was not the only one with such sentiments. Even Mo Shaoan's expression had darkened. Zeton, Jiaoning is after all a guest of the Mo family. Please be mindful of your manner of speaking. What? Am I embarrassing you in front of outsiders? If I am such a source of shame, why did you summon me here? I speak my mind. If you can accept it, then do so. If not, I shall take my leave. Mo Zeton turned to leave, but unexpectedly, Moran reached out to stop her. Zeton, have you gone too far? Mo Zeton glared coldly at Mo Shaoan. Then let me ask you, what could be so pressing that you learned your wife and children were in the hospital yet insisted on finishing your affairs before coming? Chapter 61. Family shame cannot be exposed. Second young lady, there are guests present. Please exercise some restraint. In response to Moran's reminder, Mo Zeton merely scoffed but fell silent. The atmosphere was exceedingly awkward, and it seemed that the topic she had raised was related to her deceased mother. Making it inappropriate for me to linger. I bid farewell to Mo Shaoan and prepared to leave. However, Mo Shaoan called me back. Jiaoning, the Mo family has its own rules. She is after all my daughter. Even if she holds opinions against me, I can understand what she says in private. However, you are a distinguished guest of the Mo family, and her behavior towards you is utterly lacking in propriety. It's all right, Mr. Mo. The new year is approaching, and there is no need to be angry over such trivial matters. Moreover, considering your health, regardless, do try to keep your temper in check. Should you need anything, feel free to contact me at any time. Although I was uncertain why Chiba claimed I could treat Mo Shaoan's health, I trusted she had a plan in mind, for after all, this was my first encounter with the term puppet worm, and she had merely glanced at it to ascertain its origin. Rest assured, even if you perish, he will not. Mo Zeton shot me a glare. Mo Zeton's words were particularly cutting. I had previously thought she directed such remarks solely at me. Yet it appeared she treated her father with the same disdain. She was quite ungrateful. You have gone too far. Mo Shaoan hurled a teacup to the ground in fury, addressing Mo Zeton. No matter how much you torment me, I have refrained from retaliating out of respect for your mother. Yet now, you are becoming increasingly excessive, not only displaying a lack of decorum in front of guests, but also employing that puppet worm as a filter for me. I had thought you were genuinely filial and felt guilty towards you. I even used that thing whenever I smoked, as the saying goes. Family shame should not be exposed. Just now, when Jiaoning inquired, I intentionally spared you from embarrassment. Evidently, you are truly lacking in manners. I was left wide-eyed, and no wonder Mo Shaoan knew precisely who had harmed him, yet he refused to disclose the identity of the perpetrator. As the saying goes, family shame should not be exposed, let alone the fact that it was his own daughter who had committed such an act. No matter how angry Mo Shaoan might be, he should not have mentioned this in front of me. The situation was awkward, and I felt trapped between two choices. Neither staying nor leaving was appealing. I exchanged glances with Moran, who wore a pained expression, equally at a loss. The atmosphere had grown exceedingly tense. The entire hall had fallen silent, with Mo Shaoan glaring angrily at Mo Zeton, who remained silent, merely exchanging cold glares with her father. As for Moran and me, we were left in a state of indecision, the air thick with discomfort. This stalemate was untenable. Thus, I cleared my throat a couple of times, preparing to speak. Yet, perhaps due to the smoke from Mo Shaoan's earlier outburst, as soon as I opened my mouth, I was seized by a fit of coughing. My face flushed immediately, amplifying the awkwardness. To my surprise, it was Mo Zeton who broke the silence first. I am your daughter. Yet you show me no respect in front of outsiders. Why should I honor you? Outsiders? There are no outsiders in this room. Moran has raised you since childhood, and Kwang Jiaoning is the head of the Lu Dao family. His father's generation has deep ties with the Mo family, making him far from an outsider. Mo Shaoan snorted in response. Kwang Jiaoning, you keep repeating his name and claim he is not an outsider. Since you hold him in such high regard, why not adopt him as your godson while you're at it? After all, he is currently without support and would be perfect for you to rely on in your twilight years. This remark left Mo Shaoan's face flushed with rage, and he shouted, Do you think I would hesitate? Kwang Jiaoning is quite the gentleman, and as the current head of the Kwang family, I have heard from Moran that he is the most likely person to unravel the secrets of the painting spirit technique. If he were to become my godson, I would welcome it. Let me tell you, if he were to take a liking to Mo Xian, I would arrange their marriage without a second thought. This is disastrous. Things are going awry. How did I become a part of this conversation, Mr. Mo? I believe this matter should not be treated lightly. Such jokes are unwelcome. Which of my words do you consider a jest? Mo Xiaoan cast me a glance. He spoke with a serious demeanor, which suggested he was not joking. Humph, you certainly have a way of being a father. Mo Zieten retorted with another cold laugh. From a young age, you favored Mo Xian. Whenever someone gifted me a present, you would go to great lengths to buy one for her as well, that if I had something, she had to have it too. When going out, you would always ask her where she wanted to go, never once considering my feelings. Have you ever thought about how I feel? Now, in front of an outsider, you speak in her favor. Fine, since you favor her so much, I shall not grant you your wish. After saying that, Mo Zieten unexpectedly walked over to me, embraced me, and kissed me, leaving me utterly unprepared. Are you out of your mind? Mo Zieten, do you even realize what you are doing? Mo Xiaoan exploded with rage. Enough. Quan Jioning is the person I, Mo Zieten, have set my sights on. Let's see what you will do about it. Without waiting for my reaction, Mo Zieten pulled me out of the study. Once I regained my senses, I forcefully shook off Mo Zieten's hand. What do you intend to do? He merely spoke in anger moments ago. How could you act in such a manner before your father? I am truly at a loss for words regarding you. What do you mean, Quan Jioning? You have never even met Mo Xian. And yet you have developed feelings for her. In what way am I inferior to her? How can I possibly be unworthy of you? Mo Zieten's face was a picture of indignation. Oh dear. What nonsense are you spouting about worthiness? I have no desire to engage with this capricious Mo Zieten, and I stood up to leave through the front door, only to be pulled back by her once more. Quan Jioning, unless you clarify your stance today, you shall not leave. What is it that you wish to discuss? I have already expressed myself quite clearly. I have never encountered such an inconsiderate girl as you. I am furious. How am I inconsiderate? Must he alone be permitted to act without consequence, while I am denied even the smallest expression of my feelings? Mo Zieten, still unsatisfied, grasped my arm once again. I could hardly believe she was such an unreasonable girl. Given my capabilities, shaking her off would be as easy as pie, yet I feared that using my abilities might inadvertently harm her. Just as I found myself at an impasse, a cold voice rang out. Mo Zieten, what kind of nonsense are you up to? The speaker resembled an imposing iceberg, exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged any approach. Dressed in a light yellow long coat paired with a white collared sweater, she modestly concealed her slender neck, exposing only a small patch of her flawless skin. Her features were undeniably exquisite. Yet they were perpetually tinged with a chill, her eyes gleaming like icy blades directed towards Mo Zieten and me. Such arrogance. I was conversing with my boyfriend. What business is it of yours? Jioning, let us step outside. I do not wish to see this person. Mo Zieten insisted, pulling me along. Your boyfriend? The woman inquired, her surprise evident as her gaze met mine. No, please do not misunderstand. I am not her boyfriend. I hastily clarified that I in that moment. Mo Zieten transformed from her earlier brashness into a demure creature, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at me with an adorably foolish expression. What is this? Have you forgotten what my father just said? If you are not keen on being a son-in-law, it matters not. I have wealth, and we can purchase a home in Chongbei. We shall marry upon graduation. Do you prefer boys or girls? They say daughters resemble their fathers. With your good looks, our daughter would undoubtedly be stunning. Wait, let us clarify things. You are not my girlfriend, nor am I your boyfriend. Your previous exchange with your father was merely in jest. This is a family matter. So do not entangle me in it. That I spoke earnestly. That I do not care. You heard what my father said earlier. If you merely speak up, he will arrange the marriage in an instant. Can you deny this? I must tell you, my father explicitly stated that even if he were to take a liking to Mo Xian, he would arrange their marriage in a heartbeat. This statement was indeed made by Mo Xiaoan, but it seemed directed more towards her sister, Mo Xian, rather than her. Sister, Mo Xian. What a coincidence. I instantly turned to look at the iceberg of a woman, only to find her gazing back at me. Clearly, she had overheard my previous words to Mo Zieten, and her expression turned icy in an instant. Who are you? What marriage? How is it that I am unaware of this? Goodness, it is indeed Mo Xian. This has become troublesome. I hastily withdrew my hand from Mo Zieten's grasp and approached her to explain, but she raised her hand, pointing at me. Do not come any closer. I will inquire with my father and demand an explanation. And you, being of age, I expect you to possess some discernment regarding your actions. Having said this, she fell silent, taking her leave with her suitcase, while the driver cautiously followed behind her. Humph, such an air of superiority. What is so remarkable about that? Mo Zieten rolled her eyes at the departing Mo Xian before pulling me along once more. However, just as she grasped my hand, she suddenly gasped in horror. Retreating a few steps. Wh, what is that on your shoulder? Nothing. Xinya. I responded instinctively, but suddenly recalling something, I turned to look at my shoulder, only to find that little Xinya had once again perched upon it. Watching Mo Zieten with a playful expression. Oh, are you using my little husband as a shield, or have you truly developed feelings? You can talk? Mo Zieten asked, both astonished and frightened. Ha! With such a feeble disposition. How dare you pursue my little husband? Your expression upon seeing me is quite telling. Had you known what he truly is, you would likely have fainted from fright. Xinya assessed Mo Zieten. Who are you? Why is everyone so hostile towards me? Who I am is of no concern to you, but let me make this clear. As long as my little husband is unwilling, no one shall force him. Not even if you are the daughter of the Mo family. Furthermore, do not blame me for not warning you. Your underhanded tactics against your father are of no interest to me, but should you dare to mishandle my little husband, I will extract your very soul and swallow it whole, leaving you to regret it for eternity. Xinya's tone was casual, yet it exuded an undeniable menace. Mo Zieten's pupils dilated momentarily, and she shivered involuntarily. This is how it should be. I do not jest with. However, my younger sister is different. She has always believed that if it had been her behind the wheel instead of the driver, perhaps this incident would never have transpired. Mo Xian expressed. Many things, in truth, do not entertain what ifs. The events have unfolded, and you have returned to your homeland. If possible, please try to persuade Mo and your sister. I am at a loss as to how to discuss these matters with her, so I merely offered a few words of consolation. Well then, let us not dwell on this. What are your thoughts regarding the remark made by my father? Mo Xian inquired. I have already conveyed my perspective. Mr. Mo's words were said in anger, and I do not take them to heart. I replied candidly that I trust your words. Yet Mo Zieten is my sister, and I am acutely aware of her sentiments. You may not take it seriously, but she certainly does. Could it be? A sudden jolt of realization struck me. Why do I sense that she is somewhat deliberately provoking you? You are not mistaken. She is indeed doing so, which is why I assert that she is serious. Mo Xian replied that I fail to comprehend your meaning. You assert that she spoke those words to provoke you. Yet you also claim she is serious. These notions seem contradictory. Not in the slightest. Mo Xian said nonchalantly. From childhood to adulthood, she has consistently opposed me. Mo Xian flicked the ash from her cigarette and continued. Whenever I say east, she invariably insists on west. When I suggest dining on Western cuisine, she insists on Japanese fare, as if an invisible tacit agreement exists between us, always in opposition, never yielding. Each time we debate an issue, the moment I express my opinion, she promptly provides a response that is entirely contrary. This situation is no different. In truth, my father's remark was made in anger, which I fully grasped. However, the crux lies in his statement that as long as you speak up, he will immediately arrange for my marriage to you. I finally understood Mo Xian's implication. At that moment, Mo Xiaoan, in a fit of anger, proclaimed that he could swiftly arrange for his eldest daughter's marriage to me, and this particular phrase struck a nerve within her. She has always felt that Mo Xiaoan favored her sister over her, and thus, in light of such a statement, Mo Zieten believes that their father considers her to be inferior to her sister. Hence the desire to marry her sister to me instead of herself. What a melodramatic scenario. Yet you must understand, this situation is utterly impossible. Not only did Mo utter those words in haste, but even I would never propose such a demand to the Mo family, let alone harbor such intentions. I spoke with utmost honesty. I comprehend your sentiment. My father recognizes that it was a statement made in the heat of the moment, and I concur with your assessment. However, I must also inform you that Mo Zieten possesses a rather peculiar disposition. In matters such as this, she is indeed quite serious, Mo Xian stated. This presents quite a dilemma. I scratched my head and inquired, what shall we do now? We cannot simply allow her to remain under this misconception. Mo Xian shrugged her shoulders in resignation. This is precisely why I hurried to seek your counsel. She is now wholly convinced that my father esteems me more highly, and even suspects that you are complicit in this. It seems to me that if this matter is not handled with care, considering her temperament, it may lead to unforeseen complications, but I find myself at a loss. Her obstinacy is such that she disregards both our father-s and sister-s words. Do you suppose she would heed mine? I too feel powerless. Just then, Mo.'s phone rang. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The caller was none other than Mo Zeton that I had intended to excuse myself. Yet Mo shook her head and put the call on speaker. That two-faced fool. Tell me honestly, are you currently with Kwang Juning? Mo Zeton's tone was fierce, lacking any semblance of civility that I quickly gestured to Mo Xian, wishing to avoid further complicating the already chaotic situation. To my astonishment, Mo Xian plainly stated that she was indeed with me. What is happening? After Mo Xian's declaration, Mo Zeton abruptly hung up the phone. Well, this just keeps getting messy, eh? Why would you say such a thing? She was already in a fit of anger, and now you've only fueled her fury. I expressed my confusion. You do not understand. The very fact that she called me indicates that she is already aware of my association with you. If I were to conceal it further, she would only speculate more. Mo Xian tossed her phone aside, exhaling a weary sigh. Surely it cannot be that alarming. We have only just arrived, and she is already privy to our situation? Is she endowed with clairvoyance? I remain skeptical. Skeptical? Just watch. It will not be long before she finds us here. Mo Xian stated wearily that as predicted. Within half an hour, the CAF door swung open, and there stood Mo Zeton. Storming in, scanning the room before striding directly towards us. That I did not misjudge, did I? Mo Xian forced a smile. If she is here, we must make the best of it. I resigned myself to the unfolding drama. Mo Zeton approached us, casting a glance at Mo Xian before unusually smiling at me. Juning, if you wish to have coffee, you may call on me. I can keep you company. Chapter 64. The Truth Behind the Eldest Mississippi. After finishing her sentence, Mo Zeton unceremoniously took a seat beside me, wrapping her arm around mine and casting a defiant look at Mo Xian. He described the sensation is particularly discomforting. I wished to extricate my arm. Yet Mo Zeton held on tightly. Please release me. I need to speak with your sister. I attempted to withdraw again. It's quite all right. Just speak freely. After all, it has been ages since I last saw her. And I would like to hear any happy tidings. With the new year approaching, it would not be amiss for everyone to indulge in a bit of merriment. Don't you agree, Juning? Mo Zeton was undoubtedly being intentional. However, her presence here made my subsequent intentions considerably more challenging. I indeed harbored certain feelings for Mo Xian, yet they were not of that nature. Rather, it was a feeling that had taken root since her initial phone call. Mo Xian is somewhat peculiar, and that is precisely why I chose to meet her. Well, let me be candid with you. Upon reflection, I believe there is some merit to your father's words. After all, I am the head of the Liu family, and your father is a business magnate in Xian Nation, one from a mystical lineage and the other a contemporary titan of commerce. Should we unite, it would indeed be a formidable alliance. As I articulated this, Mo Zeton's expression brightened considerably. So, you were too shy to express this directly and wish for her to relay it to me. That is unnecessary. I've already stated that I am your girlfriend, and I will act accordingly. I think you are misunderstanding me. While I agree that an alliance with the Mo family would be advantageous, my chosen partner is not you, but rather I gestured towards Mo Xian. Mo Xian appeared taken aback, and Mo Zeton was equally stunned, particularly Mo Zeton, whose expression revealed she had not anticipated my response. Why? Provide me with a reason. Why have you chosen her over me? Is it because she is more beautiful, or perhaps possesses a better figure? Mo Zeton provocatively puffed out her chest. Meanwhile, Mo Xian regarded me with an expression of bewilderment, entirely unsure of my intentions. After all, just minutes prior, we were deliberating on how to address the situation with Mo Zeton, and now I seemed to be agreeing to an alliance with the Mo family. As if I were sincere about it. What do you mean? I meant what I said. I find your father's words to hold merit, and I will contemplate the next steps upon my return. Before the new year, I intend to formally visit the Mo family and discuss this matter with your father. That I gazed earnestly at Mo Xian. Answer me this. Why not me? Why must you also choose her? Am I truly that lacking? Mo Zeton questioned defiantly. You are not lacking. Rather, I find her more alluring. That a romance between us siblings is quite an appealing option, I stated deliberately. Are you out of your mind? She is 6 years older than you. Mo Zeton shouted, her voice rising. Though fortunately, the CAF was sparsely populated, yet the patrons all turned their attention to us, as if witnessing a performance. Isn't that even better? As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older than you is a treasure. That a woman 6 years older is worth too. I boldly stood, dragging my chair to sit beside Mo Xian, and I grasped her hand. You do not overstep your bounds. Mo Xian attempted to shake off my hand, yet I tightened my grip. Kwang Jioning, I never imagined you to be this sort of person. Very well, do not come to regret it. Suddenly, Mo Zieten lunged forward, seizing the cup of water from the table and, without hesitation, swung it in my direction. Before I could react, the water splashed across my face, droplets cascading down my cheek. And you? Why are you back instead of staying abroad? I understand now. You wish to flaunt your superiority before me, don't you? You take everything from me, and now you want to steal my boyfriend as well. The patrons in the CAF gasped in astonishment at the unfolding scene of sisters vying for a single man, a rarity indeed, with some even pulling out their phones to record. I called out to a nearby man, saying, "Buddy, feel free to watch, but don't waste your time recording." I wiped my face dry and shouted at the man filming. He chuckled sheepishly, and though he lowered his phone, his movements were unusually slow. Seriously, do not squander your time. Focus on the scene. Recording will yield nothing. I added. What do you mean? You two engage in this sort of spectacle and yet do not permit others to record. What, do you wish to silence their voices as well? You refuse to allow them to record. So I shall do it myself and shortly post it online for all to witness. The eldest daughter of the Mo family, as well as the array of shameless scoundrels from the noble families. Sighing softly, I conceded, very well, if you wish to record, then do so. However, I must warn you not to regret it later. Mo Xian appeared somewhat flustered, tugging at my hand with all her might, yet my grip was as unyielding as a vice, offering her no chance to escape. All right, I finished recording. Now I shall post it and see if you can silence me. Wait, I suggested, before you post it, perhaps you should first review what you have captured. I cast a knowing glance at Mo Zieten. What else is there but the two of you shamelessly indulging in each other's affections here? It's utterly disgusting, Mo Zieten exclaimed, though I suspected she would still take a look. Her eyes widened in an instant. What is going on? She stammered, pointing at Mo Xian. I offered no reply, merely fixing my gaze on Mo Xian and casually inquired. I say, the one masquerading as the young lady of the Mo family, shouldn't you reveal your true self now? Mo Zieten gasped, following my line of sight, while Mo Xian opened her mouth, a flash of malice flickering in her eyes. And suddenly, a chilling breeze swept through the room, causing the temperature to plummet. This was a peculiar kind of sinister energy, yet it was certainly not the presence of a ghost. The cold wind gusted through. Those who had gathered to spectate found themselves sneezing uncontrollably, grumbling in discontent. Even the bartender hurriedly began pressing buttons on the remote, likely believing the air conditioning had malfunctioned. Observing Mo Zieten shivering, I felt a twinge of compassion in my heart and pulled out a talisman, offering it to her. Take this, and you shall not fear the cold. Mo Zieten hesitantly accepted the talisman, and I watched as her previously pale countenance regained a healthy hue. Incredible, you must go out immediately and call Mr. Mo. Urging him to inform Mo Ran to keep a close watch on the box that Mo Xian brings back. Under no circumstances should it be opened in my absence. Mo Zieten was evidently startled by my earlier actions, nodding furiously as she hurried outside to contact her father. The others in the CF, lacking the talisman, could no longer endure the frigid air and left in droves, leaving only myself and the imposter Mo Xian. Enough with the pretense. Let us have a conversation. Chapter 65. The involvement of the Xiaoyao Pavilion. How did you discern my true identity? Mo Xian regarded me with an odd expression. I chuckled coldly and replied, you have my companions to thank for that. Wang Daming and Zhang Wei in the dormitory. They often discuss the sisters Mo Zieten and Mo Xian in my presence. While I am uncertain if their information came from Taozi, I did learn of a particular trait of Mo Xian. Her coldness. Mo Xian is remarkably aloof, never initiating contact with others, nor greeting anyone, let alone reaching out to me, a person with whom she shares no common ground, to arrange a coffee meeting. More importantly, she never refers to Mo Zieten as her sister, but rather as Xiaotan. Thus, this critical detail serves as one of your most significant vulnerabilities. I smiled at the imposter Mo Xian beside me. Now, can we speak candidly? Indeed, we were far too careless. Mo Xian scoffed. It is said that Kwang Jioning from the Six Path family is merely an 18-year-old university student, possessing only the Taoist arts passed down from his father, rendering him not worth fearing. They claim you are merely a reckless boy devoid of cunning, taking everything at face value. Yet today, it seems you may not be as fragile as the rumors suggest. Not quite, I shrugged. While I wouldn't categorize myself as a wolf in sheep's clothing, as per your assessment, since I am already labeled as a simpleton, I must be more vigilant to avoid being sold out while counting the money. Then when did you realize I was a fraud? Imo-Shian pressed, clearly reluctant to accept defeat. To be precise, it was the moment you stepped through the door that I sensed something amiss. And how so? Before addressing that, I must commend your skills. Your imitation is remarkably convincing, enough to deceive anyone. Even your portrayal of Imo-Shian's character, carrying your own luggage instead of allowing the driver to assist you, was quite clever. However, this particular detail raised my suspicions. What do you mean? Imo-Shian asked. If you found my mimicry so convincing, why did it provoke doubt? Do you not find it curious that someone of Imo-Shian's stature would be so concerned with being courteous to a driver in such a situation? I countered. You mean that when the driver offered to carry my luggage? Ah, you've recalled it. At that moment, I was engaged in a struggle with Imo-Zitan, and you entered, first reprimanding her and feigning anger to inquire about what transpired with Mr. Imo. The driver followed closely behind, offering to assist with your luggage, but you insisted that the box was not heavy and that you could manage it yourself. That behavior was rather unusual, wouldn't you agree? Imo-Shian's eyes widened in realization that if you have no further questions, then allow me to ask you. Where have you hidden the real Imo-Shian? Just as I praised you, you've revealed your flaw. I would never make such a foolish mistake. If I were to divulge the whereabouts of the genuine Imo-Shian now, would I still be alive? That may not necessarily be the case. Someone once told me that when it comes to one-on-one combat within the realm of the Tao, I have few worthy opponents. However, I have not been foolish enough to take on more than 3 members of the Xiao Pavilion simultaneously. As soon as I uttered those words, not only did the imposter Imo-Shian's expression change, but even the girl at the bar, who had pretended to cower in fear, slowly stood up, looking at me with a mixture of confusion. Clearly, I had struck a chord, and the other 2 should emerge as well. From the back room, I gestured towards the curtain beside the bar, and shortly, 2 women clad in form-fitting attire stepped forward. It appears I have underestimated you. You even discovered these 2. Yet I was perplexed. How did you ascertain our identity as members of the Xiao Pavilion? According to prior intelligence, you have never encountered us. You need not concern yourself with that. Let us discuss your terms. I certainly would not be foolish enough to reveal that, in addition to imparting Taoist techniques, my father's memories contained information about various sects within the Taoist community. For instance, the Xiao Pavilion is a sect comprised entirely of women within the Taoist realm, skilled not only in Taoist arts but also in various seductive techniques. It would indeed be the most likely target for what they perceive as a naive youth entering the world. As for how I deduced their identities, it was due to a unique scent that every member of the Xiao Pavilion possesses. The fragrance. A woman selected for the Xiao Pavilion must be a maiden, as only a maiden can learn the pavilion's distinctive fragrant arts. These arts can ensnare the mind, rendering individuals unable to control their own consciousness, thereby compelling them to obey. From the moment I entered the CAF, I detected that unusual scent. It was present at the bar and in the preparation area. More importantly, I had already caught a whiff of it when I first encountered this imposter Imo-Shian yesterday. While I initially hesitated to determine whether it was perfume, upon arriving at this CAF, I was certain it was not perfume, but rather the scent of the Xiao Pavilion's fragrant arts. Thus, the moment I stepped inside, I deliberately lowered my head slightly, and, with my Yin-Yang vision activated, surveyed the entire CF, gaining a comprehensive understanding of my surroundings. One should harbor no malicious intent, yet remain vigilant. What perplexed me was that, although the Xiao Pavilion is part of the Taoist realm, it is the only organization in my father's memories that showed no interest in the art of soul painting. How could they possibly have set their sights on me? Could it be that my father had made an error in his recollections? Very well, since the head of the Kuang family has seen through our little charade, I shall no longer conceal my intentions. With that, Imo-Shian removed the hair tie binding her hair, casually shook her head, and a completely unfamiliar visage materialized before me. Su Qing of the Xiao Pavilion has met the head of the Kuang family. May I request that you release my hand? I nodded, simultaneously loosening my grip on Su Qing's hand while swiftly tossing 4 talismans, which landed accurately on each of the 4 women. My apologies. As a mere novice, I have inadvertently offended the esteemed sisters of the Xiao Pavilion. As long as I am safe, you sisters shall certainly come to no harm. Now, we can have a proper discussion. Chapter 66. There is a way to the Tao. What do you mean by this, head of the Kuang family? Su Qing's expression darkened. It means nothing. As I previously stated, I am not foolish enough to confront more than 3 members of the Xiao Pavilion simultaneously. especially since my Taoist arts are particularly effective against ghostly entities. As for the fragrant arts of the Xiaoyao Pavilion, I do not possess confidence in that regard. As I spoke, I felt a pang of uncertainty. Yet it was an undeniable fact. After all, they were human. Unless it was in self-defense, I could not resort to using the soul-painting brush and the record of life and death to extract their souls immediately. Could I? That would be too excessive. Thus, I could assert that the head of the Kuang family is quite young, yet possesses a profound understanding of the way. Couldn't I? Su Qing remarked helplessly. Sister, do not wrongfully accuse me. I merely acted in self-defense earlier and did not engage in any improper conduct. I cannot bear the label of a thief, nor do I deign to tarnish the Kuang family's reputation. I stated earnestly, never mind, let us not dwell on this. Now that you are aware of our identities, what do you wish to do? Su Qing inquired of me. It is not a matter of what I wish to do, but rather what the sisters of the Xiaoyao sect desire me to do. Mo Shiyan, having returned from studying abroad today at the tender age of 16, should have no deep-seated enmity with you. Why, then, must you engage in such actions? As I posed this question, the door of the CAF swung open, and a familiar voice followed. Because of the Mo family's business, Mr. Mo Ran, I exclaimed in surprise. Thereupon, I observed Mo Ran approaching, with Mo Zieten cautiously trailing behind. Upon reaching me, Mo Ran courteously greeted me before positioning himself behind me, whispering a few words in my ear. So that's how it is. Upon grasping the situation, I stood and addressed Su Qing. I reiterate, although Mo Shiyin is the eldest daughter of the Mo family, she has no involvement in your affairs, nor does Mo Zieten. If you have grievances, you may address them directly with the Mo family. There is no need to involve me or drag the younger generation into this. Furthermore, while Mo has stated that my matters are the Mo family's matters, that is merely his perspective. As long as you do not utilize the arts of the Xianmen to bully ordinary people, I shall not interfere. With that, I made my way towards the door. Wait, Su Qing called out to me. Since the head of the Kuang family has made his stance clear, Su Qing wishes to apologize to you. Mo Xian will soon return to the Mo family, and I kindly ask that the head of the Kuang family relinquish the 6 talismans from me and my 3 sisters. As for other matters, I shall naturally approach Mo Wanli to discuss them. No need, I replied. This being my first encounter with the 4 sisters, let the 6 talismans serve as my gift of introduction. The 4 sisters have traversed the world. Should they encounter any malevolent spirits, these talismans could save their lives. As I pushed open the door, my spirit painting brush flickered, and I imbued each of the 6 talismans with a drop of my essence, just as I stepped outside. Mo Zieten hurried after me, grabbing my arm. Are you leaving just like that? What else can I do? I responded. Mo Ran has already informed me of the circumstances. This matter pertains to your family's business and has nothing to do with me. I wish not to involve myself in it. Moreover, the one named Su Qing has also promised to allow your sister to return home. She will not go back on her word. Otherwise, that talisman could serve as both a protective and a fatal charm. I understood that even with my explanations, Mo Zieten would remain insistent. So I added, I think you should return home first. Your sister should be arriving shortly. If your father learns of these matters, he will undoubtedly worry about you. Why should I go back? I am your girlfriend. I will accompany you wherever you go, and they have no authority over that. I patiently explained, those 3 women are from the Xianmen. And since there are business disputes with your family, they have resorted to such measures to capture your sister. While they may not necessarily harm her, if your father finds out about this incident and you are not present, he will certainly be concerned. To my dismay, Mo Zieten pulled out her phone and dialed Mo Shaoan. I am with Jiaoning right now. I will not be returning home tonight. Also, Jiaoning mentioned that the one who does not smoke will safely arrive home shortly. So you need not worry. All right, I've said my piece. Does that count as being well behaved? How do you intend to reward me? Mo Zieten hung up the phone, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at me. I was momentarily speechless. Mo Zieten seemed utterly oblivious. With such significant matters at home, she casually made a phone call and declared she would not be returning. Wait, what did you just say? You're staying with me tonight? Indeed, that is precisely what I told that old man. I want to be returning tonight. If you're not going back, where will you stay? Are you really that dense? I already said I'll be with you. So of course, I'll be sleeping with you. Mo Zieten replied nonchalantly. I was on the verge of fainting. Mo Zieten, stop joking with me and head home. How could we possibly live together? Why not? I've declared you my boyfriend, and if I wish to stay with you, then I shall. Are you feeling wronged? You don't actually believe that he intends to marry the one who doesn't smoke and make her a live-in son-in-law. Do you? Let me clarify. Aside from being taller than me, she has nothing else to boast about. I have longer legs. While my upper body is average, she merely has a longer upper body, while her legs are the same as mine. After saying this, Mo Zeton seemed to sense something amiss and added, when I said my upper body is average, I meant in terms of length. I had no desire to engage in her frivolous chatter. Feeling that this young lady was merely seeking trouble, yet, Mo Zeton appeared resolute, persistently comparing herself to her sister, leaving me at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, I suddenly sensed a powerful current swirling within the CAF nearby, which quickly subsided. This is bad. They might be engaging in a scuffle. Regardless of the circumstances, Mo Ran had helped me on several occasions. If he were to encounter misfortune in this situation, I would have difficulty facing Mo Shaoan in the future. Thus, I forcefully shook off Mo Zeton's grip and dashed into the CAF. Mo Ran. Upon entering, I found Mo Ran standing inside, a trace of crimson at the corner of his mouth, and I hurried over. Head of the Kwang family, I'm fine that I hadn't anticipated that the people of the Xiaoyao Pavilion would be as formidable in Taoist arts as they are in incense techniques. I was rather careless. Humph. Head of the Kwang family, though Mo Ran does not belong to any particular sect of the Xianmen, he is not an ordinary person. Will you still intervene? Su Qing relaxed his suspended hand when he noticed my entrance. Do not involve my military affairs. I shall not meddle in your business with the Mo family. I cast a glance at Mo Zeton, who had followed me in, and signaled to Mo Ran. However, I must caution you. Mo Ran is indeed the person most valued by Mr. Mo. It would be wise for you to resolve your issues at the dining table. Should any misfortune arise, given Mr. Mo's character, this matter will not be easily settled. Even if I do not intervene, there will undoubtedly be others who will take action against you. Ponder this carefully. My words evidently had a considerable deterrent effect. Su Qing regarded me, then Mo Ran, his expression shifting as his tone softened slightly. Very well, since the head of the Kwang family has spoken, Su Qing cannot disregard this favor. Please convey our intentions to Mr. Mo, and Su Qing will personally visit him shortly. Though Su Qing believes he lacks the standing, it is hoped that the head of the Kwang family will also be present as a witness. I can attend, but I must state my conditions up front. After a moment of thought, I nodded. With the new year approaching, repaying debts is commendable. Your objective should ideally be to resolve matters amicably, so let us discuss this in a civil manner. Certainly, our employer is not unreasonable. Su Qing agreed with my sentiment. I scoffed lightly. If you truly sought reason, why not employ normal channels to resolve this, rather than resorting to hiring Xianmen practitioners for such underhanded tactics? The eldest daughter has only just returned from abroad, yet you swiftly abduct her without a second thought. How does that align with reason? After reaching an agreement, Su Qing bowed to me and departed with the remaining 2 women from the Xiaoyao Pavilion. Mo Ran then expressed his gratitude and, feeling somewhat embarrassed, apologized. I apologize, head of the Kwang family, for having involved you in this matter. It is of no consequence. The situation has reached this stage. Moreover, Mr. Mo has shown me kindness, and I shall assist as much as I can. I inquired about Mo Ran's injuries, and he assured me they were minor and would heal with a day or 2 of rest. Meanwhile, Mo Zeton stood beside me, incessantly asking questions, which began to irritate me. I instructed Mo Ran to take her back to the Mo family, assuring him that I would be notified once the people from the Xiaoyao Pavilion arrived, at which point I would go over in advance. Yet, Mo Zeton was relentless, insisting on following me. My patience was already wearing thin, and her persistence only fueled my frustration. I sidestepped her, exited the CAF, and hurried back to the apartment. Dear young husband, what a fine girl she is. Why treat her so coldly? Xianya suddenly appeared, half jokingly and half seriously questioning me. Stop it. I genuinely dislike her personality. I sighed. She is the daughter of a prominent family. It is only natural for her to have her quirks. You mentioned that you dislike her character, not the person herself. Stop nitpicking. Whether she is from a prominent family has nothing to do with me. Do not be so ungrateful. With her family's wealth, numerous people would eagerly seek a connection. Yet here you are, ignoring her advances and getting angry when she approaches you. I wonder where that bad temper of yours comes from. Qianye remarked, rolling her eyes at me. Would you kindly keep your words to yourself and consider becoming a goddaughter? I have no interest in this matter whatsoever. Enough said. I shall take my leave for a bath. Shall we go together? Qianye is starting to act mischievously. No. What on earth are you doing? I am going to take a bath. Why on earth would you? A woman, follow me. You startled me. Hold on. I am a spirit, not an ordinary girl. Besides, we spend every day together, and I have seen every hair on your body, so what is there to fear about bathing together? All right, you make a valid point. I shall forego my bath. I flopped onto the bed, my mind a chaotic swirl, just as I had shaken off Imozitan. Yin-Yang, in her madness, was here pestering me, truly disrupting my peace. I said, little husband, have you forgotten something? Yin-Yang leaned against the bed, resting her chin on her hands, gazing at me eagerly. I am not bathing anymore. I turned my back. I am not suggesting you bathe. Turn around. I have something to discuss with you. Yin-Yang poked me. What is it? Speak. I turned back. Have you forgotten that your little clingy bug knows this place? You left her at the CAF, and with her personality, will she truly not come here? My goodness, upon Yin-Yang's words. I sprang up from the bed. Mozitan had previously visited the apartment, and if what Yin-Yang said holds true, it would not be impossible for her to come here without a word. She is capable of such antics. I hastily retrieved my suitcase, stuffing clothes into it with urgency, but there weren't many items. I stuffed in all I could find. What are you doing? Are you planning to flee during the new year? Yin-Yang questioned me. Indeed. I need to escape for a while, I replied while packing. Why are you so afraid of that little girl? I am not afraid of her. I simply do not wish to let her ruin my mood during the new year. To be honest, if she were a ghost, I could easily deal with her. But she is merely a headstrong girl, and my usual methods will not work on her if I cannot provoke her. I can at least avoid her. Thus, Yin-Yang chuckled as she watched me pack my belongings. At last, when I finished, I grabbed the suitcase and headed for the door. However, as soon as I opened it, I found Mozitan standing there, her hand poised in midair as if she was about to knock. Jioning, are you going out? What brings you here? We spoke simultaneously. My family's old dang asked Uncle Mo to call you. He said that the women from Xiaoao Pavilion would be coming to the Mo family the day after tomorrow at noon. I told him it was unnecessary to call, as I intended to find you anyway. So I came directly. What are you planning to do? Going out? Oh, what a thoughtful girl. Look at my little husband. How can you let such a fine girl go to waste, waiting for another pig to root her up? Yin-Yang remarked with sarcasm. Are you that little girl? Mozitan assumed that Yin-Yang was speaking on her behalf, her face lighting up with happiness. I was left speechless. They say if one were sold, they would still help count the money. Now it seems that it is not me, but Mozitan. Yin-Yang's words were clear. Waiting for someone else to claim her is akin to saying Mozitan is a cabbage. Of course, cabbage is not exactly an unpleasant term. Wait, hold on. I just realized. Yin-Yang is calling me a pig. Chapter 68. Fleeing. I have a sudden matter to attend to and must step out. Rest assured, I will definitely arrive at your home before noon the day after tomorrow. I want to keep you. Feel free to do as you wish. Suddenly, I felt a twinge of guilt, and with Mozitan's peculiar gaze upon me, I became flustered, even stumbling over my words. By the time I realized something was amiss, it felt too late. What do I mean by feel free? How could I have uttered such words? Oh, feel free means you want me to stay here tonight. Mozitan, whether intentionally or not, made me panic even more with her words. No, that's not what I meant. I meant to say that I am stepping out now, and you can go wherever you like. That's what I meant. Where are you going? I want to go with you, Mozitan asked curiously. No. Where I am going is quite far. Can't you see I've packed my suitcase? You should hurry back. I said as I grabbed my luggage to leave. But Mozitan seized the handle, looking at me with a strange expression. I must admit, sometimes this little girl possesses considerable strength. Or perhaps it was simply my own guilt that made me feel this way. No, you're speaking oddly today. Speak the truth. Where are you really going? I can't quite explain it. In short, I received your message. All right. I will definitely reach the Mo family before noon the day after tomorrow. You should hurry back and inform him. Mo so he won't worry. I was saying this when I spotted a figure outside the door, like a savior, and hastily called out, Fat brother, look at me. My luggage is all packed. Can we go out now? The stout fellow paused for a moment but quickly regained composure. Right? I came to pick you up. I waited downstairs for ages without seeing you come down, and my phone died, so I had to come up to find you. How much longer will you take? Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, as if I had never been so appreciative of anyone in my life. Let us go now. You see, I wasn't lying. I truly need to go far away. Brother Gao has come to pick me up, and it would be inconvenient for us to bring you along. Yes. Gao the stout one chimed in to assist me. You know that my husband and I have a company, right? We are going out of town to negotiate with a very important client. So it would definitely be inconvenient to bring you along. I see. Mo Zeton released her grip, half convinced. Why didn't you say earlier that you were going to meet a client? It's a business secret. After all, it pertains to the company, and I cannot casually disclose IT.no rules. No order, right? Quickly close the door and let S set off. Otherwise, we'll be late. Gao the Stout One insisted, pulling me out the door. I, with one hand on the suitcase and the other on the door, managed to close it behind me, trapping Mo Zeton outside. We rushed down the stairs without even pressing the elevator button. Just running down with our luggage, ignoring Mo Zeton's shouts from behind. Why aren't you taking the elevator? Why the rush? Once we reached downstairs, we shoved the luggage into the trunk, jumped into the car, and sped off. I glanced back to confirm that Mo Zeton was not following before I let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Fat, to be honest, since I met you, I have never found you to be so amiable. You are more of a savior than a savior. I returned Peach and, feeling uneasy, called Mo. Mo Ran informed me that you had already left and had called you several times, but you didn't answer. I felt a bit worried and decided to check on you at your place, but upon arriving at the door, I stumbled upon this scene. What on earth is going on between you two? Sighed. I scratched my head and recounted the entire story to Brother Gao. He shook his head repeatedly, lamenting my fate, saying, first, there's the wish, then there's Mo Zeton, and on top of that, there's that Mo Xian mentioned by Mr. Mo.3 wonderful girls are intertwined with you. I can't help but feel envious. I replied, brother, you might as well accept your fate. The wish is one thing, but you two really don't seem to be a match. As for Mo Zeton, she appears to have genuine feelings for you. Besides, her father is a prominent group chairman in the country. If you become a son-in-law, it would mean you'd save 20 years of struggle, perhaps even a lifetime. Don't joke with me, Brother Fat. I never even considered being a son-in-law. Moreover, I don't know how to describe Mo Zeton. In the words of our rural folks, she's all looks and no upbringing. Did you not see how she speaks with her father? I cannot accept such a girl, though. Don't play coy now. If you don't want her, there are plenty who do. Brother Fat rolled his eyes at me while driving. Focus on the road. Where are we headed? Why does it seem like we're going towards the suburbs? I pondered, thinking that this girl seems capable, having even found your apartment. Therefore, I will take you to an old friend of mine who runs a farmhouse. It is located in the mountains, with beautiful scenery and home-cooked meals. We can consider it a vacation. Mo Zeton would only think you'd be staying at some hotel, but she wouldn't suspect I'd take you elsewhere. You're quite astute. I can enjoy a couple of peaceful days now. Unfortunately, I still have to visit her family the day after tomorrow. I sighed. By the way, brother, what about the Xiao Pavilion? It's filled with beautiful ladies. Right? Can you introduce me to some? You're at it again. In my father's memories, Xiao Pavilion is a place that is both righteous and wicked. In simpler terms, it's akin to a security organization. It cannot be said that the people there are ruthless, but they only recognize compensation, not reason. Why would you provoke them? Isn't that perfect? You can't always be my bodyguard. I'll pay to hire 2 female bodyguards from the mystical realm to accompany me. If anything happens, I can handle it without having to trouble you for every little thing. The portly man spoke with fervor, but it was not as simple as he suggested. They were, in fact. Wait, why do I feel like something is amiss? It seems we've traversed this path before. Is that so? The portly man paid little heed, asserting that I was following the navigation, and thus, there should be no errors. No, stop right now. I sense something is wrong. Chapter 69. The Ghost Gate.my statement is not without foundation. During my recent conversation with the portly man, ever since he mentioned venturing into the countryside, my gaze has been fixated on the external surroundings. It is not that I distrust him. Rather, I have inherited a sense of meticulousness and vigilance from my father. These 2 traits have afforded me a measure of calmness and composure on the road ahead, diminishing the likelihood of danger. No, I can assert with certainty that we have just passed this place. Is that so? The portly man pulled the vehicle to the roadside, activating the hazard lights as he inquired. Indeed, I am certain of this. Although it is nighttime and I do not possess the ability to see the unseen, we have undoubtedly passed by that cluster of residences. Residences? I truly have no recollection. The portly man glanced outside and compared the navigation on his phone. Indeed, the route displayed on the navigation is accurate. We are heading towards that agritourism destination. Your route may be correct, but take a look at the signal strength on your phone. Why is there no signal? Goodness, it truly is absent. The portly man checked his phone, surprised. Not only his, but my phone also had lost signal. Noticing my unease, the portly man attempted to reassure me. suggesting that perhaps this area is remote, thus resulting in the lack of signal. Otherwise, we should drive a bit further to investigate that. I did not dismiss his proposal. Perhaps he was correct. However, if he was mistaken, then this situation could pose a problem. Consequently, the portly man continued along the navigation for about 10 minutes, while I kept my eyes on my phone and observed the outside world for any anomalies. That I asked, there any signal now? I have driven at least 10 kilometers. None. The situation is not right. Portly brother, do not stop. Continue driving forward. This place feels unsettling. Before I could finish my sentence, I produced a talisman and swiftly affixed it to the windshield. At that moment, the portly man let out a startled cry and slammed on the brakes, the vehicle shuddering violently as if it had collided with something. Did I hit something? The portly man's face turned pale with fear, and he instinctively reached for the door to exit the not open the door. I grasped his other arm, but it was too late. His other hand had already pushed open the driver's side door. Just then, the string of lightning struck jujube beads on the portly man's left hand emitted a burst of electric sparks, crackling loudly, filling the vehicle with a charred odor that caused both of us to cough several times. Quickly, shut the door. Your hand is far too swift, I urged the portly man, suppressing my revulsion at the foul stench. The portly man, not daring to hesitate, promptly closed the door and cranked the air recirculation to maximum. Yet the foul odor lingered for quite some time. What is happening? The portly man asked, still shaken. Initially, I believed it to be a traditional case of ghostly misdirection, but it now appears otherwise. It should be an illusion. I pondered for a moment. We are still uncertain of our location. Let us remain still. There is something unclean outside. Had it not been for your lightning-struck jujube beads, you might have fallen prey to it. The portly man quickly glanced at the beads on his wrist, noticing that the originally reddish-brown beads now shimmered with a faint glow. I retrieved several more talismans, and together with the portly man, we affixed them to both car doors, then reclined the seats to crawl into the back, placing one on the rear door and the back seat, even handing a few to the portly man. Do not move. I will go see. This place feels peculiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Be cautious. The portly man expressed concern for my safety. I am aware, regardless of who knocks. Do not open the door. If I return, I will pull the door myself. After advising the portly man, I immediately activated my supernatural sight, attentively observing everything outside through the glass. Through this ability, I finally discerned the exterior. But what road is this? It is not the countryside at all, but rather a narrow village path. Not far ahead stood a somewhat dilapidated house, reminiscent of the Kwong family shop in the countryside, adorned with a sign and red characters, with 2 red lanterns hanging outside. The lanterns seemed to bear inscriptions, but from this distance, even with my supernatural sight, I could not make them out clearly. Moreover, a layer of mist obscured the view between me and that house. If it were fog born of Yin energy, it certainly would not obstruct my supernatural sight. Hence, this must be ordinary mist. I did not concern myself whether the portly man could hear me, calling for him not to descend, then ventured through the mist towards the old house. That moment, I finally discerned the characters on the door and lanterns of the old house. Traditional characters of auspiciousness. Both lanterns and the double doors were adorned with them, and as I comprehended the sign of the shop, I was taken aback, for the sign bore 4 large characters, Kwong family shop. Not only this shop, but I suddenly realized that everything surrounding me bore an uncanny resemblance to the small mountain village where I had spent so many years, almost identical. How could this be? Did the portly man bring me to the Kwong family shop? From Chongbei City to the small mountain village, even under optimal conditions, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours of driving. Yet I distinctly remember that from the moment we entered the vehicle until now, scarcely an hour has passed. How could we possibly have traversed from the city to the Kwong family shop in such a short span of time? But the reality stands as such. Initially, I suspected an illusion, yet having activated my supernatural sight, I find myself unable to discern whether what I previously witnessed was an illusion, or if what I now behold is the true mirage. However, if this truly is the Kwong family shop, why do the doors and lanterns bear characters of auspiciousness? More importantly, I distinctly recall that the entire small mountain village had been ensnared by the practitioners of the mysterious arts, cloaked within a barrier that ordinary individuals could not breach. Even if the portly man carried the paper effigy and beads I had gifted him, he remains an ordinary individual lacking knowledge of the mysterious arts. Despite possessing those 2 items, he would not possess the capability to penetrate the illusion or breach the barrier. Moreover, In terms of time and distance, it is an impossible feat for him alone. But what if someone has meddled? In recalling my father's memories, I once grasped a semblance of such abilities, yet due to the fragmented nature of those memories, I am unable to wield them comprehensively. The Taoist Art of Shrinking Distances and at the Ghost Gate. Chapter 70. The bloodstained wedding robe. I stood before the door, gazing at the two wooden doors, their brown timber exposed, my eyes sweeping over the door knocker, which was coated in a fine layer of dust, clearly indicating it had not been disturbed in quite some time. Yet the two red lanterns appeared strikingly new, casting a faint crimson glow in the darkness. Something is amiss. When I departed, I distinctly affixed a seal to the door, yet now it has vanished without a trace. I pushed open the creaking wooden door. The interior remained unchanged, save for the two flickering red candles that had mysteriously appeared atop the tea table behind the screen. Suddenly, a series of delicate footsteps echoed behind me. Who? I whirled around abruptly, but the outside was empty, save for the rustle of night winds through the grass. Intriguing that I produced a talisman, forming a gesture and casting it into the air. The talisman ignited spontaneously, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Nothing. What was that sound? Just as I turned back to inspect the eerie red candles, I heard the delicate footsteps again, akin to someone in embroidered shoes treading on the flagstones. Yin-Yang. A faint female voice resonated beside me, laced with shyness and sorrow. In an instant, I felt a chilling presence press against my back. The coldness was bone deep, yet carried a faint fragrance, reminiscent of the scent of a bride. I turned once more, a talisman appearing in my hand, radiating golden light. Yet behind me was an empty void. Quit the ghostly antics. If you have the audacity, show yourself, with a sharp command. The spirit pin and the book of life and death materialized in my grasp, while the golden talismans floated around me. At that moment, a woman clad in a scarlet bridal gown manifested. She was veiled in red, hands clasped demurely before her, her form flickering in and out of visibility. Yin-Yang. The woman in red called out again, her voice tinged with a weeping tone. You are not human. Did you orchestrate all of this? The woman slowly raised her hand, lifting the veil. I gasped in horror. The face beneath was ghastly pale, devoid of features, merely a blank expanse. Quit the ghostly theatrics. No sooner had I uttered those words than I felt the ground beneath me sink. Looking down, I noticed thick, crimson liquid surging forth, already pooling around my ankles. Floating within the blood were red petals, emitting a sickly sweet fragrance that filled my nostrils, making me feel quite nauseous. Why does this scent resemble the incense from the Carefree Pavilion? At that moment, a chill crept along my neck as a cold hand rested on my shoulder. Why? The voice of the faceless woman suddenly turned piercingly anguished. Why does he wish to slay me? As the screen shook with a series of tremors, I found myself seemingly transported into a wedding hall, where a colossal character for joy adorned the walls. The high hall was already filled with guests, their laughter echoing in anticipation of someone's arrival. However, that enormous character was an unnaturally vivid red, as though inscribed in blood. The officiant's resounding call echoed, out of heaven and earth. Suddenly, two newlyweds, clad in ceremonial robes, appeared before me out of nowhere. Something was amiss. This was undoubtedly an illusion. But what sort of illusion could deceive my Yin-Yang eyes? Out of the high hall, the bride and groom turned, bowing respectfully to the Grand Master's chair. I noticed two elderly individuals seated there, their faces radiating joy and expectation, smiling broadly as they reached out their hands toward the newlyweds. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced my temples, and the scene before me began to warp. The red silk transformed into white satin, the joyous candles into white ones, and even the guests' smiling faces morphed into those of mourners. I blinked vigorously, and the illusion vanished, restoring everything to its original state. As the couple performed their respectful bow, they stood facing each other, slowly bending at the waist. In that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of the bride's half-hidden face beneath her veil, devoid of features. Could she be the faceless woman I had just seen? The ceremony is complete. Into the bridal chamber, as the officiant's voice faded, I watched the groom take the bride's hand and lead her through the corridor toward the inner hall. The corridor stretched long before us, flanked by flickering red candles casting elongated shadows on the ground. Suddenly, I noticed something dripping from beneath the bride's skirt. In the candlelight, I discerned it clearly. It was blood. Black as night, dripping onto the floor yet leaving no trace behind. At that moment, the groom abruptly halted, turning to cast a glance in my direction. His face retained a gentle smile, yet his eyes were as dark as ink, devoid of any light. Could he see me? In an instant, he turned away, continuing to guide the bride deeper into the hall. Moments later, they entered the inner chamber. With a creak, The door to the inner hall closed behind them. The groom helped the bride sit at the edge of the bed. His movements astonishingly tender, he gently lifted her veil, revealing that same featureless face. Yet, it seemed as if the groom was utterly oblivious to it, instead gazing at her as one might admire a rare treasure. How beautiful! How could such a beauty exist in this world? I shall cherish you dearly, the groom whispered, and suddenly, the auspicious balance in his hand contorted and elongated, the weight melting away, transforming into a sinister black dagger radiating a ghostly aura. This dagger, I remembered it vividly, the very same dagger that glimmered ominously in Hua Changming's hand at the village entrance. With a swift thrust, the dagger pierced the bride's crimson wedding attire. The torrent of blood, accompanied by a cloud of black mist, erupted from the wound, slowly being drawn into the dagger, as the bride's body convulsed violently, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. My husband.you. He. The secret arts of the Xiaoyao Pavilion have ultimately fallen into my hands. The groom cackled maniacally, withdrawing the dagger and suddenly swirling it across the bride's face, leaving deep gashes upon that featureless visage. Enough? I roared in fury, unleashing the 6 talismans in my grasp, but darkness enveloped me in an instant. Brother, wake up! Was that the voice of the stout fellow? I jolted awake to find him gazing at me with a look of bewilderment. I must say, you were sleeping quite soundly. I couldn't rouse you no matter how much I called. Let us go. We should grab a bite to eat. Afterward, there will be a place to rest. Wait, don't open the car door. I urgently grasped the stout fellow's arm. What's wrong? There's something outside. Something? What could possibly be out in this parking lot? The stout fellow looked around in confusion, gesturing toward the outside. The parking lot. Chapter 71. This is not a dream. Indeed, this parking lot can only contain people and cars. What else could there be? The stout fellow observed my increasingly peculiar expression. Have you perhaps had a strange dream? How could that be? Just look, I'm still in the car. Just as I was about to mention the 6 talismans I had placed on the windshield, I realized that there was not a single trace of them on the windshield, nor on the side doors or the rear window. Hand me the bracelet. I recalled how, when the stout fellow had opened the door earlier, it seemed an evil entity had brushed against his hand, and that bracelet made of thunderstruck jujube would have shielded him to the T that moment. The stout fellow inexplicably removed the bracelet and handed it to me. Upon closer inspection, I found it completely unblemished. As for the burnt scent, there was not even a hint of it. Yet I distinctly recalled that the entire car had been permeated by a foul, charred odor. How could that now be absent? Brother, what on earth are you trying to do? Why are you acting so strangely? What dream did you have? I took a deep breath, striving to regain my composure. The stout fellow looked at me with a puzzled expression, clearly bewildered by my recent behavior. Listen, something feels off, I whispered, scanning the surroundings. The parking lot remained eerily quiet, illuminated only by a few dim streetlights swaying in the wind, casting mottled shadows. Off? What feels off? The stout fellow frowned, evidently still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Did you not see? That wedding. The groom killed the bride. Before I could finish, the stout fellow interrupted me. What wedding? What groom and bride? Are you truly dreaming? He appeared utterly lost, having no recollection of the events that transpired. My heart sank. Could it be that everything I had just witnessed was merely an illusion? Yet that sense of reality, that chilling atmosphere, how could they be nothing but a dream? No, stout fellow, think carefully. After we exited the car, did we not attend a wedding? Do you remember? I fixed my gaze upon him, seeking any glimmer of recognition in his expression. He shook his head firmly. Brother, you must be exhausted. We never got out of the car. You've been sitting in the driver's seat the entire time. I only noticed your pallor and called you awake. Awake me? I was taken aback. Are you saying I was asleep? Indeed. You suddenly fell silent. Eyes closed. I called your name several times, but you did not respond. I assumed you had drifted off and drove us here. The stout fellow patted my shoulder, a hint of concern in his voice. Have you been under too much stress lately? Perhaps we should return to the city and find somewhere to stay. As for Moz Tong, just give her a call to explain. I shook my head, my unease only deepening. If everything I just experienced was a dream, why did I remember it so vividly? And what of the 6 talismans in the car? How could they vanish into thin air? More importantly, I refused to believe it was merely a dream. Stout fellow, are you certain we never exited the car? I sought confirmation once more. Absolutely certain. You remained seated, not moving an inch. The stout fellow gestured toward the outside. Look, there's nothing out there. It's just the two of us. I followed his finger to the parking lot, which remained desolate, with only a few parked cars. Yet, deep within me, a sense of unease persisted, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching us. Yin-Yang, are you there? I thought of Yin-Yang. If I could just ask her, the truth would be revealed. I'm here. Little husband, were you thinking of me? Yin-Yang hopped onto the dashboard. Tell me, did you witness anything unusual just now? Unusual? Aside from you sleeping like a dead pig, nothing at all. Oh, but there was one thing that might be considered odd. I shivered slightly. What is it? You usually snore when you sleep, but this time you didn't. Yin-Yang grinned mischievously. Damn it. Who asked you that? I shook my head in exasperation, rolling down the window to let the night breeze refresh my mind. Could it truly have been a dream? If it's not possible, we can always try again another day. After all, this establishment isn't going anywhere, this stout fellow reassured me. Establishment? What establishment? What do you mean by that? I suddenly realized, staring intently at the stout fellow. Right, the owner's surname is Ku. This place was originally called Ku's Pavilion and later changed to Ku's Dining Hall, but I shook my head, pinching myself to discern whether I was in a dream or reality. And the sharp pain reminded me that I was indeed awake. Forget it, I must be truly exhausted. Let us go eat. I stepped out of the car and stood for a moment, the cold wind invigorating me. And my strange feelings began to dissipate. Perhaps it truly was just a dream. However, as the stout fellow and I approached the entrance of the dining hall, I suddenly halted. The sign above the door indeed read Ku's Dining Hall. But two blood-red lanterns hung on either side. More importantly, both lanterns bore the character for joy written in traditional script. The wooden doors, too, were adorned with large characters of joy. Wait, look. The characters for joy on those lanterns in red paper. I beheld the lanterns and the character for happiness, perplexed, as the stout man voiced his confusion that I had just seen these very objects. They were identical to what I had observed before, I asserted with unwavering conviction. No, what is wrong with you today? You keep spouting nonsense. This farmhouse is quite expansive. It must be that someone in the countryside is hosting a wedding feast, and the lanterns simply have not been removed. No, it is not so simple. In an instant, I activated my spiritual sight, and the scene before me only solidified my belief that what I had witnessed previously was not merely a dream. The farmhouse remained as it was, yet a faint crimson resentment pervaded the atmosphere. Although the resentment outside was thin, it enveloped the entire dining establishment, and it appeared to grow denser the further one ventured inside. Particularly striking were the character for happiness on the door and the pair of lanterns, their vibrant red hue unnaturally vivid, as if stained by blood. Something feels amiss. This establishment harbors a mystery. The expression on Chinya's face also turned grave. Have you noticed it too? I inquired of Chinya. Yes, this place is rather strange. Chinya pointed inward. Shall we go in and take a look? Let us enter. I replied without hesitation. Chapter 72. Chinya's crisis. Chinya's words sent a chill racing down my spine. The lanterns tied with red silk swayed at the eaves, casting an eerie blue-white glow. This was bad. We were. Chinya's voice echoed softly behind me, suddenly diving into my arm, leaving only a warning. Young master, be extremely cautious. Their aim is the Wanzong Corp's coffin. They are here to capture me. What is happening? Chinya, for the first time, I sensed Chinya's fear. Yet, no matter how I called, Chinya lay silent, as if in slumber, offering no further response. Fat brother, there is truly something wrong here. We must leave. Huh? Before either of us could react. An elderly woman in a red coat emerged from nowhere, her wrinkled face smeared with exaggerated rouge. She grasped the stout man's arm and began to pull him inside. Finally, our esteemed guests have arrived. The auspicious hour is approaching, and the groom awaits your joyful presence. I swiftly conjured a talisman, stepping in front of the two of them. Madam, my brother and I have taken a wrong turn and have delayed your important affairs. We shall take our leave at once. Young sir, how can you say such a thing? Today is a momentous occasion for the Ku family. Now that you have come, how can you not even step inside? The feast has already been prepared, awaiting your esteemed presence to witness the ceremony. Indeed, let us take a look. The stout man, in a peculiar frenzy, followed the elderly woman towards me, upon observing his gaze. It was devoid of light, his pupils dilated to the point where the whites of his eyes were no longer visible, resembling two black meatballs. This is dire. Despite the thunderstruck jujube bracelet on him, how has he still fallen under their spell? I glared coldly at the elderly woman. Though her face bore a smile, her eyes were filled with a calm determination, as if she had everything under control. I dared not act rashly, fearing this woman might possess some treachery that could harm the stout man. Yet, Yin-Yang had clearly warned me that her intention was to capture him, leaving me in a quandary. Though I do not know who you are or your intentions, it seems that if we do not stay today, you intend to resort to force. Is that not so, young sir? I may be an aged woman nearing my end, but I am not so foolish as to act recklessly. That we mean no harm. We merely wish to invite the young sir and this esteemed brother to witness the ceremony. Once the rites are completed, if you wish to depart, we shall graciously see you off. You recognize me? I squinted, recalling that this elderly woman seemed somewhat familiar, yet I could not place where I had seen her. An old woman like me lacks the fortune to know the newly appointed head of the Six Paths family. But your name is indeed well known throughout the mystic circles. To see the esteemed head of the Kwong family in person today is enough for me to depart this world in peace. Before I could respond, the elderly woman's voice rose. The head of the Six Paths family, Kwong Juning, has come to offer congratulations. In an instant, four young women draped in red veils appeared before me, first bowing deeply and then parting to clear the way for my entrance. Paper figures. A shock coursed through me. Although this method of crafting paper figures was not from my family's Six Paths technique, the resulting figures were remarkably lifelike. Upon entering the bridal chamber, my pupils constricted sharply. Though the screens had been replaced with paper and the desk with an 8 immortals table, the images of 100 sons and 1,000 descendants on the screen, the overturned golden bowl on the table, and even the slightly askew broom in the corner were all identical to what I had seen before. Suddenly, the sound of drums and music erupted. A procession of young boys and girls, carrying white lanterns, filed in, their pale faces adorned with exaggerated blush. Behind them, a large red bridal sedan chair rattled, thick black mist seeping through the seams of the curtain. As the curtain lifted, a bride, veiled in red, was gently assisted in by her handmaidens, slowly making her entrance. Just as I turned to look at the bride, a sharp pain shot through my arm, the location of the Wanzong corpse coffin tattooed upon me. Since I had inscribed the coffin upon my arm, it had not given any prior warnings. This pain was unmistakably a signal from Yin-Yang. Upon seeing the bride, the elderly woman immediately approached, carefully assisting her to my side, whispering something softly, prompting the bride to bow in my direction. This was contrary to custom. According to tradition, the bride is strictly forbidden from greeting anyone or speaking until the ceremony is completed. Though the bride did not utter a word, she had indeed performed a bow towards me. The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom shall pay their respects to heaven and earth. At the officiant's call, the elderly woman guided the bride into the bridal chamber. It was only then that I realized the groom had yet to reveal himself. Fat brother, I thought to myself. Alarmed, scanning the room, I saw the groom's seat was empty, while the bride stood at the center of the bridal chamber, facing 2 empty chairs at the high table. Just then, the groom appeared. The stout man had somehow donned a bright red wedding outfit. If not for his familiar face, I would never have guessed that the figure standing beside the eerie bride was him. Alarmingly, the thunderstruck jujube bracelet on his wrist had vanished without a trace. Bow to heaven and earth. You mustn't bow, I shouted desperately, only to find that for some unknown reason, my voice would not emerge, and my limbs felt as if they were bound, rendering me immobile. I could only watch helplessly as the stout man and the bride bowed to heaven and earth. Bow to the high hall. The stout man and the bride turned to face each other. To my horror, 2 kind-faced elders had appeared in the empty chairs, resembling the scene from my dream. This cannot be. I must devise a plan. If the couple completes their bow, regardless of who they are, once the ceremony is concluded, who knows what calamity may befall us. Just then, the stout man and the bride had finished their second bow, turning to face one another. The officiant's voice rang out a third time. The couple bows to each other. I struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but no sound escaped my throat, and my limbs remained unresponsive as I helplessly watched the stout man and the bride's heads begin to lower, their bodies leaning forward. This foolish fat man is truly going to doom us all. Yin-Yang. In that moment, a purple light shot from my arm towards the stout man. A purple coffin materialized above his head, slowly descending with the light. The stout man's body froze in place, preventing him from bowing any further. Chapter 73, Old Matters Difficult to Discuss. The elderly woman emitted a series of strange chuckles. It appears to be true. The legendary Wanzong corpse coffin is indeed upon the head of the Kwong family head. With matters having escalated to this point, continuing my performance held no significance. Indeed, the Wanzong corpse coffin resides within me. What are you planning to do? Even if I possessed the greatest courage, I would not dare to act against the Kwong family. However, this coffin spirit has disregarded propriety and disrupted the wedding of these two. I dare to inquire how the Kwong family head intends to address this situation. Nonsense, I retorted sharply. What wedding? This groom is my brother, Gao Feng, with whom I share life and death. I have never heard of him being engaged to any daughter of another family. As for this marriage, while others may be oblivious, I see it clearly. Aside from you, this crowd is neither human nor ghost, but rather exquisite paper figures brought to life through your craft. My brother is but an ordinary man. Does he intend to wed a paper bride? Kwong family head, I respect you as a member of a prestigious family, so allow me to remind you, one may eat without caution, but one must not speak recklessly. Indeed, these officiants and handmaidens may be paper figures, but this bride is a living, breathing young lady. Even you, as the head of the family, cannot casually tarnish her purity. Whether she is pure or not can be determined by a simple test. With that, I produced a talisman, swiftly casting it toward the bride. The paper adhered to her red veil, yet she showed no reaction, neither struggling nor exhibiting pain. How can this be? I exclaimed in astonishment. The old woman burst into laughter upon seeing the situation. Quan family master, do you finally believe now? I finally understood. Everything was merely a bait. Someone had meticulously set up traps, waiting for me to leap into them. The wedding, the maid, the officiant, even the bride, all were part of a grand illusion orchestrated by my adversaries, who had anticipated my every move. They had deliberately created this fade to instigate doubts within me. And then, through the hands of the rotund figure, compelled me to willingly step into this snare, thereby allowing them to strike. Their ultimate aim, as Qinya had said, was the Wanzong dead spirit coffin in my possession. You are truly despicable, I remarked with disdain. Such words, Quan family master, as the head of a six-path family, you harbor the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, the most sinister artifact in existence. Have you not heard? When the Wanzong dead spirit coffin emerges, the world is destined for upheaval. Moreover, it is said that its appearance heralds a blood sacrifice of all living beings within a 100-mile radius. Legend suggests its emergence signifies the fall of dynasties. The old woman's expression darkened as she spoke. Such an object is an absolute taboo in any era. You do not seek to destroy it, but instead carry it with you. Are you not afraid of becoming the target of the world? Her words once again reminded me of the terrifying nature of human hearts. You are not in a better position to obtain the Wanzong dead spirit coffin. You have laid so many traps for me. And now you can still utter such grandiloquent justifications, setting aside the fact that it is still under my control. Should it fall into hands like yours, chaos would surely ensue. How could the Quan family master presume that the Wanzong dead spirit coffin in my possession would lead to chaos? Unbeknownst to him, it is not the arts of the Tao that disrupt the world. It is human nature that if you, Quan family master, surrender the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, all grievances regarding today's disruption of my family's joy can be erased. What if I refuse? I replied with a cold laugh. If you refuse, then I, the old woman, shall have no choice but to test the limits of your Tao arts. The old woman's countenance turned grim. Wait, let me ask you first. Do you know Su Qing? I gestured to halt her and inquired. Upon hearing the name, the old woman's hand retracted, her expression shifting to one of uncertainty. How could the Quan family master know her? It seems my guess was not amiss. I have long pondered the existence of Tao arts illusions that cannot be pierced by Yin-Yang eyes. It appears you, too, are of the Xiaoyao Pavilion. Since you recognize Su Qing, perhaps there is room for negotiation. In the past, even Su Qing would have shown me some respect, not to mention I have long left the Xiaoyao Pavilion to forge my own path. Quan family master, are you overthinking? Not at all, I replied with a smile. The day after tomorrow, I have matters to discuss with the Chanbei Mo family and Su Qing of the Xiaoyao Pavilion. Although I am unaware of the specifics of your connection with the Xiaoyao Pavilion, if I were to reveal today's events, what do you think their reaction would be? Quan family master, are you threatening me? The old woman gritted her teeth. It cannot be deemed a threat. I merely hope you will weigh the pros and cons. Since the Wanzong dead spirit coffin is in my possession, I naturally possess the means to control it. As for whether chaos will ensue, as you say, it depends on my true intentions, I calmly responded. The old woman fell into a long silence upon hearing my words. A flicker of hesitation and fear crossed her eyes. It was evident she did not wish to offend the Xiaoyao Pavilion over this matter. Furthermore, I indeed had some ties to the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, and currently, no one besides me could control it. If you have any unspeakable difficulties that require the aid of the Wanzong dead spirit coffin, feel free to speak. If it does not violate the principles of Tao, I will do my utmost to assist you. How does that sound? The old woman hesitated for a moment, her tone noticeably softening. Let today's matter rest for now, but you better keep your promise if one day I seek your help. I hope you will remember everything you have said today. With that, she waved her sleeve, and the paper figures that had been her attendants and officiants collapsed, instantly turning to ashes. The rotund figure's expression also began to soften. His eyes tightly shut, slumped on the ground as if in slumber. Rest assured, this rotund fellow will be fine. He will awaken shortly. Thank you, old woman. May I inquire your esteemed name for proper address? I asked with about. I've grown old. Even my name has slipped my mind. The old woman murmured. If you happen to see that girl Su Ching the day after tomorrow, please convey a message on my behalf. 3 Granny is getting on in years. And although she has left her side, she still misses her dearly. Do not worry. I will certainly relay your message. Miss, let us depart. That it seems your fated match has yet to arrive. But rest assured, this rotund fellow will eventually learn the truth. Please wait. What did you just say? At that moment, a chill ran down my spine, and I realized that both the rotund figure and I had inexplicably returned to the vehicle. Chapter 74. The words of Granny Kuchienya, fat brother. Kuchienya did not respond, while the rotund figure replied with a yawn. How comfortable. I actually fell asleep. Fat brother, did you dream? I asked. No. I didn't even realize I had fallen asleep. I must have been really exhausted to doze off in the car. The rotund figure rubbed his eyes that I had no appetite for food, but since the rotund figure mentioned a reserved private room, I followed him out of the car, keeping an eye on my surroundings as we walked. Upon reaching the entrance of the small courtyard, I saw the sign of the Ku family restaurant, which stood out prominently in the colorful lights. Let us go, there's nothing worth seeing. I'm starving, the rotund figure urged me as we entered the courtyard. The courtyard was already filled with people, and the rotund figure led me inside, where a paper-covered screen came into view, just as I had seen before. The screen, the 8 immortals table, and the overturned golden bowls awaited us. Welcome, boss gal, please come in. We've saved a private room for you. An amiable old woman approached us. 3 Granny, I exclaimed in surprise. The old woman looked at me with astonishment. Sir, did you call for me? I am not called 3 Granny. My surname is Ku. Have you mistaken me for someone else? I quickly apologized, scrutinizing the old woman before me, who bore an uncanny resemblance to my 3 Granny. What on earth was happening? After the meal, I lay on the bed in the farmhouse, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, while the rotund figure in the adjacent bed snored loudly, further aggravating my restlessness. I eventually got up and stepped outside. Sitting in the tranquil courtyard, lost in thought. That 3 Granny was evidently a member of the Xiaoyao Pavilion, but it seemed she had since departed from it. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so upon hearing Su Qing's name. Yet, why was she so interested in the Wanzhong dead spirit coffin? And what about the bride? Her attitude towards 3 Granny was one of utmost respect. What was her true identity? Why did 3 Granny remark that her fate with the rotund figure had yet to arrive? Could this matter be related to the Wanzhong dead spirit coffin? Young man, still awake? An elderly voice broke my reverie. Granny Ku, you're not resting either. After confirming that this person was just an ordinary individual, my guard lowered considerably. I'm getting on in years. I sleep less now. In the past, I could sleep soundly when tired, but now even exhaustion won't bring sleep. By the way, I noticed you hardly ate anything today. Was it the dishes made by the old woman that didn't suit your palate? Granny Ku asked with concern. No. Granny Ku's cooking is truly delightful. It's just that I wasn't in the right frame of mind today, so I couldn't eat much. Please don't take it to heart that I could empathize with Granny Ku's feelings. Whether in business or in cooking for others, the chef's greatest hope is to see their creations devoured entirely. And a heartfelt compliment would bring unparalleled joy, especially to an elderly person. What troubles you? Perhaps sharing with me could yield some advice, Granny Ku offered, placing a couple of oranges in my hands. These are from my orchard. They're quite sweet. They say when the heart is heavy, eating something sweet can lighten the burden. Holding the oranges in my hands, tears nearly fell from my eyes. Granny, if one day you were given the chance to fulfill all your wishes, what would you wish for? I refrained from discussing abstract concepts like the universe's whims. Granny Ku pondered for a moment and replied, At my age, I've experienced what I needed to. Now that my husband has passed, it's just me and my little granddaughter running this farmhouse. While we may not get rich, we find joy in it. What more could I wish for? If I had to say something, on a grand scale, I hope for our great Xia country to prosper and its people to live in peace, with enough money in their pockets. On a smaller scale, I simply wish for my little granddaughter to get into a good university next year and to be healthy. That would suffice for me. Is it really that simple? I could hardly believe my ears. That is about all, isn't it? You see those television dramas and movies where characters flaunt their numerous properties and extravagant wealth, driving flashy cars and effortlessly making investments. It all appears so glamorous, doesn't it? Yet, what they bear is something unfathomable to us ordinary individuals. Even if one resides in a 1,000-square-meter mansion by day, at night they merely rest upon a bed of 2 or 3 square meters. In death, they are reduced to a mere box the size of a palm. Would you not agree? I was left speechless. Though the words of Grandma Ku are simple, they indeed offer profound insight into the essence of life. You young folks, with your dreams and determination, it is commendable. The burdens of the future rest upon your shoulders. As for me, an old soul, what aspirations can I still hold? If I can live a couple more years to witness my granddaughter settle down, that would be wonderful. If not, it is merely my fate, and I have no grounds to demand more. My granddaughter is both filial and sensible. While others play, she studies, and when others dine, she assists me. Such a granddaughter is hard to come by, so why should I be discontented and dwell on trivial matters? Wouldn't you agree, young man? I nodded emphatically. Grandma, then why is it that many in this world, driven by their desires, will stop at nothing to achieve their goals? They disregard their conscience and are even willing to engage in illegal activities. Sometimes, a single word can ruin an innocent family's life. What could be the reason for this? Grandma sighed and spoke slowly. Young man, I do not possess an answer to your question, but I have a few unpalatable truths I wish to share with you. If you are willing to listen, please go ahead, Grandma. I am all ears. Though Grandma had never attended school, she understood the principle that human nature is inherently good at birth. When a child is born, they cannot discern right from wrong. Only as they grow do they develop their character. This character is shaped either by their parents or by those around them, much like planting a seed, nourished and cultivated. It can thrive. If fortune smiles upon it, it yields a bountiful harvest. If disaster strikes, it languishes without yield. Noticing that you are about the same age as my little granddaughter, I will offer this piece of advice. Some questions you may find will elude you for a lifetime, so focus on understanding yourself, and do not burden yourself with the affairs of others. On the third day, as I prepared to leave, I discreetly requested 1,000 yuan from the hefty fellow and slipped it under my pillow, leaving a note for Grandma Ku. From that moment on, I never saw Grandma Ku again, but I heard from the hefty fellow that 6 months later, she passed away peacefully, and her granddaughter, living up to expectations, was accepted into a prestigious university and even received a scholarship due to her outstanding grades. Years later, whenever I find myself troubled by various concerns, Grandma Ku's smiling face and gentle voice echo in my mind. Some questions may remain unanswered for a lifetime, so simply strive to understand yourself. At noon, I arrived at the Mo family as promised. Mo Ran had been waiting at the entrance and graciously welcomed me as the hefty fellow's car came to a stop. The Mo family head and the others have arrived. The others? I sensed an underlying meaning in Mo Ran's words. Yes, Su Qing from the Carefree Pavilion, along with their deputy head and Mr. Mo's competitor. Additionally, there is someone I have not met, but he carries a heavy aura of the mysterious realm, clearly not from the Carefree Pavilion, yet I cannot discern who he might be. Let us go inside. I stepped in, with Mo Ran leading the way, instructing another security guard to escort the hefty fellow to the living room. The atmosphere in the study was stifling. Mo Xiaoan still wore that mask and had not prepared tea. Su Qing and another woman sat on the sofa, while an elderly man with a dignified demeanor, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, sat beside a stranger wearing sunglasses. Head of the Kwong family, allow me to introduce our deputy head. Han Xiaoyu. Su Qing stood up as I entered, promptly introducing me. I've met this sister before, I said with a slight smile. Han Xiaoyu also stood and extended her hand, greeting me warmly. What a pleasure it is to finally meet you. I had no idea the current head of the Six Paths family was so charming, and no wonder Su Qing cannot stop talking about you. It seems she is quite smitten. The two sisters are too kind. As a younger generation, I hope to receive guidance from both of you in the future. I half-heartedly shook Han Xiaoyu's hand. What a dashing young man. I wonder which family will be fortunate enough to have you as a son-in-law. Alas, I am too old to compete with those youthful blossoms. It is truly a pity. Once Han Xiaoyu and the other woman were seated, Mo Ran guided me to sit beside Mo Xiaoan. After Mo Xiaoan gestured, he addressed the group. The Mo family and Mr. Yan have had long-standing disputes regarding their enterprises, with many entangled matters. Today, With the mutual agreement of both parties, we have invited Mr. Kwang Jioning, the head of the Six Paths family from the mysterious realm, to mediate and witness this dispute. As soon as Mo Rin finished speaking, the mysterious figure from the realm lifted his head slightly, casting a cold gaze upon me. Mr. Kwang, I did not expect the Six Paths family, known for avoiding worldly matters, would willingly act as an intermediary for old Mo today. How intriguing. Esteemed elder, allow me to correct your statement. I am not here today as a negotiator. Although I am acquainted with the Mo family, I have made it clear that I am merely here to act as a witness and to uphold fairness. As for the negotiations and their outcomes, that depends on the attitudes and intentions of both parties. I replied calmly. Though, since Mr. Kwang mentions attitude and intention, then I invite old Mo to take the lead. The value of those items from the last auction is trivial to the Mo family, so why has Mo refused to pay the outstanding balance, resulting in the transaction remaining unresolved? Mo Shaoan cleared his throat and replied coldly. I have already made this matter clear. The items you sold are of dubious origin, obtained from one of my late acquaintances through unknown means. It is unfortunate that I lack evidence. Otherwise, do you think you could still sit here and converse with me as you are today? Old Mr. Mo, your statement is flawed. According to the rules, I am only responsible for the authenticity of my goods. Their origin is none of your concern. You initially bid a price double that of the second bidder, forcing them to withdraw, yet now you refuse to pay the full amount, and even claim that no one but the Mo family can take those items. What does that imply? It implies nothing. If you do not clarify the origin, not only will I refuse payment, but I believe the entire Chongbei city will also hesitate to purchase your items under my watch. Mo Shaoan sneered. Then there is nothing to discuss. The man surnamed Yin abruptly rose from the sofa, glaring at Mo Shaoan. Old Mr. Mo, do not think that your Mo family can dominate Chongbei city. Our Yin family is not to be trifled with. Today, you must either pay the outstanding balance and take the items or compensate double the deposit according to the agreement. Choose one, and we shall all be satisfied, or else what? This is the Mo family, not your Yin family. Mo Shaoan showed no fear. The atmosphere was tense, with neither side willing to yield. At that moment, Su Qing stood up, signaling the man surnamed Yin, and said, Mr. Yin, let us not act in haste. Since we have invited Mr. Kwang to mediate today, why not listen to what he has to say? What can a mere child contribute? What authority does he possess? Even your father, Kwang Zhongxing, did not dare to confront our Yin family directly. What can you, a mere boy, achieve? Before Yin could finish his sentence, the mysterious man beside him restrained him and shook his head slightly, rising to bow to me. Mr. Kwang, please forgive my associate. His temperament is somewhat impetuous. It is understandable that he feels frustrated after such a prolonged stalemate. I hope you will not take offense. I let out a cold laugh. May I ask how I should address this esteemed elder? Zhang Wenliang, counselor of the Southeastern District of the Summer Country's Mysterious Realm Association. A member of the Mysterious Realm Association? No wonder the Yin family speaks so boldly. They have the Southeast District counselor here to support them. Previously, the colleagues in Chongbei District invited Mr. Kwang to join the Mysterious Realm Association, but he declined. Upon learning of this, I thought to personally pay a visit, but it seems Mr. Yin is an old friend of mine. I thought it was the perfect opportunity to mention it. So here I am uninvited. Very well, Mr. Yin. May I inquire if you have brought the items from the auction that you mentioned? I asked. Not at this time, the man surnamed Yin replied. Humph, you stole from the Kwang family, and now the new head of the Kwang family is present. Do you dare to present the items? I offer 10 million. I shall pay. I rose, my gaze sharp as I addressed the man across from me. What did you take from the Kwang family? The man surnamed Yan's expression faltered momentarily. It's just a few books. And I did not steal them. More than a decade ago, following the incident involving the Kwang family, numerous individuals flocked to their estate in search of hidden treasures, believing that a family of such esteemed lineage must possess something of value amidst their misfortunes. At that time, many practitioners from your sect ventured there. However, I am unaware of what they may have discovered. Nonetheless, I assure you that these few books in my possession were not pilfered, but rather acquired from others. I turned to Zhang Wenyang, who coughed twice. I am aware of this matter. Certain individuals from the association were indeed involved. I had already united with several leaders from other districts to issue a notice prohibiting all registered sect organizations from participating in such activities. Those who took part were required to voluntarily report and surrender their findings without fear of repercussions. Currently, those items remain in the headquarters collection room, and if Mr. Kwang desires them, We can return them at any time. Return them? If I had not appeared at the Mo family today, would this matter have remained buried forever? I glared icily at Zhang Wenliang. Furthermore, the last time I encountered someone from the association who was aware of my identity, why was there never any mention of such matters? There seems to be some misunderstanding. He did not bring it up at the time, primarily due to the crowded nature of the banquet and the need to maintain the association's reputation. Subsequently, other events transpired that caused this issue to be set aside, Zhang Wenyang explained, somewhat awkwardly. Even if it could not be discussed then, is it not reasonable to expect an explanation afterward? Since the association was aware that I am now the head of the Kwong family, why did they not contact me immediately to inform me of this situation, instead of waiting until I inquired? I retorted without reservation. Are you suggesting that you were unaware that the items in Mr. Yan's possession belonged to the Kwong family? As the official governing body of the sects in Xia country, how does such behavior differ from that of a thief in collusion with the law? My barrage of impolite inquiries left Zhang Wenliang's face a canvas of crimson and pallor, and after much hesitation, he managed to utter a couple of apologies, stating that once today's matters concluded, he would promptly contact the relevant parties to ensure that all confiscated items were returned to me without exception. That I merely scoffed in response, my gaze shifting toward M.Yan. Do not look at me. I have stated that these items were not stolen, but purchased. Mr. Yin attempted to defend himself. Very well. Since you claim it was a purchase, allow me to inquire. If you were fully aware that these items were stolen, does purchasing them not constitute possession of stolen goods? According to the laws of Xia country, acquiring stolen property incurs legal liability. My words drew the attention of several individuals, while M.Mo let out a slight sigh. Kwong family head, Mo Ran whispered in my ear, it would be best not to resolve this matter through such means. For I understood Mo Ran's implication that if sect matters were to be resolved through official channels, they would ultimately fall to organizations like the Association for handling, as certain individuals and situations cannot be judged by conventional standards. Given that Zhang Wenyang was willing to advocate for Mr. Yin, it signified the association's stance. I was still too naive. Every field possesses its own rules of engagement, unless my influence had grown sufficiently to dictate how these rules should be played and who may participate, I must adhere to them. Even the Kwong family is not exempt. With a sigh, I looked at Mr. Yin with resignation and asked, very well, how much do you demand for these items? I shall purchase them. 10 million, Mr. Yin replied. Such a sum? I grimaced. Too much. My mind had initially accepted a price in the hundreds of thousands. But this esteemed Mr. Mo, regardless of the offers made, continuously raised the stakes, culminating in this astonishing figure. Ordinarily, this amount would pose no significant issue for the Mo family, yet they remained obstinately unyielding. Leaving me at a loss, Mr. Yin cast a glance at Mo Shaoan, his tone tinged with resignation as he continued. Initially, Director Zhang had privately advised me to find a compromise, as I am merely a businessman who believes in amicable dealings. While yielding is not out of the question, observe Mr. Mo's demeanor. It is evident he is leveraging his family's power to intimidate. Therefore, there is little room for negotiation. I found myself in a quandary. While the corpulent fellow and my company have some income, even if I drained my savings, I could not amass 10 million. There remained a sum in the charitable fund, but that was earmarked for specific purposes and could not be used for such matters. Moreover, this issue is fundamentally a family affair of mine. Although the corpulent fellow would undoubtedly assist me if I asked, I truly wish to avoid making that request. Kwong family head, I have a suggestion. If you are willing to listen, Zhang Wenliang observed me. If the Kwong family head agrees to allow the Six Realms family to join the association, I can, in my capacity as an association member, guarantee the 10 million for you. This would not only alleviate your immediate concerns, but also help resolve this matter for both parties. What do you think, Kwong family head? Before I could respond, Mo Shaoan scoffed out a mere 10 million, and you believe it warrants your guarantee for the Kwong family head. I have stated before, the affairs of the Kwong family are our own. As long as Kwong Jiaoning speaks, I could procure not just 10 million, but even 100 million in an instant. However, today's matter is not simply a financial issue. Upon hearing Mo Shaoan's words, Zhang Wenliang ceased to elaborate, merely casting a glance my way. Seemingly awaiting my response, I understood Zhang Wenliang's implication. Should I agree to his guarantee, it would mean not only my admission into the association, but also an immense favor owed to him. Money can be earned, but such a debt of gratitude cannot be repaid with mere currency. Yet, aside from this approach, was there a more advantageous solution? I let out a bitter laugh, having made up my mind. Mr. Zhang, if that is the case, then I must trouble you. Wait. As the door to the study swung open, two security guards entered, their expressions apologetic as they looked at Mo Xiaoan. My apologies, Mr. Mo. We. All eyes turned toward the doorway, Kwang Jioning's 10 million. I shall provide. Chapter 77. A flip of the face faster than a page turn with the crisp sound of high heels echoing in the study, a woman in a beige coat with long hair stepped inside. Surveying her surroundings before her gaze settled upon my face. Mr. Kwang. Thank you. I was momentarily taken aback by her sudden gratitude, but it was fleeting. She approached Mo Xiaoan, nodded slightly, and stated, if I wish to offer this sum to Mr. Kwang, I trust you have no objections, Mo Xian. I deduced her identity. Mo Xiaoan's expression fluctuated, his gaze shifting towards Mo Xian, ultimately uttering two words, reason. The reason is simple. IOM or Kwang. Mo Xian's serious tone left no room for doubt. Mo Xiaoan tilted his head slightly, Su Qing clearly feeling a bit uncomfortable. You mean, the incident involving Miss Su? Indeed. Although Miss Su's associates did not cause me any harm, it was Mr. Kwang who saved me. Out of both obligation and reason, I must assist him. However, how did you come to know of our earlier discussion? Mo Xiaoan's eyes darted around before landing on Mo Ran, without waiting for Mo Xiaoan to inquire further. Mo Ran stepped forward and bowed. I apologize. It was I who took the liberty of informing the young lady about this matter in advance. That I also privately messaged her, requesting her assistance. Mo Ran, you have been with the Mo family for quite some time, and I have always valued you, but isn't your initiative a bit excessive? Mo Xiaoan's tone was calm, yet his gaze was piercing. Mr. Mo, I believe that the head of the Kwang family will undoubtedly reclaim what belongs to him. A standoff between Mo and Mr. Yin will only result in an unfortunate outcome, given the capabilities of the Kwang family head. 10 million is hardly a challenge, yet in such a sudden situation, you will require some time to prepare. Mo Ran replied composedly. Please continue. Yes, Mr. Mo often instructs me to be grateful and repay kindness. Including the incident at the banquet, Mr. Kwang has saved me multiple times. It would not be an exaggeration to call him my benefactor as a member of the Mo family. I cannot tarnish our name. I will naturally repay my debt to Mr. Kwang, and the young lady's debt must also be settled by the young lady herself. So, what you mean is, I should bear my own debt? Do you not see that by casting aside my dignity and risking ridicule from all to refuse a transaction, I am merely repaying my obligation to the Kwang family? Mo Xiaoan's anger began to simmer. Mr. Mo, that was not my intention. Enough? Mo Xian interjected, silencing the two, whether separated or combined. I, Mo Xian, do not wish to owe anyone a favor. Uncle Yin, is it? By this time tomorrow, please bring the contract and those items belonging to the Kwang family. Once Mr. Kwang verifies their authenticity, I will present the 10 million check on the spot. Do you think this approach is acceptable? Mr. Yin was overjoyed. The young lady has spoken. What more can I? Yin, say, moreover, with Director Zhang and Mr. Kwang present, and the celestial maidens of the Xiaoao Pavilion having heard it, I shall certainly bring the items tomorrow and personally deliver them to the head of the Kwang family. Should any issues arise in this process, they shall be laid squarely at my feet. Very well. A promise is a promise. Provided this matter is resolved by tomorrow, I firmly believe that the Mo family and Mr. Yin will continue to regard each other with mutual respect, and there will be ample opportunities for collaboration in the future. I hope that when that time comes, Uncle Yin will, for the sake of today's Yin, lend further assistance to the Mo family. Excellent. Truly, the young lady of the Mo family embodies the essence of propriety and decorum. At this juncture, I felt there was little more to be said. I merely intended to have a word with the Rotund Gao later, for we must quickly gather the funds to repay Mo Xian. For any shortfall, we could resort to selling paper figures. After bidding farewell to Yin Kelly, Su Qing and others exchanged glances with Zhang Wenyang, momentarily at a loss for words, and decided to take their leave. However, as Zhang Wenyang passed by me, he paused slightly. Seemingly torn between words, whether intentional or coincidental, he likely understood that my inclusion in the Xianmen Association was now improbable. Yet, he probably did not anticipate that I would call out to him. Mr. Zhang, I appreciate your kind intentions. I feel quite ashamed. Compared to the young lady, I seem to have taken advantage of the situation. Although Zhang Wenliang's words carried a hint of self-deprecation, I could sense that his earlier actions were not entirely calculated. Thus, despite the Xianmen Association's reputation, my initial impression of him had improved. May I inquire how many more days you will be staying in Chambay? Let us exchange contact information. I shall contemplate it further and reach out to you. Zhang Wenliang's eyes lit up, and he eagerly agreed, exchanging contact details before parting ways with Mo Shaoan and the others. Once only Mo Shaoan, his daughter, and I remained in the study, I approached Mo Shiyin to express my gratitude. 10 million. I shall return it to you within a week at the quickest, or half a month at the slowest. No need. To my surprise, Mo Shiyin's demeanor shifted more swiftly than a page being turned. I am willing to assist you because you saved me once before. Now we are even. As for our relationship, there is none. I ask you to leave. Shiyin, how could you speak to the head of the Kuang family like that? Mo Shaoan's expression betrayed his discomfort. Not only he, but I too was bewildered by the sudden chill emanating from this young lady. Moments ago, everything was perfectly fine. Now, she was icy and distant. It's nothing. This matter is concluded. When Uncle Mo arrives tomorrow, please inform me. With that, Mo Shiyin stomped out of the study in her high heels, and Mo ran side after shutting the door behind her. Do not blame the young lady, head Kuang. I understand why she is behaving this way. Have I offended her in any way? I inquired, perplexed. Mo Ren gestured for me to step outside to talk. While Mo Shaoan called out to us, there are no outsiders here. Speak your mind. My two daughters are truly remarkable. Mo Ren hesitated momentarily. Well, actually, the young lady's issue is with you, Mr. Mo with me. She has just returned from abroad. I have not offended her in the slightest. Why would she act this way towards me? Mo Shaoan's face was one of utter confusion. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have an inkling of what it is. Feeling somewhat awkward, I excused myself, claiming I needed to check on Gao. Chapter 78. Opening the door to fortune. 10 million. Gao's brow furrowed slightly. For us, it is not a difficult task at all. Even without touching the charitable funds. The company can cover this amount. I will ask Mo Ran for the account information, and we will transfer it to him. Are you out of your mind? Where would we come up with 10 million? Aside from selling a few paper figures recently, is there any other income? I sputtered, nearly choking on my drink. Do not underestimate me, my friend. If I recall correctly, by the 10th of this month, our total company revenue, including membership fees, should exceed 12 million. Gao declared proudly. Good heavens! I covered my mouth, grateful we were alone in the car. Otherwise, I would have brought shame upon the Mo family. Clarify this for me. How did we accumulate 12 million? Even if I worked day and night making paper figures, I would need to produce 120 of them. 6 Taoist talismans would not suffice. I could hardly believe it, yet Gao's expression assured me that the figure was indeed accurate. I just mentioned the membership fees. Gao began to tease. What membership? Do members receive a few paper figures for free each year? I, not being a businessman, could only conceive of such a scheme. Certainly not. Our membership is divided into 3 tiers: silver card, gold card, and platinum card. The silver card grants 1 paper figure per year, with an 80% discount on additional purchases. The gold card allows for 2 figures annually, with the same discount and a free feng shui consultation. As for the platinum card, it offers unlimited paper figures, 2 free feng shui consultations a year, and the opportunity to personally handle a supernatural case. Though that comes at an additional cost. Gao recited with pride. Is that true? Unlimited supply of paper figures. Are you trying to ruin my year? I was utterly flabbergasted. A standard paper figure requires a complex 6 Taoist talismans. And Gao's reckless proposition seemed to suggest I would have to produce figures daily from now on. Do not fret. Let me explain. The silver card's annual fee is 180,000. The gold card's is 660,000. And the platinum card is 1,990,000. Valid for 365 days. Currently, we have 3 platinum card holders and quite a few gold and silver card holders as well. Therefore, this year, you will indeed need to work a bit harder to create more paper figures, as our inventory is nearly depleted. At this point, I felt like a fool, utterly unable to grasp why Gao's clients would spend such exorbitant amounts on memberships that might only be used once a year. Gao explained, sometimes these individuals spend money simply for peace of mind, seeking a reliable source. They would never wait until a crisis to seek out paper figures. Moreover, your reputation has already spread throughout Chongbei. If it weren't for my frequent absences from the company, you might not even have the chance to attend classes and would be stuck making paper figures. By the way, I must mention that the 12 million is the amount left in the company's accounts after deducting charitable funds. Should we have the new finance lady calculate the figures for you? After all, she has yet to meet you. Perhaps you, as the boss, should treat her to a meal to build rapport. Gazing at the lengthy string of numbers on Gao's phone, I was rendered speechless. I stared blankly out of the car window, my mind a tumult of emotions. Gao's business acumen was beyond my understanding, yet I felt an undercurrent of concern. Gao, Will relying on paper figures and so-called membership services bring us into any taboos? After all, our business is connected to the supernatural. Gao chuckled, seemingly unconcerned. You worry too much. As long as we conduct ourselves with integrity, there is nothing to fear. Besides, if any issues arise, we can always handle them. I said nothing further, merely calculating in my mind that I should refrain from any activities during the upcoming festival and instead remain in my apartment, crafting talismans and paper figures to repay my debts. The following day, after Gao transferred the money to Mo Shiyan, the matter was resolved. As for Zhang Wenyang, after careful consideration, I ultimately decided to join the Shinmen Association, not for any other reason. But Gao's words reminded me, the company needed a banner to serve as a hallmark. With the Shinmen Association's endorsement, we could not only bolster the company's credibility but also attract more clients. On New Year's Eve, I stood by the window, gazing out at the myriad lights illuminating the night. A profound sense of loneliness enveloping me. I had messaged Gao and the others in advance, claiming my phone was off for sleep, as I did not wish to let my mood affect them. Little gentleman, you've been standing by the window for an hour. What could possibly be so captivating outside? Xinya approached and peered outside. Nothing. You wouldn't understand, though. How can you say that? The long night stretches on. And with no desire for sleep, while families gather together, you remain solitary and uncertain of what to do. You simply overthink things. Xinya chastised me from a distance. All right. It's a festive occasion. Do allow me a moment of peace. Are you watching the Spring Festival Gala? Xinya suddenly asked that I have no desire to. What if it were a Spring Festival Gala solely for you? Xinya grinned mischievously. What do you mean? I was puzzled. I mean, I could arrange a Spring Festival Gala just for you, with you as the sole audience member. An absolute VIP experience. What are you planning? Do not act recklessly. You still haven't told me about that third old woman. Do you know her or not? I felt a pang of anxiety. Xinya's whimsical nature left me uncertain of her intentions. During the new year, why dwell on unpleasant matters? I simply ask if you wish to experience the VIP treatment of being the sole audience member at the Spring Festival Gala? Xinya continued to question me. What is the matter? Are you trying to bring me to the scene? That place is indeed a gathering spot for the fortunes of the summer country. You may be the spirit of the Wanzong Corp's coffin, but I fear you won't even be able to enter through the great gates. I remind Xinya not to act recklessly. I am well aware of my thoughts. What I mean is, Xinya whispered something in my ear. What on earth were you thinking? Upon hearing Xinya's words, my eyes nearly popped out. Just tell me, do you want to or not? Xinya ignored my protest and continued to ask. No. I outright refused. While others celebrate the new year by bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, pasting spring festival couplets and inviting good fortune, you want them to perform for me? On this grand occasion, do you really want me to see ghosts? I found it both amusing and exasperating. Chapter 79. The first warmth. Xinya was quite indignant, claiming that I was in this line of work, so why was I so resistant? I chose to ignore her and turn my back, drifting off to sleep. I fell into a deep slumber. But in the middle of the night, I felt a chill and instinctively grabbed the blanket, only to unexpectedly encounter a cold body. Who? I shot up, and the sight before me filled me with both shock and anger. Xinya, how did you end up in my bed? And when did your body grow so long? What are you doing? It isn't even dawn yet. Just sleep a bit longer, Xinya replied with a huff. My nose nearly crinkled in fury. Stop sleeping. You need to explain yourself. What are you doing here instead of staying in your coffin at this hour? What? Am I supposed to feel honored sharing a bed with you? Others would be lucky to have that privilege. Yet here you are, oblivious. Finally, Xinya sat up, gazing at me with a resentful expression. I don't know how to articulate this. I just feel that this little coffin spirit is truly exhausting. What kind of girl runs to another man's bed in the middle of the night? What if something happens? What could possibly happen? I'm a coffin spirit, not a human. At your young age. What nonsense are you thinking? Xinya dismissed my concerns. That doesn't make it acceptable, I declared firmly. You are still a girl. It's inherently inappropriate for a man and a woman to be alone together in a room. And yet here you are, lying in my bed. What do you mean? What's wrong with a man and a woman being in the same room? I offered to teach you the complete tattooed spirit technique. You could tattoo the Wanzong Corp's coffin onto yourself, which would ensure that no one could take me away. But have you considered the absurd thoughts that might cross your mind? You might engage in some nefarious activities with other girls. And I am keenly aware of such things. When have I ever engaged in anything? I was so furious that words escaped me. What's the matter? Lost for words? Or is it that I, your elder, have spoken incorrectly? Xinya looked at me, enjoying my flustered state. and said triumphantly, "You may not have done anything now, but that doesn't mean you won't in the future. You are human. Unlike me, you have the duty of lineage to consider. Even if you don't wish to continue your bloodline, you still have normal physiological needs, right? What about those 5 girls, or those films from the island? By the way, why have I never seen you watch them?" Or, Chinya's enthusiasm only grew as she continued. "Enough, enough. Do you really want to ruin my new year? Why would I watch any island films? Or what about those 5 girls? Where on earth did you learn all this? I was nearly driven to madness. It's what the others in the dorm said. That Wang Daming sneaks away every night to watch those films on his bed. Utterly engrossed. And that way fellow, I'm not saying anything bad about him, but his stamina is really lacking. It's just too quick. Only you and Eugen, with nothing at all. I truly doubt whether you two are." I was at my wit's end. You mean to tell me that in the dead of night, you can't sleep and instead sneak onto someone else's bed to observe what they're doing? How on earth did you even come up with that idea? And why would you do such a thing? Luckily, you're not human. Otherwise, someone might report you and you'd face serious charges. Fine, if you don't want to sleep. Then stop with the endless rules. It's truly tiresome. Chinya hopped off the bed, snatching a blue gown from the chair and angrily plopping down. She pointed at me, berating, "Kwang Jioning, you really don't know what's good for you. You must understand one thing. I am not just any ordinary being. I am the spirit of the Wanzong corpse coffin. This Wanzong corpse coffin is no trifling matter, while its esoteric arts may carry a hint of malevolence. Its profound essence can truly rival that of great teachings. Typically, I remain quietly ensconced within this coffin, and the energy you can absorb from me is merely a fraction. But if you could hold me tightly in your embrace for an entire night, it would be equivalent to the rewards of months of arduous training. Honestly, why do you think that old hag would go to such lengths to seize the Wanzong corpse coffin? It's simply because she covets the spiritual power contained within, hoping to claim it for herself. Yet here I am, offering my assistance so willingly, and you choose to play the role of the good person. You are the head of the Kwang family, not an ordinary person, burdened with deep-seated grudges. Instead of striving to enhance your own abilities, you become so finicky. It's utterly baffling. I truly cannot fathom what goes on in your mind." Chinya's scolding left me dazed. And I finally understood why the old hag had set so many traps to obtain the Wanzong corpse coffin. She was coveting Chinya's spiritual power for her own use. For whether her earlier comments about fate not being right were another matter entirely. That was beyond my knowledge. Yet, to be honest, even if Chinya made sense, I found it difficult to accept the notion of absorbing the powers from the Wanzong corpse coffin in such a manner. Regardless of whether Chinya is a coffin spirit or a real girl, I have always regarded her as a companion. Such an inviolable boundary is an instinctive response, not something I can control or alter. "Stubborn, dull-witted, foolish, you drive me insane," Chinya exclaimed in frustration. "How can I make you understand? I am not human. Such things are beyond me. I can transform into a coffin board, an animal, or even a male ghost. Whatever suits you. My goal is to help you absorb the spiritual energy of the Wanzong corpse coffin. Oh my heavens. I truly wish I could swallow you whole, tear open your head, and see what nonsense fills your brain." Despite Chinya's good intentions, everyone has their own personality, and her way of expressing herself may be peculiar, yet her concern for me is genuine. This brought a glimmer of warmth to my otherwise lonely new year. I donned a smile, got out of bed, and squatted beside Chinya, teasing her in the manner of the rotund fellow. "Oh dear, once a little lowly, how did you suddenly grow up? This is a bit painful for me." "Ouch, Quan Jioning, get away from me." Chapter 80. The first business. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through my arm as Chinya bit me before diving into the tattoos of the Wanzong corpse coffin. Well, I merely remarked on her growth. Why such a strong reaction? Regardless, no matter how tall she grows, she remains a little girl. After a bit of fidgeting, I found sleep eluding me, so I sat at my desk, crafting paper figures that I'm not sure how long I worked. But soon my consciousness began to blur, and a wondrous scene materialized before me. The rotund fellow, usually so jovial and occasionally rather lewd, suddenly appeared in my dream. He was beaming, pointing at a lengthy string of numbers on his phone screen, his eyes sparkling with excitement as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Before I could process what was happening, he eagerly took my hand and led me to a secluded valley, surrounded by verdant mountains and clear waters. The scenery was delightful, yet scarcely populated. However, in this seemingly desolate area stood a brand new school. As I approached, I noticed a prominent plaque above the school's entrance, inscribed in golden letters with our names. A wave of warmth flooded my heart, leaving me deeply moved. At that moment, the rotund fellow was like a child, dancing with joy and exclaiming, "Look, I told you we could achieve this. With this school established, countless children will have their dreams of education fulfilled." Just as I felt elated and was about to respond, I was jolted awake by a buzzing sound. It was the rotund fellow. "Happy New Year, bro. I was just dreaming about you when you called." Brother, I didn't mean to disturb you, but I had no choice." The rotund fellow's voice on the other end sounded somewhat awkward. No worries. Go ahead. How many paper figures have you made this time? I joked with him. It's not about the paper figures. Did you have any appointments for lunch? Let us have a meal together. We have a client who wants to meet you. A platinum level 1, in a way. A shiver ran down my spine as I pondered whether discussing such matters with Gao, the portly fellow, was appropriate. Today, a platinum level client had come knocking at my door. What a predicament I found myself in. "Please send me your location, and I shall take a taxi to you." Gao and the client were already waiting for me at the restaurant. Upon my arrival, Gao enthusiastically waved. "Ah, my dear brother, how we've longed for your presence. This is Mr. Chen, our esteemed platinum-level patron." Mr. Chen was a middle-aged gentleman, dressed in an expensive suit. Yet his pallor betrayed a profound weariness, hinting at the burdens he bore. I greeted him politely, and we settled down to discuss the matter at hand. "Mr. Kwong, I am at my wit's end," Mr. Chen began, anxiety etched on his face. "The newly purchased villa of mine is haunted, and it is driving me to the brink of madness." He furrowed his brow, recounting how he had spent a considerable sum on the property, hoping to enjoy a peaceful retreat, only for inexplicable disturbances to commence shortly after moving in. I listened with keen interest, urging him to elaborate. Every night, human-shaped water stains seep through the walls, as if someone were pressed against them. It is utterly chilling. And the knives in my kitchen, they inexplicably fly up, chopping incessantly on the cutting board, their clattering echoing like a death knell in the dead of night. His body trembled involuntarily. "How long has this been going on? Have you sought assistance?" I inquired with concern. "For about a month now. I've consulted several so-called masters, but to no avail. I have spent a small fortune with no results. In fact, the situation has only worsened," Mr. Chen lamented, despair evident in his eyes. "Does Mr. Chen have any specific request regarding this commission?" I pressed on. "As long as you can rid the villa of these spirits and allow me to reside in peace, I will pay an advance of 800,000. Once the task is complete, I shall double the remaining fee," Mr. Chen declared, gritting his teeth. 800,000 as a deposit. Such a sum was not trifling. If I could indeed resolve his plight, the reward would be unimaginably generous. I felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained my composure as I replied, "Rest assured, Mr. Chen, I will endeavor to resolve this issue. However, matters of the supernatural are often unpredictable, and I cannot guarantee absolute success. I assure you, though, I will give it my all." Mr. Chen nodded vigorously. "I believe in your capabilities, Mr. Kwong. As long as there is the slightest hope, I do not wish to abandon that villa," Gao chimed in. "You need not worry, Mr. Chen. Ning's skills are beyond reproach. You can rest easy. In the afternoon, Mr. Chen and I arrived at the villa. As I stepped through the entrance, a palpable chill enveloped me, signaling that the issues within this dwelling were indeed formidable. Mr. Chen guided me through each room. When we reached the chamber marked by the water stains, the eerie shapes were still faintly visible, but I produced 6 talismans and affixed them to the stains. To my surprise, the golden inscriptions on the talismans shimmered, and the human forms dissipated before my eyes. The situation was simpler than I had anticipated. I thought to myself. Next, we ventured into the kitchen. Yet as I stepped inside, the knives on the cutting board seemed to come alive, swirling in midair. What in the world? A circus act during the new year. Qianya, having emerged from my tattoo, teased me nonchalantly. "Little gentleman, I offered you a performance last night, yet here you are, entranced by a display of juggling." I shot her a resigned glance while hastily focusing my energy, activating my Yin-Yang eye. The flailing knives, under the influence of my gaze, began to slow. However, just as I thought I had the situation under control, a surge of overwhelming malevolence erupted from the kitchen's corner, causing the knives to regain their ferocity and break free from my hold, hurtling towards Qianya and me. "Watch out," I shouted, pulling Qianya back in haste. The knives whizzed past us, embedding themselves into the wall with a resounding thud. Mr. Chen's face went pale as he nearly collapsed in terror, his voice trembling. "Mr. Kwong, what is happening?" I furrowed my brow, my gaze fixed on the sinister energy in the corner. "The malevolence here is more potent than I had imagined. The masters you previously consulted may have inadvertently provoked it." Chapter 81. The Corpse's Lament. Yin-Yang crossed her arms, tilting her head at me. Little gentleman, this malevolence appears quite formidable, yet I am not afraid. As she spoke, she drew a small red whip from her waist. Cracking it in the air with a sharp sound, I inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the world's fresh air into my lungs. This revitalizing breath flowed through me. I began to adjust my state of mind. Seeking inner calm, with the aid of my Yin-Yang eye, I cautiously tracked the surrounding unstable energy fields. These fields resembled smoke caught in the wind, occasionally gathering, then scattering, making it difficult to discern their patterns and direction. Nonetheless, rather than feeling disheartened, I became increasingly focused, determined to notice every subtle change. Suddenly, I felt a slight tremor beneath my feet. Before I could react, the tile shattered, and a massive black claw emerged from the ground. Reaching for me, I swiftly dodged to the side, the claw missing its mark but leaving deep imprints in the floor. So it lurks beneath, I murmured, quickly retrieving a talisman from my pocket and hurling it at the claw. The talisman ignited, transforming into fiery streaks that struck the claw, causing it to recoil in pain. Just then, the kitchen window shattered, and a swarm of shadowy figures flew in, encircling us. These phantoms clawed and shrieked, sending chills down my spine. Yin-Yang wielded her whip, charging into the throng, dispersing the apparitions wherever she struck. Yet, strangely, the vanquished phantoms quickly reformed elsewhere, as if there were no end to them. I realized that this approach was futile. I needed to locate the source of the malevolence. Closing my eyes, I calmed my mind, sensing the flow of dark energy around me. Suddenly, I discerned an exceptionally potent source of malevolence emanating from the basement of the villa. Mr. Chun, does this villa have a basement? I inquired urgently. Mr. Chun hesitated before nodding vigorously. Yes, the basement is beneath the stairs in the living room. I glanced at Yin-Yang. Let us proceed to the basement. That should be the lair of the malevolence. We cautiously descended beneath the living room stairs, opening the basement door to be greeted by a foul, putrid stench. The basement was shrouded in darkness, with only a few faint beams of light filtering through the cracks. I pulled out my phone, activating the flashlight, and led the way down. The basement was cluttered with various debris, old furniture, and dilapidated boxes. As we navigated through the darkness, strange noises echoed around us, heightening my tension. As we pressed on, I noticed a peculiar pattern on the wall ahead, a black-lined rune exuding an eerie aura. Approaching for a closer inspection, I realized it might be an evil ceiling formation. Yin-Yang, be cautious. Something is amiss here, I whispered. At that moment, the door behind us slammed shut with a resounding bang, startling Mr. Chen into a scream. Immediately, the debris began to shift on its own, forming a vast circle that ensnared us within. You think you can trap us? Not so easily. Yin-Yang scoffed, forcefully cracking her whip in an attempt to break free. However, the whip struck the debris without effect. I closed my eyes, pondering for a moment. And then an idea struck me. I retrieved a demon-restraining talisman from my pocket, pricked my finger, and let a few drops of blood fall onto the talisman. Chanting an incantation, I tossed the talisman into the air. It shimmered with light as it descended towards the edge of the formation. The runes on the formation began to flicker, followed by a violent tremor. The circle of debris gradually loosened, revealing an opening. Quickly, let's go, I called out, pulling Yin-Yang and Mr. Chun through the gap. That we continued to explore the basement, finally discovering a massive coffin tucked away in a corner, surrounded by flickering candles. The dim light cast an eerie atmosphere throughout the space. Approaching the foreboding coffin, an unsettling premonition washed over me. I reached out to touch the lid, a chill coursing through me. I suspected that the malevolence might be concealed within. Little gentleman, shall we open it? Yin-Yang inquired. I hesitated briefly before nodding. We must give it a try, but we must be cautious. We don't know what lies inside. Together, we heaved the coffin lid open, a wave of oppressive malevolence washing over us. Inside lay a woman with a pale complexion, dressed in a flowing white ancient gown, her disheveled hair obscuring her face. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, filled with resentment and fury. She suddenly sat up, emitting a sharp cry, as a powerful aura of malevolence erupted from her, knocking the three of us to the ground. Who are you, and why have you been sealed here? I asked, suppressing the pain as I struggled to my feet. The woman regarded me coldly, her voice hoarse as she replied, I am the mistress of this place, wronged by treacherous individuals, and sealed here against my will. Now that someone has broken the seal, I shall ensure that none within this villa find peace. Furrowing my brow, I responded, regardless of your grievances, you cannot harm the innocent. If you're willing to share your story, perhaps I can help you seek retribution. The woman fell silent for a moment before slowly revealing, I was the wife of the original owner of this villa. In our early days, my husband and I were deeply in love. However, one day a man claiming to be a feng shui master arrived, stating that the villa's feng shui was flawed and required alteration. My husband, believing his words, followed his advice and made changes. Little did we know, after the renovations, strange occurrences began to plague our home, and both my husband and I fell ill. It was only later that I discovered this so-called master was bribed by my husband's business rival to ruin us. I died in agony, and not long after, my husband followed me to the grave. Unrest and death, I have lingered here, waiting for those who caused my family's ruin to pay the price. Revenge begets more revenge. By harming the innocent, you deepen your own sins. I can help you locate those who wronged you and ensure they receive their due punishment. But first, you must relinquish your hatred and accompany me. For I will find a place for you to rest. I sighed. This was a precarious negotiation. Chapter 82. Reluctant confrontation. Upon hearing my words, the female specter hesitated momentarily, yet her wrath quickly overshadowed her doubt. With a fierce flick of her sleeve, the surrounding malevolence coalesced into numerous icy blades that hurtled towards us. I shouted loudly, hastily producing several talismans and sweeping them before me. The talismans transformed into a golden barrier. Blocking the icy assault, the blade struck the barrier with a sharp sound before dissipating into mist. However, this was merely the beginning. The specter, in a fit of rage, shrieked and swiftly formed seals with her hands, causing the ground beneath us to tremble violently as massive stone slabs erupted from below, thrusting towards us like daggers. Reacting swiftly, I pulled Yin-Yang and Mr. Chin aside just in time as a slab grazed our clothing, nearly cleaving us in two. Mr. Chun, terrified, trembled uncontrollably, almost collapsing. Mr. Chun, pull yourself together, stay calm, and stick close to us, I urged. He nodded, struggling against his fear to remain at our heels. Little gentleman, such a weak opponent hardly warrants my attention. Do take care of yourself, Yin-Yang remarked. Infuriated, the specter's hair billowed around her as she grasped the little red whip tightly. Yin-Yang yanked it back, causing the specter to stumble and fall in a sudden fit of rage. She threw her head back and let out a furious roar, causing the surrounding malevolence to swell, forming a massive black tornado that engulfed all three of us. The winds grew more ferocious, leaving us struggling to maintain our footing as we were buffeted about. My vision blurred, filled with shadows and the sound of the specter's triumphant laughter. I realized I could not afford to remain passive any longer, and shouted, Yin-Yang, let us break through this malevolence together. However, Yin-Yang merely shook her head, grinning as she stepped towards the swirling darkness, quickly vanishing from sight. You truly are something, I thought, momentarily at a loss as I grasped Mr. Chin's arm, using the protection of the talismans to brace for a charge through the tornado. Yet, in a flash, the specter was forming seals with alarming speed, causing the tornado to constrict, squeezing us tightly together. I felt as though every bone in my body was under tremendous pressure, gasping for breath as stars danced before my eyes. Foolish little gentleman, follow the direction of the wind. Yin-Yang's words jolted me into clarity. I shut my eyes and focused on the flow of malevolence around me. Suddenly, I sensed a weak repulsive energy at the core of the tornado, where the woman's form resided. Elated, I shouted and hurled 3 talismans towards the direction of the wind. The specter, unable to resist, screamed in fury as the ground erupted with countless black spikes and a swarm of shadowy figures clawed towards us. How utterly useless. I must intervene, Yin-Yang declared, and in an instant, the shadowy figures transformed into a stream of black light, darting into the tattoo of the 10,000 buried spirits on my arm. Have you not learned to harness your tattoo properly? You cannot even command the 10,000 buried spirits? And what of your talismans? They appear to be of little use. I was too exasperated to engage in argument. Swiftly approaching the candle, taking a deep breath, I blew gently at the flame. The candle's flame extinguished instantly, and the surrounding malevolence seemed to lose its anchor, becoming chaotic. The specter sensed the shift in the atmosphere, her expression morphing to one of terror. You yield now. If not, I shall force you to. Yin-Yang tilted her head, gazing at the specter with intrigue. How did you see through my spell? The specter seethed. You are not yet worthy to question me. First, answer my inquiry. Do you yield? If you do not, we shall continue fighting, and if you do, you shall converse with my little gentleman, Yin-Yang declared proudly. I shall not yield. I cannot be defeated, the specter retorted, both enraged and frustrated. Then may we converse now? I inquired. What is there to discuss? I shall not speak with you, were it not for that little girl aiding you from outside. You would already be in my grasp. The specter glared at me defiantly. But your words are quite bold. Let me remind you, only I may speak on behalf of my little gentleman, should you show him any disrespect. I shall ensure you pay dearly. Yin-Yang's demeanor shifted instantly, pointing an accusatory finger at the specter. The specter shivered, suddenly subdued. Well, while her words may not be entirely inaccurate, although perhaps not to the extent she suggests. Without Yin-Yang's assistance, I might have found myself in dire straits. I realized my lack of practical experience rendered me helpless against such spirits, and it was no wonder Yin-Yang had urged me to act independently while she observed from the sidelines. She was honing my adaptability. Casting a grateful glance at Yin-Yang, I was met with her dismissive expression, her eyes rolling in disdain. She clearly did not appreciate my gratitude. Thus, I found myself in a predicament. Neither here nor there. The specter suddenly smiled enigmatically, her gaze towards me laden with meaning. Little gentleman, you are fortunate indeed. To have such a prominent figure supporting you is more than I can claim. It is a pity. A pity for what? I asked, momentarily taken aback. A pity that she shall not be by your side for long. What do you mean? My heart raced with anxiety. Oh, is it that this esteemed figure has not disclosed anything to you? The specter regarded Yin-Yang with curiosity, who quickly masked her momentary sorrow with a calm demeanor. Let me clarify. When my little gentleman inquires, you shall answer, but only what is appropriate. You must not utter a single word beyond that. Yin-Yang stated firmly. I am curious. How does such a small spirit possess the ability to wield the art of Yin-Yang divination? Yin-Yang mused. Yin-Yang divination. I was taken aback. The memories left by my father contained insights regarding Yin-Yang divination, a mysterious and ancient art tracing back over 1,000 years to a distant era. Legend has it that it originated from an exceptionally wise and experienced elder who lived in seclusion in a deep mountain, spending his days in communion with nature, delving into the subtle connections between all things. After countless days and nights of contemplation and practice, the elder ultimately unveiled a method capable of discerning the future and revealing the course of destiny, Yin-Yang divination. This art does not rely merely on superstition or random guessing. It is built upon a profound understanding of astronomy, geography, and the interplay of yin and yang. The greatest secret of Yin-Yang divination lies in its ability to divine the existence of non-human entities. For instance, Yin-Yang. Chapter 83. Yin-Yang's secret. My mind raced with uncertainty. My gaze locked onto Yin-Yang before shifting back to the specter as I demanded, what are you hiding? How does it relate to Yin-Yang divination? The specter scoffed, turning her head away in silence. Yin-Yang crossed her arms, rolling her eyes at me. This is not a matter you should pry into. Knowing will do you no good. Frustration bubbled within me. Yin-Yang, we have faced so much together. Do you still not trust me? A flicker of hesitation crossed Yin-Yang's face, yet she quickly donned her indifferent facade again. Just do not press me. You do not need to know right now. I felt a pang of discomfort, akin to a cat's claws raking my insides, but their resolute stance left me powerless. Taking a deep breath, I quelled my impatience and turned to the specter. I can help you find your enemies, but you must provide me with some clues that I cannot search blindly. The specter's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, she replied, I can only guarantee that I will not cause chaos here for now. If you wish for me to accompany you, it must be after you have dealt with my enemies. First, describe your adversaries. Are they male or female? Do they possess any distinguishing marks or characteristics? I pressed further. The female corpse slowly opened her mouth. My enemy is a man, marked by a tattoo shaped like flames on his right arm. It was he who condemned me to this wretched fate. At this point, hatred surged in her eyes, and the surrounding cold aura began to stir restlessly. All right, I've noted it down. Rest assured, whatever I promise, I shall fulfill, I said, patting my chest. In the following days, I sought information about the man with the flame tattoo while pondering the connection between the Yin-Yang divination technique and Yin-Yang. Yet, every time I attempted to inquire about Yin-Yang, she deftly evaded my questions, unwilling to provide a straightforward answer. Mr. Chun, in gratitude for our resolution of the basement troubles, duly paid the full sum. Yet, as I counted the thick stack of cash, I found no joy. My mind was consumed with the secrets Yin-Yang concealed and the vengeance of the female corpse. The stout man noticed my troubled demeanor and patted my shoulder. Brother, don't wear such a gloomy face. Many matters, even if you possess extraordinary abilities, may remain unsolvable. Focus on what you need to accomplish, and do not indulge in fanciful thoughts of being a savior. when it's time to act decisively. Do so that I could only manage a bitter smile. I felt a compelling urge to uncover what Yin-Yang was hiding, and, having promised the female corpse vengeance, I could not break my word. The stout man shook his head. You are too stubborn. If Yin-Yang chooses not to speak, there must be a reason. As for the corpse's vendetta, help if you can, but do not risk yourself unnecessarily. I knew he spoke wisely, yet I was unable to let go of my concerns. Thus, I resolved to intensify my search for the man with the flame tattoo. I scoured every tattoo parlor in the city, brandishing a rough sketch of the flame design, asking each owner if they had seen such a patron. At a hidden tattoo shop in a secluded alley, the owner furrowed his brow upon seeing the design, indicating a vague recollection that I believe a customer like that came in a while ago, seeking to modify a tattoo. However, he wore a hat and mask, so I couldn't discern his features. When was that? Did he mention anything else? I pressed eagerly. The owner pondered. It was a few months back. He insisted on making it more discreet. Though this was but a faint lead, it ignited a flicker of hope within me. Following the time frame provided by the owner, I continued to inquire at nearby establishments, seeking anyone who might have seen a man with an unusual tattoo during that period. Simultaneously, I persisted in my attempts to persuade Yin-Yang. One day, I pulled her into a quiet corner, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Yin-Yang, I know you mean well for me, but I wish to face everything alongside you. Please, tell me what the Yin-Yang divination technique signifies and its connection to you. Yin-Yang averted her gaze. Little gentleman. Some truths, once known, could alter everything. For now, focus on helping the corpse find her foe. I could not find peace. If even Yin-Yang harbored secrets from me, how could we confront the forthcoming troubles together? I longed for transparency between us, my voice tinged with a plea. After a long silence, Yin-Yang ultimately shook her head. When the time is right, I will reveal all. Days passed amidst this whirlwind of busyness and inner turmoil. While I searched for the man with the flame tattoo, I sensed a pair of eyes watching me from the shadows. The sensation of being observed was disconcerting, yet each time I sought the source of that gaze, I found nothing. On one occasion, while investigating, I passed through an old park and felt the sensation of being watched intensify. I quickly turned, but only glimpsed a fleeting shadow. Instantly, I gave chase, weaving through the park in pursuit of the figure. However, the individual was swift, and I could not close the distance. Just as I was about to catch up, they vanished behind a crumbling wall. When I reached that spot, it was utterly empty. I stood there, gasping for breath, my heart racing with anxiety. Who was this mysterious individual? Was he the corpse's enemy or someone connected to the Yin-Yang divination technique? Burdened with questions, I returned to my residence. The stout man, noticing my fatigued and worried expression, asked, "What trouble have you encountered now?" I recounted my encounter with the mysterious figure in the park. He furrowed his brow. It seems this matter is growing increasingly complicated. Be cautious. Do not fall into someone else's trap. The following days yielded no substantial progress in my search for the man with the flame tattoo. Meanwhile, the sensation of being watched by that mysterious figure became more frequent, even intruding upon my sleep. Just when I was teetering on the brink of despair, the female corpse suddenly appeared in my dreams. In the dream, she spoke urgently. I sense my enemy is nearby. Your actions have likely drawn his attention, and he has sent someone to monitor you. Exercise caution. He is formidable. Can you provide me with more clues about him, such as places he frequents? I inquired anxiously. The female corpse closed her eyes, seemingly recalling, he used to frequent an abandoned factory. I can't quite remember the exact location, but I believe it's near some desolate outskirts in the west of the city. With this new lead, I felt invigorated. The next day, I rose early and set off toward the western part of the city. Chapter 84. Silencing witnesses, I traversed the desolate paths of the western outskirts for much of the day before finally discovering a dilapidated factory amidst the overgrown weeds. The factory's entrance was ajar, and an eerie atmosphere permeated the surroundings. Taking a deep breath, I cautiously stepped inside. The air was thick with the acrid scent of rust, and dim light filtered through shattered windows. Casting mottled shadows on the ground as I searched the factory, I suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from a corner storage room. Just as I was about to push open the door, it was yanked open from the inside, and a tall figure rushed out. I clearly saw the flame-shaped tattoo on his right arm. I've been waiting for you, the man said coldly, his gaze rife with vigilance and malice. Did you do this? I demanded sharply. The man let out a derisive laugh. It seems that dead woman has sought you out. However, you are gravely mistaken if you believe you can avenge her. No sooner had he spoken than the ground trembled violently, and a swarm of black insects erupted from below, surging towards me, devouring the earth beneath them. "Beware of those insects. They are toxic," came Chinya's voice. She had come to assist me, with a wave of her right hand. A barrier of black flames materialized before us, thwarting the onslaught of the insects. The flames engulfed the creatures with a hissing sound, filling the air with a noxious odor. Seeing his insects thwarted, the man's eyes flashed with a cruel glint as he began to chant, a powerful dark energy emanating from him, chilling the air around us. The temperature plummeted, and I shivered uncontrollably. The dark energy coalesced into a swirling vortex, sweeping towards Chinya and me. Drawing upon my previous experience, I activated my Yin-Yang vision. Quickly identifying the vortex's weak point, I unleashed a six-paths talisman, and the golden light collided violently with the vortex, producing a deafening roar that made the air tremble. After a fierce struggle, the six-paths talisman finally dispersed the black vortex. But the man seized the opportunity to teleport behind me. He extended his hand, his fingers sharp as blades, aiming for my back. Reacting swiftly, I sidestepped and thrust my soul-drawing pin towards his arm. He quickly withdrew, a gash appearing on his arm, blood flowing forth. But the wound healed almost instantaneously. "Do you think such minor injuries can harm me?" He laughed maniacally, launching another attack. Little did he expect that I had another six-paths talisman in hand. With a commanding shout of "Go!" the talisman transformed into a beam of light, hurtling towards him. That very moment, a black light, faster than my own, pierced through the man's body. His movements halted abruptly as he widened his eyes in disbelief at his chest. Instantly, his body began to rot rapidly, transforming into a puddle of black liquid. This sudden turn of events left both Chinya and me in shock. I was bewildered. I had intended for the six-paths talisman to bind his soul. Yet unexpectedly, that black light had preemptively claimed his life. "What just happened?" I murmured. Chinya appeared equally perplexed, shaking her head. "I have no idea. That black light was too swift for even me to discern." I was filled with trepidation. If even Chinya could not see what it was, then what could it be? We found no useful clues in the puddle of black liquid, deciding to leave and report this information to the female corpse. Upon returning to my residence, I informed the female corpse of the man's demise. Upon learning of her enemy's death, the hatred in her eyes diminished significantly, and she gazed at me gratefully, saying, "Thank you for avenging me." "I shall honor my promise," I nodded, retrieving the book of life and death, watching as her form gradually faded and merged into its pages. Though the matter of the female corpse was temporarily resolved, unease gnawed at me. What was that mysterious black light? And who had unleashed it? Behind this, there seems to lurk a far greater conspiracy. Moreover, Chinya has consistently refrained from discussing the matter of the Yin-Yang divination technique, which weighs heavily on my mind like a massive stone. In the ensuing days, I found myself contemplating the nature of that dark light. "Brother, this matter is far from simple. Could it possibly be related to the Yin-Yang divination technique? After all, you have been keen to uncover the truth about it, and perhaps you have already encroached upon the interests of certain individuals," Gao Pengzi mused, stroking his chin. I relayed this matter to Gao Pengzi, who also found it exceedingly perplexing. It might be related to the Yin-Yang divination technique, or perhaps not. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the dark light seemed eerily familiar, though whether it was a recollection of my own or an echo of my father's memories remained uncertain. This year passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the new semester to commence. However, upon arrival for registration, the originally four-person dormitory had dwindled to three. Zhang Wei was absent. It was said that a family member had suddenly fallen gravely ill and was not expected to last long. Thus he had taken a temporary leave. Considering our bond as roommates, I inquired about Zhang Wei's home address, and taking advantage of the weekend, I purchased some items to visit him. When the door opened, I found Zhang Wei looking haggard, his face etched with worry. "Good brother, I told you not to come, yet you insisted. Sai, please come in." "How could I not come to see you, given our shared experiences as classmates?" Eugene and the others also expressed their desire to visit, but we thought it best for me to go first as a gesture of goodwill from our dormitory. "They will come by when they find the time," I replied. By the way, what illness has your mother contracted? It seems so sudden. As I followed Zhang Wei into the house, I was immediately enveloped by an oppressive and heavy atmosphere. The living room was in disarray, with a thin layer of dust covering the furniture, suggesting it had not been properly cleaned for quite some time. Zhang Wei guided me towards the bedroom, and my heart began to race. Upon entering the room, I was confronted by the sight of Zhang Wei's mother lying on the bed. She truly appeared as he had described, emaciated to the point of being unrecognizable, her complexion devoid of color, resembling a blank sheet of paper, with cracked, purplish lips. Zhang Wei's voice trembled as he spoke. It has been like this since after the new year. We've tried every remedy imaginable, but nothing has worked. I sat at the edge of the bed, observing his mother closely, and my heart sank as I detected an unusual, eerie energy emanating from her. This energy was not that of a common wandering spirit, but rather intertwined with an ancient and mysterious aura, reminiscent of a curse. Chapter 85. The curse. I turned to Zhang Wei, maintaining my composure, and inquired, "You mentioned over the phone that your mother went on an archaeological dig before the new year. Where was this site? Did your family bring back anything particularly unusual from there?" Zhang Wei furrowed his brow in thought before responding. It was a remote mountainous region, rumored to be the site of an ancient tribal relic. As for what we brought back, just some ordinary shards of pottery and stones. I asked Zhang Wei to retrieve those items for me to examine. He went into the study and soon returned carrying a large cardboard box. I crouched down and began to sift through its contents. Suddenly, my gaze was drawn to a peculiar stone. Its surface was uneven, faintly etched with strange symbols I had never encountered before, emanating a faint yet sinister aura. I pointed to the stone and asked Zhang Wei, "This stone was brought back from the archaeological site, correct?" Zhang Wei nodded. "Yes, their unit assessed it and deemed it just an ordinary stone. My mother thought the patterns were quite unique, so she kept it as a memento." I took a deep breath and declared, "This stone is the source of the problem. The eerie energy surrounding your mother originates from it." Zhang Wei looked at me in shock. "Are you implying that my mother's illness is connected to this stone?" I nodded gravely. "Indeed, while the stone's surface appears chaotic and irregular, it likely bears a special symbol, though I have not seen this particular symbol before. I suspect it may represent an ancient curse. It is possible that during the archaeological dig, your mother and the others inadvertently disturbed some forbidden aspect, allowing this malevolent energy to return with them. What should we do? We can't just let my mother suffer like this." Zhang Wei exclaimed anxiously, gripping my arm. I rose and surveyed the room. The oppressive energy was palpable, as the malevolent force seemed to be gradually consuming his mother's body. It was clear that the stone needed to be dealt with first, followed by a means to dispel the sinister energy afflicting Zhang Wei's mother. I instructed Zhang Wei to procure some mugwort and red thread. I lit the mugwort, allowing its smoke to envelop the stone, while I wrapped the red thread around it several times. Once completed, I directed Zhang Wei to dispose of the stone far away outside. Although the 6 talismans could suppress malevolent spirits, I was uncertain if the energy on the stone was linked to any ancient taboos. If mishandled, it could lead to dire consequences. After Zhang Wei followed my instructions, he hurried back to ask what we should do next. I instructed him to step outside while I locked the door and affixed the 6 talismans to the window before returning to Zhang Wei's mother. As one of the talismans gradually turned black upon her forehead, the malevolent energy surrounding her began to dissipate. When the talisman was entirely blackened, Zhang Wei's mother expelled a foul-smelling yellow fluid, and the long-lost color began to return to her face. "Zhang Wei, quickly! Your mother is waking up. We need hot towels and hot water. She just vomited." Zhang Wei, both startled and elated, hurriedly fetched hot water and towels, while simultaneously calling his father to fetch a doctor. Just as we were frantically cleaning up her vomit, Zhang Wei's father returned. "Your mother is awake. Let me see." Zhang Wei's father rushed to the bedside, grasping his wife's hand, his eyes filled with care and concern. Zhang Wei recounted the events in detail to his father. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wei's father was visibly moved, his eyes glistening with tears as he tightly grasped my hand, expressing his gratitude. "Young man, thank you immensely. Without your assistance, we would have been lost." He then insisted that Zhang Wei bow to me in gratitude, but I quickly intervened to stop him. Subsequently, Zhang Wei's father pulled out a wad of cash and pressed it into my hand. "Young man, this is a small token of our appreciation. You must accept it." I firmly declined. "Uncle, I cannot accept this money. I merely did what was right." Seeing my refusal, Zhang Wei's father became flustered, his face reddening. In the end, he insisted that Zhang Wei take me out for a meal at the dinner table. Zhang Wei remained visibly shaken by the previous events. I never expected a mere stone could cause such havoc. Had I known, I would never have brought those items home. I reassured him, "This is not your fault. No one could have predicted this. In the future, be cautious when bringing items back from mysterious places." I pondered the strange symbols on the stone, considering that perhaps ancient texts might hold the key to resolving this issue, and I resolved to conduct further research upon returning home. After dinner, I felt somewhat uneasy, so I accompanied Zhang Wei back to his home. Upon entering the room, I noticed that Zhang Wei's mother's complexion had indeed improved somewhat. She smiled faintly at me, saying softly, "Thank you, young man." I smiled back, "Auntie, please take care of your health. As long as the malevolent energy is cleansed, you will recover swiftly." I then engaged in conversation with Zhang Wei's father, sincerely advising them to exercise utmost caution during archaeological work and to refrain from casually bringing items home. Some seemingly ordinary objects may harbor tremendous danger. I then hesitated before saying, "Uncle, I hope you can keep my special identity confidential. I typically assist people in dealing with these malevolent matters and prefer not to attract widespread attention." Zhang Wei's father nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I understand that I will never disclose this to outsiders. You are truly a benefactor to our family." In the following days, I made periodic visits to check on Zhang Wei's family. Each day, his mother's health improved, and her spirits grew brighter. She even prepared a lavish meal to express her gratitude. Observing their harmonious family dynamic brought me great comfort. However, the situation was far from over. One day, Zhang Wei approached me with a look of alarm, whispering, "Ever since we discarded the stone, several other members of the archaeological team have fallen ill, exhibiting symptoms identical to my mother's previous condition. They too brought back items from that site. Could it be?" My heart sank as I realized the gravity of the situation might be more severe than I had anticipated. I told Zhang Wei, "Take me to see them. I intend to uncover what malevolent force is at play here." Zhang Wei led me to the home of one of the archaeological team members. Upon entering the room, the oppressive malevolent energy was palpable, nearly suffocating. The person on the sickbed was pallid, unconscious, and in a far worse state than Zhang Wei's mother had been. I meticulously searched the room and finally discovered a dilapidated pottery jar in a corner. The jar bore the same strange symbols as the stone and exuded a chilling aura. Chapter 86. Related to the painting spirit technique under the guise of research, I carefully brought the ancient pottery jar back to my apartment. The sinister energy radiating from it seemed to lower the surrounding temperature significantly, causing passers-by to unconsciously veer away from me. Upon returning to my apartment, I called out for Qianye. As a result, she suddenly appeared, her senses heightened, her little nose twitching as she instantly fixed her gaze upon the ceramic jar in my hand. This object appeared decidedly ominous, Qianye remarked, circling around me several times while muttering incantations. As if engaging in a silent dialogue with the jar, that I hastily placed the jar on the table and said to Qianye, "Please study this thoroughly and see if you can uncover any clues regarding the malevolence behind it." Qianye confidently patted her chest and declared, "Leave it to me. I will surely find something of significance." Thus, Qianye began to sniff and examine the jar, occasionally extending her tiny hand to trace patterns on its surface. Meanwhile, I busied myself arranging the room meticulously to prevent any malevolent entities from infiltrating. Once I finished, I turned to see Qianye completely engrossed in her study of the jar, her small eyes fixated on the strange symbols. While her hands busily scribbled notes on the paper beside her, the night passed quietly, the apartment so still that only Qianye's occasional murmurs could be heard. That I could no longer withstand the fatigue and leaned back in the chair. Falling into a deep sleep. In a haze, I heard Qianye's urgent voice calling, "Wake up quickly. I've made a significant discovery." I jolted awake to find Qianye excitedly bouncing on the table. "Come see," she urged, pointing at the symbols on the jar before looking back at me. I hurried over to the table, where I noticed Qianye had drawn some patterns resembling those on the jar, complete with annotations and connections. She pointed to one of the lines and said, "Look, doesn't this line resemble a soul painting brush? The shape of the line and its trajectory are almost identical to the outline of your soul painting brush." I examined it closely and indeed found a striking resemblance. Then, Qianye pointed to another elongated, twisted pattern and remarked, "Doesn't this long scroll resemble the Book of Life and Death? It is said that the book records the secrets of life and death cycle. And the appearance of similar symbols on the jar cannot be mere coincidence." My heart raced. If this was indeed related to the Book of Life and Death, the situation had grown even more complicated. "And these two eye-like patterns, don't they look remarkably like your Yin-Yang eyes?" Qianye continued. Finally, she indicated a square pattern resembling a talisman, saying, "If my previous analyses are correct, then this square is likely the Six Paths talisman of your family." "Are you implying that this object is related to the soul painting technique?" I was taken aback. Yin-Yang eyes, discerning feng shui, soul painting brush, words manifesting law, Six Paths talisman, subduing malevolent spirits, book of life and death, imprisoning the cycle of existence. You are familiar with these 4 phrases. Just think, if the symbols on this jar truly correspond to those 4 artifacts, the secrets it harbors could indeed pertain to the soul painting technique. Qinya asserted emphatically that I was momentarily stunned by her words, realizing that the soul painting technique I had been desperately seeking might be intricately linked to this age jar. However, there was no time to dwell in shock. I needed to address the situation with the archaeological team. I promptly contacted Zhang Wei's mother to inquire about the symptoms of the other team members, upon learning that their conditions were generally similar to hers. I employed the same methods I had used to aid her, tirelessly working for 2 full days. Fortunately, the symptoms of the other team members gradually subsided, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief. I then earnestly addressed Zhang Wei's mother, saying, "Auntie, I understand that this matter may leave you feeling uneasy, but in order to uncover the truth behind it and prevent others from suffering, could you please tell me the location of their excavation site?" After some hesitation, perhaps swayed by the success I had achieved in alleviating their plight, she ultimately divulged the location to me. With this newfound information, a bold idea began to take root in my mind. I would venture to that site to verify whether Qinya's theory held any truth. I recognized the significant risks involved. Yet if the symbols on the jar were indeed connected to the soul painting technique, the secrets concealed within warranted exploration, that I requested a leave of absence from school, quickly gathered essential items, and did not forget to bring along the jar adorned with strange symbols. Qinya, brimming with excitement, accompanied me, chattering incessantly along the way, displaying no signs of fear whatsoever. We finally arrived at the ruins, where wild grass flourished and a faint mist enveloped the surroundings, imparting an eerie, enigmatic ambience. The stone pathway beneath our feet lay in disrepair, with scattered bricks and shattered shards of pottery occasionally visible. We cautiously traversed the path of the ruins, observing the walls adorned with bizarre patterns and symbols that bore a resemblance to those on the jar. Qinya and I scrutinized our surroundings, hoping to uncover further clues. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept through, rustling the grass and seemingly carrying faint echoes of voices in the darkness. Qinya shivered and pressed closely against me. "Little master, this power is overwhelming. Even I feel a sense of dread." I gripped the 6 Paths talisman tightly, scanning the area with vigilance, and whispered to Qinya, "Do not panic. No matter what happens, I will ensure your safety." Just then, a blurry shadow flitted before us, resembling a person yet exuding an inexplicable eeriness. I inhaled deeply and cautiously approached that direction. Holding Chinya's hand, I carefully advanced toward the spot where the shadow had vanished. Each step was taken with utmost caution, accompanied by the sound of the wind and Chinya's soft breaths. At last, we arrived at a dilapidated structure where the symbols etched into the walls were identical to those on the jar. My heart leapt into my throat, a strong premonition surging within me. This place might very well be the key to unraveling the secrets of the soul painting technique. The symbols seemed to possess a certain enchantment, shimmering with a mysterious glow in the dim light. Qinya, equally astonished, widened her eyes and scrutinized the scene. Suddenly, the mist thickened, and the previously indistinct voices became clearer, as if countless souls were wailing in anguish. "Little master, this place is terrifying. My head aches terribly." Chapter 87. Ancestral ties of the Kuang family? I gazed at the tormented Qinya, my heart tightening. The eerie atmosphere around us intensified, and it was evident that this unknown force was inflicting great harm upon her. Without hesitation, I called out to Qinya, "Hurry back into the Wanzong spirit coffin. Do not emerge without my summons." Though fear and reluctance clouded her face, she obediently leaped into the tattoo on my arm. Taking a deep breath, I tightened my grip on the 6 Paths talisman, channeling the subtle strength emanating from the runes to bolster my courage, before venturing alone into the depths of the ruin adorned with mysterious symbols. The path beneath my feet was uneven from the ravages of time, each step stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding mist clung to me like a tangible entity, obscuring my view of the road ahead. The anguished wails echoed around me, seeming to emanate from all directions, piercing into my mind and causing a throbbing headache. I fought to suppress my inner terror and physical discomfort, my eyes locked onto the symbols on the walls. These symbols resembled enigmatic codes, seemingly narrating tales from the past. As I proceeded down the passage, I hoped to uncover more clues related to the soul painting technique. Suddenly, I felt my foot strike something solid. Looking down, I saw a broken stone slab, etched with symbols. I crouched to examine it closely, discovering that these symbols differed from those on the jar and walls yet bore intricate connections, just as I focused on the symbols on the stone slab. A powerful aura surged from behind me. I whipped around to see a colossal shadow materializing out of thin air, its form a grotesque amalgamation of mist and darkness, emanating a menacing aura. "Who are you? Why have you come here?" The shadow intoned in a low, raspy voice. As if it emerged from the depths of hell, that I gripped the Six Paths talisman firmly and boldly replied, "I have come to uncover the secrets of the soul painting technique. What lies hidden here?" The shadow erupted into a sinister laugh, its voice echoing throughout the ruins. "The soul painting technique? Such things are not meant for your feeble grasp. Do you think you can unravel its mysteries? You are sorely mistaken." With that, the shadow lunged toward me with alarming speed, leaving me little time to react. I quickly sidestepped and swung the Six Paths talisman, sending a beam of golden light from the talisman toward the shadow. The shadow staggered slightly, but swiftly regained its composure, roaring as it extended its massive claws toward me. I nimbly dodged its attacks, contemplating a strategy. This shadow was formidable. Mere physical attack seemed unlikely to inflict significant damage. Scanning my surroundings, I noticed an ancient well not far off, shrouded in dense, ominous energy. A spark ignited in my mind, and I dashed toward the well. The shadow appeared to sense my intent and pursued relentlessly. Upon reaching the well, I leaped into its depths. The chilling energy enveloped me as I descended, and I suddenly felt a surge of powerful energy emanating from the tattoo on my arm, which was marked by the Wanzong spirit coffin. That I concentrated, channeling the dark energy, and the Six Paths talisman radiated with brilliance. Yin-Yang was right. The power of the Wanzong spirit coffin was now at my disposal. As anticipated, the shadow was gradually forced back by my assaults, roaring in fury. "You insolent brat! How dare you act so brazenly? I shall ensure you remain here forever." With a flourish of its hands, the surrounding space began to distort, and countless shadows surged forth from the warped realm, enveloping me tightly. Within this encirclement, I felt an unprecedented pressure. Yet I did not waver in the slightest. I wielded the 6 Tao talismans to fend off the shadow's attacks. I sought an opportunity to break free. Suddenly, I noticed a fleeting pause in the shadow's onslaught. Seizing the moment, I summoned all my strength and hurled the 6 Tao talismans with great force at the shadow. The talismans, imbued with a fierce momentum, struck the shadow's formed. It emitted a wretched cry, its body becoming translucent in an instant. However, this was merely a temporary triumph. The shadow quickly regained its composure, now more wrathful than before. Its body began to swell, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. As if on the verge of collapse, you think such a feeble attack can harm me? I have been trapped here for countless years. The power I have amassed is beyond your imagination." The shadow bellowed, then launched a final assault against me. That I felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon me, almost suffocating me. In that critical moment, I suddenly recalled the powers of the soul painting brush and the Yin-Yang eye. I focused my mind, channeling the essence of the soul painting brush, while simultaneously opening the Yin-Yang eye, attempting to discern the shadow's weakness. Through the perspective of the Yin-Yang eye, I discovered a faintly glowing point at the center of the shadow's body. A surge of joy filled my heart as I realized this was its vulnerability. Gritting my teeth against the mounting pressure, I gathered all my strength and unleashed a beam of light towards that point. The light struck true, causing the shadow's form to disintegrate into countless fragments, dissipating into the air. Yet, just as I believed the crisis had passed, a feeble voice whispered in my ear, "At last. Someone has arrived here. Who is your master?" I looked around to find the voice emanated from an ethereal figure. This apparition resembled an elderly man, his countenance kind, yet his eyes bore the weight of exhaustion and resignation. "I have come to uncover the secrets of the soul painting technique. I wish to unravel this enigma," I declared. The old man sighed with a bitter smile. "Foolish child, the soul painting technique is not so easily unraveled. I was once the master of this altar, and in my quest to discover the ultimate mystery of the soul painting technique, I exhausted every means and attempted countless times, yet ultimately I failed. My soul has been trapped here, unable to find release." I inquired, astonished. "Then what is the connection between the symbols and artifacts upon this altar?" The old man spoke slowly. "Those symbols are clues I compiled during my research into the soul painting technique. I discovered that it is closely linked to the Yin-Yang eye, the soul painting brush, the 6 Tao talismans, and the record of life and death. That I had hoped that through these clues, I could unveil the truth of the soul painting technique. But I was mistaken. I pressed further. What, then, is the secret of the soul painting technique? The old man shook his head with a sigh. I could not fathom its mysteries, even in death. However, I sense a resonance with those artifacts within you. Perhaps you possess the potential to unravel the soul painting technique, yet the peril involved is far beyond your comprehension. Know the essence you carry. Could it be that you belong to the Kwang family? Chapter 88. Good and evil. I gazed in astonishment at the old man before me, my heart tumultuous as a stormy sea. You truly are the former head of the Kwang family? I gasped, holding my breath, my gaze fixed intently upon the old man's ethereal form. He nodded, his eyes filled with the weight of time and regret. Indeed, I am the head of the Kwang family from over 300 years ago. In those days, I was consumed by the mysteries of the soul painting technique, convinced that with my formidable Taoist skills, I could unravel its enigmas. Thus, I departed from the Kwang family in secret, seeking clues that led me to this mysterious place. I recalled the vague memories my father left me before his passing, which indeed held high praise for this old man. It was said that in his era, he elevated the Kwang family's prestige through his profound Taoist arts. Yet now, he found himself trapped in such a wretched state. So, the shadow that attacked me earlier was your malevolent side? I asked cautiously. The old man closed his eyes with a pained smile and replied slowly. Yes, for so many years, I have been confined within this altar, and countless failures have sown seeds of resentment within me. This resentment gradually coalesced into my darker aspect, which relentlessly devours my reason, seeking only to obliterate anyone who approaches this place. Meanwhile, my benevolent self has remained sealed deep within. Just now, when you dispersed the manifestation of that malice, I was granted the opportunity to communicate with you. A complex mix of emotions stirred within me. I felt both pity for this once mighty head of the family and trepidation for the life and death struggle I had just endured. Elder, what shall we do now? Is there no way for you to find release from this place? The old man remained silent for a moment, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. The soul painting brush, the Yin-Yang eye, the 6 Tao talismans, and the record of life and death, all 4 artifacts related to the soul painting technique are gathered within you. Perhaps it is fate. If we delve together into the secrets of the soul painting technique, I might return to the cycle of reincarnation, and you may unveil the truths hidden within. My heart was torn. On one hand, I yearned to unravel the mysteries of the soul painting technique, fulfilling what seemed to be a mission entrusted to me by my family. On the other hand, I was acutely aware of the dangers involved, having narrowly escaped death in my recent battle with the malevolent shadow. Yet, seeing the old man's hopeful gaze, I gritted my teeth and declared, Elder, I am willing to give it a try. But I hope for your utmost assistance. The old man nodded and began recounting the clues he had gathered over the years regarding the soul painting technique. This technique is intricately connected to the balance of yin and yang. The yin-yang eye discerns feng shui. The soul painting brush inscribes words that manifest as spells. The 6 Tao talismans subdue malevolent spirits. The record of life and death binds the cycles of life and death. These artifacts are interrelated. Only by discovering their true balance and connection can the secrets of the soul painting technique be unraveled. I listened attentively, my mind racing with thoughts of these clues. Suddenly, I recalled the mysterious symbols I had seen in the passageway. Elder, are those symbols on the walls and stone tablets the key to your research? The old man's eyes brightened as he replied. Precisely. These symbols are the essence distilled from my years of research. They hint at the relationships and methodologies of the artifacts. Lead me to those symbols. Perhaps we can find a new breakthrough. I guided the old man's spirit back towards the passageway. Upon seeing those symbols again, a glimmer of hope to unravel the puzzle flickered within me. The old man examined them closely, murmuring, the arrangement of these symbols actually guides us on how to activate the maximum power of the artifacts. Look here. This represents the point where the yin-yang eye and the soul painting brush converge. When the yin-yang eye reaches its pinnacle, the soul painting brush can utilize its perspective to capture even more intricate traces of souls. Following the old man's guidance, I focused my mind, channeling the essence of the soul painting brush while striving to fully open the yin-yang eye in an instant. The world before me transformed. The symbols on the walls shimmered with an extraordinary light, as if revealing more secrets to me. Just as I was immersed in this wondrous realm, a sudden surge of powerful energy emanated from the ancient well. The old man's expression shifted dramatically, and he said, This is bad. The evil part of me has not fully dissipated. It is drawing upon the Yin energy from the ancient well to regain its strength. My heart tightened, and I gripped the 6 Tao talismans firmly. Elder, what should we do? The old man inhaled deeply and replied, now, we must hasten our efforts to unravel the secrets of the soul painting technique. Only then can we completely eradicate the malevolence and grant me liberation. Continue to attempt the fusion of the artifact's powers as before. I nodded, suppressing the fear within me, and continued to channel the powers of the Yin-Yang eye and the soul painting brush. As the energies fused deeper, I felt my body enveloped by a formidable force, and the symbols around me radiated ever more brightly. At that moment, a colossal shadow erupted from the ancient well. The malevolent old man reappearing, now even larger and more terrifying, exuding a suffocating aura of evil. You think you can stop me? Today, I shall obliterate both you and this benevolent spirit, the malevolent old man roared, sweeping his hands to unleash a multitude of dark energies that transformed into massive blades aimed at me. I hurriedly wielded my hands, now infused with the powers of the artifacts, and for a moment, the light of Yin and Yang clashed with the dark energy, creating a cacophony of sound. I felt my strength wane, yet I knew I could not relent. Amidst this fierce battle, I suddenly noticed a flaw in the malevolent old man's onslaught. Seizing the opportunity, I concentrated all my remaining strength and directed the fused light of the artifacts towards the weak point of the malevolent old man. He let out a wretched scream as fissures appeared in his body. His power seemed to be suppressed by my strike, and simultaneously, cracks formed in the body of the benevolent old man. The interplay of black and white light erupted before my eyes, leaving me momentarily paralyzed with fear. Elder, what is happening? I understand now what is good, what is evil. Both good and evil are me. Child, you have done well. Elder, please clarify. What should I do now? Child, with your mystical artifact, unite the two halves of my being and restore the intertwining essence of good and evil within me. This is the only path forward. I hesitated for a moment, but upon witnessing the malevolent elder struggle once more to initiate an attack, I gritted my teeth and, adhering to his instructions, infused the notion of benevolence into the malevolence. Simultaneously employing the powers of the spirit painting brush, Yin-Yang eye, and 6 paths talismans for purification. Under the overwhelming force of purification, the malevolent thoughts gradually dissipated, and the benevolent and malevolent forces began to merge. Ultimately, the elder's spirit became whole, radiating a gentle luminescence. Thank you, child, he said, his ethereal form glimmering softly, gazing at me with profound gratitude. I am finally liberated. Chapter 89. Notes the elder exhibited a faint smile of contentment. Yet soon his expression turned grave as he regarded me and inquired, child, what has become of the Kuang family? I lowered my head, a wave of sorrow washing over me, and slowly replied, Senior, my mother is lost to the unknown, and my father has passed away. The Kuang family now remains with only me. Pain etched across the elder's face, his form trembling slightly, his eyes filled with profound sadness. How could this be? It was my obsession with the secrets of the spirit painting technique that led me to abandon my family in search of knowledge. Thus implicating the Kuang family, he lamented, his voice heavy with remorse. After a moment of silence, the elder lifted his gaze to meet mine, determination and hope flickering within his eyes. Child, the future of the Kuang family rests upon your shoulders. You possess extraordinary talent and have fortuitously gathered the 4 artifacts related to the spirit painting technique. This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon you that in your future endeavors. Act with caution, hold righteousness in your heart. Yet do not be constrained by mere benevolence. Learn to discern the opportune moment. Remember, should the spirit painting technique fall into the hands of those with nefarious intent, it will surely bring calamity to the world. You must safeguard this secret and wield it to punish evil and promote good. I solemnly nodded, declaring, rest assured, Senior, I will ardently remember your teachings and live up to your and my family's expectations. The elder inclined his head slightly and continued, beneath this ancient well lies a notebook I left behind, chronicling my lifelong exploration of the spirit painting technique, including my failures and some unverified ideas. I hope it aids you in becoming a true spirit painter. The glimmer of excitement flickered in my eyes as I eagerly replied, I am immensely grateful, Senior. With this notebook, my hopes of unraveling the secrets of the spirit painting technique will surely be bolstered. The elder smiled with a weary yet content expression, saying, "Go now, child. That notebook resides within a stone box deep in the well. Upon finding it, your path of cultivation may become significantly smoother, but whether you can ultimately comprehend the essence of the spirit painting technique depends solely on you." With heartfelt gratitude, I bowed to the elder and then leaped into the ancient well. The oppressive aura of Yin still lingered, yet I felt emboldened that I descended gradually along the well's walls, aware of countless eyes lurking in the surrounding darkness. Yet my focus remained solely on the notebook. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the bottom of the well. With the faint glow of the Yin-Yang eye, I spotted a stone box emanating a soft radiance not far away. I hurried over, opened the box, and discovered an ancient notebook within. Though the writing was somewhat blurred, it remained legible, and I carefully tucked the notebook into my bosom, cherishing it as a treasure that I returned to the surface. Where the elder awaited me in silence, he gazed upon the notebook in my possession. A flicker of nostalgia and relief danced in his eyes. "This notebook is entrusted to you. May it guide your path." As we prepared to part ways, the elder suddenly looked at me, his gaze profound and contemplative, and asked, "Child, if one day you truly master the legendary spirit painting technique, what will you do?" Without hesitation, I replied, "I shall wield it to avenge my parents and ensure that those who harmed my family pay the price." The elder merely sighed softly at my words, remaining silent. His eyes seemed to harbor a myriad of complex emotions, understanding, concern, and a hint of resignation. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Revenge is a human inclination, but remember, hatred is akin to a double-edged sword. While it may harm others, it can also burn you. Always maintain a clear mind, and do not let hatred cloud your judgment." I paused, slightly taken aback, as the depth of the elder's words eluded me, yet my resolve for vengeance remained steadfast. I nodded and replied, "Senior, do you mean to say that while seeking revenge, I must also adhere to fundamental principles?" The elder regarded me with significant meaning, ultimately refraining from answering my question, his form gradually becoming transparent, his light dimming. "Child, we may never meet again, but I hope you uncover the secrets of the spirit painting technique and restore the Kwong family." My eyes welled with emotion as I declared, "Senior, rest assured, I will accomplish this." No sooner had I spoken than the elder's form vanished into thin air, leaving me alone in the enigmatic ruins. I inhaled deeply, gathering my thoughts, preparing to depart from this place. Just as I turned, I sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping me. Cautiously, I scanned my surroundings, noticing that a peculiar aura now pervaded the previously tranquil ruins. The mysterious symbols on the distant walls began to flicker, casting an eerie green glow. Soon after, the ground began to tremble slightly, as though something colossal stirred beneath. A wave of alarm surged through me. Could it be that vanquishing the malevolent elder was merely a temporary reprieve, and a greater danger lurked within these ruins? I clenched the 6 paths talismans tightly, focusing my mind, ready to confront the imminent threat. Suddenly, a massive fissure tore open in the center of the ruins, and a plume of black mist billowed forth. Within the mist, indistinct and eerie figures began to materialize, emitting piercing cries as they surged toward me. I wielded the 6 paths talismans, unleashing beams of golden light in an attempt to thwart their assault. However, these figures seemed undeterred by the golden radiance, passing through it as they pressed closer. Anxiety gnawed at me as I swiftly harnessed the powers of the Yin-Yang eye and the spirit painting brush. Through the vision of the Yin-Yang eye, I discerned that these grotesque apparitions were manifestations of a vile resentment. I concentrated, using the spirit painting brush to inscribe glowing runes in the air, which shot forth toward these entities. Upon striking them, the runes erupted in violent explosions, obliterating some of the figures. Yet a portion still managed to break through my defenses and advance toward me. I swiftly dodged to the side, grasping one of the entities tightly in my hand and channeling my inner yang energy for purification. As I battled fiercely against these grotesque manifestations, a colossal mural suddenly appeared upon the walls of the ruins. The mural depicted a figure draped in ancient robes, wielding a brush as he crafted a mysterious scroll. Within the scroll, various demons and spirits danced, while the man's gaze radiated an ominous aura. A chill ran down my spine as I realized this mural might be connected to the spirit painting technique. That moment, the figure within the mural began to move, stepping forth and standing before me. He exuded an aura far more potent than that of the previous malevolent elder. Chapter 90. Farewell, you are the one seeking to unravel the secrets of the spirit painting technique. The figure spoke coldly, his voice as frigid as ice shards. That I tightened my grip on my artifact and declared, "Indeed, I seek to unveil the secrets of the spirit painting technique and avenge my parents." "Who are you, and why do you appear here?" The figure scoffed. "The spirit painting technique is a method that defies the heavens. For centuries, countless individuals have attempted to decipher its mysteries, yet none have succeeded. Do you believe you are an exception?" With that, he waved his brush, unleashing countless tendrils of black light directed toward me. I hastily evaded while countering with my artifact. However, his power was overwhelming, and my attacks barely grazed him. Under his relentless onslaught, I began to falter, my strength waning and injuries accumulating. Just as I felt I could no longer withstand the pressure, I recalled the notebook I had secured. Perhaps it contained a strategy to confront this adversary. I quickly retrieved the notebook from my bosom and flipped through its pages. On the final page, I discovered a passage detailing how to resist the malevolent forces of the spirit painting technique. It stated that to combat its evil, one must fully merge the powers of the 4 artifacts and harness the righteous energy of heaven and earth. The surge of excitement coursed through me as I followed the instructions. Channeling the powers of the Yin-Yang eye, spirit painting brush, 6 paths talismans, and the book of life and death, above my head, the lights of the 4 artifacts intertwined, forming a colossal halo. I took a deep breath, drawing in the righteous energy surrounding me, and infused it into the halo. The halo brightened, emanating a formidable energy. With a resounding shout, I launched the halo, infused with the righteous energy and artifact powers, toward the figure. Sensing the immense force, the figure's expression shifted to one of alarm. He attempted to resist, but the power was insurmountable. He could not withstand it. The halo struck him, enveloping him within its brilliance. He emitted a piercing scream as his form began to fade away. Before he vanished, he menacingly declared, "Do not think that you can triumph today. The secret of the soul painting technique will not be so easily unraveled. Sooner or later, you shall pay the price." As his voice gradually faded, his form completely dissipated. The eerie silhouettes also dissolved under the power of the aura, and the ruins regained their tranquility. The battle concluded, and I collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. The sound of my labored breathing echoed in the silent ruins, mingled with the remnants of my still racing heartbeat. That moment, the air was thick with the aftermath of combat. A pungent and mysterious aura that left me feeling somewhat dizzy. After regaining my composure, I remembered the notebook in my arms, a treasure earned through great toil. It might contain the crucial clues to unraveling the secret of the soul painting technique. I eagerly pulled the notebook from my embrace and flipped it open, my eyes scanning the pages rapidly. However, the contents within were not as straightforward as I had hoped. They were filled with obscure and arcane phrases, reminiscent of ancient incantations. Phrases such as the fusion of yin and yang, the method of the 4 spirits returning to their positions, and the resonance of magical tools amidst the reversal of heaven and earth. Each sentence felt like a thorny bramble, piercing through my mind with pain. I rubbed my throbbing temples, my gaze fixed on the text, desperately attempting to extract even a shred of comprehensible information. I read each word painstakingly, even chewing over the phrases repeatedly, yet my thoughts were a tangled mess, growing increasingly convoluted. Sweat poured from my forehead, dripping onto the notebook and soaking a patch of paper. "Tistik, with your impatient demeanor, it would be a miracle if you understood anything." A teasing voice suddenly chimed in beside me. Startled, I looked up to see a petite figure leaping out from the tattoo on my arm. It was Yin-Yang. "Are you all right?" I nearly forgot. In the heat of the moment, I had instructed her to hide within my tattoo. Now that the crisis was resolved, I had been so absorbed in the notebook that I had overlooked her presence. Though the contents of this notebook are shrouded in mystery, I can decipher it in a glance, Yin-Yang proclaimed, her head held high with pride. I was both astonished and delighted, quickly urging, "Then please, tell me what it says. Is it related to the secret of the soul painting technique?" Yin-Yang rolled her eyes at me, replying, "Look at your impatience. What this notebook contains are instructions regarding the usage of those 4 magical tools. It details how the Yin-Yang eye can perceive deeper mysteries of yin and yang, how the soul painting brush can draw more potent runes, how the 6 paths talisman can unleash more powerful spells, and other hidden uses of the book of life and death. Each description is exquisitely crafted. Unfortunately, it bears no direct relation to the soul painting technique." Upon hearing her words, a wave of disappointment washed over me. The flickering flame of hope within me was extinguished by a deluge of cold water. I stared blankly at the notebook, unsure of what to say. However, I quickly regained my spirits, realizing that these four magical tools were closely intertwined with the soul painting technique. Mastering their usage might bring me one step closer to unveiling its secrets. Thank you, Yin-Yang. With these methods in hand, I can venture forth on my path of cultivation with renewed confidence. Please, elaborate on these contents for me, I said earnestly. Yin-Yang smiled mischievously. No problem, leave it to me. I guarantee you will master the usage of these four magical tools. With that, she began to point out details in the notebook, carefully interpreting it for me. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when I finally rose to my feet again, I felt a powerful force surging through my body. With a resounding shout, my aura transformed dramatically. The weariness that had enveloped me dissipated in an instant, replaced by an abundance of vibrant energy. The light within my Yin-Yang eye flowed and deepened, as if it could pierce through all illusions and facades of the world. The previously inscrutable intersections of Yin and Yang now appeared clearly under its scrutiny. The hidden energy fluctuations and messages from the spirit realm laid bare before my eyes. You've done it. Little gentleman, you really have some skill. Try using these three magical tools again, but this time with the Yin-Yang eye open, and see if anything feels different, Yin-Yang exclaimed excitedly. Now, what else? Are you waiting to return to your apartment and turn the entire building upside down? Silly. Chapter 91. New insights. Thus, following Yin-Yang's suggestion, I activated the Yin-Yang eye and simultaneously summoned the three magical tools, the soul painting brush, the six paths talisman, and the book of life and death. To Yin-Yang's astonishment, the soul painting brush in my hand trembled slightly, radiant light coalescing at its tip, as if ethereal spirits danced upon it. I raised my hand and casually sketched in the air, and the runes sprang forth from the brush as if they were living entities, hovering in the atmosphere and radiating an unprecedented brilliance. These runes transcended mere patterns. Each one contained a mysterious power, as if they could touch and mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the runes soared into the air, the space around them subtly warped, emitting sizzling sounds, as though these runes themselves possessed the might to obliterate the world. Incredible! Yin-Yang gasped in awe. Six paths talisman, subdue the malevolent spirits. As the six paths talisman resonated in my hand, the patterns on the talisman brightened vividly, streams of dazzling light flowing along the lines like a cosmic river. With a gentle flick, the six paths talisman transformed into six radiant arcs of light, each illuminating the darkness around me, causing it to recede rapidly. Each beam contained distinct magical powers, some with formidable offensive strength capable of shattering solid stone, others with mysterious binding powers that could firmly restrain formless spirits. Book of Life and Death. Bind the cycle of life and death. The Book of Life and Death felt no longer like a heavy ancient tome, but transformed into a vast reservoir of energy in my embrace. I could clearly sense a deeper resonance with my soul. With a mere thought, I could draw upon an endless stream of power. The life and death cycle contained within the book began to permeate my limbs, granting me a newfound understanding of life and death, as well as the ability to balance them. Yin-Yang eye, discern the flow of energy and geomancy. With the last exclamation, I seemed to hear the soft whispers of the surrounding spiritual energy. Feeling the subtle pulsations of energy in every corner, I raised my hand in the air, and a fierce wind howled, causing the remnants of the ruins to rattle. I felt as though I stood at the center of a vortex of power. These forces no longer distant and unattainable, but completely integrated with my being, united as one. Just then, Yin-Yang's startled voice interrupted my connection with that power. Little gentleman, look at the sky. There are characters. As I followed Yin-Yang and raised my gaze, I was astonished to see the previously clear sky suddenly filled with a myriad of peculiar symbols. These symbols varied in shape. Some resembled serpents winding through the air. Others appeared as soaring birds, and still others looked like buds poised to bloom. They sparkled like brilliant stars in the night sky, radiating dazzling golden light, quietly hovering in midair in a peculiar manner. What is this? Yin-Yang, this seems to be an ancient script. Quickly, help me decipher its meaning. To my utter astonishment, just as I uttered that sentence, the once still floating symbols seemed to have been struck by an immense force, suddenly trembling violently. Accompanied by a series of heart-pounding hums, those symbols shot toward my head like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, one after another, the symbols surged into the depths of my mind like a tidal wave. As the characters streamed into my consciousness and began to jumble, a powerful wave of dizziness struck me, making the world spin wildly. The wind howled in my ears, as if countless spirits were screaming, or ancient ballads were echoing in the void. I clutched my head tightly, attempting to alleviate the excruciating pain. Chinya's anxious voice called my name, yet her words seemed to come from a great distance. Faint and ethereal, beads of sweat rolled down my forehead, soaking my clothes, yet the bizarre patterns in my mind had yet to take shape, continuing to jump and collide in chaos. Little gentleman, hold on. Chinya's voice suddenly became clear, like a ray of dawn in the darkness. Gritting my teeth, I endured the piercing pain, desperately clinging to my consciousness. Suddenly, a thunderous crash reverberated in my mind, and the characters finally stilled. Perfectly aligning into that strange pattern. In an instant, a torrent of immense information surged toward me, as if I were transported to an ancient and mysterious battlefield, where countless indistinct figures battled amidst flashes of swords and blades. The din of war deafening. Fragments of shattered yet vividly clear images flickered before my eyes, ancient rivers and mountains, bizarre divine beasts, and a group of individuals clad in peculiar attire performing a mysterious ritual. These scenes raced by, and my thoughts spiraled into chaos as I struggled to capture any useful information. At that moment, a deep and ancient voice resonated within the depths of my soul. To traverse the void and disrupt the balance of yin and yang is the only way to uncover that hidden opportunity. The voice flickered in and out, as if it were traversing an endless expanse of time and space. As the sound faded, I jolted back to reality from the chaotic haze of my consciousness. Sitting weakly on the ground, gasping for breath, Chinya looked at me with a worried expression and anxiously inquired, "Young gentleman, are you all right?" What about those words? I took a moment to compose myself, gazing at Chinya, and shook my head, responding, "I just witnessed many strange images in my mind and heard a voice, as if it were revealing some secrets to me, but it was all too vague. The young gentleman's implication is..." I bowed my head in contemplation, refraining from answering Chinya's question, replaying the words of that voice in my mind. Traverse the void and disrupt the balance of yin and yang. How arduous this sounds. Yet without such endeavors, one cannot hope to discover that hidden opportunity. What, indeed, is this hidden opportunity? Is it a chance to elevate the power of the artifacts in my possession? Or perhaps the key to unlocking a secret buried deep within the world? Or could it be the very mystery of the legendary painting spirit technique? I shook my head, striving to clear my thoughts, and gazed at the sprawling ruins, bowing deeply 3 times towards the spot where the elder had just vanished. I expressed my gratitude to the elder, wishing that he might bless me from beyond, enabling me to fathom the mysteries of the painting spirit technique and avenge the Kuang family. The gust of wind rustled my garments, echoing like a response from the elder. "Chinya, let us return." Chapter 92. Zhang Wenliang severely injured upon returning to school. The campus still bore that vibrant appearance, yet the echoes of my mysterious experience in the ruins lingered in my heart. As I stepped into the teaching building, a classmate rushed over with a look of panic. "Jiaoning, the dean is looking for you. He wants you to come to his office immediately." A sense of confusion welled up within me as I hurriedly exchanged greetings with Chinya and swiftly made my way to the dean's office. At the door, I knocked gently, and a somewhat stern voice from within called out, "Come in." Upon entering, I found the dean standing by the window, flanked by 2 impeccably dressed strangers. Their expressions were stern, and their gazes exuded an undeniable authority. As I stepped inside, the dean turned to face me, his demeanor serious as he spoke. "Kuang student, these 2 gentlemen are from the Shuangguan Association of Changbei City. They have been sent by Director Zhang Wenliang, who requested your presence, stating that there is a particularly troublesome matter that requires your assistance." Upon hearing Zhang Wenliang's name, a flicker of recognition sparked within me. I had crossed paths with him a few times, having met him at the Mo family residence, establishing some degree of acquaintance. However, the fact that he sent someone to fetch me indicated he was in significant trouble. After a moment of contemplation, I shook my head, saying, "Dean, I have some pressing matters to attend to and fear I may not be able to assist." The dean furrowed his brow, his tone growing more insistent. "Kuang student, this situation is not as simple as it seems. They have utilized connections at higher levels, and the city has already been informed. You must go." Reluctantly, I acquiesced, realizing that I could not dismiss the matter further. With a resigned nod, I replied, "Very well, I will accompany them." The 2 suited men appeared slightly relieved, one of them politely stating, "Mr. Kuang, please follow us." I followed them out of the school and into a sleek black sedan. The vehicle sped along, swiftly arriving at the location of the Shuangguan Association in Changbei City. It was an ancient edifice, grand in stature, emanating an air of mystery. As I stepped into the association's main hall, I was immediately enveloped by a stifling atmosphere. Ordinarily, one would expect a lively ambience, yet the silence was palpable, with every face betraying worry and tension. The two suited men led me directly to a room designated for medical care. As the door swung open, I beheld Zhang Wenliang lying on the bed, gravely injured. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his breath shallow, and his body swathed in thick bandages, from which blood faintly seeped. Upon noticing my arrival, Zhang managed a feeble smile, saying, "Quang family head, you have come. I truly had no choice but to summon you. I rushed to his bedside, concern etched across my face, and asked, Director Zhang, what happened? What transpired?" Zhang Wenliang inhaled deeply before slowly explaining. "A few days ago, the association received word of an extraordinarily potent malevolent force emerging in the outskirts of Chongbei City. We dispatched numerous disciples to investigate. Yet they all returned defeated, several sustaining grave injuries. I personally led a team, but the malevolence was too formidable. In my carelessness, I was struck in a vital area." He began to cough violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. I quickly steadied him, urging, "Director Zhang, please refrain from speaking for now. Focus on recuperating. Tell me clearly, what is the nature of that malevolence?" After a brief pause, Zhang continued. "The malevolence appears to be an ancient vengeful spirit, radiating an aura of destruction. According to the disciples' accounts, it emits a ghostly green glow, withering all flora in its wake, even devouring the very essence of Yang. That we also discovered some peculiar runes at the scene." At these words, a chill ran down my spine. I recalled the strange symbols and mysterious voice that had invaded my mind within the ruins. Could there be a connection? "Director Zhang, do you have those runes preserved?" I inquired urgently. Zhang Wenyang nodded and instructed a nearby disciple, "Go fetch those rune rubbings." Before long, the disciple returned with several sheets of paper. I accepted the rubbings and examined them closely. Indeed, the runes bore a striking resemblance to some of the symbols that had appeared in my mind. Clearly, a grand conspiracy lay beneath the surface. Furrowing my brow, I assured Zhang, "Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist the association in resolving this issue." Gratitude flickered in Zhang Wenliang's eyes as he replied, "Then I shall rely on you, Quang family head. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to request it. All disciples of the Shuangwan Association will fully cooperate with you." I nodded and exited the infirmary. In the association's conference room, I encountered several other prominent figures from the Shuangwan realm. They detailed the events of recent days, including the locations, timings, and consequences of the malevolence's emergence. It turned out that the malevolence had first been detected at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Chongbei City. That site had previously been the scene of a catastrophic accident, resulting in numerous fatalities, and had since remained desolate, steeped in negative energy, following the emergence of the malevolence. Local residents reported strange noises at night, sightings of eerie lights, and a number of individuals falling gravely ill. "Mr. Quang, what course of action do you propose we take next?" An elder from the Shuangwan realm queried anxiously. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Our immediate priority is to ascertain the malevolence's nature and vulnerabilities. I intend to investigate the abandoned factory, but I will require several experienced disciples from the Shuangwan realm to accompany me for safety." The elders conferred briefly and promptly selected 5 capable disciples from the Shuangwan realm. They appeared to be of similar age to me, radiating vitality and determination. That night, under the dim moonlight, I led these 5 disciples to the forsaken factory. Approaching the site, an oppressive aura hit us like a wave, sending chills down our spines. The air around us seemed to thicken, and we could faintly hear low, mournful wails. We cautiously entered the factory, which was engulfed in darkness, with only the silhouettes of decaying machinery and rusted pipes casting eerie shadows in the moonlight. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from ahead, as if something was shifting in the shadows. One disciple tightened his grip on his peachwood sword, whispering, "Brother Quang, could that be the malevolence?" I raised a hand, signaling for silence. Activating my Yin-Yang eye, I meticulously observed the surrounding movements. Through the lens of the Yin-Yang eye, I discerned a thick layer of negative energy permeating the factory, and in one corner, I vaguely perceived a blurred figure swaying. "Everyone, be cautious. Let us investigate that corner," I murmured. Chapter 93. The first confrontation. I spoke softly. Gradually making my way toward the cornered as we drew nearer, the shadow abruptly lunged at us with astonishing speed. It was a twisted, contorted, vengeful spirit, radiating a ghastly green glow and bearing a frightful visage. "Painting spirit brush, utter the incantation and unleash the law," I bellowed, and the brush in my hand erupted with brilliant light. Swiftly, I sketched several runes in the air, which shot forth like arrows toward the vengeful spirit. The rune struck the spirit, emitting a sizzling sound as it was pushed back a few steps, but it soon charged at us once more. The other disciples sprang into action, wielding their peach-wood swords to unleash arcs of cold light, while talismans ignited in midair, exuding mysterious power. Yet the vengeful spirit proved remarkably tenacious. Our attack seemed to have little effect on it. 6 runes restrained the malevolent spirit's form. I invoked the 6 runes once again, and 6 radiant arcs of light shot forth, enveloping the vengeful spirit. This time, it appeared to be somewhat restrained, its movement slowing, just as we believed we could seize the opportunity to vanquish the spirit. A sudden surge of smaller vengeful spirits erupted from other parts of the factory, surrounding us like a tide. "This is a trap," one disciple exclaimed in terror. Although these smaller spirits were individually weak, their sheer numbers overwhelmed us in an instant. I can sense that the great vengeful spirit seems to be manipulating everything from the shadows, intending to trap us here. "Everyone, back to back, concentrate your firepower," I shouted loudly. The disciples swiftly huddled together, forming a defensive circle. We brandished our magical artifacts, struggling to fend off the assaults of this horde of minor vengeful spirits. However, as the small spirits multiplied, our stamina began to wane. Just as we found ourselves in a desperate situation, a mysterious power suddenly resurfaced in my mind. I closed my eyes, striving to recall those enigmatic patterns and sounds, attempting to draw strength from them. As my consciousness began to blur, a surge of tremendous energy surged within me. I opened my eyes abruptly, only to see my entire being radiating a golden light, and the artifact in my hand glowing even brighter. "The Book of Life and Death. Bind the cycle of life and death," I roared, channeling the power of the book into my attack. The minor vengeful spirits dissipated before this overwhelming force, and the great vengeful spirit was struck by a powerful shock, letting out an enraged howl. Seizing this opportunity, I wielded my spirit-drawing brush once more, sending a massive rune flying towards the great spirit. The rune struck its vital point, eliciting a piercing scream as its form began to dissolve. At last, this battle came to an end. Exhausted, we collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. "Brother Kwong, you were incredible," one disciple exclaimed excitedly. I managed a faint smile. "Everyone worked hard, but this is merely a temporary victory. That malevolent entity will surely not be easily eradicated." After the heart-pounding battle, we took a moment to catch our breath on the floor of the abandoned factory. A faint metallic scent lingered in the air, remnants of the dissipated spirits mingling with the odor of our sweat, creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. Struggling to rise, I surveyed the lingering traces of the vengeful spirits around us, an uneasy feeling gnawing at my heart. "Let us tidy up our artifacts. We must continue our investigation in this factory to see if there are any other hidden dangers," I said, my voice slightly hoarse from the recent skirmish. The other disciples also stood up, their eyes reflecting lingering fear, yet predominantly determination. We dispersed cautiously, meticulously searching through the dilapidated factory. The old machinery occasionally creaked, each sound resonating eerily in the silent, foreboding environment, making our nerves tense with every noise. In a corner of the factory, I discovered several new runes. These runes appeared more intricate than those we had previously encountered, emanating a sinister aura. Crouching down to examine them closely, a sudden chill swept past me from behind. I whipped around, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a vague shadow. "Who is there? Show yourself." As the other disciples rushed over, their expressions tense, one inquired, "Brother Kwong, what's wrong?" Furrowing my brow, I pointed towards the direction where the shadow had vanished. "Something just passed by. Everyone, be on guard." We followed the direction of the shadow and arrived at an entrance to a basement within the factory. A more intense aura of malevolence emanated from the basement, sending chills down our spines. "It's dangerous in here. Stay close to me." The basement was filled with an acrid stench of decay, the walls coated in green moss, appearing eerily surreal under the dim light. Our footsteps echoed in the basement, as if countless eyes were watching us from the darkness. Suddenly, we came upon a massive stone sarcophagus, surrounded by peculiar instruments adorned with runes. Could there be something within that sarcophagus? One disciple whispered. I scanned the surroundings cautiously and replied, "It's very likely. Everyone, prepare for battle." I slowly approached the sarcophagus, and just as my hand was about to touch it, a deafening sound erupted, and a powerful force flung me back. The other disciples rushed to help me up, as the sarcophagus began to creak open, releasing a thick cloud of black smoke. Within the smoke, a far more formidable vengeful spirit gradually materialized. This entity was even more terrifying than the great spirit we had confronted earlier, its form radiating a ghostly purple light. its face contorted into a grotesque visage that seemed to embody all the hatred in the world. Is this the true mastermind behind everything? A disciple exclaimed in terror. Gritting my teeth, I reassured them. Fear not, let us confront it together. We charged towards the vengeful spirit, wielding our artifacts. However, this spirit was extraordinarily powerful, and our attacks seemed to vanish into the void, causing it virtually no harm. The spirit opened its maw, unleashing a furious roar, sending a tremendous shockwave towards us that we dodged frantically. Yet several disciples were struck down. My heart raced with anxiety as I faced this formidable adversary, and once again, I recalled the mysterious power dwelling within my mind. Closing my eyes, I concentrated on recalling those arcane patterns and sounds. Just when I felt overwhelmed, an even more potent energy surged within me, surpassing the strength I had harnessed in the battle against the Great Spirit. The golden light enveloping me became even more brilliant, and the artifact in my hand radiated unprecedented power. The Book of Life and Death, bind the malevolent spirits of the nine hells, I shouted. Unleashing the full force of the book, and a golden beam shot forth towards the vengeful spirit. Struck by this brilliant light, the spirit let out a wretched cry, its form beginning to falter. The other disciples, witnessing my success, were inspired and intensified their assaults. The cold glimmer of peachwood swords and the flames of talismans surged towards the spirit. Through our combined efforts, the spirit's power gradually diminished. Yet it continued to resist fiercely. Suddenly, its body erupted in a blinding flash of light, compelling us to shield our eyes. When the radiance faded, the spirit had vanished, leaving only chaos in its wake. It fled? A disciple gasped. I frowned and replied, it must have escaped temporarily. Although we did not obliterate it, we have certainly inflicted significant wounds. We returned to the Xuangu Association, weary but resolute. Director Zhang Wenliang, upon hearing our account, commended us while expressing deep concern. Though we have temporarily repelled that malevolence, it will undoubtedly return, and we must prepare extensively. Director Zhang, I find this curious. Have you discovered something? Zhang Wenyang's gaze turned cautious as he regarded me. Logically, the Six Paths Talisman can harm all malevolent spirits. Yet in recent encounters, their abilities seem to rival that of the talisman. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Wenliang inquired, have you heard of the 5 declines of heaven and man? I nodded, suddenly grasping the implication. You mean, is my Xuangu technique currently in a low ebb? Indeed, precisely. The 5 declines of heaven and man in Xuangu arts signifies more than its superficial meaning. Transformation, I inhaled deeply. Regardless, exercise caution. During this period, no one can assist you. Only you can aid yourself. Zhang Wenliang coughed a few times and gradually lay down. In the ensuing days, the atmosphere within the Xuangu Association became suffocatingly tense. Everyone busied themselves preparing for the impending battle, gathering powerful artifacts, crafting talismans, and honing their techniques. I, too, remained diligent, tirelessly studying the mysterious patterns and sounds in my mind. Seeking to unlock greater power. One night, while meditating, I suddenly sensed a powerful malevolent energy surging towards the association. I jolted awake, shouting, everyone, be alert. The malevolence is returning. The disciples of Xuangu grasped their artifacts, readying themselves. Shortly, the ominous energy drew nearer, enveloping the entire association in a chilling aura. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, the moon obscured, as if darkness sought to engulf the world entirely. The formidable, vengeful spirit reappeared, trailed by an even greater multitude of minor spirits, their numbers surpassing those we had encountered in the abandoned factory. Did you think you could injure me last time? Will you succeed again? The spirit cackled with a piercing laugh. Enough talk. Today, you shall not return. I bellowed that a far fiercer battle was about to erupt. As all the disciples of Xuangu summoned their courage and charged towards the vengeful spirits, the conflict erupted into a frenzy from the outset. The collision of peachwood swords against the spirit's form echoed violently. Talismans ignited and exploded in midair, generating powerful shockwaves. Yet, the vengeful spirits retaliated with equal ferocity, and many disciples fell, injured. I wielded my spirit-drawing brush and the Book of Life and Death, launching formidable rune attacks at the spirit. It seemed wary of my assaults, dispatching a portion of the minor spirits to confront me while commanding the rest to target the other disciples. Everyone, focus your fire on the Great Spirit. I will handle the minor ones, I called out. Channeling the mysterious power within my mind, my artifact became sharper, and I weaved effortlessly through the throng of minor spirits, repelling them one by one. Just as I fought valiantly, I suddenly sensed a powerful force approaching from behind, and I spun around to find the Great Spirit had somehow circled behind me. It opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. I quickly sidestepped, but I still felt the flames graze my shoulder, sending a jolt of agony through me. "Brother Kwong, watch out!" With a recently restored ability, Zhang Wenliang shouted loudly, charging towards the great vengeful spirit alongside several skilled practitioners. Attempting to buy me some time, I gritted my teeth, suppressing the pain in my shoulder, and once again focused my mind, merging the powers of the life and death ledger with the soul painting brush. "Heaven and earth talisman, subdue evil and vanquish demons," I bellowed, as a colossal golden rune materialized in the air, pressing down upon the great vengeful spirit. Wherever the rune passed, lesser vengeful spirits dissipated, and the great vengeful spirit was struck. Immobilized beneath its weight, observing the suppression of the great vengeful spirit, the other disciples surged forward, intensifying their assaults. Attacks from Peachwood swords, talismans, and various magical artifacts fell upon the great vengeful spirit like a torrential downpour. Under our combined efforts, the spirit's power gradually waned, its form becoming increasingly transparent. However, just as the great vengeful spirit was on the brink of annihilation, it suddenly let out a furious roar, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent us all sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, the great vengeful spirit broke free from the rune's confinement, its strength surging anew. "Damn it! How can it grow stronger?" One disciple shouted in anger. Confusion filled my heart as well, but there was no time for contemplation. I could only draw upon the mysterious power within my mind, preparing for the final confrontation. Just as I was about to launch my attack, a mysterious figure burst into the association from outside. Cloaked in a long black robe, with a cloth obscuring their face, their identity remained hidden. In their hand, they wielded a peculiar sword that emanated an enigmatic glow. Upon entering, the mysterious figure charged towards the great vengeful spirit with astonishing agility, their sword moving like a flash of lightning, forcing the spirit to retreat under their relentless assault. "Who are you? Why are you helping us?" I called out. The mysterious figure offered no response, remaining solely focused on battling the great vengeful spirit. With the combined might of the mysterious figure and our own, the great vengeful spirit finally faltered, its form gradually fading. As the spirit vanished, the ominous aura that had enveloped the association dissipated, and the moon's light once again shone brightly. The mysterious figure, seeing the great vengeful spirit's demise, turned to leave. I hurried after them, saying, "Thank you for your assistance. May I ask who you truly are?" The figure paused, slowly replying, "The head of the Six Paths family, the harbinger of the 5 declines of heaven and man. I wonder if you can navigate through that tribulation." Chapter 95. Breaking the calamity upon hearing the mention of the 5 declines of heaven and man. A sense of dread gripped my heart. The memories my father left me contained no comprehensive record of this concept, and when I glanced at Zhang Wenliang, his expression suddenly turned complex. It was only when he explained the true significance of the 5 declines that I comprehended why his demeanor shifted upon hearing those 4 words, the impending death of a person. Back at the Xianmen Association, seeing my troubled countenance, Counselor Zhang Wenliang sighed, saying, "Brother Kwong, the tribulation of the 5 declines is, in essence, a matter of fate. For others, it may be insurmountable, leaving them to resign to destiny. But for you, perhaps there exists a chance for survival." "What do you mean?" I exclaimed in shock. In 3 days, prepare yourself well. This may be your only way to evade the calamity of the 5 declines. Just as I was about to inquire further, Zhang Wenliang shook his head and turned away. All I could do was remain at the Xianmen Association, immersing myself in even more arduous training. During the day, I tirelessly practiced the drawing of runes, pouring my heart and soul into every stroke, striving to unleash their utmost power. At night, I calmed my mind to communicate with the spirit within the 1,000 graves. The power of the 10,000 graves corpse coffin was like a shroud of dark mist, concealing countless secrets and strengths. Each time I absorbed a fragment, it emitted a formidable resistance that left me with a splitting headache. 1,000 Leaves, in her compassion, suggested I employ a method she had previously mentioned to alleviate my suffering, but I resolutely refused. 3 days swiftly passed, and Zhang Wenliang approached my door, informing me of a small, remote town plagued by evil spirits, instructing me to lead a group of disciples to investigate. Is this your solution?" I asked, feeling disheartened. "You will understand once you go," Zhang Wenliang sighed. When we arrived at the small town, the sight before us was nothing short of horrifying. Houses lay in ruins, and villagers fled in panic. A putrid stench pervaded the air, indicating that this was no ordinary malevolence. At the town center, we discovered a massive focal point surrounded by sinister runes that flickered with a ghostly green light. Suddenly, a powerful black mist erupted from the focal point, gradually revealing a gigantic evil spirit. This spirit was more formidable than any I had encountered before. It towered like a mountain, its eyes ablaze like raging flames, exuding an aura of terror. "You dare come here to seek death?" The evil spirit roared, its voice echoing like thunder across the town. Holding the soul-painting brush, I shouted, "Fear not. Let us attack together." The disciples rallied in response, charging towards the evil spirit. Peachwood swords and talismans rained down upon it. Yet the spirit remained unscathed. With a sweeping motion of its massive arm, a dark shockwave surged towards us. I swiftly cast a defensive rune, but the force was too great, and I was still pushed back several steps. The battle reached a stalemate, and we began to feel the strain of fatigue. At that moment, I suddenly felt the spirit within the coffin stirring restlessly, a powerful force surging within me. That I realized this could be a harbinger of the 5 declines of heaven and man. Yet there was no time to ponder. I closed my eyes, concentrating, guiding this force to merge with the powers of the soul-painting brush and the life and death ledger. I let out a mighty roar as a dazzling light erupted from my being. The light shot towards the evil spirit, striking it and eliciting a horrific scream. Its form began to tremble, and the surrounding black mist gradually dissipated. However, the evil spirit was not so easily vanquished. It suddenly transformed into a shadow, lunging at me. I hastily dodged, but its speed was blinding, and my arm was slashed. Blood flowed freely, and the pain nearly rendered me unconscious, just as I was on the brink of despair. I recalled the mysterious figure's words, the head of the 6 Paths family, the harbinger of the 5 declines of heaven and man. I wonder if you can navigate through that tribulation. A fierce desire to survive surged within me. I could not fall here. I had to overcome this calamity. Clenching my teeth, I summoned the power within me once more. This time, I sensed an unprecedented resonance. The 10,000 graves corpse coffin seemed to reach a kind of harmony with me. Power surged forth, and the soul-painting brush and the life and death ledger shone with radiant light. With the cycles of life and death, may all evils be extinguished. I roared, unleashing a massive rune towards the evil spirit. As the rune passed, the very fabric of space contorted, struck by the rune. The evil spirit began to dissolve, releasing a desperate roar before finally vanishing into thin air. As the evil spirit dissipated, the small town gradually returned to calm. The stench of decay slowly faded, and the frightened villagers began to settle down, gazing at us with gratitude as their fear transformed into hope. Zhang Wenliang approached me, patting my shoulder with a look of commendation. "Brother Kuang, you have truly not disappointed me. You have successfully navigated through much of this tribulation. Just now, your resonance with the power of the 10,000 graves corpse coffin unlocked unimaginable potential, which was the key to evading the calamity of the 5 declines." I exhaled deeply, feeling a weight lift from my heart. The searing pain from my wound made me wince. The disciples rushed forward to tend to my injured arm with simple bandaging. As I looked at my gradually bandaged wound, memories of the harrowing battle and the extraordinary sensation of power surging within me flooded back, leaving me with a mix of trepidation and exhilaration. After calming the villagers, we prepared to return to the Xianmen Association. Along the way, the disciples excitedly discussed the recent battle, expressing their admiration for me. Meanwhile, I found myself lost in deep contemplation. The mysterious figure's mention of the head of the 6 Paths family and the harbinger of the 5 declines seemed to conceal immense secrets, perhaps intricately connected to my own lineage. The memories my father left me lacked a complete record of the 5 declines. Was this omission intentional? A cascade of questions, like a shroud of fog, lingered in my mind. Upon returning to the Xianmen Association, Zhang Wenliang led me to a secret chamber. The room was filled with ancient tomes and mysterious artifacts. Exuding an aura of enigma, he retrieved an aged tome from the bookshelf, slowly opening it to point at a particular page. "Brother Kuang, the 5 declines of heaven and man is no ordinary calamity. It is intricately linked to the 6 Paths family. Each generation's head bears a unique mission, and the 5 declines represent a test of that mission. Only by successfully overcoming this trial can one truly master the powers of the 6 Paths family." Chapter 96. Placing one in despair to emerge reborn, I gazed at the accounts in the ancient tome, my heart filled with increasing perplexity. Although I am referred to as the head of the Kuang family, my knowledge of the 6 Paths family is scant, and my father's memories never mention these matters. What hidden mission lies behind the Kuang family? Zhang Wenliang sighed, saying, This all dates back to long ago. The Kuang family, as part of the Six Paths family, guards the secret of maintaining the balance of yin and yang in the world, preventing evil forces from disrupting this order and inciting chaos. That on that fateful day, the calamity of the 5 declines of heaven served as a severe test of the patriarch's prowess and will. Although you have successfully repelled the onslaught of the malevolent spirit, the tribulation is far from over. There may yet be more formidable challenges ahead. Just as we were engaged in conversation, a disciple rushed in, his face etched with terror. "Director, trouble is brewing. A group of mysterious individuals has appeared outside the association, claiming to seek the life of one who embodies the 5 declines of heaven." Zhang Wenliang and I exchanged a glance, our hearts sinking. That it seemed that the enigmatic forces behind this were no longer able to contain themselves and had begun their attack. Gripping the soul painting brush tightly, I resolutely declared, "Since they have come to our doorstep, I shall not retreat. I must uncover the truth behind this." With that, Zhang Wenliang and I, accompanied by a cadre of disciples, swiftly made our way outside the association. There, we beheld a group of cloaked figures adorned in black robes and masks, poised with an eerie aura that sent chills down our spines. One of the leading figures stepped forward, coldly stating, "Surrender the one who embodies the 5 declines of heaven, and perhaps we may spare your Yin-Yang association." Standing protectively before me, Zhang Wenliang shouted, "The Yin-Yang association is the authentic sect of the Summer Kingdom. Who are you to dare act so brazenly here?" The black-robed figure let out a sinister laugh. "The head of the Six Paths family, Quan Jianing, possesses the secret of the soul painting technique. And now, in this time of the 5 declines of heaven, he is at his weakest. You can either hand over those artifacts or face death." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he waved his sleeve, and a host of mysterious figures surged toward us like phantoms. In an instant, chaos erupted outside the association. Armed with the soul painting brush, I fought valiantly alongside my disciples. The attacks from these enigmatic adversaries were exceedingly peculiar, employing techniques unlike any I had previously encountered, each maneuver fraught with lethal intent. Amidst the fierce combat, I gradually discerned their patterns of attack, that I continuously summoned the power of the 10,000 burial spirit coffin within me. Coordinating it with the might of the soul painting brush and the record of life and death, waves of runes shot forth from the brush, streaking across the sky like meteors, striking down one mysterious figure after another. Yet, the adversaries seemed inexhaustible, coming in relentless waves. The battle reached a stalemate, and both my disciples and I began to feel our strength waning. At that moment, I suddenly noticed that the black-robed figure was stealthily closing in on me amidst the chaos. Clutching a glimmering dagger, his face twisted into a greedy and malevolent grin, he approached. A jolt of alarm surged through me. I hastily sketched a defensive rune, but the speed of the black-robed figure was too great. The dagger still grazed my clothing, leaving a shallow wound on my chest. Blood seeped forth, igniting a blaze of fury within me. Taking a deep breath, I concentrated my spirit and resonated once more with the power of the 10,000 burial spirit coffin. This time, an overwhelming force erupted from within, and I felt as if I possessed boundless strength. With a mighty roar, I charged at the black-robed figure. The soul-painting brush carved powerful arcs through the air, and the runes struck the black-robed figure like lightning. He was forced to retreat under my assault, his mask shattering to reveal a pale, contorted face. Just as I prepared to pursue him, a tremendous force erupted from the black-robed figure. A dark shield materialized around him, dissipating the runes upon impact. He sneered, "You have some skill, boy, but you are still far from my match. Today, you shall surely perish." With that, the black-robed figure waved his hands, unleashing a flurry of dark phantoms that surged toward me. That I dodged swiftly while continuously retaliating with runes. However, the black-robed figure's onslaught was too potent, and I began to falter. Just as I found myself in dire straits, the mysterious figure reappeared, moving with grace and wielding a peachwood sword, instantly joining the fray. His swordsmanship was extraordinary. Wherever the peachwood sword passed, the dark phantoms disintegrated. He fought alongside me, soon suppressing the black-robed figure's assault. Realizing the tide was turning against him, the black-robed figure shouted, "Retreat." With that, he and his mysterious allies vanished into the night. Gasping for breath, I looked at the mysterious figure with gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely assistance once again. Yet, will you still not reveal your identity?" The mysterious figure shook his head. "Were it not for my complicated ties with your father, Sai, given your current plight with the 5 declines of heaven, I cannot remain idle." However, the The forces behind this are immensely powerful. You must not let your guard down. A thought struck me, and I quickly inquired, Senior, do you know the secret behind this? Why did my father fail to inform me about the Six Paths family and the 5 declines of heaven? The mysterious figure sighed, responding, this matter is lengthy to explain. Your father, in his desire to protect you, intentionally concealed these truths. The Six Paths family guards immense secrets and power, attracting the covetous gaze of many malevolent forces. They seek to disrupt the balance of Yin and Yang for their own gain. Now that you have become their target, you must swiftly enhance your strength and unravel the mystery behind this to safeguard the mission of the Six Paths family. However, since your father left you with no memories of these matters, it indicates his wish for you to remain unaware as the signs of the 5 declines of heaven have yet to conclude. The path ahead is one you must tread alone. Senior, I stepped forward once more, clasping my hands in earnest. Could you guide me toward a clear path? Did not the director remind you? The mysterious figure waved his sleeve and departed. Remind me? I suddenly understood. From desperate straits comes rebirth. Following that fateful night, the Xianmen Association was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension. I understood that the battle with the mysterious black-robed figure was merely the beginning. The malevolent forces lurking in the shadows would not relent. I threw myself into my training and research, leaving no stone unturned in my pursuit of strength. By day, I delved into the fragmented records of the Six Paths family and the 5 declines of heaven found in ancient texts. By night, despite the excruciating resistance of the 10,000 burial spirit coffin, I sought resonance with Qinya Wenshun, striving for a harmonious fusion of power. Chapter 97. The final trial days later, just as the association had settled into a calm, a dreadful message erupted like thunder. Surrounding cities were besieged by rampant malevolent spirits. Towns lay in ruins, citizens displaced, and wherever the evil spirits roamed, not a single tile remained intact. The entire Summer Kingdom was shrouded in a terrifying pall. Moreover, reports indicated that the methods of attack employed by these malevolent spirits bore striking similarities to those of the black-robed figure from that day. Zhang Wenliang, filled with concern, sought me out. Quang. Brother, all signs point to the involvement of those malevolent forces. They not only wish to target you, but also aim to disrupt the balance of Yin and Yang with their chaotic spirits. Our course of action must be to step forth and halt this disaster. This may very well be the pivotal battle that allows you to transcend the tribulation of the 5 declines of heaven. I tightened my grip on the soul-painting brush, resolutely nodding. Rest assured, Director, I shall not falter. This matter concerns not only my fate but also the peace of the world. I am determined to unveil the conspiracy behind it. Thus, I led the most elite disciples of the Xianmen Association on a journey to the afflicted cities. Along the way, corpses littered the ground, and once thriving towns now resembled desolate wastelands. The stench of malevolent spirits permeated the air, inducing nausea. Each scene of devastation became a dagger, constantly piercing my heart and fueling the flames of vengeance within me. At last, we arrived at a city wholly dominated by malevolent spirits. It loomed ominously, like a beast lurking in the shadows, exuding a chilling aura. At the city's center, a colossal evil eye hung ominously in the air, countless tendrils of dark magic emanating from it, eroding everything in proximity. The malevolent spirits danced frantically around the evil eye, and upon seeing our approach, they surged toward us like a relentless tide. Combat erupted instantaneously. The cold light of the peachwood sword intertwined with the radiance of the runes, while I wielded the soul-painting brush with fervor, unleashing bolts of runes that repelled the encroaching spirits. However, the sheer number of malevolent spirits was overwhelming, an unending wave that threatened to engulf us. Though we resisted with all our might, we were gradually surrounded. At that moment, the spirit within the coffin stirred once more, and the signs of the 5 declines of heaven surged over me like a crashing tide, leaving me dizzy and disoriented, my spiritual energy in turmoil, pushing me to the brink of collapse. Yet, recalling the mysterious figure's words about rising from the depths of despair, I gritted my teeth and bore the pain, focusing my energy to channel the power of the 10,000 burial spirit coffin. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from within me, pushing back the surrounding malevolent spirits. I felt my strength reach unprecedented heights. The power of the 10,000 burial spirit coffin harmonizing perfectly with that of the soul-painting brush and the record of life and death. With a mighty roar, I charged toward the evil eye. As I drew near, countless malevolent spirits sought to obstruct me. Yet, in that moment, I feared nothing. The runes I conjured shattered the spirits one by one. Finally, I stood beneath the evil eye, poised to deliver a fatal blow. However, just then, A familiar yet sinister voice emanated from the evil eye. Kuang Jiuning, do you truly believe you can thwart us? The calamity of the 5 declines of heaven is your death warrant. Today, you shall surely perish. With the last syllable, the black-robed figure emerged slowly from the evil eye, radiating a malevolence even more potent than before, surrounded by swirling black flames. With a sweeping motion of his hands, the evil eye unleashed a massive beam of dark light aimed directly at me. I quickly invoked a rune for defense, but the force of the beam was overwhelming, sending me crashing into the ruins. Blood trickled from the corners of my mouth, and my body felt as though it were disintegrating, yet I understood that I could not succumb. Is this all you were capable of? I gritted my teeth against the excruciating pain and slowly rose to my feet. The power within me surged like a torrential river, constantly roiling. I took a deep breath, summoning every ounce of strength once more to engage in a heart-stopping duel with the figure clad in black robes. The brush of the soul clashed with the dagger of the black-robed man, each encounter unleashing a tempest of energy. Runes intertwined with black flames, the surrounding space contorting into a fragmented chaos. The battle escalated into a fever pitch, with neither party willing to yield an inch as time passed. I gradually discerned the black-robed man's weaknesses. Though formidable, his attacks were laced with an impatient ferocity. Seizing the moment, I concentrated my entire might and launched an assault, the brush of the soul transforming into a radiant arc aimed at the black-robed man. He hastily attempted to defend himself. But my strength was overwhelming, shattering his defenses in an instant. Just as I believed victory was within my grasp, the black-robed man erupted into a maniacal laugh. Did you think you had won? Everything is part of our plan. With that, he ignited the black flames enveloping him, the immense force propelling me backward, while the evil eye unleashed a powerful surge, shrouding the entire city in darkness. In that obscurity, I sensed an unprecedented crisis. The surrounding malevolent entities seemed invigorated by a newfound power, becoming even more frenzied. Meanwhile, the ominous signs of decline reached their zenith, and I could feel my life force waning rapidly. Yet, I refused to give in. I closed my eyes and communed one last time with Yin-Yang within me, drawing upon the purest essence from the coffin of countless souls. At the same time, I recalled every memory my father had left me. Those hazy fragments crystallized in clarity at that moment, a mysterious force guiding me. When I opened my eyes again, I discovered my body had undergone a transformation. A soft golden glow emanated from me, and the brush of the soul in the book of life and death radiated with a different brilliance. In my hand, I conjured an unprecedentedly powerful rune, one that seemed to encapsulate the very laws of the universe, capable of dispelling all evil, the cycle of life and death, annihilation of all malevolence. This time, it was the true culmination. I roared and hurled the rune toward the evil eye and the black-robed man. The rune blazed like a brilliant meteor, slicing through the darkened sky. Wherever it passed, malevolent entities dissipated, and the black flames were extinguished in an instant. The black-robed man stared in terror, his eyes wide. No. This cannot be. Before he could finish speaking, the rune struck him, and the evil eye in the aftermath of a resounding explosion. The evil eye shattered, and the black-robed man dissolved into a wisp of black smoke. Vanishing into thin air, the darkness began to dissipate, and the city gradually regained its light. The citizens emerged from their hiding places, gazing in awe and gratitude at the scene before them. I sighed with relief. Though my body was utterly exhausted, my heart brimmed with joy. I knew I had successfully navigated the tribulation of decline and had preserved the tranquility of this world. After enduring this heart-pounding battle, the Xianmen Association welcomed a brief respite. I finally had the opportunity to delve into the hidden secrets behind the 6 Paths families. Zhang Wenliang accompanied me once more into the association's secret chamber. Poring over ancient texts in search of further clues regarding the mission and power of the 6 Paths families, I sensed that the secrets behind them were intricately linked to the art of the soul brush. Just then, a previously unrecognized number rang out suddenly. I smiled. It was the chubby man. Chapter 98, The Decline of Society and the Erosion of Humanity. Meaning, my brother. When will you emerge from your shell after being cooped up for so long? That rascal Gao Feng never changed his tune. However, receiving his call filled me with an unexpected warmth. Enough of that. I've been utterly exhausted lately. What? Are you having too much fun outside to the point of forgetting to return home? Gao Feng's voice took on its signature lewdness. Is it related to that little coffin girl? You gluttonous fool, are you itching for a fight? A chilling voice cut through the phone line, and I could sense Gao Feng shuddering from afar. Andy, I haven't finished speaking. I meant to say, Kuang Jioning has blossomed under your care, finally growing into a towering tree. May you enjoy eternal blessings, live as long as the heavens, and have fortunes as vast as the eastern sea. All right. I lightly patted Xinya, who was sitting beside me. Stop scaring him. Now, let's get serious. What prompted you to call me out of the blue? Is there trouble brewing? Don't curse me. I'm eating well, sleeping well, and counting money until my hands are sore. The reason I'm calling is twofold. First, the initial batch of charity funds has been donated, around 2 million, to a rural school where we've rebuilt several classrooms that you'll need to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony. I will definitely be there. I felt a surge of excitement. This news was like sunshine after a storm. I'll notify you when the time comes. Also, your school called me yesterday. The annual study tour is about to begin. Are you interested in participating? I hesitated, to be honest. I had endured too many life and death battles recently, and I was utterly drained. Moreover, the secrets of the Six Paths families awaited my unraveling. I truly lacked the energy to engage in any study tour. Perhaps I'll pass this time. I'm feeling a bit worn out, and I still have a pile of unfinished tasks. Gao Feng seemed to sense my hesitation. I can tell. Well, I don't know what you've been through lately. Even from 800 miles away, I can sense your tension. This study tour is a perfect opportunity to relax. We haven't gathered in ages. Consider it a reunion with old friends, a chance to have some fun. Besides, this wilderness survival study tour is bound to be more exciting than our previous activities. Who knows what thrilling experiences we might encounter? Wait, how do you have a stake in our school's study tour? I was puzzled. Don't forget, I'm a special sponsor of the Department of Mysterious Affairs, Gao Feng declared proudly. Though, I completely forgot about that. Peaches must have had a hand in this. Upon reflection, Gao Feng had a point. Ever since the battle with the black-robed man, I had been in a state of heightened tension. It was time to give myself a break and recalibrate. Thus, I agreed to Gao Feng's invitation and decided to participate in the university study tour. As I prepared to leave, Zhang Wenliang wore an expression of regret, repeatedly reminding me that after graduation, I must join the Xianmen Association, insisting that someone with my talents would be a tremendous asset to both the nation and the people. I smiled and assured him I would consider it. I didn't want to refuse Zhang Wenliang outright. After spending so much time with him, I still trusted his character. As for everything else, I would address it later. Upon returning to the familiar campus, everything retained the essence of my memories, albeit with a few more traces of time. My roommates greeted me with great joy, surrounding me with questions about what I had been up to during my absence. I concocted a casual excuse, stating I had attended a training session. They seemed satisfied and continued to share their excitement about the changes over the past few years. At lunchtime, as I stepped out of the dormitory, I immediately spotted Senior Taba downstairs. She was as vivacious as ever, though her eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint. Mr. David, you've returned. Senior, please don't tease me. The last time I performed a magic trick, it caused quite a stir. Don't put me through that again. By the way, how did you know I was back? Gao Feng mentioned it early this morning. He told me you were returning to school today and asked me to treat you to lunch. As she spoke, Taba leaned in and whispered, "Did you go and do that thing again?" I was left speechless. Senior, why do you phrase it so crudely? What thing are you referring to? That thing, Taba gestured. And I could clearly see the gesture was quite formal, yet it felt strangely inappropriate. She covered her mouth and chuckled. Don't I know you well enough? Stop pretending to be oblivious. But it's good to see you back safely. Take care of yourself. I felt a warmth in my heart. Though she was unaware of my true endeavors, the mutual understanding and connection moved me deeply. Let's go. Your chubby brother instructed me to treat you to a proper meal. Taba walked ahead with ease. Since when have you become so obedient to him? Wasn't it always him following your lead? I inquired. It's a husband and wife dynamic, Taba replied with a carefree demeanor. Are you sure you didn't mix up your words? I was baffled that I didn't mix up anything. It's just a husband and wife dynamic. Taba turned her head to look at me. No. Wait, let's clarify this. Who is the husband and who is the wife? I grasped her arm. Are you out of your mind? Taba shrugged dismissively. I'm definitely the husband. Now I understand. I realized, almost mistaking her words. What else would it be? With his demeanor, he thinks he can be my husband. He must be dreaming. Taba beamed with pride. Right. Only you can keep him in check. I chuckled. But Taba stuck out her tongue, a shy smile gracing her face. I stood frozen in place. Hey, don't tell me that you two. Let's go. What are you waiting for? The cafeteria will run out of food. Taba's face flushed as she hurried toward the cafeteria. I stood there like a fool, completely taken aback and unable to respond for quite some time. Peach had been calling out to me for what felt like ages before I finally regained my senses, gazing at her radiant smile. I found myself at a loss for words. I merely picked up my phone and sent a message to the chubby guy, stating, "The world is declining, and human hearts are no longer as they once were." Before long, he replied, "Odes as deep as mountains and seas, never depart." I couldn't help but curse under my breath. This study abroad program lasts for a week and focuses on wilderness survival. The school has chosen a piece of unspoiled mountain forest for us, characterized by its complex terrain and breathtaking scenery, yet fraught with unknown challenges. That we were divided into several small groups, each equipped with essential survival gear and navigation tools. We packed our belongings with eager anticipation and set off on this extraordinary journey. That on the first day, everyone was in high spirits, chatting and laughing as we admired the stunning views of the forest. Clear streams flowed beneath our feet, birds sang joyfully from the treetops, and sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating dappled patterns of light. As we walked, we learned how to discern directions in the wild, locate water sources, and construct makeshift shelters. Chapter 99. An unexpected turn of events. After dinner, a relaxed and jovial atmosphere enveloped the campsite. That we gathered around the campfire, sharing our experiences and insights from the day. I noticed Wang Daming, visibly excited, clutching his phone tightly. Assuming he was engrossed in a game, I inquired, only to have him conspiratorially lean closer and say, "Yin-Yang, check this out. It's an exhilarating adventure live stream." I waved him off. "I'm not really interested in that." Undeterred, Wang Daming's eyes sparkled with mischief. "The streamer is one of our classmates." My curiosity piqued. I asked, "Who?" He deliberately kept me in suspense, grinning as he said, "You definitely know her, and you have a good relationship too. Think you're quite the lucky one." Now what? Stop teasing me. You know I'm not particularly close to many girls, and the ones I do know are all familiar to you. It can't be Peach, right? If she's streaming, I won't even bother watching. Wang Daming stuck out his tongue. "You dragged me into her club. These past 4 years have been nothing but misery for me." I chuckled awkwardly. "Who else could it be? Take a guess." Wang Daming playfully turned his phone away. "Forget it. I won't waste my brain power on this. Aside from Peach, my relationships with other girls are quite ordinary." "What about Mo Zeton? I heard you two seemed close a while back." Wang Daming began to chuckle mischievously. "We're not like that. Don't listen to the rumors." "Goodness, where are these rumors even coming from?" I scoffed. "Humph. I heard you even visited her house and attended some party. That you're not thinking of becoming a son-in-law, are you?" "Come on, that you've been reading too many novels," I retorted, momentarily speechless. "Let us be clear. If you become a son-in-law, you'd be the top guy in Chongbei City. Just don't forget about us brothers who've endured the smell of Wei Gu's stinky feet together." All right. You're getting more ridiculous by the minute. Are you going to spill the beans or not? If not, I won't ask any more. I pretended to walk away. Hey, don't leave. We were just getting to the fun part. Come on, share with us." "There's nothing to share. You keep your secrets." All right, I'll tell you. It's your old acquaintance." Wang Daming chuckled. My curiosity was piqued, and I pressed him. "Who is it? Stop keeping me in suspense." Wang Daming finally revealed with a smug grin. "Do you remember last year's welcome party? The girl who accompanied you during your magic performance, Mei Xiao, nicknamed Little Rabbit." Suddenly, I recalled the girl who had been so focused and engaged while playing the piano, her fingers dancing gracefully across the keys. "You mean Little Rabbit? She's streaming now? How did she become a streamer?" I was momentarily taken aback. "Take a look for yourself." Wang Daming held his phone up in front of me, displaying Mei Xiao's profile. Her avatar featured an adorable rabbit, one eye open and the other closed, which was rather amusing. There were numerous videos on her page, mostly adventure-themed, and I clicked on a few. Finding them rather unremarkable, the views were modest and the content somewhat repetitive. Since we were classmates, I thought I might as well support her and asked Wang Daming to send me the link. Back at the tent, I opened my phone. On the screen, Mei Xiao stood amidst a dense forest, surrounded by lush trees. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting eerie patches of light. The livestream had only a handful of viewers, perhaps just a few dozen, with many of them being classmates. The chubby guy and Peach called out to see if I was around. I stepped outside to find them each engrossed in their phones, coincidentally watching the same stream. "Why are you all watching this? It's quite entertaining, don't you think? You know about this too?" Peach turned her head. "I just saw it from Wang Daming," I replied. The chubby guy smirked and teased, "Wow, Jiaoning, you've changed after going out. You're not as stiff as before. Starting to enjoy life." Peach chimed in with a smile. "Exactly. It seems like after all this, UVE opened up. I shot them a glare, retorting, "You two lovebirds should mind your own business and stop teasing me." Peach's face flushed, and she turned away. The chubby guy continued to smirk, claiming he had brought some snacks to share. Just as he handed me the goodies, Peach suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no." We rushed over to ask what was wrong, and she said, "It's haunted." My heart raced as I quickly glanced at her phone screen. Suddenly, a pale, distorted face appeared, devoid of color, with bulging eyes staring directly at the camera, exuding a chilling aura. Moments later, the entire live stream abruptly ended. The chubby guy initially froze, then burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. "This must be a stunt. Nowadays, live streams will do anything for attention." Peach, seemingly shaken, felt it was fake and appeared somewhat dazed. I nudged the chubby guy, who then stepped forward to comfort her. "Just wait and see. It's definitely a stunt. Someone will come to explain soon." I too believed it was a stunt and suggested to Peach, "You're pretty close with Little Rabbit. Why not give her a call?" Peach picked up her phone, but after several attempts, all she got was a busy signal. "You see, I told you it's a stunt. Everyone's probably calling in." The chubby guy shrugged dismissively. Peach, however, remained skeptical, saying she'd try again later. After 10 minutes, she called again, only to hear the same busy tone. I felt a twinge of unease and urged Peach to head back to the girls' camp. She seemed frightened, but the chubby guy reassured her, "It's all right. I'll go with you." They left, while I returned to my phone, replaying the earlier videos. All previous broadcasts had ended normally, with no signs of such stunts. Just then, my phone rang. It was Peach. "Jiaoning, you need to come quickly." "What's wrong, Peach?" "Something has happened. Little Rabbit is missing, and her phone is still unreachable." "Hang tight. I'm on my way." I hung up and hurried toward the girls' camp. A crowd had gathered, chattering about the recent live stream incident. "What should we do now?" Peach asked, visibly anxious. "I think we should report this to the teacher." "We can't do that. Little Rabbit will definitely get in trouble." Peach pulled me aside, speaking in hushed tones. I glanced at my watch. It was already past 9, and the supervising teacher would come to check attendance at 10 if Little Rabbit hadn't returned by then. The teacher would find out regardless. Chapter 100. Has Little Rabbit disappeared? Jiaoning, what should we do now? Peach's hand trembled slightly as she clutched her phone, glancing at the screen as if the pale, distorted face was still frozen there. In the distance, footsteps approached, and the beam of a flashlight cut through the darkness. It was Teacher Wong, the director. "What are you all doing gathered here? We still need to hike through Wolf Valley tomorrow. Hurry back to your tents and rest." His deep blue jacket was speckled with dried leaves, clearly indicating he had rushed over. I noticed he had an emergency whistle and satellite phone hanging from his waist, and his hiking boots were caked with dark red mud, soil unique to the cliffside near the back mountains. The chubby guy straightened up, saying, "Don't worry, Teacher Wong. I'll organize everyone to head back right now." He glanced at me, signaling with his fingers the number 3. Suddenly, I recalled seeing several figures in camouflage clothing testing drones at the viewing platform 3 hours ago at that time. I had assumed they were security personnel arranged by the school. "Wait." Peach suddenly grasped my wrist. "Little Rabbit." Before she could finish, Teacher Wong interrupted. "Mei Xiao requested leave to go to town for supplies tonight." "I'm aware of this." He adjusted his glasses, the reflection obscuring his eyes. "As for you all, if I catch anyone sneaking out of the camp." Before he could finish his sentence, the satellite phone emitted a piercing alarm. The 3 of us froze in place. That was the distinct 3 long and 2 short signal indicating a distress call. A communication code for missing persons that our instructor had demonstrated during last year's wilderness survival training. At the moment Teacher Wong turned to answer the phone, I caught sight of a fresh scratch on the nape of his neck, glistening with an eerie bluish-purple hue under the moonlight. We had to split up. I lowered my voice and spoke quickly. "Fatty, you stay here and keep an eye on the teacher. Taozi, go check on Xiaotu's tent. I'll notify Zhang Wenliang." I pulled out the 6 talismans I had on me and handed them to the 2 of them. "You are adults, acting in the capacity of external assistants. Instruct everyone to return to the tents and arrange for rest." Fatty immediately grasped my intention and adopted an authoritative demeanor. "Attention, all students. It's nearly time. Everyone must return to their tents to prepare for rest. If I catch anyone loitering outside, I will deduct points." "No. I mean your wages." One student questioned. "Hey, Fatty, aren't you our external assistant? Why are you acting like the teacher?" "Hahaha, I am indeed your external instructor, responsible for managing you and documenting your infractions." "Which tent are you from? Why are you still lingering?" The student gasped and hurried back to the tent. That you're impressive. I shook my head. Once everyone was inside their tents, I retrieved a handful of 6 talismans and buried several around each tent. Regardless of their efficacy, safety was paramount. Then, I took out my phone and dialed Zhang Wenliang. Jianing, why are you calling me at this hour? I'm sending you my location. Send a few brothers skilled in the mystic arts to assist. It's urgent. Who's missing? Zhang Wenliang's voice tightened. One of my classmates. Just come over first. Later, when I found the head of the campus security team at the equipment tent, this retired scout was cleaning a shotgun. Upon hearing my description, his calloused fingers suddenly halted on the trigger. In the live broadcast you saw, was there a crooked-necked locust tree? Did the bark have a swastika carved into it? Nodding, I watched as the captain sprang to his feet. The luminescent paint on his camouflage shoulder epaulettes tracing green arcs in the darkness. That marks the forbidden zone of Wolf Valley. The geological team was there last year. That he abruptly fell silent. Retrieving a sandalwood box from the safe, inside which lay 3 silver bullets inscribed with Sanskrit, I had encountered such ammunition at the Mystic Society. These were used exclusively for dealing with spiritual entities. As we returned to the camp, I found Fatty squatting beside the dying embers of the campfire, piecing together something. Approaching, I discerned it was half a charged sheet of music. This seems like the piece from that party. You understand music? I inquired. A bit, but not as well as Tauzi. Let her take a look. Tauzi emerged from the tent, clutching a phone. Xiaotu's sleeping bag is cold. But this this Xiaotu's phone. Indeed, her signature is on the case. I took the phone. It was a customized shell, currently quite trendy, with many girls adorning it with various doodles. Yet this one bore only 2 letters. R.M. May. This is Xiaotu's habitual abbreviation, Tauzi added. Something feels off, I mused. Typically, everyone carries their phone. It's unlikely someone would leave without it unless they forgot. But could it be that Xiaotu carelessly left her phone in the tent? Where did you see Xiaotu's phone? Next to her sleeping bag, Tauzi responded. She was just live streaming. Did she use another phone instead of her own? I increasingly sensed something was amiss. Let me check. Tauzi opened the phone cover, examining it closely. It seems like this one, but also not quite. The brand and model are the same, but this one looks a bit older. Ugh, I can't figure it out. All right, you all should go back to sleep now. This gentleman should rest as well. The security captain began ushering us away. Wait, did I reveal my identity card from the Mystic Society? But I am not merely a student. I am a member of the Mystic Society. I wonder if you recognize this. The captain took the ID, scrutinizing it before shining his flashlight on my face. I am unfamiliar with this organization, but regardless of your affiliation, the current situation is perilous. You should return to rest immediately. The remaining matters will be handled by the teacher. Wait, I called out to the security captain once more. As he turned, I swiftly placed a 6th talisman on his forehead. In an instant, astonishment flickered across his face. What did you stick on me? Why am I seeing those things? It's a 6th talisman, a family secret of the Quan clan, combined with my essence. It enables an ordinary person to perceive what is usually invisible.